Chapter 1993. Eastern Sea Merman Imperial Court. Music was playing, delicious food and wine were being served. In a grand banquet, the three female immortals in charge of the Merman Imperial Court were at the main seats, entertaining an unexpected guest. Good wine, good songs, and even better dancing. The esteemed guest downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. Then he slammed the cup down with a puff sound and laughed. He had a square face and a muscular body, his skin was snow white, his eyes and hair were ice blue in color. Rank 8 aura surrounded his body. He was a snowman Gu Immortal. He came from Black Heaven's Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, the current generation Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ever since the meeting of Black Heaven's forces, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had contacted Central Continent's Celestial Court, while Lady Cold Ash had contacted Granny Skeleton and the other human great experts. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not sit back and watch. He was not targeting just Black Heaven and White Heaven, he was targeting the 5 regions. This time he came to Eastern Sea personally to find the Merman Force. There were 3 people in charge of Eastern Sea's Merman Force. They were all mermaid immortals, Xianxia and Xianxia. Even though this was the first time the 3 female immortals had seen Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, seeing that he was a rank 8 Gu Immortal and a variant human, they held this banquet to entertain him. Hearing Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's praise, Xianxia smiled and replied, "Thank you for your praise, Immortal Monarch. These dancing Gu masters are the future hope of our merman race. They are Gu Immortal seeds. It is their honor to be noticed by you." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch laughed again. "Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but if these mermen are the hope of your race, then your race might be destroyed in the future." These words instantly caused the expressions of many of the merfolk here to change. The dancing merman's movements became slightly disorderly. Xianxia was still smiling. "Immortal Monarch, we already know of your intentions. However, we won't take this provocation. For countless years, our merman race has lived in Eastern Sea peacefully and beautifully. We have always been neutral, we do not participate in any battles." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shook his head. "Nonsense. Who does not want a peaceful and beautiful life? But throughout history, only war could win such a peaceful life. The merman race had received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's favor back then, that was why they had such a phenomenon today. In the entire 5 regions, only your alien race is a super force. However, you and I both remember the fated war vividly. Fate had been destroyed and the 5 regions had merged into one. The world's upheaval was imminent. There will definitely be natural and man-made disasters, continuous wars and chaos. Your merfolk royal court wants to stay out of trouble? How long has it been since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died? How much influence does he have left to protect your clan?" Xianxia's face was as gloomy as still water. She could not refute for a moment. Yu, who was beside her, snorted coldly. "Our tribe has over 10 Gu Immortals and the Immortal Gu House Flowing Fragrance Boat. How could we achieve this just because of Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch nodded. "I have heard of your Flowing Fragrance Boat for a long time. But what could he do? It was only a rank 7 Immortal Gu House. Even though your clan had many Gu Immortals, how many rank 8 Gu Immortals did they have? Not even one. Ignoring everything else, as long as I make a move now, who can stop me?" The 3 mermaids had cold expressions. Xianxia said solemnly, "Immortal Monarch, if you want to fight, you can do it now. We will show you the magnanimity of our merfolk race." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch waved his hand. "Don't misunderstand, I have never thought of becoming enemies with you. We are both variant humans. In the current situation, humans are dominating the world. I hope that we can ally with each other. Variant humans are friends, not enemies. I am here to seek an alliance. Why would I make enemies? I understand that you do not want to ally with each other. But think about it, as long as I spread a rumor that you have treated me with great hospitality and want to ally with Black Heaven's variant human forces to attack the 5 regions' human forces. Think about it, what kind of situation would happen?" The 3 mermaids looked at each other. They could see the seriousness on each other's faces. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's words were soft but firm. He clearly wanted to force an alliance. If the 3 mermaids rejected him, he would spread a rumor that the merfolk had the intention to ally with each other. After all, everyone in the world knew about the Fate War. Duke Long's final rebuke of Feng Yuan made everyone in the world aware of the great secret of the rise of variant humans. Once the news of the Merman Imperial Court and the variant human forces working together spreads, it would challenge the sensitive nerves of the humans. They would become the target of everyone. By then, according to the nature of the humans, they would form an alliance and destroy the Merman Imperial Court first. The human forces had been eyeing the Merman Imperial Court for a long time. It was only because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence. If the Mermen wanted to harm the humans, regardless of whether the humans believed this lie or not, they would use it to deal with the Merman Imperial Court. If the Merman Imperial Court was forced to resist, they could only ally with forces like Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to have a chance of survival. This way, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's goal would be easily achieved. The three mermaids felt troubled. They knew about the situation of the world. They were actively selecting Gu Immortal seeds and nurturing them. They were mermen, they had the identity of variant humans. This identity was already very awkward in the past times of peace. In the future, during the Five Regions chaotic war, it would be even more awkward and sensitive. Thus, the entire merman race felt a deep sense of danger. The three mermaids did not have much ambition. They only wanted to preserve their race in the changing times. Thus, they did not want to offend Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but they also did not want to stand on the side of such an ambitious person and fight against the Five Regions humans. Seeing that the three mermaids were silent, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled. "How about this, everyone? We are both variant humans. I do not want to force you. How about we make a bet?" The three mermaids looked at each other as Yuzi asked, "What bet?" "We will compete in 3 rounds no matter what methods your race uses. As long as I lose in any of the rounds, I will forget about inviting you to ally with me. I will not leak the secret after I leave. I will not harass you. If I win 3 rounds by luck, the merman race will not even be able to defeat a rank 8 Gu Immortal like me. They will be in a dangerous situation. It would be better to ally with me. This will ensure the safety of the entire race." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch said confidently. The three mermaids were helpless. They could only nod and agree to this bet. In the first round, the three mermaids decided to go all out. They gathered all the Merman Gu Immortals and set up the Merman Wave Sacred Spirit Formation. Good formation, it actually has the effect of trapping enemies. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took a look and praised. "Immortal Monarch, do you dare to enter the formation?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch laughed heartily as he entered the formation. After a few moves, the waves turned into ice and shattered. He broke out of the formation. The Merman Gu Immortals suffered from backlash. They were either lightly or heavily injured. Their expressions were ashen. "It is a pity that there is no rank 8 formation owner," Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch commented plainly. In the second round, the Merman Imperial Court used Immortal Gu House Floating Fragrance Boat. After 100 rounds, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch won again. The three mermaids discussed anxiously. "There is only the 3rd round left. What do we do? If we lose again, we will have to cooperate with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. What do we do? Why don't we use that thing?" Xianxia suddenly suggested. Lian Kuexen and Yuzi were stunned. They shook their heads. "No. If we use that, the impact will be too great. Even without Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spreading the news, our Imperial Court will become the target of everyone. We will be exterminated. If we don't use it, what do we do? Do we get Eastern Sea's human forces to help? No. Right now, we are all affected by the chi tides. Why would those human forces come all the way here to help us? Even if they do, they will ask for a high price." "I thought of someone. Let's ask Gu Tribe's leader for help," Xianxia suddenly said. Lian Kuexen sighed, rejecting the suggestion. He is Gu Tribe's leader. Even though he has rank 8 cultivation level because of his beastman identity, he lives in seclusion. We have a close relationship with him, but asking him to help us is making things difficult for him. He might not be able to defeat this Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Yuzi's eyes suddenly shined. "I remember, someone might be able to help us. He can definitely defeat Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch." "Oh, that's right. At this crucial moment, who else could it be?" Yuzi blinked her beautiful eyes. "Did you forget that right now, a great expert is a guest in Gu Tribe's headquarters?" "It's him." Lian Kuexen realized at once. Chapter 1994. Eastern Sea Gu Tribe Blessed Land. A majestic palace stood majestically in one corner. Its whole body was emitting a faint orange-gold light. It was richly decorated. The pavilions were grand and magnificent. It was the rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Dragon Palace. Inside Dragon Palace, dream realms were lingering. If it were any other Immortal Gu House, they would not dare to do this. But even though Dragon Palace was an enslavement path Immortal Gu House, it had dream path Immortal Gu. It was not afraid of the dream realm spreading. In front of the dream realm, Fang Yuan's clone, Wu Shuai, was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His body was here, but his soul was deep inside the dream realm, exploring it. In the dream realm, Wu Shuai was an apprentice of the medical hall trying to learn from them. A handsome young man with broad shoulders and a thin waist walked into the medical hall. The young man was rich and noble. The owner of the medical hall, the old doctor, personally examined him. "Doctor, ever since I fought in the arena, even though I won, my body has been feeling strange," the young man said. The old doctor chuckled. "Come, let me take your pulse." "Pulse?" The young man frowned, showing a puzzled expression. The old doctor said slowly, "This is a unique investigative method from my hometown. It can detect illnesses. A person's heart beats continuously, their blood flows continuously, forming a pulse. Using a unique healing goo worm that I created, I can detect your illness through this pulse." The young man immediately felt deep veneration, as expected of a senior doctor. "I have heard that heaven has heaven veins, earth has earth veins, and humans have human veins. Could this pulse-taking technique be used to grasp human veins and find the right medicine?" "Aha, that's right. Please extend your wrist." The old doctor smiled. The young man extended his wrist. The old doctor placed his finger on his wrist and closed his eyes, inspecting carefully. A moment later, the old doctor opened his eyes. "There is indeed an illness, but it is not obvious. It is very sinister. You were hit by a phantom path method." The young man nodded. "Senior is right, my opponent in the arena is a phantom path goo master. I was hit by his move. I did not suffer any injuries, but I felt something was wrong. At night, I could have slept with more than 10 concubines, but now I can only sleep with 1 concubine a night. I feel extremely tired. Also, I often feel that my waist is sore and hot, and I sweat a lot when I sleep at night. Sometimes I feel dizzy and have tinnitus." The old doctor nodded. "This phantom path method is very vicious. It targets your kidneys. In short, you have kidney deficiency. Void path is indeed troublesome. What should I do?" the young man asked hurriedly. The old doctor said, "I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Take it for a month. During this month, you must not have sexual intercourse." The young man was troubled. "Senior, can't you use a healing goo worm to heal me directly? I can't have sex for a whole month. I'm so stifled." The old physician shook his head. "Phantom path methods are between real and fake. Fake and real, you have to put in a lot of effort. The medicines I prescribed, although they are not healing goo worms, they are not far from a complete goo recipe. They can definitely cure your illness. If you don't use my method, other methods won't work. Unless you meet a better doctor than me, perhaps he can solve your problem." The young man sighed. "Senior, you're the best healer I've ever seen in my life. I'll treat him according to your method." The dream realm dissipated. It was a success. Human network. Wu Shuai's soul returned to his body. He was still savoring the true meaning of the dream realm. This dream realm mainly provided him with the true meaning of 2 paths. One was phantom path, the other was human path. Fang Yuan's human path attainment level was grandmaster, but his phantom path attainment level was extremely ordinary. Fang Yuan's main body was still holding the corpse of the celestial court goo Immortal, which contained the phantom aperture. But his phantom path attainment level was too low. Even with wisdom goo, he could not deduce the profundity of the phantom aperture. After the Fate War, all of the dream realms were left to Wu Shuai. These dream realms were obtained by Fang Yuan from Yitian Mountain. Even though a portion was lost in the Fate War, most of them were still left. After Wu Shuai left the celestial court, he returned to Eastern Sea and stayed in Goo Tribe's blessed land. Other than opening his immortal aperture and connecting to heaven and earth chi, he was in closed cultivation, exploring the dream realms and absorbing the true meaning within, helping his main body to raise his attainment levels of all paths. My main body needs human path attainment level now. In this dream realm exploration, even though my human path attainment level did not increase by much, it is still Grandmaster. But it should be able to provide new help to my main body. Wu Shuai started to rest for a short while, preparing for the next dream realm exploration. He saw that in the hall, there was an information path mortal goo from Goo Tribe's leader. Goo Tribe's leader will not disturb me for small matters, something important must have happened. Wu Shuai took out the information path mortal goo and probed it with his divine sense. Oh, a rank 8 snowman goo immortal called Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is here to find trouble with the Merman Imperial Court? In the letter, the 3 mermaids said that as long as Wu Shuai taught this unruly guest a lesson and made him retreat, they would reward him handsomely. Goo Tribe's leader also used a tactful tone, hoping that Wu Shuai could help them. Of course I have to help. Wu Shuai smiled. Fang Yuan had 500 years of memories, a portion of them were sent over. Thus, Wu Shuai learned that in the 500 years of his main body's life, the regional walls vanished and the 5 regions were united, there were chi tides as well. The 5 regions Gu immortals were forced to rest and recuperate. During this period, the 2 heavens grotto heaven forces moved out and acted arrogantly for a period of time. To think that I would have such a chance to interact with these grotto heaven forces. This is a good opportunity. For the main body's plan, I need to do my best. Boom. The door of Dragon Palace opened. Wuxia walked out of his closed cultivation with his head held high. At the banquet, fragrant wine permeated the air, but the atmosphere was heavy. The 3 mermaids had cold expressions, while Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled lightly. The singing and dancing had stopped long ago. There was silence in the hall. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took a sip of wine. I wonder if the 3 of you have thought of a strategy for the next round? The 3 mermaids' expressions sank further, but at this time, they received the information and showed expressions of joy. Xianxia said, "Since you are anxious, let's go to the 3rd round." "All right." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch put down the wine cup in his hand. "How are we going to compete in the 3rd round, tell us." "My tribe has already invited a helper. Let him fight the Immortal King." Xianxia said. "This lord is here, Immortal Monarch, prepare yourselves." Yuzi smiled coldly. Sure enough, after a few breaths of time, the mermaid immortals led Wuxia into the hall. "Who wants to fight me?" Wuxia asked, his voice reverberated in the hall. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw Wuxia and his expression changed. He was no longer relaxed. He cried out, "It's you!" During the Fate War, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had obtained a lot of information. Wuxia was naturally one of the most important figures. Everyone in the world knew about him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately understood why the 3 mermaids were acting like this. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart sank. He knew how strong Wuxia was. There was not much hope of defeating him. But the situation was like this, he had to speak up. To think that Wuxia is in the Merman Imperial Court. I wonder if Fang Yuan is here? Wuxia snorted coldly. I used Fang Yuan's strength to revive. I was only working with him to resist the Celestial Court earlier. You are my opponent? Wuxia's disdainful attitude made Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch feel annoyed. His expression turned cold. Wuxia, you only have rank 7 cultivation level, but you are quite arrogant. Wuxia scoffed. Who is arrogant? In terms of seniority, I am someone from Red Lotus Demon Venerable's era. When I died of old age, your grandfather was not even born yet. You. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes. What about me? You are here to find trouble with the merman, be more direct. Wuxia stared back. Still not attacking? Then I am going to attack. Saying so, he waved his hand as an Immortal Gu house flew out. Dragon Palace. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's pupils shrunk. He saw that the Immortal Gu house was getting bigger as it crashed towards him. He was not a transformation path great expert. He did not dare to face this famous Immortal Gu house head-on. He quickly retreated. The 3 mermaids did not expect Wuxia to act so decisively. He attacked immediately. Xianxia quickly persuaded, Senior Wuxia, this is the Merman Hall. You 2 need to fight, you need to move outside. Boom. Dragon Palace grew bigger again, the entire Merman Hall was blown apart. Dust clouds rumbled as the 3 mermaids and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch escaped pathetically. Dragon Palace slowly rose into the sky. Wuxia stood at the entrance of Dragon Palace as he looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch plainly. Come, don't run, little fellow. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was beaten up so fiercely that his heart was pounding, his mouth was dry. Wuxia, you are a senior after all. If you have the guts, don't show off the might of an Immortal Gu house. Oh, is that so? Wuxia smiled coldly. The 3 mermaids sensed something amiss. Yuzi quickly shouted, Senior Wuxia. This is the Merman headquarters. If you want to fight, please go outside. Before she finished speaking with a loud sound, Di Zongxing was led out of Dragon Palace by Wuxia. Roar. The evil dragon roared, creating a huge sound wave. Its huge body was like a mountain range. It was crammed into the Merman-blessed land. With a wave of its tail, several mountain ranges and valleys were flattened. Countless mermen escaped in all directions. They screamed in fear. It was a scene of chaos. The 3 mermaids were dumbfounded. They did not know what to do. Come, make your move. Wuxia crossed his arms as he said to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch in a plain tone. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the Grand Dragon Palace before looking at the huge and ferocious evil dragon. He felt that he had become extremely tiny. As a snowman he was extremely resistant to cold, but now he felt a bone-chilling chill spreading all over his body. After a long while of silence, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cupped his fists. Senior is mighty, Junior admits defeat. Senior has won this bet. The three mermaids were silent. Right now Wuxia only had rank 7 cultivation level, but Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch admitted defeat to him. Nobody found it strange. Not to mention Dragon Palace, just the evil dragon alone had killed 2 transformation path members of the Celestial Court. It was an existence that a group of Gu immortals could not defeat. In the Fate formation, the evil dragon had only lost to Feng Jioge and Duke Long. Humph, little guy, you are quite smart. Wu Shuai chuckled as he put away Di Zongxing and Dragon Palace. Next, let's talk about the alliance. Wu Shuai landed and said, Senior Wu Shuai. The three mermaids were shocked. What? Do you want to stay out of this? Wu Shuai raised his eyebrows, showing an unhappy expression. The three immortals did not dare to retort. Ice Crystal Immortal Wang De was overjoyed to think that there would be light at the end of the tunnel. He stuttered, Say, Senior, you mean? Chapter 1995. Because of Wu Shuai, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had no choice but to admit defeat. He thought that his plan to ally with the merman had failed, but to think that Wu Shuai had the same idea as him. In the bet between Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the Merman Imperial Court, the loser won while the winner lost. After the battle, Wu Shuai used the Merman Imperial Court's hall to converse with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. The conversation became more heated, while the three Merman Immortals' expressions turned grim. Wu Shuai heard that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already gathered the Grotto Heaven forces for a meeting. He immediately requested to join. He urged Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to gather the forces for the second meeting. In Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's plan, the second meeting would be delayed slightly, but Wu Shuai urged him urgently. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch thought to himself, with Wu Shuai's reputation, it will be very beneficial to me. I might as well bring forward the date of the meeting. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch knew that even if the Black and White Heaven Grotto Heaven forces allied, they would face a huge internal threat. Among these forces, a small portion of them were human forces. He wanted variant humans to be the leader, thus he had been actively seeking for an alliance recently. He had already contacted all the variant human forces that he knew of. He did not even spare Eastern Sea's Merman Imperial Court. If he knew that Gu tribe existed in the depths of the sea, he would have gone there long ago. But now, with Wu Shuai, this Dragon Man expert that everyone knows, even if the humans recruit more people, they will not be able to resist Wu Shuai's influence, right? Wu Shuai attacked Celestial Court as a Dragon Man. He was the victor. This battle achievement gave him a huge reputation. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch held a second meeting in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. This time the group was even larger. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch has arrived. Swift Cloud Immortal has arrived. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother has arrived. Green Forest Great Sage has arrived. Many variant human rank 8 great experts came. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch was a hairy man. His thick fur was shining with golden light. Swift Cloud Immortal was a feather man. He had the appearance of a handsome young man. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was an old woman. She was an inkman. Green Forest Great Sage was a mini-man. He was covered in a green light. These 4 variant human Gu immortals were participating in the meeting for the first time. As for the human rank 8 Gu immortals, other than Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and Lady Cold Ash, there were also Light Path Piercing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Wood Path Black Locust, and Earth Path Female Immortal Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine. There were only 5 human rank 8s, while variant human rank 8s were close to 10. Even though Lady Cold Ash tried her best to recruit more people, she could not compare to the variant humans, and the gap was still widening. After discussing for a while, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took charge. This time I invited all of you here, other than to discuss the situation of the world, there is another important matter. Please allow me to introduce you to an almighty senior. The immortals looked towards Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's direction. Wu Shuai slowly walked out from behind the screen, and under the gaze of all the immortals, he sat on the main seat. You are? The immortals were shocked. So it is Wu Shuai. A variant human rank 8 who was close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch greeted. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was displeased. You need to call me Senior Wu Shuai. The variant human rank 8 showed an awkward expression. Under Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's gaze, he could only change his words. This junior greets senior. With this, the immortals had no choice but to address Wu Shuai as senior. Good. Wu Shuai nodded in satisfaction. Seniority cannot be messed up. But I would rather everyone call me Alliance Leader. Alliance Leader? The immortals looked at each other. Wu Shuai laughed heartily. Precisely. Now that the Grotto Heaven has been exposed, the 5 regions Gu Immortals will definitely attack it. The reason why the 5 regions Gu Immortals are not moving is because they are restricted by the Qi tides. They cannot move freely. We need to protect ourselves and strengthen ourselves. Only by forming an alliance can we have the capital and hope to contend against the 5 regions. Since ancient times, the position of alliance leader belongs to the strongest. I see that none of you here can match me. If anyone is unconvinced by my words, you can come and fight me. Wu Shuai had just finished speaking. Before the immortals could say anything, they heard a dragon roar. Evil dragon Di Zongxing's huge body covered the sky as it approached. Next, an immortal Gu house flew out of Wu Shuai's immortal aperture. It was small and exquisite. It floated in Wu Shuai's palm, shining brightly. It was the shrunken dragon palace. Wu Shuai looked at Dragon Palace in his palm. Before looking at the immortals, his threat was clear in his words. The immortals had unsightly expressions. They were silent. They wanted to vent their anger but did not dare to. Even though Wu Shuai only had rank 7 cultivation level, everyone knew about the divine might of Dragon Palace and the evil dragon. If the immortals worked together, they might have some hope of resisting it. But the Grotto Heaven forces had little contact with each other. They were not like the 5 regions. The 5 regions super forces were connected to each other. There were conflicts and interactions. Black and White Heaven were vast. The outside world was dangerous. Forces rarely clashed with each other, not to mention close interactions. Ah! Seeing that no one objected to him, Duke Long laughed loudly. Suddenly, his laughter stopped. Are you not going to greet the alliance leader? The immortals were still silent. The atmosphere was heavy. After a long while, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch suddenly stood up and cupped his fists at Wu Shuai. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch greets alliance leader. Ah, good. Wu Shuai pointed at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. You will be the vice alliance leader. Next, he looked at the other Gu immortals with a fierce gaze. Outside the battlefield, the evil dragon moved its body at the right time, causing a huge commotion. In this situation, with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch taking the lead, the immortals had no choice but to acknowledge Wu Shuai as the alliance leader in a cold tone. Wu Shuai sat at the main seat, looking at the Gu immortals. I know you all have your own thoughts. You are only acknowledging me as the alliance leader now because of the situation. I am not forcing you. The current situation is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it's our only chance to resist the 5 regions. If we do not grasp it, when we are hunted down by the 5 regions and the Grotto Heavens get surrounded, there will be no point in regretting it. However, if we let you continue discussing like this, when will we act? By the time we act, the Qi tides will have already passed. You need a strong leader like me to temporarily unite most of the forces and act quickly. Even though Wu Shuai's tone was firm, his words were reasonable. The Gu immortals' expressions eased up a little. Alright, let's not waste time, let's discuss our target now. Wu Shuai continued. This time, even Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was surprised. Lord Alliance Leader, isn't it too early to talk about attacking now? Black and White Heaven are too huge. There are still many Grotto Heaven forces that we have not contacted yet. We can't wait for them. As long as we succeed and create a commotion, these people will take the initiative to join us. This is the so-called human heart. Wu Shuai waved his hand, saying directly. The immortals were silent. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch continued to ask. Then according to Lord Alliance Leader, which place is the most suitable for us to attack? Of course it is Celestial Court. Wu Shuai answered without hesitation. Celestial Court? The Gu immortals' expressions changed. Celestial Court is extremely weak. We did not want to retreat earlier. As long as we take down Celestial Court, the 5 regions will be shaken. Who would dare to provoke us? Wu Shuai laughed loudly. That is not appropriate. Celestial Court has extremely deep foundation. It is not a place we can touch. Lord Alliance Leader, please reconsider. The immortals shook their heads. No one agreed. Cowards. Wu Shuai sneered in displeasure. Then let's go with Divine Emperor City. This Immortal Gu House is the #1 Immortal Gu House. It is made from Divine Bean Palace in Emperor City. It has a huge significance for Celestial Court. It is the gathering point of their connections. Above ground, Celestial Court. If we take it, not only will we deal a huge blow to Central Continent, we can also obtain a rank 8 Immortal Gu House and even Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's true inheritance. Lady Cold Ash thought about it. Since Divine Emperor City is so important, if we attack it, Celestial Court and even the whole of Central Continent will resist and surround it. We will also be enemies with these people. What is the difference between that and attacking Celestial Court? Of course there is a difference. If these people are lured to Divine Emperor City by us, we can use another group of people to attack Celestial Court. Wu Shuai raised his eyebrows. The Immortals heard this and broke out in cold sweat. In the end, we still need to attack Celestial Court. This way, won't the people who are pretending to attack Divine Emperor City become cannon fodder? Senior Wu Shuai is too bold, he wants to fight Celestial Court to the death. Wu Shuai showed an unhappy expression. What? You don't dare to attack Divine Emperor City? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a troubled expression. He looked like he was suffering from constipation. Please reconsider, Lord Alliance Leader, Wu Shuai waved his hand, saying impatiently, All right, I don't want to hear any excuses. Let's settle with this, we will deal with Eastern Sea Xia clan first. Wu Shuai finally revealed his true target. Southern border had Xia clan, Eastern Sea also had Xia clan. The Xia clan was not the same Xia clan, but they were both super forces. Wu Shuai had a huge appetite, his first target was a super force. If he had mentioned it the first time, the Immortals would have objected. But the first two times he mentioned Celestial Court and Divine Emperor City, the Immortals found that compared to the first two targets, Eastern Sea Xia clan was much more acceptable. Wu Shuai continued to analyze. Among all the super forces, Eastern Sea Xia clan has the shallowest foundation. It is the weakest righteous path force in Eastern Sea. Not just that, Xia clan is at the easternmost part of Eastern Sea, it is very secluded, it is the most suitable place for us to establish our foothold. Even better is that Xia clan shares a border with the Merman Imperial Court. And the Merman Imperial Court is already our ally, they will provide us with a lot of help. Saying this, Wu Shuai did not give the Immortals a chance to discuss. I have decided. Our target will be the Xia family. The Immortals were very disgusted by such a domineering alliance leader. But against the evil dragon and Dragon Palace, they could not do anything. Most importantly, they were caught in the middle of the situation. They knew that if they did not grasp this chance and did not have the upper hand, the 5 regions would not let them off in the future. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, the alliance leader position should have been yours. Are you really going to give it up just like that? Afterwards, some Gu Immortals were unhappy, they secretly transmitted to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch snickered internally, replying, The tallest tree attracts the most wind, the tallest tree rots first. So what if we let this Lord Wu Shuai charge and shout for us? What's the big deal about giving up the position of Alliance Master? We have the help of the evil dragon and Dragon Palace. Chapter 1996. Eastern Sea. Reflecting Shadow Sea Area. The sea surface was like a mirror, there were no ripples. Even though winds were blowing, the sea was still like ice. Xia clan's Gu Immortal Xia Zhengqing was guarding this place. Reflecting Shadow Sea Area was a super resource point, it produced a lot of dark path and rule path cultivation resources. Even though Xia clan cultivated water path, these resources were used for trading, they were very profitable. Xia Zhengqing was in closed cultivation now, when the formation around him suddenly gave a warning. Did some ancient desolate fish violate the boundary again? Xia Zhengqing initially thought that some underwater beast was attacking the Immortal formation. But at the next moment, his body and mind shook. A strong enemy is attacking. 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals charged over. Xia Zhengqing quickly activated the defensive formation. At this time, with a loud sound, the formation shattered. A hairy man Gu Immortal held a huge hammer. His body was covered in golden light as he charged into the formation. Xia Zhengqing spat out a mouthful of blood, he was shocked. He immediately understood that the 3 Immortals were just a distraction, this one was the enemy's main force. A rank 8 hairy man Gu Immortal? Xia Zhengqing knew that he was not their match, he immediately sent a message to the clan while trying to activate the Immortal formation to teleport himself out. At the next moment, he was teleported to a place 1,000 li away from the formation. Haha, he arrived after all. Great wisdom is truly amazing. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch praised. Great wisdom Immortal Mother smiled and shook her head. If not for Lord Alliance Leader's detailed information, how could I deduce so easily? Xia Zhengqing looked and felt like he had fallen into an icy cave. There were 2 variant human Gu Immortals here, they were both rank 8. Since when did rank 8 Gu Immortals become so common? And there are 3 variant human rank 8s. Xia Zhengqing felt this was unbelievable, he gritted his teeth. Who are you? Why are you opposing my Eastern Sea Xia clan? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch could not be bothered to speak to him. He waved his hand and activated a killer move that he had prepared. Xia Zhengqing only had rank 7 cultivation level, how could he block a rank 8 killer move? He was instantly frozen. Eastern Sea Xia clan headquarters, hot spring blessed land. Oh no. A strong enemy is attacking. Reflecting shadow sea has fallen. Even though Xia Zhengqing escaped using the immortal formation, we have lost contact. Xia Zhengqing's warning had reached the Xia family in time. Xia clan's Gu immortals were mostly gathered in their headquarters. They did not expect such bad news to descend from the sky. It's true that disaster comes from the sky when one is sitting at home. Before Xia Zhengqing left, he sent news that the enemies included human Gu immortals and variant human Gu immortals. There is even a rank 8 hairy man. Where did these people come from? It's probably a faction from the black and white heavens. Under the Qi tide, the grotto heaven was revealed. I didn't expect there to be so many of these mutants left, and they even came to us first. That might be understandable. If they did not seize this opportunity, the 5 regions would definitely go to the black and white grotto heaven to investigate after the Qi tide subsided. If we find any variant human force with rank 8 Gu immortals, we will definitely exterminate them. Back then, even Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not find the variant human hiding in the grotto heaven. But now that the world has changed, these strange races have no choice but to reveal themselves. Xia clan's Gu immortals were not flustered. Even though they knew about the existence of a rank 8 variant human Gu immortal, they had immortal Gu houses to resist it. But soon more bad news arrived. Light Wave Sea and Shooting Fish Sea were also destroyed by these variant human Gu immortals. The Xia clan Gu immortals guarding these 2 resource points were even worse off. They could not even send any news before they could contact them. Xia clan's Gu immortals were furious. We must teach these variant human Gu immortals a lesson. A mere outsider dares to bully us, a human superpower? If heaven wants to destroy people, it will first make them go crazy. These variant humans have gone crazy. First Supreme Elder, let us send our 2 immortal Gu houses out and kill them all. That's right, 3 of our Gu immortals are in their hands. We need to save our clansmen, we need to avenge this humiliation. The Gu immortals were filled with battle intent, they requested to fight. Xia clan's first Supreme Elder was Xia Ruiji. He had a grim expression as he heard the Gu immortals' words. He shook his head. It is not wise to attack rashly. We lost 3 resource points in a row. These are all important areas. We have set up immortal formations to defend against them. The speed of loss is too fast, it is not normal. Our clan does not have a rank 8 Gu immortal guarding it. If we rashly move our 2 immortal Gu houses, our headquarters will definitely be weakened. Right now, we are at the final moment of replenishing human sea. We cannot be careless. In my opinion, we should defend ourselves to the death and wait until human sea is replenished. Our Xia clan's foundation will rise sharply. We will become one of the top forces in Eastern Sea. By then, we can deal with the variant human Gu immortals more easily. Even though Xia Ruiji only had rank 7 cultivation level, he had high prestige. Xia clan's Gu immortals heard his words and felt that they were reasonable. The requests for battle became much fewer. But at the next moment, with a thunderous sound, an immortal Gu house broke through the regional wall and charged into Xia clan's public blessed land. Eastern Sea Xia clan, today is the day of your destruction. The immortal Gu house's door opened. Wu Shuai and the other grotto heaven Gu immortals were standing inside. Xia clan's Gu immortals saw this group of enemies and were extremely shocked. Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai. There are still so many variant human rank 8s, oh heavens. Xia clan's Gu immortals had pale expressions, they were panicking. But Wu Shuai did not give them time to accept the cruel truth. He waved his hand, attack. Thus, at the next moment, the rank 8s around him and behind him charged down, attacking together. Seeing this terrifying scene, Xia clan's Gu immortals felt their vision turn dark. Some almost fainted on the spot. Such a formation completely suppressed Xia clan's Gu immortals. Xia clan did not even have a single rank 8, but Wu Shuai had more than 10 rank 8s, how could they fight? My Xia clan blessed land is not celestial court, why are there so many rank 8 Gu immortals attacking? Xia Ruiji's lips trembled, he felt like he had fallen into an icy abyss after being treated so solemnly. The enemy is too strong, let's retreat. At this time, the female immortal Xia Ying shouted, she was pleasantly surprised. Xia Ruiji's body shook, he gritted his teeth. Go, quickly go. We will board the immortal Gu house together. Xia clan had 2 immortal Gu houses, they were both rank 7. One was whale fishing boat, the other was Gold Star Tower. You want to leave? Not so easy. All of you stay here. The variant human Gu immortals attacked one after another, creating dazzling lights and explosions that shook the sky. At the crucial moment, Xianxia dodged the pursuit and was the first to enter Gold Star Tower. But she did not escape. She moved Gold Star Tower forward. "All of you leave, I will block them." Gold Star Tower charged forward. Using killer moves continuously, golden stars shot out in all directions. The variant human Gu immortals quickly retreated. The remaining Xia clan Gu immortals saw this chance. They boarded whale fishing boat and quickly left the base. Chapter 1997. These variant human Gu immortals have rank 8 cultivation level, but their battle strength is not high. Only Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch can accept it. And even though Eastern Sea Xia clan does not have a rank 8 Gu house, they can rely on a rank 7 Immortal Gu house to fight. Wu Shuai stood at the entrance of the Dragon Palace, overlooking the battlefield. He watched the battle quietly and did not make a move. Previously, when he attacked the 3 resource points, he couldn't tell because of the difference in cultivation. But now that they were in a stalemate, they could immediately see many details. Wu Shuai analyzed in his heart and quickly figured out the reason behind it. The only reason why the mutated tribes were able to survive until now and develop so well was because of Providence's generous support. Providence was disrupted by Star Constellation's will. It could not allow Fate Gu to unleash the power of variant humans. However, Providence could affect calamities and tribulations. Undergoing tribulation was the greatest obstacle to a Gu immortal's cultivation level. The more prosperous the human race was, the more Providence would take care of the alien grotto heavens. The tribulation of these variant humans was many times easier than ordinary human Gu immortals. Even the human Gu immortals of Black and White Heaven, because of their enmity with the 5 regions' human forces, were more or less taken care of. This was probably Providence's plan to divide them. It was clearly recorded in history. Back then, the outsiders were the overlords of the world. Providence manipulated Fate Gu and gave the instruction that humanity would reign supreme. On one hand, the heavenly Tao favored the primordial beginning and helped him become an immortal venerable. It took care of the human clan in all aspects and helped the human clan develop and grow. On the other hand, Providence also affected the other races, dividing them and causing them to fall into fierce internal strife. With the addition of the black and white skies, the area is vast. Every day covered the 5 regions. That was why there were so many rank 8 Gu immortals in Black and White Heavens. Apart from the part around me, there is still a small part left in the black and white skies. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai started to move. The Dragon Palace began to move. Xiaxia, who was in the Golden Star Tower, felt his heart rise to his throat. Right now, it was very difficult for her to deal with these rank 8s. She seemed to have the upper hand, but she could not last for long. It wouldn't be strange even if the tables were turned in the next breath. Alright, Lord Wu Shuai is about to make his move. I'm looking forward to it. It is a pity that our grotto heavens do not have immortal Gu houses. As expected of a superpower's foundation, only after clashing with it did I realize that it truly is worthy of its name. The rank 8 Gu immortals showed expressions of joy and anticipation. However, under everyone's watchful eyes, the Dragon Palace slowly flew away from the battlefield. The rank 8 Gu immortals were stunned. What was going on? At the next moment, Wu Shuai's cold voice could be heard. More than a dozen of you rank 8s, if you cannot even take down a rank 7 female immortal and a rank 7 immortal Gu house together, what face do you have left to live? The rank 8 Gu immortals were tongue-tied, they were speechless. In the end, they could only watch as the Dragon Palace flew away. Oh no, he's flying towards the sea of people. Xia Ying's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Xia Ying was extremely bewildered. How did Marshal Wu know that there was a sea of people hiding in the Xia family's headquarters? No, the human sea had hidden itself very deeply. Perhaps he just wants to plunder resources. Wu Shuai flew away from the battlefield and arrived above a lake. He hovered the Dragon Palace slowly. The sea of people is here. Wu Shuai's eyes shined with bright light. He immediately activated his method. A mystical light shot out from his palm, piercing hundreds of feet of lake water, directly reaching the bottom of the lake. Next, the mystical light spread out, covering the entire lake. The lake water quickly evaporated, smoke spread out, countless voices could be heard from within the white fog. The voices became louder and louder, the white fog turned into countless human figures flying in the air. At once, Dragon Palace was covered in white fog, countless figures were like white specters. Surrounding Dragon Palace, there were tens of thousands of them. Collect. With a thought from Wu Shuai, the white mist immediately gathered into a white lake and poured into the Dragon Palace. The momentum of this scene was so great that both sides on the battlefield in the distance could see it clearly. Wu Shuai is actually taking advantage of the fact that we are fighting to plunder the loot. That white fog is very mystical, it emits dense human path aura. Wu Shuai is taking it personally, it is definitely a top-grade treasure. Don't be afraid. As the alliance leader, how can Wu Shuai not lead by example? Otherwise, how can he convince the others? After taking this white fog, he will definitely share a portion with us. The rank 8 Gu immortals conversed. Xia Ying's heart sank to rock bottom. Wu Shuai actually knows about human C. Furthermore, he has a method to collect human C. How is this possible? The plan to create human C is only known by my Xia clan's Gu immortals, we have kept it a secret. Even if Xia Jingqing and the rest were captured and soul-searched by Wu Shuai, only First Supreme Elder knows the method to collect them. How can he think of a replacement method so quickly? To think that human C is still in its embryonic form, it is not complete. Wu Shuai sized up the white fog in Dragon Palace. There were all sorts of appearances and figures in the white fog. It was strange but also grand. Two completely different styles, but they were naturally fused together. Wu Shuai smiled lightly, not minding it. In order to replenish the human C, he only needed to kill enough humans. Because of the main body's information, Wu Shuai knew that human C was a human path secluded domain that Xia clan had been working hard for many years to create. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, human C shone brilliantly. It helped Eastern Sea Xia clan rise up rapidly. But it was still far from a complete secluded domain. Coincidentally, Southern Borders Chai clan obtained a crucial insight from human C. They started to create a similar artificial secluded domain, Human Mountain. Back then, a wisdom path Gu immortal deduced that by fusing Human Mountain and human C, they would form into a complete secluded domain of heaven and earth. Human C is too far away, but just human C is enough to help my main body greatly. Wu Shuai felt gratified. The most important thing was still Fang Yuan's main body. And Fang Yuan's main body's biggest problem was the restriction of the heavenly Tao. This was Red Lotus scheme. Fang Yuan was trying to find a way to break it. He found the recipe of human path, but even though the Thousand Wish Tree was a human path ancient desolate plant, its grade could not compare to many heaven path Tao marks. Thus, Fang Yuan placed his attention on Eastern Sea Xia clan's human C. Because of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Fang Yuan did not need to use his main body. He used Wu Shuai to easily take human C. Not long after Wu Shuai took human C, the battle over there also came to an end. Xia Ying could not escape defeat, but many of his rank 8 Grotto Heaven experts were injured. The one who truly defeated Golden Star Tower was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Lord Alliance Leader, you took the chance to take away the human path treasure. That is not good, right? The immortals gathered at the entrance of Dragon Palace. An impatient rank 8 Gu immortal questioned. Wu Shuai glanced at him lightly. Dragon Palace immediately activated its killer move, Dreamy Light Smoke. That rank 8 Gu immortal was caught off guard. He was engulfed by the light smoke. Before he could even make a sound, he was swept into Dragon Palace. The immortals were shocked and fearful. Who else has a problem with me? Wu Shuai crossed his arms, looking at the immortals. He only had rank 7 cultivation level. He was surrounded by many rank 8s. Chapter 1998. Facing Wu Shuai's domineering attitude, the 2 Heavens Gu immortals lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw this and cheered internally. Wu Shuai's actions were going to disappoint them. On the other hand, he was envious. When would he have such great battle strength to be able to make everyone submit to him? After a while of silence, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stood up and said respectfully, Lord Alliance Leader, allies, the most important thing now is to chase after Xia clan's survivors. Most of Xia clan's Gu immortals have already escaped on the whale fishing boat. If we do not chase after them now, we will not be able to catch up. That's right, that's right. The immortals nodded. They started to discuss this topic. Many people looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with gratitude. His words gave these rank 8s a way out of this embarrassing situation. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. Chase? Why should we chase after them? Wu Shuai continued, we were able to take down Eastern Sea Xia clan headquarters because we acted quickly. We caught them off guard. If we want to expand our territory now, it will be hard to invade other super forces. From now on, Eastern Sea and even the 5 regions' righteous path forces will be extremely vigilant. But if we let these Xia clan Gu immortals escape, they will invite other Eastern Sea righteous path forces to help them reclaim their lost territory. That way, Eastern Sea's righteous path forces will leave their territories and come to us to die. Isn't that a good thing? The immortals were stunned before nodding. they had to admit that Wu Shuai's analysis was reasonable. Lord Alliance Leader has a broad vision, we cannot compare to you after all. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sucked up to him. Wu Shuai's expression sank. I do not care about these Eastern Sea super forces. But there is one person that I am wary of. That person is Qi Si Ancestor. This old man went against Duke Long. He once held the Qi Si Banquet and the Fate War. He did not help Feng Yuan or the Celestial Court. His attitude is very important. Next, he will be persuaded by the Righteous Path forces to deal with us. That is very likely. Of course, it is not strange if he continues to cultivate in seclusion and does not fight us. I release Xia Clan's people to probe Qi Si Ancestor as well. The two Heavens Gu Immortals listened to Wu Shuai's analysis and nodded, their expressions turning grim. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch glanced at Wu Shuai secretly, thinking, Wu Shuai is Wu Shuai after all, he cannot be underestimated. He has both foresight and skill, it's just that he disdains to use it on us. But then he thought, Qi Si Ancestor's attitude is indeed ambiguous. On one hand, he had once worked with Feng Yuan to make things difficult for Duke Long, but later he reconciled with Duke Long. On the other hand, he held the Qi Si Banquet and entertained the Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Jun Xinguang. He also allowed demonic Gu Immortals to openly sell Blood Path Immortal Gu. Done. Wu Shuai waved his hand, interrupting the Immortal's thoughts. We've chased the Xia clan away. It's time to split the spoils of this battle. As a result, the atmosphere quickly changed and it became in full swing. The Eastern Sea was the most prosperous region in the 5 regions. As a superpower in the Eastern Sea, the Xia family naturally controlled many resources and had a rich treasury. Xia family's assets were distributed by Feng Yuan one by one. Each Gu Immortal had a considerable amount of wealth. The two Heavens Gu Immortals were overjoyed, they sighed with emotion. The 5 regions are so rich. This is just the foundation of an Eastern Sea superforce, but it is already so deep. Xia clan is useless. If such resources were placed in my grotto heaven, it would be much better than before. What made the two Heavens Gu Immortals even more surprised was that Wu Shuai's share was much smaller than what they had expected. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's thoughts changed as he said to the surrounding Gu Immortals, Everyone listen to me. Our gains from this battle are all thanks to our Lord Alliance Leader. He was the one who led us to victory. Without his information and plans, how could we have taken down Xia clan so easily? However, the Alliance Master has received the least amount of the spoils of war. This isn't very fair. The Gu Immortals were stunned, they looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a sincere expression. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch deeply. I am a loner, I do not need many cultivation resources. These resources are not suitable for me, but if I need them in the future, I will definitely take them. Since I have already distributed these gains, I do not intend to take them back. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's words reminded me. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Wu Shuai spoke. Subordinate is here. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cupped his fists, his attitude was extremely respectful. Wu Shuai smiled, You are very good. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly bowed. It is my great fortune to be recognized by Alliance Leader. Wu Shuai nodded. Of course, following me is the greatest fortune of your lives. But you, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, as the Vice Alliance Leader, your gains are only about the same as the other allies. That is not appropriate. Then I will give you the final share of Shooting Fish Sea. Lord Alliance Leader? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly raised his head, showing a stunned expression. Wu Shuai laughed heartily. I told you to keep it, just keep it. Don't be afraid. I'll back you up. If anyone dares to say anything, if anyone dares to look down on you, tell me, I will deal with them. Wu Shuai said as his dragon eyes looked around with an imposing aura. The Gu Immortals of the two heavens did not dare to look at each other, they quickly looked away and lowered their heads. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch obtained a super resource point, but he did not show any joy. He looked at Wu Shuai, seeing the faint smile in his eyes, he shuddered. As expected of the former Dragon Man commander, I underestimated him. This old monster must have seen through my motive. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch realized this, his back was soaked in cold sweat. He wanted to incite Wu Shuai and make him lose the trust of the people. But to think that Wu Shuai would do the opposite, by doing this, the other Gu Immortals would think that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not satisfied with the gains, he was using the Alliance Leader's name to achieve his goal. After all, if the Alliance Leader wanted more benefits, wouldn't it be reasonable for the Vice Alliance Leader to get more than others? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, are you not going to thank me? Wu Shuai stared at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with a deep smile on his face. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart shuddered. He gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "This subordinate thanks you." Wu Shuai saw that he lowered his head, but he did not feel joy, he felt some disappointment instead. These two Heaven's Gu Immortals had been in seclusion for too long. In order to hide themselves, they did not dare to move around, not to mention competing against each other. Without competition there would not be enough tempering. No matter how biased Providence was, it could not nurture true Gu Immortal elites. Wu Shuai looked at the two Heaven's Gu Immortals. Only Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had decent battle strength and mental fortitude. The others were simply a disgrace to their rank 8 cultivation level. No wonder in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, these two Heaven's Grotto Heavens did not cause any commotion. Chapter 1999. While Wu Shuai and the rest were dividing up Xia clan's wealth, the atmosphere in the whale fishing boat was grim and gloomy. First Supreme Elder, what do we do now? The enemies are too fierce, there are more than 10 rank 8s, we cannot defend our headquarters. Especially when the enemy's leader is Wu Shuai. The chances of us counterattacking are too slim. Sai, it is a pity that Xia Ying and the rest sacrificed themselves. Xia clan's Gu Immortals were furious and helpless, they felt that their future was bleak. Xia clan's first Supreme Elder Xia Ruiji snorted coldly, I don't care who it is, be it Wu Shuai or the rank 8 Gu Immortals of the two heavens, they cannot invade my Xia clan's territory. They will not be able to rampage for long. We will ask for reinforcements from Eastern Sea's righteous path. So be it if they are only human Gu Immortals. But they are led by Wu Shuai and have the majority of variant human Gu Immortals. The battle scene we have is the best proof. Eastern Sea's righteous path and even the 5 regions' righteous path will not let these variant human forces grow stronger. Xia clan's Gu Immortals heard this and their morale rose slightly. Asking for help was the only way out, but who should they ask for help from? That was a matter worth considering. Xia clan was at the easternmost part of Eastern Sea, with Xia clan as the center, the Merman Imperial Court was at the west. Tang clan was at the southeast, Xia clan was at the northeast. These 3 clans were not the best targets to ask for help from. They were all super forces that bordered Xia clan. Xia clan had the best relationship with the Merman Imperial Court, but the Merman Imperial Court was a variant human force. Even though no Merman Gu Immortals appeared in the battle earlier, Xia clan did not dare to take the risk. As for Tang clan and Xia clan, these two clans had conflicts with Xia clan. Asking for help now was not something Xia clan's Gu Immortals wanted to experience. After some discussion, Xia clan's Gu Immortals controlled the whale fishing boat and carefully went around the Merman Imperial Court, asking for help from Xin clan who was further west. This way the journey was much longer. While Xia clan was asking for help, news of them being invaded by the two Heaven's Gu Immortals had already spread in jewel-yellow skies, shocking the world. There are so many variant human rank 8 Gu Immortals. Is this news true? It's not strange at all. Whether it's day or night, it's as vast as the 5 regions. These damned alien races have hidden themselves too well. They're too bold. They actually dare to declare war on the human race. They're asking for it. What makes me even angrier is that there are human Gu Immortals among them. What were they thinking? How dare you betray your own race? At once, all the Gu Immortals in the world were discussing this matter. The Xin family was no exception. The letter from the Xia family asking for help had already been delivered to the Xin family. This was an important matter. Xin clan's first Supreme Elder Xin Zongxing gathered the Gu Immortals for a discussion. The reason why the Xia family came to our Xin family for help is obvious. There's no need to say more. But should we, the Xin family, help them? Feel free to speak your mind, Xin Zongxing said. The enemy is powerful, why should we challenge Great Liang alone? After all, Wu Shuai has Dragon Palace and Di Zongxing, he even has Dream Path methods, his battle strength is too terrifying. That's right, and the worrisome thing is that Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan have a relationship. We have no way of knowing what their relationship is. But they are indeed close. If we deal with Wu Shuai, we might draw out the demon Fang Yuan. Xin Zongxing nodded, that makes sense. He did not change his expression. Because of the blue dragon whale, he had a relationship with Fang Yuan. But their cooperation was very secretive, even Xin clan's Gu Immortals did not know about it. This was because Xin Zongxing was thinking about his own reputation and Xin clan's reputation. I think it is not right to not help Xia clan. Xia clan and our tribe are both members of the righteous path, they came all the way here to ask for help. If we do not agree, how will Xia clan look at us? How will Eastern Sea look at us? How will the 5 regions look at us? I agree with that. This is not a simple internal conflict between humans, this is a war between humans and variant humans. If our Shin clan does not take a clear stance, we will be criticized by the world. Shin Songxing nodded, that makes sense. But the enemy force is too strong, they have more than 10 rank 8s and Wu Shuai as their leader. Even if we summon ancestor Xin Shang back, we will not be able to resist such an enemy. During the Fate War, after Xin Shang went crazy, he disappeared without a trace. Even though Shin clan tried their best to find ancestor Xin Shang, they did not succeed. The whole world was watching. The source of the news about Jewel Yellow Skies was most likely Xia clan. Xia clan used this method to force Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces to help them. Under the attention of the world, Shin clan had no choice but to help Xia clan. But Wu Shuai's side was too strong, too terrifying. Even though Shin clan was a super force facing the Two Heavens Alliance, they had to be wary. Elders, don't worry, I have a plan to resolve our current situation, Ren Xiaoping said. After returning from the Blue Dragon Whale, Ren Xiaoping had become Shin clan's external supreme elder. Normally he abided by the rules and kept a low profile, but now was the crucial moment. Shin clan had fallen, chaos had descended, Ren Xiaoping would not have a good time either. Ren Xiaoping continued, Wu Shuai's battle strength is extremely strong, but Eastern Sea still has an ancestor who can resist the evil dragon. Which ancestor of Qi Si are you talking about? Someone's eyes brightened. That's right, Qi Si ancestor. Ren Xiaoping nodded. Good plan, let's do that. Shin Songxing clapped as he smiled, making up his mind. Several days later, Xia clan came to Shin clan, wanting to borrow their forces to reclaim their lost territory. Shin Songxing personally showed up and gave Xia clan a warm welcome. But to resist Wu Shuai's group, Shin Songxing said that he did not have enough strength. He suggested gathering more Righteous Path forces. Qi tides were rampaging everywhere, the 5 regions Gu Immortals were all resting and recuperating, they could not act rashly. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path could only mobilize a few people. But Shin Songxing suggested informing Qi Si ancestor of Xia clan's situation, asking him to uphold justice for them. Shin Songxing copied Xia clan before asking Qi Si ancestor for help. He already spread the news to Jewel Yellow Skies. Thus, the entire world's attention was focused on the Qi Si. Almost all Gu Immortals were waiting for Qi Si ancestor's reaction. The human Gu Immortals hoped that old ancestor number 7 could step forward. As a rank 8 senior who could resist Duke Long, he should be able to take responsibility. But many people had pessimistic thoughts. Because Qi Si ancestor was a secluded cultivator, he had an ambiguous relationship with the Righteous Path and Demonic Path, he had even cooperated with Fang Yuan in the past. From this aspect, it was quite possible that Qi Si ancestor did not care about the outside world. Qi Si ancestor reacted very quickly. He immediately expressed his opinion in Jewel Yellow Skies. Those who are not of our race have different intentions, we have primordial origin in Qi Si now, we cannot let these variant humans with ulterior motives grow stronger. Once he said that, the entire world cheered. Chapter 2000. Celestial Court. The damage caused by the Fate War here was already gradually recovering. The losses had also been tallied up, and it could be said to be disastrous. Conference Hall. Qin Dingling looked at the surrounding Gu Immortals and wills. Most of the members of the Celestial Court returned to their slumber in the Immortal Tomb. Fang Yuan had destroyed more than half of the Immortal Graveyard, but there were not many members of the Celestial Court. These members of the Celestial Court did not have much lifespan left. Rather than dying of old age, it was better for them to enter the graveyard and hibernate to maximize their value. However, what worried Qin Dingling was that even though these Gu Immortals went back to sleep, she did not obtain any sign of the will of the stars. It seemed that the Fate War had caused great damage to the constellation's will. This had become Qin Dingling's sore point. The will of the constellation could interfere with the operation of Providence, but Providence could also assimilate the will of the constellation. If the constellation's will lacked reinforcements and was assimilated by Providence, it would be a huge nightmare for the human race and the Celestial Court. But this time, the reason Qin Dingling came here to gather the Immortals was not because of star constellation's will. Qi tides are rampaging and the Two Heavens are acting strangely. Wu Shuai led the allied Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens and attacked Eastern Sea's Xia clan. Now that Xia clan sought help from Qi Si ancestor, the two sides were now enemies. What do you think the Celestial Court should do at such a juncture? Qin Dingling asked. She was a luck path Gu Immortal, not a wisdom path Gu Immortal like Fairy Myrtle. Thus, Qin Dingling could not make a decision on such an important matter. she had to gather the Gu Immortals to discuss it. Without a doubt, the allied forces of the past 2 days are mostly foreign races. They are the enemies of our celestial court and must be eliminated. In this aspect, Qixi Ancestor is quite responsible. Right now, the confrontation between Wuxia and Qixi Ancestor is also a confrontation between variant humans and variant humans. But in fact, the key isn't the outcome of the battle, but rather the outsider, Fang Yuan. That's right. Be it Wuxia or Qixi Ancestor, they were related to Fang Yuan. Wuxia claimed that he was only cooperating with Fang Yuan, that he was the reincarnated Wuxia of the past, and that he was determined to strengthen the Dragon Man race. As for Qixi Ancestor, he had an agreement with Fang Yuan to fight against our celestial court, but his attitude changed after Lord Duke Long used half a Qi path true inheritance. During the Fate War, Qixi Ancestor did not appear. This shows that Lord Duke Long's decision is wise and correct. But I have a different opinion. Qixi Ancestor might be Fang Yuan in disguise. Previously, we did not think of this possibility because we thought that Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level. Now that we know the secret of the sovereign immortal body, Fang Yuan likely had rank 8 cultivation level back then and disguised as Qixi Ancestor. Don't forget, during the Fate War, Fang Yuan used Qi Path methods to destroy the Qi Wall. His Qi Path method was Unlimited Qi. It was the signature killer move of Southern Borders Heaven Surveying 5 Xiangs, Qi Xiang. But the Qi Path method that Qixi Ancestor used when fighting against Duke Long was very different from Unlimited Qi. If they are the same person, the possibility is not high. But we cannot eliminate this possibility. Speaking of which, Wuxia is far more suspicious than Qixi Ancestor. He might not be Fang Yuan in disguise, but he might be Fang Yuan's clone. After all, Fang Yuan became the leader of Shadow Sect. He definitely inherited a portion of Spectral Soul's foundation. One of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's specialty is to split his soul into clones. His Shadow Sect was created like this. The Immortals discussed. Qin Dingling had a hesitant expression. She felt a headache. The Gu Immortals had their own opinions. Nobody could convince anyone else. In the end, they could only let Qin Dingling make the decision. After thinking for a while, Qin Dingling sighed and said, "Everyone, please listen to me. Fang Yuan has familiar face. He can disguise himself as all sorts of people. Even though we need to be vigilant, we cannot disregard other possibilities because of our suspicions. Wuxia might be Fang Yuan's clone. Qixi Ancestor might be Fang Yuan's disguise. This is indeed possible. But at the same time, there is also the possibility that they are not closely related to Fang Yuan. We cannot be overly cautious because of Fang Yuan. Forget about Wuxia, just Qixi Ancestor alone. Are we going to give up on the possibility of roping in Qixi Ancestor and making him our celestial court's ally just because of this?" Fang Jing heard this and hesitated before asking, "Senior Qin wants to recruit Qixi Ancestor?" Qin Dingling nodded. "Lord Duke Long is dead. Feng Jioga has become a traitor. Our celestial court indeed lacks a pseudo-venerable to stabilize the situation. Earlier, Senior Duke Long had tried to recruit Qixi Ancestor using Primordial Origin's true inheritance as a bargaining chip. Even though Qixi Ancestor did not agree, he did not appear during the Fate War. The Immortals were silent. Qin Dingling's plan was Duke Long's. Earlier, because Fate Gu needed to be repaired, Duke Long wanted to temporarily stabilize Qixi Ancestor. But now, Celestial Court needed a pseudo-venerable battle strength that could stabilize the situation, even though it had calmed down now. But the truth was, because of the rampaging Qi tides and the Heaven Path Dao marks, the Gu Immortals had to rest and recuperate. They could not attack. But when the Qi tides calmed down and Fang Yuan digest those Heaven Path Dao marks, what would happen? By then, Celestial Court's strongest person would only be Qin Dingling. Could she stop the 4 regions Gu Immortals with ulterior motives? Could she stop evil dragon Di Zongxing? Could she stop Fang Yuan? Celestial Court knew about this. In the past, there had been cases of recruiting Gu Immortals of the 4 regions. Wan Zihong was one of them. This female immortal was a demon of Western Desert back then, but Celestial Court still tried to recruit her. As long as she was a human, Celestial Court was very tolerant. I am not against recruiting Qixi Ancestor. But before that, we need to know his true relationship with Fang Yuan. Even so, Qixi Ancestor might not care about the current Celestial Court. Haha, I think Primordial Origin's true inheritance is more attractive to him than anything else. Fang Jing volunteered. Right now, Qixi Ancestor is in a standoff with Wuxia. This is a good opportunity for Celestial Court. We can find out some truths from this. Of course, no matter what, the variant human Gu Immortals of the 2 heavens cannot be left alive. Since Night Heavenly Wolf Lord is our spy, I am willing to send troops to Eastern Sea and exterminate these variant human Gu immortals. Fangjing controlled Demon Sealing Board. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level now with this board, he could deal with most rank 8 Gu immortals. The 5 regions Gu immortals could not do anything under the influence of the Qi tides. But Celestial Court's Gu immortals were different. Celestial Court's members were mostly phantom apertures. They were not restricted by the current situation. Fangjing had just finished speaking when another Gu immortal asked to join them and go to Eastern Sea to exterminate these variant human Gu immortals. Even though Celestial Court lost, they still followed the Celestial Court's principles and thought for the entire human race. Qin Dingling smiled. I got it. Why do we need to go to Eastern Sea? Wu Shuai is guarding there. We need to use him to investigate Qi Si ancestors' background. We will go to the 2 heavens and exterminate those Grotto Heaven forces. We will take drastic measures against them. Chapter 2001. Celestial Court is Celestial Court after all? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord looked at the information path Gu worm in his hand as he sighed. Sure enough, as he expected, the Heavenly Court really made a move to deal with the allied forces of the 2 heavens. He had already predicted that such a situation would occur. Humans had no choice in the world. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven had to join the 2 heavens alliance army. If it did not, it would be besieged until it was destroyed. But joining this force would only delay its destruction by a little. By then, the 5 regions would retaliate and the 2 heavens alliance army would fall apart. They would suffer huge losses. When the nest is overturned, there would be no intact eggs. By then, Night Wolf Grotto Heaven would also be dealt with. Thus, from the start, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord decided to join the 5 regions. This was for himself and also to find a way for Night Wolf Grotto Heaven to survive. Thus, he took a huge risk and contacted Celestial Court in secret. At this point, Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai were in a standoff. Celestial Court had already secretly dispatched troops to attack the headquarters of the variant humans in the 2 heavens. Since Night Heavenly Wolf Lord took the initiative to join, Celestial Court Qin Dingling sent him a secret letter, asking him to cooperate with Celestial Court in this operation. Celestial Court did not disappoint me after all. Even if they suffered huge losses in the Fate War, no matter what, they will uphold humanity's righteousness. They will disregard sacrifices and benefits. They will think of humanity as a whole. Such integrity moved Night Heavenly Wolf Lord. Because he was a human Gu immortal. Compared to Celestial Court's magnanimity, be it Qi Si Ancestor or Wu Yong, they were stingy. Even Northern Plains Longevity Heaven was the same. What was the policy left behind by Giant Sun Immortal? The world. Even if Night Heavenly Wolf Grotto Heaven had no enmity with Longevity Heaven, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord would not join Longevity Heaven. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord did not hesitate. He immediately replied and agreed to cooperate with Celestial Court. According to their agreement, when Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor fought, the Celestial Court would take the initiative to attack. If these 2 did not make a move, the Celestial Court would make a move in about a month's time. It will depend on Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor now. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was filled with anticipation. Other than Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, countless forces and Gu immortals were also paying attention to the Eastern Sea battle. Wu Yong of Southern Border was one of them. If Qi Si Ancestor is defeated, the variant human forces will expand rapidly. They will develop like a rolling snowball. They might become a huge threat to the 5 regions. If Duke Long loses, then the alien races will shrink back and defend themselves. This is a good thing for the 5 regions humans. But for me, I don't want to see it. Wu Yong was an ambitious man. He couldn't wait for the world to be more chaotic. The more chaotic it was, the more opportunities he would have to maneuver and reap benefits from it. He would constantly strengthen himself and finally conquer the world. Thus he hated Qi tides the most. Precisely because of the Qi tides, the 5 regions Gu immortals had no choice but to recuperate. He lost the chance to defeat the Celestial Court. It was truly a pity. Lord Empress Wu Ji and the rest have revived. What should we do next? At this time Wu Bachong came to report. He was the 2nd Supreme Elder of Wu Clan. He was quite old and had a steady personality. After Fate Gu was destroyed, the most obvious change was that revival became much easier. Originally, Empress Wu Ji's batch of Gu immortal seeds died on Etian Mountain. But now they were revived by Wu Clan's Gu immortals. Wu Yong nodded. These people are our future hope. They have experienced sufficient setbacks and trials in the Gu Master stage. If they become Gu immortals in the future, they will definitely be elites. Impart the Immortal Ascension method to them, make detailed preparations and provide them with resources. I want Wu clan to gain more than 10 Gu Immortals in the next few years. Yes, Lord. Wu Bachong did not have any doubts. The 5 regions' chaotic war in the future would definitely be a long and drawn-out war. It was not something that could be resolved in a day. In that situation, all the forces would have to consider their foundation and long-term plans. There is one more thing, it is related to Chi Path. Wu Bachong said as he handed an information path Mortal Gu to Wu Yong. Wu Yong probed with his mind and quickly browsed through it. This information path Mortal Gu recorded all sorts of immortal materials. They were all Chi Path, they were all new changes brought about by the Chi tides. It seems that Chi Path is going to prosper again. Are the Chi harvest fruits inside really so effective? Wu Yong sighed as he asked. Wu Bachong said, currently many Gu Immortals have used them, they are indeed so. These fruits are the crystallization of Chi Path, they are in harmony with the 5 Chi, they are extraordinary. When placed into the immortal aperture, they can turn into turbulent Chi currents and cause the heaven and earth Chi to transform much earlier. Whoever can obtain more Chi harvest fruits will be able to get out of this recuperating situation earlier. Then gather more of these immortal materials. Also, gather the treasuries of the clan and organize a Chi Path inheritance. We will try to use it to nurture Chi Path Gu Immortals. Wu Yong instructed. Yes. Wu Bachong immediately accepted the order. Wu clan was proficient in Wind Path, they had little knowledge in Chi Path. But such a huge clan naturally had some foundation in Chi Path. With all sorts of inheritance fragments, they might be able to nurture 1 or 2 Chi Path Gu Immortals. Of course, even if these Gu Masters became Chi Path Gu Immortals, their future achievements would not be great. But since Wu clan needed to make up for this weakness, these Gu Masters could only sacrifice their potential to become Chi Path Gu Immortals. Southern Border Luo Clan. 3 Gu Immortals went deep into Chiju Grotto Heaven. I broke through. Luo Ran was extremely excited. His face was pale, he had a cold expression, he was a general of Luo clan, famous in Southern Border, he had peak rank 7 battle strength. While the whole world was recuperating, Luo Ran secretly led 2 other Gu Immortals from Luo clan to explore Chiju Grotto Heaven. He did not care about the development of his immortal aperture. This effort was not in vain, they finally broke through their bottleneck, there was a vast expanse of land ahead of them. If they went deeper they would reach the true central area of Chiju Grotto Heaven. To think that the Chi tides actually caused a change in Chiju Grotto Heaven, we can move forward now. Luo Muzi sighed. Let's hurry up. The Chi tides swept the world, Chiju Grotto Heaven can only conceal itself for a while. We need to inherit Chiju's true inheritance before the whole world discovers us. With this true inheritance, our Luo clan will be able to adapt to this great era and seize the initiative. Luo Haozei's eyes shined with bright light. Several days later. Eastern Sea. Chi Sea ancestor suddenly moved, he was surrounded by countless Chi waves as he charged towards Eastern Sea Xia clan headquarters. Good timing. Wu Shuai sensed it from 10,000 li away, he laughed loudly as he flew into Dragon Palace, controlling evil dragon Di Zongxing to fight. A huge battle that attracted the attention of the world erupted. Chapter 2002. Rumble. With a loud sound heaven and earth shook like thunder. Endless air currents surged, Dragon Palace shined with a bright light as it retreated. Chi Sea ancestor did not chase it, the air currents around him piled up again like a mountain or a sea. Both sides had fought for a day and a night, they exchanged blows but could not do anything to the other party for now. Around the battlefield, countless pairs of eyes were watching. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Cultivator Gu Immortals came to watch the battle, not to mention the Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance. Senior Chi Sea ancestor is truly amazing, his methods are grand and imposing, Wu Shuai's attacks are all in vain. Hua clan's first supreme elder Hua Kai Yun sighed. Qing Yuan, who was beside her, said, but Wu Shuai cannot be underestimated, don't forget that he only has rank 7 cultivation level, but he can actually resist Chi Sea ancestor. Hua Kai Yun sighed, Wu Shuai has been reborn, he is also an old monster. His immortal Gu House Dragon Palace is truly powerful, if not for it he would not be Chi Sea ancestor's match. While the two were talking, a dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. A huge demonic dragon that resembled a mountain range appeared on the battlefield, it could be seen from 10,000 li away. Oh heavens, such a terrifying dragon, this can be considered the #1 immemorial desolate beast in the world, right? This is the evil dragon Di Zongxing. Just by watching the battle, I am already shaken, my fighting spirit is gone. I can't imagine how the Gu Immortals who are fighting it feel. Wu Shuai finally released the evil dragon. This proves that Qi ancestor has already pushed him to his limits. The following battle is the crucial point. The Gu immortals who were watching the battle were all shocked. Many of them did not participate in the Fate War personally, they only saw it through everybody's vision, they did not experience it personally. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they had a different feeling. The evil dragon roared as it charged towards Qi ancestor. Qi ancestor snorted coldly, his voice echoed throughout the surroundings. He clapped with both palms as an immortal killer move flew over, creating a tsunami of Qi currents. Xianxia rushed forward, but when he was hit by the tsunami, his momentum came to a halt. Xianxia shook his dragon body and wanted to move forward, but the tsunami of air currents was endless and unstoppable, and he was actually crushed to the ground. Seeing this, the spectating Gu immortals were all shocked. Qingyu and Huakai Yun, Shen Songxing, and the others cheered loudly, and their faces were flushed with joy. Zhou Xiong and Jun Xinguang, who were specially dispatched by the Celestial Court, were also shocked and quickly looked at each other. Thinking back to the Fate War, the two transformation path great experts of my Celestial Court could not stop the evil dragon's charge and were directly crushed by it. To think that Qi ancestor actually blocked it? Jun Xinguang had a shocked expression. Zhou Xiong squinted as he sized up Qi ancestor from afar. He had already used his information path methods to gather all the information and clues in the battlefield. Zhou Xiong analyzed solemnly, Qi ancestor is a peerless expert who fought to a draw with Lord Duke Long. It is not strange that he could resist the evil dragon Xianxia. But this new killer move of his seems to have traces of the primordial Qi wall. Lord Duke Long had once given half of primordial origin's true inheritance to Qi ancestor. To think that after the Fate War he had already innovated and created an improved Qi wall killer move. Jun Xinguang blinked. If that is the case, did Qi ancestor really go into closed cultivation during the Fate War to comprehend this killer move? Zhou Xiong did not deny it. There is no conclusion yet. But at least for now, Qi ancestor's methods are very different from the Qi path methods that Fang Yuan has. Saying so, Zhou Xiong sighed. Qi ancestor's origin is too mysterious, he is hidden too deeply. Even now we have not investigated his identity. If it were in the past, we might be able to use the river of time to trace his origin and figure out his identity. But now that Fate Gu is destroyed, the river of time has become extremely dangerous, there are huge waves, even if a time path great expert enters it, their lives will be in danger. This road will be cut off. Other than time path there was also wisdom path. But regretfully, Fang Yuan destroyed most of the immortal graveyards, Fairy Myrtle defected to Spectral Soul's side. This caused the Celestial Court to have an unprecedented lack of wisdom path experts. Boom. A huge wave crashed down, shaking heaven and earth. The evil dragon roared, its mountain-like body moved, but it was still suppressed by Qi ancestor. Qi ancestor had a grand aura, every move of his had the power to topple heaven and overturn the sea. The grand evil dragon was not his match. The human Gu immortals cheered. At this moment, Qi ancestor's reputation rose rapidly in the 5 regions. At the crucial moment when the 5 regions Gu immortals could not make a move and human path forces were weak, Qi ancestor stood up and attacked the variant human forces. This made the human Gu immortals feel joy. This is how a true man should act. Even though Shi Clan's first supreme elder did not come personally, he sent Shi Clan Gu immortals to witness the battle. Wu Yong was also in southern border. Seeing this, his heart sank as he thought, in the future when we attack Eastern Sea, this Qi ancestor will be a huge obstacle. Inside the Celestial Court, Qin Dingling sat in the central Great Hall with complex emotions. In the past, Celestial Court would stand up and fight at the front lines, but this time, Qi ancestor took over Celestial Court's position, bearing the expectations and responsibility of humanity. Even though the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were still suspicious of Qi ancestor's identity and his unclear relationship with Fang Yuan, this battle had indeed raised their impression of Qi ancestor greatly. While the human Gu immortals were feeling happy, the Two Heavens Alliance army was solemn, the Gu immortals were filled with fear. How can this be? Even after sending Xianxia, they still could not turn the situation around? Humans are truly strong. This is the foundation of the 5 regions. We were too hasty to start a war. Even if we don't attack, they will definitely attack us in the future. For millions of years, they have treated us variant humans like this. That's right, we need to act first to have a chance of survival. We cannot interfere in this battle, we can only pray for Lord Wuxia to win. The variant human Gu immortals conversed. Many had grim expressions as their gazes flickered with uncertainty. Among them were many rank 8 Gu immortals with high cultivation level. They were ancestor-level characters in their respective grotto heavens. But after witnessing this terrifying battle, they did not dare to participate. Qixi ancestor, you have been arrogant for too long. Right at this time Dragon Palace rose up. Wu Shuai's voice could be heard from within. The immortals saw that Dragon Palace was like an orange-gold meteor, crashing towards Qixi ancestor. Qixi ancestor's body surged with qi currents. He tried to block it but the effect was not good. Dragon Palace broke through the wind and waves with great momentum. Once a Dream Path Killer move was activated, a trace of smoke swept towards Qixi ancestor with unstoppable momentum. Be careful. Seeing this, many human Gu immortals shouted, their hearts were in their throats. Even though they knew that their warnings could not reach the battlefield. Right now Dream Path was unparalleled in the world. Qixi ancestor could only retreat and avoid the attack. This time Wu Shuai had the upper hand. The variant human Gu immortals showed expressions of joy, while the human Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. Qixi ancestor was not hit by the Dream Path Killer move. That was great. Qixi ancestor and Wu Shuai's battle affected the hearts of all the Gu immortals in the world. Every change was soul-stirring. It affected the direction of the entire world. Both sides fought intensely for a long time. The immortals heard a loud sound coming from the west. The sound was like a torrent. It had a grand momentum that covered heaven and earth. The Gu immortals heard this sound and quickly shifted their gazes. They saw that qi tides were surging in the sky, connecting to the sky and the sea. They were crashing towards the battlefield. The crucial battle is actually being disrupted by the qi tides. Let's retreat. The qi tides will shake our immortal apertures. We will suffer huge losses. Then what about this battle? The Gu immortals were dumbfounded. This was an unexpected change. Jun Xinguang's expression was grim. Oh no. Qixi ancestor is an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. He is restricted by Qixi. His situation is severe. In contrast, Wu Shuai is a new dragon man. He has undergone refinement path modification. He is not restricted much. This information came from Duke Long. During the Fate War, Duke Long had secretly used Dragon Man extermination, but he could not kill Wu Shuai. Back then he left behind this information. Humans alike dragons was a Gu refinement method created by Duke Long. It could transform humans into dragon men. Back then, the first generation of dragon men were born because of this method. The Celestial Court had information about Duke Long, and with the humans alike dragons method, they deduced a portion of Wu Shuai's details. Thus, when they found out that Wu Shuai led the Two Heavens Alliance to invade Eastern Sea, they were not surprised that Wu Shuai was able to take action. Zhou Xiongxan gritted his teeth. The Qi tides are Qi path disasters. Qixi ancestor is a Qi path great expert. He definitely has an advantage in dealing with the Qi tides compared to us. Now let's see how they deal with this influence. This might also be the turning point of this battle. Qixi ancestor, heaven is not on your side. Let's see how long you can last against the Qi tides. Wu Shuai shouted excitedly. He activated Dragon Palace to cooperate with the evil dragon, attacking fiercely. This scene made the human Gu immortals retreat while gritting their teeth. Many prayed in their hearts, Senior Qixi ancestor, you must persevere. But at the next moment, Qixi ancestor laughed loudly. Wu Shuai, you fell for my trap. I was waiting for you to take the bait. The moment he said that, the Qi waves surged back like a blooming flower turning into a bud. They quickly enveloped Qixi ancestor and Dragon Palace before shrinking into a dot and vanishing. In the battlefield, only evil dragon Di Zongxing was left roaring. What battlefield killer move is this? At the crucial moment, Senior Qixi ancestor actually trapped Wu Shuai in a battlefield killer move. This is too amazing. So Qixi ancestor had been planning this all along. Wu Shuai fell into the Qi path battlefield and was separated from the evil dragon. He is at a disadvantage now. That might not be the case. Right now, Qixi ancestor's Qi path battlefield is facing the impact of the Qi tides. Once the battlefield is destroyed, Qixi ancestor will suffer backlash instead. He might fall into a disadvantage. Now, let's see if Qixi ancestor can take down Dragon Palace first. If not, once his Qi path battlefield is destroyed, Wu Shuai and the evil dragon will meet up again. Qixi ancestor will be in trouble. Regardless of which side, the Gu immortals were all worried. They couldn't witness such a crucial battle with their own eyes. Not just that, they had to retreat quickly. They could not be affected by the Qi tides, otherwise, their immortal apertures would suffer huge losses. Right when the immortals were guessing what kind of intense battle would occur in the Qi path battlefield, Wu Shuai and Qi Si ancestor were leisurely tasting wine in Dragon Palace. Other than wine there were also delicacies. Fang Yuan's main body and clone had a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. Wu Shuai's clone handed the incomplete human seed to Fang Yuan's main body. After Fang Yuan's main body received it, he started to discuss the future plans with Wu Shuai's clone. Chapter 2003. To think that at the crucial moment, a Qi tide would appear. Prince's Impatience was wearing a golden cloak as he sighed. Beside him was a female immortal. It was Celestial Court's female immortal by Zhang Shui. She said meaningfully, "This is a good thing, isn't it?" Other than the two there was also Guiyue Fangjing. These three Gu immortals were currently inside the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board. They were no longer in Central Continent, they had entered immemorial Black Heaven. Guiyue Fangjing's expression changed. He knew what Bai Zhang Shui was implying. He could not help but recall Qin Dingling's instructions and arrangements for him before leaving Celestial Court. You and Guiyue and Fang Yuan are mutually exclusive. This is the arrangement of the Heavenly Tao. Even if Fang Yuan transforms, this relationship will not change. Precisely so, you will be the leader of this mission. You will lead Prince's Impatience and Bai Zhang Shui to attack the Grotto Heaven headquarters of the variant human Gu immortals in the two heavens. Qin Dingling cultivated luck path. She had always placed importance on Guiyue Fangjing. She knew that Guiyue Fangjing's luck was closely related to Fang Yuan's. It was also faintly restraining him. And the facts proved this point. Qin Dingling's awakening and the discovery of the Dragon Man blessed land were all to suppress Fang Yuan's changes. But now, Celestial Court lost in the Fate War, Duke Long died, Feng Jioge betrayed them, the Immortal Graveyard was destroyed, but star constellations did not respond. The huge Celestial Court fell into its weakest moment in a million years. Qin Dingling was the temporary leader of Celestial Court. She naturally had to make use of all the resources she could to protect herself and resist the enemies. Thus, the stronger Fang Yuan was, the more Qin Dingling valued Fangjing. To nurture Fangjing, Qin Dingling not only spared no immortal materials, she even let him be the leader this time to train his leadership skills. Fangjing was no longer a teenager. He knew that this was an immortal opportunity that was hard to come by even in 1,000 years. Although the Celestial Court had been defeated, their background was still unfathomable. With such an organization supporting him, of course he had to seize this opportunity. Fangjing still had rank 7 cultivation level. He had not reached the standard to join the Celestial Court, thus his rank 7 blessed land was not contributed. In fact, Qin Dingling also needed his cultivation to continue to grow. Thus, even if Fangjing became a rank 8 Gu immortal in the future, as long as he had room for improvement, Qin Dingling would not let him contribute his immortal aperture. After all, after transforming into a phantom aperture, the Gu immortal would have little growth left. Senior White is right. Right now, Qi Si ancestor and Wu Shuai are fighting. It is the best time for us to attack. Let's do it now. As Guiyue Fangjing spoke, he acted decisively. The rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board was activated. It turned into a blood-colored meteor. With a loud sound, it pierced the Grotto Heaven's wall and entered Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven. The three immortals looked down from Demon Judgment Board. They saw that inside Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven, there was a beautiful scene of mountains and rivers. The Ink Men lived in peace and contentment here. They had a huge population and were extremely prosperous. Grand blood-red light spread out from Demon Judgment Board, spreading to the world. Immortal Gu houses were immortal killer moves in essence. They were formed from all kinds of Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu. Thus, according to the different Gu worms, they had different structures, and Immortal Gu houses had their own emphasis. Demon Judgment Board itself had incredible power. It had a stable and reliable performance in the Fate War. To be able to participate in the Fate War and survive, it showed that Demon Judgment Board was one of the top rank 8 Immortal Gu houses in the world. Right now, Demon Judgment Board was displaying information path power that it had not shown in the Fate War. Everywhere the blood-red light went, all kinds of information flowed into Candle Demon Board like a waterfall, before flowing into the three immortals' minds in detail. Prince's Impatience frowned, showing a look of hatred. Humph, the Ink Men here are actually capturing humans and using them as slaves. They deserve to die. These variant humans deserve to die. Let's kill a batch first and search their souls. Bai Zhang Shui shook her head. These are just mortals. Even if we soul search them, they won't know much about the higher-ups' secrets. It is better to give them a taste of their own medicine. We will capture them and sell them as slaves to Jewel Yellow Skies. Not only will we obtain benefits and replenish Celestial Court's treasury, we can also display the prestige of our Celestial Court. Fangjing frowned internally. He had once been arranged by Fang Yuan to live with the hairy men in Langya Blessed Land for many years. He experienced the culture of variant humans. Even though these ink men treated humans as slaves, he could not bear to kill innocent people. But Fang Jing did not refute the two immortals' opinion. He said, "These ordinary ink men are not important. The urgent matter now is to get rid of the Inkman Gu immortals here. Let us take a look at Demon Judgment Board." A brand new Demon Judgment Board was formed. It listed the names of the Inkman Gu immortals in Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven. "Let's go!" Fang Jing shouted, activating Demon Judgment Board and following his senses. He quickly found the nearest Inkman Gu immortal. This Inkman Gu immortal had already sensed something amiss. He was about to sneak away and meet up with the other Inkman Gu immortals. Seeing Demon Judgment Board approaching, he desperately flew away, but how could his speed compare to a rank 8 immortal Gu house? Ah! With a miserable cry, this Inkman Gu immortal was directly killed by the immortal Gu house. The blood-red light captured his soul and brought it to the three immortals. The three immortals quickly soul-searched and found a large amount of precious information. This Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven had a huge population of ink men. There were many cities. Among them, the largest city was the center of the Grotto Heaven. It had the most Inkman Gu immortals. Of course, at this moment, there were still several Inkman Gu immortals scattered outside. "Demon Judgment Board Lord, what should we do now?" Bai Tsang Shui asked Fang Jing. Fang Jing did not hesitate, directly attacked that immortal city. Demon Judgment Board tore through the sky at an extremely fast speed. It arrived in front of the immortal city in a moment. During this period of time, the Inkman Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven had basically gathered. "Celestial Court. I have not offended you in any way, but you sneakily attacked me. Are you still of the righteous path?" An Inkman Gu immortal scolded from the immortal city. Princess Impatience laughed heartily. "My celestial court is in charge of the righteous path of humanity. Your entire Inkman tribe is an unorthodox demon. Everyone has the right to punish you. Why are you wasting words with these people?" Fang Jing was more direct than Princess Impatience. He directly activated Demon Judgment Board and smashed it down. The Inkman Gu immortals gritted their teeth and scolded, "Then I will let you taste the power of my Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven's main formation." In an instant, thick fog rose and dyed the sky pitch black. Demon Judgment Board fell into the fog. It could not distinguish north, south, east, west, or the universe. Not only that, the pitch-black fog continued to seep into the immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board. Fang Jing was not flustered in the face of danger. He first tried to use a killer move to probe it. Lumps of blood flames floated everywhere. Wherever they went, the black fog would dissipate. But soon, the black fog seemed to have adapted to it, surging over and devouring the blood flames. Fang Jing tried to probe it several times, but they all failed. Demon Judgment Board flew around but could not see the light of day. It was unable to get out of the black fog. After thinking for a while, Fang Jing resolutely activated Demon Judgment Board's strongest power and bombarded everywhere. After a few minutes and expending a large amount of immortal essence, Fang Jing finally saw the black fog dissipate, revealing the world again. But the immortal city in front of him had already been destroyed. The surrounding thousands of li were in ruins. Who knew how many living beings had died under Demon Judgment Board? Most of the Inkman Gu immortals guarding this place had already perished. Only one was left with a single breath of life. He stared at Demon Judgment Board with extreme hatred, gritting his teeth. Laughable, the Great Celestial Court is actually using blood path methods. Slaughtering these innocent lives was even more merciless. You are the true demonic path members. Princess Impatience snorted coldly, replying in a disdainful tone. Blood path is just a method. Using it on you is the true path of humanity. I, the Lord of Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven, will not let you off. The Inkman Gu immortal died with hatred. It ended just like that? Fang Jing, who had single-handedly created this result and secured the victory, stared with wide eyes, finding it hard to believe. Bai Tsang Shui knew some of his feelings. She smiled and explained, "Oh Board Lord, do you think this is a fate war, a battle that will last for months?" Fang Jing got this hint and came to a realization, sighing, "So that's it. The previous fate war was already at the peak of the world." After Fang Jing personally participated, his impression of battles between Gu immortals rose immensely. Now that he was fighting against these rank 7 and rank 6 Inkman Gu immortals, relying on the power of the rank 8 immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board, he suddenly realized it was so simple. It was so easy. "What should we do next, Board Lord?" Princess Impatience asked. Fang Jing pondered for a while before replying, "Right now, these variant human Grotto Heaven Lords are with Wuxia in Eastern Sea. Since this place has already been settled, we still have time to attack other grotto heavens. We need to make good use of this opportunity to attack. Senior Baizang Shui, please guard this place and clean up the battlefield. For the sake of ordinary ink men, Fangjing did not leave Prince's impatience, who was more extreme and hated variant humans. Here he chose Baizang Shui instead. Baizang Shui and Prince's impatience looked at each other, seeing satisfaction in each other's eyes. Fangjing's actions as a leader this time had been remarkable all along. Be it his choices or his personality, they made people feel that he was reliable. He had the disposition of a great general. Then I will stay here, please be careful. Baizang Shui instructed. Fangjing nodded with a solemn expression. Senior, don't worry, I will not underestimate the enemy. And the most crucial point is that I have never forgotten. That is Wu Shuai's actions. Baizang Shui was completely at ease. She separated from the two. Eastern Sea. As soon as the air tide dissipated, the dilapidated dragon palace crashed into the blessed land of the Xia clan's headquarters. Ah, Lord Wu Shuai is back. What was the result of the battle? Lord Alliance Leader, you are injured. The variant human Gu immortals rushed into Dragon Palace, seeing Wu Shuai who was pale and covered in blood. Qixi ancestor is truly amazing. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. Wu Shuai coughed, coughing out mouthfuls of blood. The variant human Gu immortals were pale with fright and panic. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. Don't worry, I expended most of human C and used human path methods. That Qixi ancestor was also heavily injured. The variant human Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. It turned out that this battle was a draw. Chapter 2004. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's exclamation shocked all the variant human Gu immortals present. Soon they reacted. We need to save them. This is our base camp. Great Wisdom, do you know who invaded your grotto heaven? It is Celestial Court. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's expression was grim. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully, the invading Gu immortals are using Demon Judgment Board. This is Celestial Court's rank 8 Immortal Gu house. It cannot be faked. So it is Celestial Court. Celestial Court is too shameless and despicable. They actually started an undeclared war. Celestial Court is an organization created by demons. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was once the greatest demon in the world. He was even greater than Fang Yuan. This is recorded clearly in the history of our tribe. When the immortals were criticizing Celestial Court, suddenly Great Wisdom Immortal Mother knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Wu Shuai, shouting, Lord Alliance Leader, please uphold justice for us. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother knew clearly, she did not have the ability to save them, just that rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board alone was beyond her ability. Moreover, who knew how many Celestial Court rank 8 Gu immortals were hiding in Demon Judgment Board? Wu Shuai nodded. Great Wisdom, you don't have to do this, stand up first. His expression was dark on the surface, but he was not surprised inwardly. Celestial Court's actions were within his expectations. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Celestial Court had made a similar large-scale attack. Wu Shuai had a solemn expression as he said resolutely, Great Wisdom is one of us. Now that Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven is being attacked by Celestial Court, we need to save it. Not only that, Celestial Court's losses to Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven will be repaid 1,000 times over. We will not let this matter rest. Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader. Hearing this, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's heart calmed down. She shakily crawled up. She originally had the appearance of an old woman. Now she looked very pitiful. She urged, I wonder when we will set off? Wu Shuai pondered and said, This is a serious matter. We need to plan carefully and not lose our footing in the midst of panic. The Daji Grotto needed to be saved, but the Eastern Sea Xia clan's territories also needed to be guarded. Even though I fought to a draw with Qixi ancestor this time. However, the Eastern Sea righteous faction will definitely not let this go. They will definitely retaliate. We've worked so hard to build this foundation and we have to protect the fruits of victory. Fortunately, we did not use any mere people. In the upcoming battle, the Merfolk Royal Court can act as spies. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stepped out at this moment, reporting to Lord Alliance Leader, I am willing to defend Xia clan's headquarters. If the Eastern Sea's righteous Tao attacks, I will do my utmost and fight to the death. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's words were filled with righteousness, they were beautiful. In reality, he was unwilling to directly confront the Celestial Court. There were many variant human Gu immortals who had the same thoughts. They sighed at this moment. They were too slow. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was ahead of them. Among them, several variant human goo immortals who were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were very happy. If Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch defended this place, they would definitely stay as well. After all, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch alone could not defend this place. Very good. Wu Shuai nodded. He looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with a look of praise. Ice Crystal, you are very strong and have a steady nature. You are a general of our alliance. With you defending this place, I can be assured. After I recover from my injuries, you will defend Xia clan's territory in my stead. The more Great Wisdom Immortal Mother heard, the more anxious she got. They had discussed so much. Why did they not say when to leave? She urged again, Lord Alliance Leader, allies, time waits for no one. My Daji Grotto is in danger. We need to save it. Wu Shuai sighed. After the battle with Qi Si Ancestor, my injuries are not only severe, they are also very troublesome to heal. I need a lot of immortal materials to repair my body. Let me tell you, my Dragon Man body is different from Duke Long's. I modified it and created something new. Back then, I used a lot of immortal materials to refine this body. The price was huge. This healing is also the same. Regretfully, I lack many immortal materials. I need to buy them from Jewel Yellow Skies. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother had heard of the humans alike dragon's method. She did not doubt it. She asked, May I ask Lord Alliance Leader, how many immortal materials do you need to heal your injuries? We can provide them. Wu Shuai gave her a list. The variant human goo immortals sucked in a breath of cold air. This price was too high. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was tongue-tied. She was shocked. To think that Alliance Leader's body was so precious. Wu Shuai smiled. He did not speak. He only used his gaze to gesture at Goo Tribe's leader. Goo Tribe's leader immediately said, I can testify to this. Many of my tribe's disciples have also turned into dragon men. Thus, the amount of immortal materials needed is far more than this. This was a lie, of course, but Goo Tribe's leader was closest to Wu Shuai. He was also an Eastern Sea rank 8. His words carried great weight. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother naturally suspected that Wu Shuai was using this chance to ask for a high price. But she did not dare to question him. She was also forced by the situation. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth. She said with difficulty, Lord Alliance Leader, I am willing to provide immortal materials to help you recover as soon as possible. The variant human goo immortals quickly gathered the immortal materials. Wu Shuai accepted the immortal materials but shook his head. Even if we gather all the immortal materials, it will take at least 3 days and 2 nights. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother heard this and almost fainted on the spot. She was extremely anxious. She was about to speak, but Wu Shuai waved his hand. She could only keep quiet. At the next moment, Wu Shuai spoke. As the Alliance Leader, no matter which one of you is attacked, I will save them. The Celestial Court is our common enemy. But the situation now is too special. How about this? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, you are the Vice Alliance Leader. You will lead a group to reinforce Black Heaven. You must preserve Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven's foundation. What? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes, showing a troubled expression. To think that this matter still landed on him, he quickly thought about it and found that he could not refuse. He gritted his teeth and said, I am willing to go. But I am alone and do not have enough strength. I am afraid of delaying the reinforcement. I would like to borrow Lord Alliance Leader's Dragon Palace. With it, I will definitely complete the Alliance Leader's mission. But Wu Shuai shook his head. I cannot lend Dragon Palace. I need it to recover from my injuries. Is that so? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wanted to say something. But Wu Shuai's expression changed as he said, Everyone, the situation is urgent now. There is no time for discussion. Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven is only the first to be invaded. Do you think your Grotto Heaven headquarters will remain unscathed? You need to save yourselves. If I am not the Alliance Leader, are you going to surrender in this situation? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, I order you to reinforce them. You can choose any 5 people from the hall to go with you. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt a strong pressure pressing down on him. He could only lower his head and accept the order bitterly. He carefully chose 5 Goo Immortals. They all had rank 8 cultivation level. These people were the leaders of forces that were close to him. There was no helping it. Resisting the Celestial Court to reinforce Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven was too dangerous. He did not want to fall into a desperate situation due to internal conflict. However, just as they were about to set off, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother suddenly went into a daze. She said dejectedly, It's too late. My Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven has already been invaded by the Celestial Court. The Goo Immortals were in an uproar. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother knelt down in front of Wu Shuai again, tears flowing down her face. Lord Alliance Leader, please take revenge for me. My tribe has been trying to collect Jianghu crystal wall. We have already collected 50%. If we collect another 10%, we will be able to activate our Inkman racial inheritance. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother directly spoke about her racial inheritance. Her meaning was clear, she was trying to lure Wuxia with benefits. This concerned the racial inheritance. The other Gu Immortals heard this and their eyes shined brightly. Right at this time, another Gu Immortal called out anxiously, "Oh no, my grotto heaven is also being attacked by the celestial court. Quick, quick, quick. We need to go back and save them." Wuxia looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. "This is an urgent matter, why aren't you going back?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. He led several Gu Immortals back to immemorial Black Heaven. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother and another Gu Immortal went back to save them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest also went back. The number of Gu Immortals in front of Dragon Palace decreased by half. The remaining Gu Immortals had unsightly expressions. They were filled with fear like startled birds. Who knew one of them might be the next one to be in trouble? Wuxia ignored them. He ordered them to guard Xia clan's territory. He closed the door of Dragon Palace and urgently healed. These variant human Gu Immortals are truly useless, hee. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was among the Gu Immortals. He was the only one who was calm. We Grotto Heaven Gu Immortals do not interact with each other normally. We are even wary of each other. We feel like we are not hiding ourselves well enough. With such vigilance, how can we improve in such a short period of time? Even if we gather together, we will still be a disorderly bunch. My decision to side with the Celestial Court was indeed correct. After this matter, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was even more determined to side with the Celestial Court. After parting with the Immortals, he secretly reported this matter to the Celestial Court. Wuxia created the Two Heavens Alliance. It was naturally restricted by the alliance agreement. But Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's information path Dao marks were already unraveled by Zhou Xiong and the rest. Thus, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord did not have to worry about any backlash from the alliance agreement. In the central Great Hall of the Celestial Court, Qin Ding Ling soon obtained this information. She thought about it. She did not inform Eastern Sea's righteous path. Instead, she informed Fangjing. Fangjing was about to take down the second Grotto Heaven now. The remaining Gu Immortals in the Grotto Heaven were hidden very well. Fangjing could not find them in a short period of time. Fangjing thought about it. He immediately asked Princess Impatience to stay here and clean up the mess. On the other hand, he controlled the Demon Judgment Board alone and attacked the third heavenly abode. At the same time, Eastern Sea Qi Si ancestor had a pale expression. He sat at the main seat looking at Xia Ruiji and the rest. The representatives of Eastern Sea's righteous path forces were all gathered here. Chapter 2005. Xia clan's first supreme elder Xia Ruiji heard Qi Si ancestor's words and was shocked. After being dazed for a while, he replied cautiously, reporting to ancestor, my Xia clan is indeed secretly creating a human path secluded domain. It is called Human Sea. But this human path secluded domain does not have any offensive power. The reason why we created this secluded domain is to let our Gu Immortals have a way to revive in the future when we face war. Xia Ruiji's words were vague, but they were not lies. Xia clan's true purpose in creating Human Sea was to revive their Gu Immortals. In Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories, when Xia clan's Gu Immortals died in battle, they were not completely dead. They could be revived from Human Sea. Even though the immortal Gu and immortal apertures accumulations would vanish, the Gu Immortals could retain their cultivation level and immortal aperture itself. Eastern Sea Xia clan displayed their prowess and even attacked Southern Border for a period of time. Southern Border's Gu Immortals fought against Xia clan. As time passed, they learned and comprehended from Xia clan. This caused Chai clan to imitate Human Sea secluded domain and create Human Mountain secluded domain. Qi Si ancestor stroked his beard. It seems that Wuxia led the Two Heavens Gu Immortals to invade your Xia clan. One of their goals was this Human Sea secluded domain. He clearly has a different way of using it. The human path killer moves that he uses are hard for me to block. The Xia clan Gu Immortals looked at each other. Xia Ruiji frowned, muttering softly, did the news of our Xia clan being invaded get leaked? A strong enemy lured here by Human Sea secluded domain? But this Human Sea secluded domain has not been fully constructed yet. Qi Si ancestor's expression sank. If Wuxia does not have a complete Human Sea secluded domain, doesn't that mean that after he repairs it and obtains a complete Human Sea secluded domain, wouldn't his human path killer moves be even more powerful? Xia Ruiji smiled. Ancestor, don't worry, the Human Sea secluded domain's construction method originated from an ancestor of our clan. It was perfected by generations after generations. Wu Shuai does not know the profundity behind it. If he constructs it rashly, human sea will only become fewer and fewer. Qi Si ancestor shook his head. Wu Shuai is an old monster of the past. He used Feng Yuan's strength to revive. He is a crafty person who plans before taking action. Every time he made a move, it would be like a thunderbolt or a gust of wind, and he would definitely gain something. Since he knows that the Xia family is building the human sea secret realm, perhaps he knows the method of building the human sea secret realm. Xia Ruiji's smile became strained. This possibility isn't too great. The method of setting up the human sea mystic realm is only known to the 3 grand elders in our clan. Now everyone who knows is here. Could it be that there's a traitor among us? Qi Si ancestor sighed. There might not be a traitor. Don't forget, Dragon Palace that Wu Shuai controls has a dream path killer move. Maybe he attacked you in your dreams. The smile on Xia Ruiji's face completely stiffened. If it was any other sect, Xia Ruiji would at least have some confidence. But he was not clear about dream path methods. Lord Xia Ruiji, friends from Xia clan. At this time, Tang clan's Gu Immortal spoke. Is it really good to continue hiding it? There's no harm in publicizing the construction method of human sea to the public so that everyone can study it and find the flaw in Marshal Wu's human path method. Xia clan's Gu Immortal stared with wide eyes. The construction method of human sea was one of the greatest trump cards of Eastern Sea's Xia clan. How could they casually publicize it? Tang clan's Gu Immortals were saying this because they wanted human sea secret realm. Xia clan's Gu Immortals scoffed. Pardon my bluntness, but friends of Xia clan, what are you still holding on for? You've already lost your territory. Do you still want to build a brand new human ocean secret realm out of thin air? Do you know what the key point is now? Ancestor fought with Wu Shuai because of his human path killer move. Wu Shuai managed to retreat. As long as this human path killer move is broken, what can Wu Shuai and the Two Heavens Alliance do? By then, won't you be able to take back your homeland? Xia clan's Gu Immortals gritted their teeth. Tang clan and Xia clan were the 2 super forces of Eastern Sea. They were neighbors with Xia clan. They naturally had many conflicts. Thus, Tang clan and Xia clan's Gu Immortals made things difficult for them. However, even though the 2 clans' Gu Immortals were making things difficult for them, their words were reasonable. Even Xia clan's Gu Immortals had to admit this. Xia Ruiji thought about it before making up his mind. The construction method of human sea is our Xia clan's secret. We will not publicize it. I am only willing to offer this human path essence to Ancestor. Qi Si ancestor fought with Wu Shuai and was injured as a result. Moreover, Xia clan's future hopes were basically on Qi Si ancestor. Because the 2 heavens had Wu Shuai, Eastern Sea only had Qi Si ancestor who could suppress the evil dragon and resist Dragon Palace. Xia Ruiji's actions were to curry favor with Qi Si ancestor and also for his own clan. But Qi Si ancestor shook his head. I am only asking this to confirm something. Your Xia clan can keep this human sea construction method. I have no foundation in human path. Even if I obtain this method, I will not be able to break Wu Shuai's method. Xia Ruiji was anxious. He was about to speak when Qi Si ancestor waved his hand. Xia clan, don't worry. Wu Shuai is a dragon man. The 2 Heavens Alliance is mainly made up of variant human Gu Immortals. They are the common enemies of the 5 regions. If they invaded the other 4 regions, so be it. But they chose to attack Eastern Sea. As a member of the human race, I have a duty to resist the variant humans. Ancestor is righteous. The Gu Immortals present praised. Qi Si ancestor continued, but I am injured now. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. As for Wu Shuai, his injuries are even more severe. He will not move for the time being. You can all rest assured. Qi Si ancestor paused before saying, when I recover, I will ask all of you to join forces and attack the 2 Heavens Alliance. We will follow Ancestor's instructions. With Ancestor as the leader, Eastern Sea has no worries. Without Ancestor, Eastern Sea would have perished long ago. With Ancestor guarding Eastern Sea, it is Eastern Sea's fortune. It is the fortune of all living beings. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals started to flatter him. Xia Ruiji, however, had a gloomy expression. He and the other Xia clan Gu Immortals were homeless now. They could not take back Xia clan's territory in a short period of time. What should they do now? Qi Si ancestor smiled. Before the army attacks, friends from Xia clan, why don't you stay in Qi Si as guests? Xia clan's Gu Immortals were overjoyed. Xia Ruiji cupped his fists and thanked Ancestor's kindness. Xia clan is deeply grateful. We will definitely repay you in the future. The other clan's Gu Immortals looked at Xia clan's Gu Immortals with different gazes. Other than disdain and sympathy, there was also some envy and jealousy. Maybe Xia clan obtained a blessing in disguise? They were able to interact with Qi Si ancestors so closely as time passed, they would form a relationship, they would be able to gain Qi Si ancestors' support in the future. If they knew the truth, who knew what expression they would have? After the discussion, Qi Si ancestor went into closed cultivation. The other Eastern Sigu immortals also returned to their headquarters, making preparations for the army attack. Mermaid Lian Kuxen broke out in cold sweat. The Merman Imperial Court had already sided with the Two Heavens Alliance, but Wu Shuai did not expose their identities. They were sent as spies to report information. At this moment, cold winds blew from the clouds. Lian Kuxen gradually relaxed. She frowned as she thought to herself, "It seems that Eastern Sea will be peaceful for a short period of time, there will be no more battles. But this is only the temporary calm before the storm. Sigh, in the future battle, where will my Merman Imperial Court go?" Lian Kuxen was one of the 3 immortals in charge of the Merman Imperial Court. She had a high status and authority, but now she felt powerless and hesitant. The 5 regional walls vanished. Everyone knew that the 5 regions would be in chaos. And this chaos had just started. Lian Kuxen felt like she was in a turbulent situation. Her future was dark, she could not see any light or hope. If she was careless, not just her, the entire Merman Imperial Court would be destroyed. After receiving the report, Shen Songxing learned of Qi Si ancestor's decision. It seems that Eastern Sea is truly led by Qi Si ancestor now. Shen Songxing sighed, if ancestor Xianxia returns, things will be different. To let a secluded cultivator lead the entire righteous path. Shen Songxing shook his head. He naturally had ambitions. He wanted Shen clan to become the overlord of Eastern Sea, the #1 superforce. Different from the other righteous path clans, Shen clan returned with Xianxia. They had a strong character that could compete with Qi Si ancestor. But Xianxia's whereabouts were still unknown. Shen clan had already searched for him, but there were no results. Shen Songxing felt a headache. "Oh ancestor, where are you?" At the same time, Divine Emperor Palace, Painting Path World. Hong Yi and Yi Fan walked side by side on a bustling street. At the corner of an alley, a group of muscular men surrounded the person in the middle, punching and kicking the person in the middle. "Stop." Hong Yi could not stand it anymore. He shouted to stop them. After Yi Fan saw the situation, he was furious. "Are you not embarrassed to attack? So many people bullying a beggar?" The group of muscular men turned around. "Rascal, don't be a busybody. This lunatic is courting death. He dared to startle my esteemed guest's horse and almost caused her to fall. We will not rest until we kill him." Hong Yi sighed, "You are really going overboard." Bam bam bam. Hong Yi and Yi Fan acted righteously and chased the group of muscular men away. The beggar was curled up on the ground, his body was covered in bruises, he was also trembling as he mumbled incoherent gibberish. "He is truly a lunatic." Hong Yi sighed. "Sigh, even if he is a lunatic, he is still human. It wasn't his intention to collide with the horses, was it?" Yi Fan also sighed. "Come, let's help him settle down, we cannot leave him here." The 2 of them placed the crazy beggar in a secluded alley, bought some buns for him and threw them beside him. After doing this they left. What they did not know was that not long after they left, this lunatic beggar suddenly regained his rationality. "Where am I? Damn it, the black fire is causing me to go crazy again." Chapter 2006. The streets were bustling with people. The shops on both sides of the street had bright signboards and banners. Wow. This is the painting world. Amazing. Everything looks so real. Sun Yao only felt her body shake slightly. Her vision changed as she entered this place. She could not help but shout. The surrounding people looked at this young lady with astonished gazes. However, Sun Yao didn't notice it at all. Her eyes were wide open and glowing as she swept her gaze around her surroundings. Her face was filled with excitement and curiosity. Sun Yao was a Gu master of Spirit Affinity House. She was heavily nurtured by the sect as a Gu immortal seed. Originally, Spirit Affinity House's spot belonged to Feng Kim Hong. Unfortunately, because of Feng Jioga's betrayal, Qin Dingling hesitated. Spirit Affinity House changed their recommendation in time, thus Sun Yao replaced Feng Kim Hong. However, the sect's nurturing was different from Sun Yao's expectations. Spirit Affinity House only told Sun Yao the origin of this painting before sending her here. Sun Yao wandered around the streets and shops, forgetting to return home. She had grown up in Spirit Affinity House since young. Her senior brothers and sisters were all cultivating and abiding by the sect's rules. She rarely came into contact with the secular world. Now, everything was so interesting and novel to her. She used yuan stone to buy many sticks of candied haws. She watched as she ate. She saw paper cutters in the alleys. The red paper quickly turned into vivid and lifelike butterflies and flowers under the scissors. She entered the theater to enjoy the opera. Those people had all kinds of makeup on their faces, they wore extravagant clothes, and their singing was long and resounding. She stopped at the entrance of the street and saw two strong men performing an acrobatic performance of breaking rocks with their chests. Suddenly, someone patted her shoulder lightly. Sun Yao turned around and saw a young man with a square face and an upright appearance. Without waiting for Sun Yao to speak, this youth with a righteous temperament said with a simple and honest smile, "Are you from the 10 great ancient sects?" Sun Yao immediately stared with wide eyes, shouting in joy, "Senior brother, you too?" The young man nodded and cupped his fists. "I am Wind Cloud Manor's Qin de Jiang." "So it's senior apprentice brother Qin." Sun Yao's heart shook and she hurriedly returned the greeting. Qin Dajiang was the current chief disciple of the Wind Cloud Manor. Sun Yao had long heard of his great name. Sun Yao felt as if she had met a celebrity. When Qin Dajiang made a name for himself, she was inconspicuous. She was just Feng Kim Huang's follower. Just like Sun Yao, Qin Dajiang was a candidate recommended by Wind Cloud Manor and was sent to the world in the painting. The two of them met in a strange place. Even though it was their first meeting, there was a natural intimacy between them. "Senior brother Qin, I wonder, what are the sect's arrangements for sending us here for training?" Sun Yao asked. Qin Dajiang shook his head. "I know nothing about this either. I thought that by entering this place, I would be able to receive guidance on the next step. I didn't expect the sect to have made no arrangements." The two of them discussed in secret to no avail, so they decided to travel together. "Give me something to eat, I beg you, we haven't eaten for 3 days, Wang Yao begged. "Give me some money please. My old father has passed away. This little girl is selling her body to bury him, please help me." The two of them wandered aimlessly. When they reached a street, it was filled with hungry people. Many of them were emaciated, leaning against the corner of the wall. Many of them were begging, holding their hands or holding a broken bowl. The pedestrians on the street were in a hurry, avoiding them. Few of them stopped to give alms. "How can this be? We're only separated by 2 streets." Sun Yao was shocked when she saw this scene. Qin Dajiang analyzed in a low voice. "This is the world in the painting of Divine Emperor City. Every single major scene that occurred in the history of Emperor City would be merged into numerous murals. Looks like this is the situation in Emperor City during one of the famine years in history." Sun Yao couldn't help but feel sympathy. "Senior brother Qin, although they are only people in the painting and not real existences, they are too pitiful. But they are so pitiful and I still want to help them." Hearing this, Qin Dajiang immediately looked at Sun Yao in a new light. He smiled cheerfully. "I'm not afraid of junior sister laughing at me. I also have the same idea. Why don't we move together?" "Okay." Sun Yao jumped in joy and agreed. The two of them contributed money and effort. Not only did they give out yuan stone, they even bought porridge, steamed buns and so on, sending them to these beggars. "Good people. Many thanks, benefactors. We will never forget your kindness. Benefactors, please allow this lowly one to follow you to repay your kindness." The people in distress were filled with gratitude and praises. Right at this time, a frivolous voice interrupted, "What are you doing?" Sun Yao and Qin Dajiang turned around and saw a Gu master wearing a white robe with a jade belt around his waist. His posture was straight like a sword and his expression was filled with arrogance as he walked towards them. "So it is brother Xiao Qi Xing of Spirit Butterfly Valley." Qin Dajiang cupped his fists and greeted. Sun Yao gasped. Xiao Qi Xing was also a famous person. She hurriedly said, "Spirit Affinity House's Sun Yao greets senior brother Xiao." Xiao Qi Xing sized up Sun Yao. "You are Spirit Affinity House's candidate this time?" It seems that Feng Kim Hong was really frozen. It is no wonder her father openly betrayed the celestial court. It is normal for Feng Kim Hong to end up like this. Hearing this, Sun Yao frowned. Senior sister Feng doesn't care about such things. She is indeed proud and arrogant. What a pity, a phoenix without feathers is inferior to a chicken. Xiao Qi Xing showed a mocking smile. "You are actually helping these refugees? They are not real people, why are you doing this?" "No reason, we just want to help them." Qin Dajiang smiled. Sympathy. Xiao Qi Xing shook his head with a look of disdain. "That means you don't know the importance of this fortuitous encounter. You are actually wasting time here." Qin Dajiang's eyes brightened. "What does brother Xiao know?" Xiao Qi Xing looked at Qin Dajiang. "There is no harm in telling you, this painting world is vivid and lifelike. It was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's contented lifestyle killer move. We were all recommended by the sect and nurtured by the Celestial Court. We were sent here to further our studies. I believe you have also noticed that there are Gu masters cultivating here, but they mainly cultivate human path. The sect's intention is to let us cultivate human path. We will strive to advance to Gu Immortal and cultivate human path as our main path. Although this world is fake, human path cultivation is real and not fake. The human path Gu worms we obtain from here can also be used outside. So it is like this. Sun Yao's eyes opened wide but soon revealed some doubts. But why did the sect not tell me? Qin Dajiang asked straightforwardly, how did Brother Xiao know about this? Xiao Qixing smiled and puffed out his chest, saying proudly, Spirit Butterfly Valley did not tell me about this either, I only learned about it after asking my great-grandfather. Qin Dajiang nodded, and seeing that Sun Yao was still doubtful, he explained, Brother Xiao has a noble status and has a long history, his great-grandfather is Lord Gu Immortal Xiao Bai Hong. Oh, so it is like this. Sun Yao's gaze toward Xiao Qixing changed again. Alright, I am going to the military camp now and join the city guards. I have already investigated, only the city guards can obtain Soldier Gu, Sergeant Gu, Centurion Gu and so on. These human path Gu worms are very outstanding and can be the solid foundation of human path cultivation. We might as well go together, we can take care of each other. Xiao Qixing suggested. Qin Dajiang however shook his head. Brother Xiao, you go first, I have not finished helping the refugees here. Xiao Qixing looked at Qin Dajiang and nodded. You are still the same, what about you? He looked at Sun Yao. Sun Yao hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. No, Senior Brother Xiao, I intend to help Senior Brother Qin. Ah. Xiao Qixing laughed with a profound meaning. Then I will not disturb you two from your good deeds. He directly left, sneering in his heart. These two fools don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter they have missed. Xiao Qixing could not help but recall the words of his great-grandfather. Oh Qixing, entering the painting world this time is an unimaginably great fortuitous encounter. If possible, you can even inherit Genesis Lotus True Inheritance and become the Lord of Divine Emperor City. You need to do your best and grasp this opportunity. Remember, you must make good use of your time. You are only the first batch of candidates. The Celestial Court will arrange for some rank 6 Gu Immortals to enter. These people are also the elites that the Celestial Court has focused on nurturing, but the chi tides have yet to subside, so they have no choice but to recuperate. After entering the painting world, you need to race against time and establish an early advantage so that you can deal with those Gu Immortal level opponents in the future. Don't be afraid, these Gu Immortals can only follow the rules of the painting world. Immortals and mortals are almost equal. Every time Xiao Qixing recalled these words, he could not help but feel excited. This was a peerless fortuitous encounter, he naturally wanted to grasp it. Sun Yao and Qin Dajiang did not know the inside story, so Xiao Qixing wanted to deceive them and make them help him. Unfortunately, these two actually wanted to do good deeds, their temperaments were really incompatible and they could not work together. Xiao Qixing saw through this and did not want to waste his precious time and energy on them. These are steamed buns and porridge, eat slowly, don't choke. Sun Yao placed a bowl of porridge and steamed buns in front of Xianxia. Xianxia was still covered in injuries and looked like a beggar, sitting in a dark corner of the wall like a stone statue. Sun Yao did not mind, after all, there were many silent beggars like him. She did this good deed to help others, not to hear some words of gratitude. Xianxia's eyes shined with brilliance as he looked at Sun Yao who was right in front of him, and then looked at Xiao Qixing's disappearing figure in the distance. These people are all Gu Immortal seeds of the Celestial Court. In order to welcome the waves of the Great Era, the Celestial Court has already made a long-term plan. Xiao Bai Hong is short-sighted, he did not even know that he harmed his own great-grandson. Sun Yao and Qin Dajiang were kept in the dark earlier, and even though they learned some of the inside information, they still acted according to their nature. If these two continue, they will definitely benefit greatly. Xianxia evaluated inwardly. Although these three were conversing via voice transmission, they could not hide from a person like Xianxia. Xianxia sighed inwardly. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is truly grand, it is truly worthy of respect. In history, the true inheritance of human path belongs to the Legends of Renzu. Although this book looks superficial, it is actually extremely profound. Since ancient times, only a small group of people have comprehended its essence and created human path killer moves. However, for a path, these killer moves are merely superficial, they are like the bright moon in the clouds, they are not something that ordinary people can reach. Human path has high-end achievements, but it has no foundation, thus it has never been able to develop. But Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created this world in the painting. He absorbed the scenes of the human world for millions of years and derived all kinds of foundation stones of human path. His contribution to the development of human path is truly too huge. He can be said to be the founder of human path. The development of human path here is also of great help to me. I wonder what happened when I went crazy. I was actually able to mix in. Unfortunately, I cannot contact Fang Yuan's clone, Fang Dichang. What is the situation on his side? Xianxia had cooperated with Fang Dichang previously and successfully deciphered the Venerable's human path method, adding a huge weight to the scales of victory in the Fate War. Xianxia knew that Fang Dichang had once refined Divine Bean Palace. He had a lot of authority. If he could cooperate with Fang Dichang again, it would be a good thing for both of them. P.S. Congratulations to Filthy Demon King who works hard to get up, reader, for becoming this book's Silver Alliance Master, the current #1 fan. Thank you for your support. I also remember your message. I will work hard to update this chapter with high quality. I also thank all the readers who participated in the crowdfunding. I have finally organized the detailed list today. I will send it to the related sections later. Chapter 2007. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. In a valley, Xianxia was inspecting the stone mushrooms in the valley. If these stone mushrooms were growing well, they would be 5 feet tall, shaped like short trees, and their caps were like umbrellas. But these stone mushrooms were all short. They were like wooden stumps left behind after trees were cut down. Moreover, their bodies were not the healthy gray color of stone. Instead, they had a distorted multicolored color. It was very strange. This field of stone mushrooms is destroyed. Xianxia finished inspecting and confirmed this. His expression was very ugly. Even though he only had rank 6 cultivation level, Fang Yuan thought highly of him. He arranged for him to lead the Rockman tribe in Mini Southern Border. Xianxia was very respectful towards Fang Yuan. He wanted to develop the Rockman tribe and not let down Fang Yuan's expectations. This field of stone mushrooms was a medium-sized resource point that he personally constructed for the benefit of the Rockman tribe. In order to construct this resource point, Xianxia had specially requested a lot of immortal materials from Fang Yuan's Time Path clone as the initial investment. Back then he had even promised that there would be ideal profits. In the end, reality was like a slap to Xianxia's face. How could this be? I clearly followed the tribe's records and meticulously nurtured the stone mushrooms. There was no mistake. Xianxia was very confused. A few days ago these stone mushrooms were growing well, everything was normal. But after a few days, these stone mushrooms had become like this. How can I explain this to Lord Fang Yuan? Xianxia frowned as he sighed. Right at this time, light flashed. Fang Yuan's will was transmitted in the air. The will was condensed into a solid form. It was vivid and lifelike. Xianxia gasped and immediately bowed. This subordinate greets master. Fang Yuan's will waved his hand. I already know about the situation here. The stone mushrooms were destroyed. It was not your fault. It was a natural disaster. Go back first. Another batch of immortal materials will arrive after some time. You can just build a second stone mushroom valley. Xianxia was overjoyed. He quickly bowed and thanked him. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Fang Yuan's consciousness revealed a knowing smile. You want to ask what exactly caused these stone mushrooms to be destroyed? Xianxia nodded. Master is very perceptive. I still want to ask, can these stone mushrooms be reused? It would be a pity to abandon them. The initial investment to build the stone mushroom valley was huge. Of course, it was nothing in Fang Yuan's eyes, but in Xianxia's eyes, it was a sky-high investment. In addition, he had invested a lot of effort and time into this place. He did not want to see all his efforts go to waste. However, Fang Yuan shook his head. You don't have to think too much about the details. If I can solve it, you won't have to worry. If I can't solve it, it's useless for you to know. As for these stone mushrooms, they could not be used. Even if they were used as goo materials to refine goo, it would only lead to greater losses. You can go now. Yes, my lord. Xianxia respectfully retreated. He couldn't help but feel worried. Why is there so much trouble this time? Judging from your tone, you might not be able to solve this problem? After Xianxia left, only Fang Yuan's will was left in this valley. Fang Yuan's will had a solemn expression. He first looked at the whole valley. The countless stone mushrooms in the valley had become twisted objects. Their smooth surface was now filled with countless wrinkles. The colors were bright and colorful, like a gathering of venomous creatures. It gave people a terrifying feeling. But this was only on the surface. In Fang Yuan's eyes, he could see that the earth path Dao marks in these stone mushrooms were scattered and disrupted. There were Dao marks of many other paths mixed in, like wind path, lightning path, poison path, dark path, fire path, and so on. Precisely so, these stone mushrooms could only be discarded as trash. At least for now, Fang Yuan did not have any methods to use them. Providence. Fang Yuan's will suddenly snickered. He found the hidden providence in the valley. With a loud sound, he turned into clouds and mist, enveloping the whole valley and chasing after providence. The battle of wills soon came to an end. Fang Yuan won. He succeeded in eliminating the hidden providence in this place. Of course, he paid a huge price. After this will condensed again, it was no longer as lifelike as before, it was illusory like a shadow, giving off a feeling that it could dissipate with the wind. Fang Yuan's will sighed. The victory this time was merely a temporary solution, not a permanent solution. A new problem had appeared. The Stone Mushroom Valley was not an isolated case. Recently, hidden providence had appeared all over the sovereign immortal aperture. Many resource points were destroyed. Fang Yuan's main body was in charge of the Gu refinement and destroyed Fate Gu. He obtained more than 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. These Dao marks did not belong to him, they were imposed on him. The Heaven Path Dao marks evolved on their own, causing the environment of the sovereign immortal aperture to change, becoming more balanced and stable. In the long run, these changes were more beneficial than detrimental. They greatly increased the sovereign immortal aperture's development potential. But in the short run, Fang Yuan would suffer heavy losses. Fang Yuan did not belong to a super force, his assets were all in the sovereign immortal aperture. If this foundation suffered losses, it would definitely affect his battle strength. Fang Yuan did not want to fall into Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. He had been working hard to command the humans and variant humans in the Grotto Heaven to resist the heavenly calamities. At the same time, he collected the Thousand Wish Tree and the Incomplete Human Sea, using Human Path to restrain the changes in the heavenly Tao. With these two methods working together, the sovereign immortal aperture situation improved greatly. But Fang Yuan did not expect the natural evolution of the Heaven Path Tao marks to produce providence. The heavenly Tao was impartial, it had no ill intentions towards Fang Yuan, changing the environment was just a natural evolution. But providence was not like that. Providence was born from the heavenly Tao, it was more flexible. The heavenly Tao could not get rid of the otherworldly demon Fang Yuan, he was an existence that affected the balance, so providence went one step further, it started to destroy the various resource points in the sovereign immortal aperture. The heavenly Tao could change the Tao marks of other paths. Providence used this ability to completely mess up the Tao marks of the resource points, turning them from orderly to terrible. Stone Mushroom Valley was just one of them. I have the killer move Heaven's Will Dissipation, but the sovereign immortal aperture is too huge, the heavenly Tao is constantly evolving, it can produce providence anywhere. It is too difficult for me to clear up all of these providence. Even if I use my full strength, the efficiency is very low. Fang Yuan knew that the solution was to directly refine these Heaven Path Tao marks, making them truly belong to the sovereign immortal aperture in himself. But he did not know how to do it. He had never heard of anyone cultivating the heavenly Tao. The only way was to use human path to suppress the heavenly Tao. Fang Yuan thought for a long time. He found two possible ways out. The first was Emperor City. Emperor City was meticulously arranged by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It has now become a human path sacred land. If I obtain it, I will definitely be able to suppress the heavenly Tao. The second way was Crazed Demon Cave. Crazed Demon Cave was arranged by Limitless Demon Venerable in his later years. The 8th layer contains the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, demonic sounds wreak havoc in Crazed Demon Cave, causing living beings to go crazy. All kinds of immortal materials are useless, Tao marks are mixed together. This situation is exactly the same as the Stone Mushroom and other resource points. If I can grasp all of Crazed Demon Cave's secrets, I should be able to improve my current situation. But these two ways were extremely dangerous. Emperor City was at the center of Central Continent. If Fang Yuan went there, he would definitely become enemies with the Celestial Court. With his current strength, he could defeat the Celestial Court on the surface. However, Fang Yuan was wary of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable schemed against him, causing him to lose Fang Di Chang. When he inspected luck earlier, Fang Yuan did not discover Fang Di Chang's luck. It was likely that he had died. Red Lotus Demon Venerable also schemed against him. If not for the Heaven Path Tao marks, how could Fang Yuan's immortal aperture produce providence? Of course, Red Lotus also schemed against Spectral Soul. The Heaven Path Dao marks were both a danger and an opportunity for Fang Yuan. They were also a protective umbrella. At least, Spectral Soul's arrangements could not be activated. If Fang Yuan wanted to take Emperor City, he would have to face the methods of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. As for Crazed Demon Cave, that place was filled with danger. The three Crazed Demon eccentrics had promised Fang Yuan that they would participate in the Fate War, but after the battle they disappeared without a trace. It was not that Fang Yuan did not try to contact them, but they had completely lost contact with him. What happened in Crazed Demon Cave that caused the three Crazed Demon eccentrics to disappear mysteriously? Fang Yuan guessed that Longevity Heaven might have made a move. The loss of Wisdom Gu made Fang Yuan realize that this was Giant Sun Immortal's scheme. Giant Sun's attack made Fang Yuan realize that Giant Sun Immortal had a backup plan all along. Now that Fate Gu was destroyed, it was not impossible for a Venerable to revive. If Fang Yuan went to Crazed Demon Cave, he would have to face Giant Sun Immortal and even Limitless Demon Venerable's methods. There was another thing that made Fang Yuan worried: the River of Time's abnormality was happening. Ever since Fate Gu was destroyed, the River of Time's water had become extremely violent. It was extremely dangerous. Even if Fang Yuan used Myriad Year Flying Warship, he could only barely enter the river. He would have to return to the 5 regions after a while. He could not explore for long. Fang Yuan understood the reason. Earlier, the River of Time could move forward smoothly and flow smoothly because everything was fixed by Fate Gu. No matter what existence it was, they had a fixed life trajectory. Precisely because of this, Time Path Gu immortals could often observe the downstream to predict things. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was able to plot and destroy Fate Gu because he observed the downstream and obtained many secrets about the future. But now that Fate Gu was destroyed, all living beings no longer had a fixed trajectory they could change at will. Thus, the River of Time had become extremely violent. Everything was turbid and chaotic. With such a change in the River of Time, Spring-Autumn Cicada could not be used for the time being. Spring-Autumn Cicada could travel in the river because the water was gentle. Now that the river had become chaotic, once Spring-Autumn Cicada entered the river, it would be crushed by the river water. Unless Fang Yuan developed another killer move that could protect Spring-Autumn Cicada. Although the river water is troublesome, it is not a big problem. My true worry is still Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He is someone who planted a stone lotus island in the River of Time. I wonder what other arrangements he has made in the River of Time. Fate Gu was destroyed in the end. Fang Yuan finally got rid of the guillotine hanging over his head. However, there was a dense fog in front of him. He was walking in a mountain range. In this fog, which one was solid ground and which one was a cliff? That path that led to eternal life, the path that he had been pursuing, did it exist in this fog? If it existed, where was it? Chapter 2008. In immemorial Black Heaven, a group of Gu immortals concealed themselves as they flew rapidly. These Gu immortals had outstanding cultivation level. They were all rank 8 variant human Gu immortals. The leader was a Gu immortal with white skin and blue hair. He had a solemn expression. It was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch received orders from Wuxia to reinforce the Grotto Heaven headquarters and resist the invasion of Celestial Court. Along the way, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was filled with worries. This is not what I expected. I appointed Wuxia as the alliance leader because I wanted him to be the vanguard. But now that we are going against Celestial Court, I have become the vanguard instead. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wanted to make excuses, but the situation at that time made it impossible for him to do so. Wuxia fought with Xianxia. After all, he was injured. Speaking of which, I did make use of him to resist Xianxia. As the Vice Alliance leader, I have to take responsibility for this situation. Logically speaking, I have to go to Black Heaven to reinforce them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not want to go against Celestial Court like this. Regardless of the outcome, he was going to become a thorn in Celestial Court's side. Currently, he still wanted Wuxia to attract their attention. But the world was like a game of chess. The world was filled with dangers and uncertainties. In the blink of an eye, he was pushed to the front. I really have no choice. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed deeply in his heart. He had to reinforce them, but how to do it was something he had to ponder over. Vice Alliance Leader, a large number of Gu immortals have been discovered ahead. The investigative Gu immortal suddenly said before continuing, "They are our people." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch nodded. He was not surprised. Go and gather with them. Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch regretted taking the position of Vice Alliance Leader, it was too late now. He could only make full use of this position. Before they set off, he had already used this position to command the other grotto heavens to defend and help each other, to fight against the enemy celestial court. He wanted to contribute his strength. The two groups of Gu immortals gathered. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the reinforcements and felt anger in his heart. Chaotic Rock Grotto Heaven sent an immemorial rock monster. Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven sent 6 Eggman Gu immortals. They could form the ancient battle formation Rotten Evil Cloud Formation, while Hair Monster Grotto Heaven took out the incomplete Immortal Gu House Black Emperor building. These 3 Grotto Heaven forces were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, thus they took out their trump cards. But other than that, the other forces did not do anything. Especially some human forces, they only sent a few rank 7 Gu immortals for show. In front of a great enemy, these Grotto Heavens still want to protect themselves. The distance between the heavenly abodes is too great, and the communication between them is sparse. The reason why they are united is only because of the pressure of survival. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's anger turned into helplessness and coldness. If that's the case, I might as well hide my abilities and put on a superficial show. At the very least, the troops I've brought with me are quite impressive. Celestial Court was powerful. If possible, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not want to clash with Celestial Court directly. He knew what he was capable of. If he really rushed forward, it was very likely that he would lose his life. While Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was thinking about this, his expression suddenly changed, his eyes opened wide, almost spewing fire. The other Gu immortals sensed Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's abnormality. They turned to look at him. Someone asked, "Vice Alliance Leader, what happened? Did something happen to Xia Clan's headquarters?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. Xia Clan's headquarters are guarded by Lord Alliance Leader. How can anything happen to them? My Grotto Heaven is being invaded by Demon Judgment Board. My clan's Gu immortals are fighting with their lives on the line. We need to go and reinforce them now. This Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was still thinking of saving her Grotto Heaven. She hesitated. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes. Your Grotto Heavens have already fallen into the enemy's hands. The outcome is set. But my Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven is still holding on. There is still hope. Quickly come with me to reinforce them. If anyone slacks off, I will report to Lord Alliance Leader Wu Shuai. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch used Wu Shuai's name, along with the variant human Gu immortals who were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother, and the rest had no choice but to obey this order. The immortals did not bother to conceal their traces. They flew towards Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven at their fastest speed. The Grotto Heaven's entrance opened. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was anxious as he charged in. The rest followed behind him. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven was already engulfed in flames of battle. Demon Judgment Board was like a red meteor in the sky. It rampaged around unstoppably. The rank 6 and 7 Snowman Gu immortals guarding Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven were nowhere to be seen. They were controlling the formation, activating countless hailstorms to attack Demon Judgment Board, but there was little effect. Demon Judgment Board suddenly shot out a blood-colored light. The light shot towards the center of the defensive formation. The Snowman Gu immortals hurriedly put up their defenses. The blood-colored light seemed to be reflected by a mirror. It changed its direction and shot far away. Boom! With a loud sound, heaven and earth shook. The blood-colored light exploded, causing the entire sky to be dyed red. A huge snowy plain that was thousands of li in circumference was turned into nothingness by this attack. Blizzard Icy Plain. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw this and his eyes widened in anger. This icy plain was the largest gathering place of the Snowman tribes in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. Now that it was destroyed, close to 10 million ordinary snowmen died. Blizzard Icy Plain had even more significance to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. His coming-of-age ceremony was carried out in this Blizzard Icy Plain. Once, his father had brought the young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to the periphery of the Blizzard Icy Plain. You are an adult now, my son. This icy plain in front of you is your trial ground. You need to survive here for at least 7 days to pass the trial. You will have the qualifications to become a Gu Master and awaken your aperture. The young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the vast snowy plain. He had a perplexed expression. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. His father saw through his expression. It is natural to be afraid because you might die here. The trial is fair as long as you take the risk of death. You will have the qualifications to become a Gu Master. Even though I am a Gu Immortal, I cannot protect you. I can only give you one suggestion. What is it? The young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked. You need to survive in this icy plain for 7 days. It is too difficult. There is almost no hope. His father shook his head. but there are many snowman tribes living in this icy plain. If you can follow their traces and find them, they will definitely protect you. But I do not know them. The young ice crystal was very worried. His father said in a heavy tone, "Don't worry. The snowman tribes will definitely protect every tribesman who lives outside, because these tribesmen will also protect the entire tribe. The tribe will definitely protect you, my son. And if you pass the trial, regardless of your achievements, you will protect the entire tribe in the future. This is our snowman tribe." Sure enough, the young ice crystal endured for 3 days and 3 nights in the icy plain, chasing after the tribe's traces. At the final moment of his life, he crawled to the periphery of a tribe's hunting grounds. He was luckily discovered and survived. That tribe accepted him and healed his injuries for free, welcoming him to settle down and become a member of the tribe. Even though the young ice crystal left in the end, his experiences in that tribe were deeply engraved in his young mind. They influenced him deeply for the rest of his life. When he cultivated to rank 8 and inherited the title of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, becoming the owner of the Grotto Heaven, he focused on developing the explosive snow icy plain, causing the sparsely populated icy plain to become rich in resources. The snowmen who struggled to survive inside also experienced a huge improvement in their lives. Their population gradually increased. But now all of this was destroyed. It was all destroyed. The entire explosive snow icy plain was destroyed by a strong enemy's killer move. Not only was the fruits of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's hard work destroyed, the memories in his mind were also just memories. He could not find any reference in reality. Anger and hatred were like raging flames, burning fiercely in his chest. For an instant, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch became silent. He took in a deep breath. The air in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven was always so cold. It was still so cold. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch recalled his father's teachings. The tribe will definitely protect you, my son. And if you succeed in the trial, regardless of your achievements, you will protect the entire tribe in the future. This is our snowman tribe. Indeed. It is my turn. It is time for me to protect the entire tribe. Rumble. At the next moment, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's aura erupted, creating a huge storm as he charged towards Demon Judgment Board. The Goo Immortals behind him were shocked. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was actually so powerful. The reinforcements from the past 2 heavens have finally arrived. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Guiyue Fangjing breathed in deeply. His expression was solemn. Many people came. There were many rank 8 Goo Immortals. Guiyue Fangjing was only rank 7, but he was not flustered. This battle had already nurtured his fighting spirit and confidence. Of course, most of it was his confidence towards this rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Demon Judgment Board. You have a strong aura, but can you resist Demon Judgment Board? Guiyue Fangjing smiled coldly. He did not use any killer moves. He controlled Demon Judgment Board to charge forward. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. He had to retreat. He was an Ice and Snow Path Goo Immortal. He did not cultivate Transformation Path or Strength Path. How could he use his body to resist an Immortal Goo House? Let's go. Quick, let's attack together and help Vice Alliance leader. The other 2 Heavens Alliance army shouted as they attacked. Guiyue Fangjing saw this and used Demon Judgment Board to advance by retreating. He pulled some distance away agilely. Blood light flashed on Demon Judgment Board as all sorts of killer moves were used. The immemorial rock monsters became slow. The Eggman Goo Immortal was bleeding profusely. He could only save himself. He could not form the ancient battle formation. The incomplete Black Emperor building that Strange Hair Grotto Heaven sent was cowering at the back. It did not dare to fight Demon Judgment Board head-on. The other 2 Heavens Goo Immortals were even worse off. Even though there were many rank 8 Goo Immortals, they cherished their lives. They only dared to use killer moves from afar. Once they got close, they would escape first. A disorderly mob. This term appeared in Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's mind. He was furious and anxious. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven had nothing to do with them. They would not fight to the death. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch knew that he could only rely on himself now. I can only use that move. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch made up his mind. Master, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch seems to be unable to hold on. Should we help him? Soul Path Goo Immortal and Sun asked Spectral Soul secretly. He was sent by Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven this time, while Spectral Soul had been hiding in the dark. Chapter 2009. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch floated in the sky. His aura continued to rise as his clothes fluttered in the wind. Around him, countless strands of cold air condensed, giving rise to howling waves. Such power far surpassed ordinary rank 8 killer moves. If Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch succeeded in activating it, it would shake heaven and earth. Fang Jing immediately sensed it. He wanted to use Demon Judgment Board to interfere. Let's help fellow Taoist Ice Crystal. Stop Demon Judgment Board. The other two Heaven's Goo Immortals had some battle experience. They quickly blocked Demon Judgment Board. At once, all sorts of killer moves flew around like fireworks. Demon Judgment Board's movement was obstructed by all sorts of attacks, but at the crucial moment, a blood-red rainbow shot out again, attacking Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was still preparing his killer move. He did not move. At the crucial moment, Sun suddenly opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance, throwing out an Immemorial Soul Beast. The Immemorial Soul Beast moved quickly, blocking Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but was hit by the blood-red rainbow. With a loud sound, an explosion occurred. The Immemorial Soul Beast cried out. Its body was mostly destroyed as it fell to the ground. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately looked at Sun with gratitude. His aura stabilized rapidly. He had passed the most dangerous juncture. His killer move was about to succeed. Immemorial Soul Beasts have no blood. Demon Judgment Board's Blood Path killer move is not effective. Sun was excited. Master, if not for your guidance, I would not have been able to block this blood-red rainbow. That Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch would have been in trouble. No. Spectral Soul analyzed. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's killer move is very profound. It has a certain level of defensive power during the activation process. Even if he is hit, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch will only be injured. The killer move will not fail. Celestial Court. I will let you have a taste of my tribe's signature killer move. Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Ice Crystal Immortal Wang De shouted. His rampaging aura was completely concealed. At the next moment, his entire body exploded with a loud sound, turning into countless cold lights. Cold lights shot out. They were extremely cold. Everywhere they went, the air froze, turning into pieces of floating ice that fell to the ground. Fang Jing had a bad feeling. He wanted to use the Demon Judgment Board to move, but how could his speed compare to the extreme ice crystal light? In an instant, the Demon Judgment Board was hit by countless ice crystal lights. Gotcha. Every time the crystal light hit the Demon Judgment Board, it would turn into a small piece of ice, adhering to the surface of the Demon Judgment Board. Countless crystal lights shot out from all directions. Demon Judgment Board could not dodge at all. Countless layers of ice formed on the surface of the Immortal Goo House. Fang Jing's heart sank. He quickly activated Demon Judgment Board and used a killer move to block the ice layer. However, his speed could not match the speed of the ice. Very quickly, the Demon Judgment Board was surrounded by a thick layer of ice that was half a meter thick. Not good. The thicker the layer of ice, the more powerful the cold light that comes from the outside is. This discovery made Fang Jing turn pale with fright. This move was unavoidable from the very beginning. It was powerful, but the true power was yet to come. The further it went, the more powerful this move would be. Fang Jing quickly activated Demon Judgment Board. The rank 8 Immortal Essence that he stored was expended as he activated Demon Judgment Board's strongest killer move. Blood light shone as the layer of ice on one side melted. However, the cold light in the sky reacted. They moved towards the direction that Fang Jing was trying to break out of. Demon Judgment Board's effect became weaker. The Goo Immortals present were all stunned. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is actually so strong. He actually used his own strength to seal the rank 8 Immortal Goo House of Celestial Court, Demon Judgment Board. Truly amazing. What is this move called? Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. At once, the Immortals chewed on the name of this killer move. It was deeply engraved in their minds. This is the olden antiquity era's signature killer move. To think that the snowman here actually obtained a racial inheritance. Spectral Soul, who was in Sun's body, laughed lightly. Sun realized now, so this move is the racial inheritance of the snowman. No wonder it is so strong. Wait. Can an olden antiquity era killer move still be used now? The current world is very different from the olden antiquity era. Won't such an ancient relic be obsolete? Spectral Soul laughed. Back then, variant humans dominated the world. Killer moves were as numerous as the stars in the sky. But killer moves that were carefully chosen and placed into the racial inheritance naturally have their own profundities. Take this Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin for example. Its core is not an immortal goo, but the variant human who used the killer move. Spectral Soul was not knowledgeable in the ordinary sense. He had once plundered countless souls in the door of life and death. Many of these souls came from the olden antiquity era, the remote antiquity era, and even the immemorial antiquity era. Thus, Spectral Soul knew a lot of information about these eras. Even though his attainment level fell to rock bottom, his memories were still intact. Like what Spectral Soul said, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin had some similarities with Wu Yong's Unlimited Wind Killer move. When Wu Yong used Unlimited Wind, his wind path Dao marks would be permanently expended. Meanwhile, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin not only expended Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's ice and snow Dao marks, it would also reduce his lifespan. Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin used Snowman Gu Immortals as the core, it was less affected by the changes of time. At the same time, even if Gu Immortals of other races obtained this move, they would not be able to use it. Guyu Fangjing's forehead was already covered with a layer of cold sweat. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's battle strength was far beyond Fangjing's expectations. The Great Demon Judgment Board was actually trapped in the ice, there was little hope of breaking out. Even if Fangjing wanted to deal with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, he could not do it. Because Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already turned into countless cold lights. This was the specialty of Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Just as Demon Judgment Board was about to be completely trapped in the ice, at this moment, a phoenix cry resounded. Next, waves surged, Princes Impatience and Baizang Shui arrived together. It turned out that when Fangjing fought with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch earlier, he had already informed Celestial Court, Princes Impatience and Baizang Shui. Baizang Shui had already cleaned up the battlefield, she left immediately. Meanwhile, Prince's Impatience gave up on some of his gains, he quickly went to reinforce. The two rank 8 Gu Immortals saw that Demon Judgment Board was trapped. They growled together, one sent out golden flames while the other sent out waves. The ice was attacked from both inside and outside, it could not hold on any longer, the outer layer of ice was quickly destroyed while Demon Judgment Board became restless. The two Heavens Gu Immortals saw this and attacked, but they were suppressed by Prince's Impatience and Baizang Shui. They had many times more rank 8s than Celestial Court, but they had no advantage. In a battle between Gu Immortals, numbers were not the crucial factor. Even though the two Heavens Gu Immortals had the advantage in numbers, they did not cooperate with each other, their killer moves often interfered with each other. They had great battle strength but before they even hit the enemy, they would expend 30 to 40% of their strength. But if they fought alone they would be afraid, they would focus on preserving their lives, they would be in danger and lose their lives. Of course, this was also because Prince's Impatience and Baizang Shui were elites among rank 8s, they had outstanding battle strength. As a member of Celestial Court, they could look down on most people of the same cultivation level. After a while of deadlock, Spectral Soul acutely sensed that the ice light was weakening, he had to instruct Sun, quickly release the Soul Beast army, lend me all your immortal Gu. Yes, master. Sun did not hesitate, he did as he was told. The Soul Beast army immediately moved. Prince Fengxian and Baizang Shui did not think much of it at first, they threw out two killer moves, but the Soul Beast army suddenly split up, their movements were smooth like flowing water, they dodged most of the killer moves. Next, 3 immemorial Soul Beasts flew out of the Soul Beast army, attacking Prince's Impatience and Baizang Shui. Both sides fought, the immemorial Soul Beasts could not match the two Immortals of Celestial Court, but the immemorial Soul Beasts had the support of the army, killer moves were used at every crucial moment. Even though Prince's Impatience and Baizang Shui had the upper hand, they were restrained by the Soul Beast army. As Demon Judgment Board's reinforcements fell, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's ice light turned the situation around. This Soul Path rank 7 is truly talented. I will go kill him. Prince Fengxian and Baizang Shui quickly conversed, the former suddenly moved, spitting out fire from his mouth, forcefully burning a path through the Soul Beast army, heading straight for Sun. Sun turned pale with fright, he shouted in panic, "He is coming, protect me." The Gu Immortals of the two heavens knew that enslavement path Gu Immortals were most afraid of killing tactics, they quickly attacked. Prince's Impatience rampaged unstoppably, breaking through all the obstacles, but because of this delay, Sun had already pulled some distance between them. You cannot escape. Prince's Impatience smiled coldly, pouncing again. Spectral Soul would not attack personally in public, he controlled Sun's body to retreat, using the strength of other Gu Immortals to block Prince's Impatience. Prince's Impatience charged again and again, the two Heavens Immortals were sweating profusely, their hearts were pounding, they were showing their might. Baizang Shui shouted, "Fengxian, quickly attack." Prince's Impatience gritted his teeth, this Sun was so slippery. At this time, the ice light trapped Demon Judgment Board again, layers of ice formed a huge ice coffin, suppressing this rank 8 immortal goo house at the center. Oh no. Seeing this, Bai Shui's and Princess Impatience's hearts sank. Seeing that Celestial Court's side was in trouble, at this moment heaven and earth shook, chi currents surged as the world roared. Chi tides again. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven had already been destroyed by Princess Impatience and Bai Shui when they came to reinforce. It was connected to the outside world. At this moment, chi tides surged in the outside world, pouring into the Grotto Heaven. The chi tides spread to the battlefield. Everywhere they went, people were thrown off their feet. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven's defensive immortal formation could not hold on anymore. It shattered. A large number of snowman goo immortals were in danger. The ice light that trapped Demon Judgment Board shook. It seemed to be hesitating. It only hesitated for a moment. The extreme ice crystal lights shot towards the snowman goo immortals, turning into ice tubes that protected them. But this way Demon Judgment Board's pressure was greatly reduced. Princess Impatience and Bai Shui saw this and attacked at the same time, breaking the remaining ice layers and saving Demon Judgment Board. Chapter 2010. Chi tides filled the entire ice crystal grotto heaven as they surged. Spectral Soul sighed deeply. This was too regretful. He had intended to let both sides fight to the death. He would take care of everything himself. Devouring goo immortal souls was much more useful than absorbing soul cores. Unfortunately, his plan was ruined by this chi tide. I do not have Danghun Mountain. I lack guts goo. I can only devour soul beasts and soul cores. But these need time to digest. They are not as good as guts goo, which can directly raise my soul foundation. How can there be such a coincidence? Not long ago, Chi-Si ancestor and Wu Shui fought and caused a chi tide. The battle this time also attracted a chi tide. Spectral Soul thought of this and had a realization. Don't tell me when goo immortals fight they cause a chi tide. Spectral Soul was only guessing, he was not certain. It is a pity that my chi path attainment level is ordinary. If I were still around, I would be able to make a decision. He had soul searching and devouring methods, but these methods could not directly raise his path attainment level. The only way to raise his path attainment level was to absorb true meaning. Spectral Soul's attainment levels at his peak were mostly obtained from the memories he obtained from soul searching. He cultivated and deduced them. It was not easy. Forget it. Sun performed well this time. He made a huge contribution. He might be summoned by Wu Shui. If I rely on him, I will be able to get close to Wu Shui. I might even have a chance to enslave Wu Shui and obtain Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul's plan failed. He thought of a new plan. He coveted Dragon Palace, which had Dream Path Immortal Goo. Within the surging chi tide, cold lights gathered and turned back into Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's aura was weak, his face was pale. The price of using extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin was huge. However, he almost single-handedly sealed the Demon Judgment Board, and was the biggest contributor to the victory of this battle. The goo immortals of the two heavens came to visit him. Their gazes towards him were different now. Strength could prove everything, it could differentiate one's status. Undeniably, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, who had extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move, had battle strength that surpassed most of the rank 8 goo immortals of the two heavens. Even though we managed to protect Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, our signature killer move was exposed. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch forced back Celestial Court, but he could not feel happy internally. At that moment, he could only comfort himself that it was very difficult to restrain the immortal subduing coffin and that he could still rely on it for a period of time. Fellow immortals, I'm not injured, I just need to rest. Everyone, please work together to protect my grotto heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke. That's easy to say. Our two heavens alliance is one. This small matter is nothing. Everyone, hurry up and do your best to protect the Ice Crystal Paradise. The goo immortals of the two heavens took action, resisting and clearing the chi tides in the grotto heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was in charge of repairing the holes in the grotto heaven aperture walls. Even though the chi tides were vast and mighty, under the combined efforts of many goo immortals, they quickly calmed down. Due to the timely treatment, the Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven did not suffer many losses due to the chi tides. Vice Alliance Leader, come take a look, we have a new discovery. When Great Wisdom Immortal Mother flew back, she brought an unexpected piece of news to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. A moment later, the immortals of the two heavens arrived at the location. They saw a fruit that was the size of a hill floating in the air. This fruit was translucent, it was completely made of heaven and earth chi, it was shaped like a gourd or a peanut. This should be a chi harvest fruit? After the qi tides spread, people would often find qi harvest fruits of similar shapes. When Gu immortals obtain them and use them in their immortal aperture, they can quickly harmonize the heaven and earth qi in their immortal aperture. It will greatly increase the fusion of the two qi in their immortal aperture. But ordinary qi harvest fruits are only as big as a carriage. If this is a qi harvest fruit, why is it so huge? The immortals of the two heavens discussed. They could not make up their minds. Master, is this really a qi harvest fruit? Unsun asked Spectral Soul. If it is, wouldn't this be a blessing in disguise for Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven? As long as it absorbs such a large qi harvest fruit, won't Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's immortal aperture transform completely? It will no longer be restricted by the qi tides? This is indeed a qi harvest fruit, but whether it is a blessing or a curse, it is hard to say. Spectral Soul chuckled coldly. As expected, when Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch tried to take this qi harvest fruit, he was shocked to find a deeper secret. Oh no. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression turned even paler. This qi harvest fruit is still growing. It is absorbing my Grotto Heaven's heaven and earth qi to grow. If I rashly get rid of it, the Grotto Heaven will shake, living beings will die. It will also create an even more violent qi tide. The immortals gasped. After getting Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's permission, they went forward to investigate. This qi harvest fruit cannot be allowed to grow. Is there anyone who can help me get rid of this threat? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, will not be stingy with my rewards. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a stern expression. But the Gu immortals looked at each other. They were helpless. Almost anyone could forcefully get rid of the qi harvest fruit. But it was extremely harmful to Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. It would shake its foundation. According to the immortals' deductions, if they directly got rid of it and detonated the qi harvest fruit, after the qi tide is formed, a second qi harvest fruit will continue to grow. This way they had to get rid of this threat permanently without harming Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The difficulty was too high. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother suggested, we can't do it because we do not cultivate qi path. Maybe Lord Alliance Leader has a way? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a worried expression. He sighed deeply. Right now, we can only seek help from Lord Alliance Leader. Wu Shuai soon received Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's request for help. My memories are limited. I did not know that the qi harvest fruit could have such a change. Maybe my main body knows about it. Wu Shuai then sent Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's detailed battle report to Fang Yuan's main body. Oh. This caused the danger of the two heavens Grotto Heavens. This is much earlier than in my previous life. Fang Yuan's main body knew about it indeed. In the 500 years of his previous life, the two heavens Gu immortals worked together and attacked many places. They caused a lot of trouble to the 5 regions. Due to the qi tides, the 5 regions Gu immortals were heavily restricted. But the two heavens Gu immortals were much less affected by the qi tides because of their origins. Moreover, when Gu immortals fought to a certain extent, qi tides would definitely appear. Even if the two heavens Gu immortals had low battle strength, they could use the qi tides to defeat the 5 regions Gu immortals. However, good times did not last long. Soon, the two heavens Gu immortals found that qi harvest fruits appeared in their Grotto Heavens. These qi harvest fruits absorbed the Grotto Heavens heaven and earth qi to grow. They could not be destroyed. If they ignored them, the threat would continue to grow and eventually destroy the Grotto Heavens. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch resisted the Celestial Court, causing the qi tides to sweep the Grotto Heavens. This is the reason why the qi harvest fruits appeared earlier. Fang Yuan sent this information to Wu Shuai. Suddenly, he had a thought. Inspiration flashed in his mind. Wait. Maybe I can use the qi tides to deal with Providence. He was in a terrible situation now. The main reason was that he had Heaven Path Dao marks on him. He could not refine them in a short period of time. The Heaven Path Dao marks naturally manifested as Providence. The Heaven Path Dao marks had no ill intent towards Fang Yuan, but Providence wanted to get rid of him. It tried all ways to make things difficult for him and destroy his sovereign immortal aperture. And even worse, if Fang Yuan did not get rid of Providence in time, Providence would accumulate to a certain extent. Even if the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance was not opened, the Grotto Heaven's Providence would resonate with the 5 regions' Providence. Fang Yuan's location would be exposed. Once Fang Yuan's location was exposed, if he stayed in Qi Si, his identity as Qi Si ancestor would be ruined. However, it was too difficult for Fang Yuan to get rid of Providence. The sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. Fang Yuan did not know where to start. He could not predict the changes of the heavenly Tao. He could not know where Providence would appear in advance. Why don't I imitate the qi tides and sweep through my sovereign immortal aperture? Like brushes, I will sweep through all the providence wherever I go. Fang Yuan thought about it. He felt that this method had a lot of potential. It seemed dangerous, like taking a risk, but with his Qi Path and Wisdom Path foundation, there was a high chance of success. Of course, whether this method would succeed or not, Fang Yuan did not know until the final moment. If only Wisdom Gu was still around, that would be great. Wisdom Gu's inspiration was correct. At the same time, with the help of the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan deduced that the killer move to activate the Qi tides would be fast and convenient. At the same time, in Qiju Grotto Heaven. This is the center of the Grotto Heaven. Luo clan's 3 Gu immortals were injured. They finally reached this place. Good, what a good Qi harvest fruit. Luo Muzi cried out. The other 2 immortals were also shocked. According to the 3 Luo clan immortals' deductions, the center of Qiju Grotto Heaven should contain the Grotto Heaven's most valuable treasure. Right now, the 3 immortals took a look. There was only a small and exquisite Qi harvest fruit here. This fruit was almost solid. There was fluorescence on its surface. It was shining brightly. It was only the size of a gourd, but it had the aura of a rank 9 immortal material. There was also a huge life force that pressed down on the 3 Luo clan immortals' minds like a mountain or an ocean. This Qi harvest fruit is not ordinary, it has great profundity. We need to research it. Strange, the Qi harvest fruit is a product of the Qi tides. Why would demon immortal Qiju hide it at the center? Don't tell me he predicted that there would be a calamity like the Qi tides in the distant future? While the 3 Luo clan immortals were discussing, there was a shout. Several variant human Gu immortals appeared and attacked. The 3 Luo clan immortals were caught off guard. They were swept into the battlefield killer move. Oh no, there is an ambush. Someone found Qiju Grotto Heaven? Who are you people? The 3 Luo clan immortals shouted. The leading variant human Gu immortal was only the size of a finger. He had transparent wings on his back. He was a mini-man Gu immortal. Chapter 2011. Several days later, in southern borders Wu clan headquarters. Wu Yong stood on a mountain peak, slowly opening his eyes. In front of him there were 3 to 5 mortals. They were all tied to the wooden stakes, unconscious and unconscious. Immortal killer move, farewell friend wind. Wu Yong breathed in deeply. After preparing, he activated this peculiar killer move. Without seeing any wind, the 3 to 5 mortals in front of him started to disintegrate. Their hair, skin, flesh, and bones were blown away by the wind like ashes. In the blink of an eye, these mortals along with their clothes completely dissipated. Not even a trace of them was left. Wu Yong showed a satisfied smile. During this period of time he had modified Farewell Friend Wind. The results were quite good. Farewell Friend Wind was a wind path killer move with human path effect. It originally needed to hit a certain part of the target's body while saying farewell words. But now, these flaws were all modified by Wu Yong. They were removed. The current Farewell Friend Wind still needed to befriend the target before it could be used. But its range was greatly increased, its practicality rose by a large margin. Wu Yong had used unlimited wind killer move in the Fate War, permanently expending a lot of his wind path Dao marks. His foundation was greatly reduced. However, during the period of rest and reorganization after the battle, he had gained some insights from his losses, and his attainment in the wind path had improved once again. This way he had the ability to modify Farewell Friend Wind. Wu Yong was not satisfied with just modifying Farewell Friend Wind. The increase in attainment level would also bring about development in all aspects. Farewell Friend Wind was only one of the aspects. Next is to modify other killer moves and even clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. After modifying it, my battle strength will definitely rise again. It might even surpass my previous peak. Just as Wu Yong was thinking about the future, an information path Gu worm flew over. Wu Yong took it and glanced through it. His brows raised and he couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise. He had wanted to enter closed cultivation for some time, but after receiving this news he immediately stopped his modification plan. After returning to the guest hall, he saw the 2 Gu immortals who had come to see him. These 2 Gu immortals were wearing the same attire, dark green short sleeves and black trousers. His head was covered with a white cloth that looked like a headband, and his calves were bound with jasper. Gu immortals familiar with Southern Borders Gu Immortal world would know. This was the uniform of Southern Borders Luo clan. Of the 2 Luo clan Gu immortals, one was an old man with a bitter expression, while the other was a middle-aged man with a pale expression. He was clearly injured. Luo Zhu Luo Ran greets Lord Alliance leader. Luo clan's 2 Gu immortals saw Wu Yong and immediately bowed. The Southern Alliance had already been established, with Wu Yong as the leader. Of the 2 Luo clan immortals, Luo Ran was a general of Luo clan, an expert with rank 7 peak space path battle strength. He was very arrogant, while Luo Zhu had a high status and was the current first supreme elder of Luo clan. The two immortals' attitude towards Wu Yong was very polite and humble. It was clear that they had a favor to ask of him. Wu Yong nodded. Sit down and talk. After the two Luo clan Gu immortals sat down, Wu Yong asked directly, what is going on with Qiju Grotto Heaven? Luo Zhu took a deep breath and explained the sequence of events. The general idea was that a certain Luo clan Gu immortal was using an immortal Gu house to explore in White Heaven. He accidentally found Qiju Grotto Heaven. Luo clan thus explored in secret for many years. Finally, when the Qi tide surged, they made a breakthrough and entered the center of Qiju Grotto Heaven. However, just as they were about to obtain Qiju's true inheritance, they were ambushed by variant human Gu immortals. The three Luo clan immortals who were exploring the Grotto Heaven were caught off guard. They were forced into a passive state. Thankfully, the leader was a space path expert, Luo Ran. He used his trump card and managed to escape with the three Luo clan immortals. The variant human Gu immortals did not stop. They chased after the three Luo clan immortals. Luo clan got the news and immediately mobilized their immortal Gu house. Both sides fought intensely at the heavenly wind Qi wall. Even though the variant human Gu immortals did not have much battle strength, their leader, the mini-man Gu immortal Xianxia, was very powerful. At the same time, the variant human Gu immortals had an incredible immortal Gu house. Luo clan was not their match and had to flee back to southern border. After passing through the heavenly wind Qi wall, the variant human Gu immortals were afraid of being attacked by southern border's Gu immortal world. They gave up on the chase. Luo clan's immortals were defeated. They returned to their headquarters to rest, feeling furious and helpless. They discussed for a long time. They felt that they could not take Qiju Grotto Heaven by themselves. They might as well find other forces to help. Wu Yong heard the two Luo clan immortals' explanation and understood. The Qi tides exposed the location of the two heavens Grotto Heavens. Thus the two heavens Gu immortals formed an alliance. The two heavens alliance is mainly made up of variant humans. Wuxia is the alliance leader. This group of variant human Gu immortals that defeated Luo clan is likely closely related to the Two Heavens Alliance. The Two Heavens Alliance first occupied a corner of Eastern Sea. Wuxia fought with Duke Long. Next, Celestial Court attacked. Their Vice Alliance leader Ice Snow Immortal Monarch defeated Celestial Court's Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board. The commotion was huge. If Luo clan seeks allies like Ho clan or Yao clan, even though they are similar in size to Luo clan, they will not be able to resist the Two Heavens Alliance. In the end, when the matter escalates, they still need to seek help from me. Thus they directly came to me for help. Thinking of this, Wu Yong smiled. He immediately agreed. Our southern border righteous path is united. Luo clan is in trouble. As long as it is a Southern Alliance force, we have the responsibility to help. And I, Wu Yong, as the leader of the Southern Alliance, have an even greater responsibility. Luo clan's two immortals spoke. Alliance leader is righteous. But there was no joy on their faces. Regarding a huge treasure like Qiju's true inheritance, Wu Yong would definitely agree. This was almost certain. The crucial thing was how to obtain Qiju's true inheritance. How should Luo clan and Wu clan cooperate, and how should they split the true inheritance? This was the true content that needed to be discussed. While the two Luo clan immortals were negotiating with Wu Yong, Wuxia also received a request from a Gu immortal. This mini-man Gu immortal is called Xianxia? Wuxia squinted his eyes. Yes. The reporting Gu immortal introduced. This immortal has great strength. His reputation has spread long ago. Even though the two heavens forces do not interact with each other, we have heard of Xianxia. His strength is likely about the same as Vice Alliance leader. The so-called Vice Alliance leader was naturally Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch used the killer move Immortal Suppression Coffin to force back the Celestial Court. His reputation rose greatly. Everyone in the Two Heavens Alliance knew of him. What is the matter for him to come to see me? Wuxia purposely asked. This subordinate does not know. The reporting Gu immortal lowered his head. He only said that he has a huge fortune to give to Lord Alliance leader. He also wants to join our Two Heavens Alliance. Wuxia smiled. He did not know before, but not long ago, his main body sent him some information about this person. In the 500 years of his previous life, this Xianxia was a famous person. He was an expert among variant human rank 8 Gu immortals. He could even fight evenly against the members of the Celestial Court. Speaking of which, in the 500 years of his previous life, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not famous. In terms of battle strength, Xiao Jian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were on the same level. Even though the two Heavens Gu Immortals were not very accomplished, there were still several experts who could hold up the fort. If not for this, he would not have caused trouble to the 5 regions in the 500 years of his previous life. Xiao Jian explored Qiju Grotto Heaven. He likely had a conflict with Luo clan. Now that the Southern Alliance has been established in advance, Luo clan suffered a loss. They will definitely look for allies in southern border. They are likely to find Wu Yong. Even though Xiao Jian has several Grotto Heaven forces with him, how can they compare to the Great Southern Alliance? Thus, he came to me and wants to join our Two Heavens Alliance. Not only to protect himself, he also wants to use my strength to resist the Southern Alliance and obtain Qiju's true inheritance. But this Qiju Grotto Heaven is a dangerous place. In the 500 years of my previous life, Qiju Grotto Heaven self-detonated, burying many Gu Immortals. The Two Heavens Alliance suffered a huge loss and never recovered. Wu Shuai estimated that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch probably died in the explosion of Qiju Grotto Heaven. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not be so unknown. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai couldn't help but sneer. This Xiao Jian is cunning and sinister. He wants to borrow the tiger's power to kill me. Since he has something to ask of me, I must have a good talk with him. Chapter 2012. The sky was the same color, a vast expanse of blue and jade. Winds howled, killing intent condensed in the air. Two immortal Gu houses confronted each other. One was a grand palace, shining with orange-gold light. It was magnificent and majestic. It was Dragon Palace. The other was a 2-story bamboo building, full of vitality. It was elegant and elegant. It was clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. 2 rank 8 immortal Gu houses carried many Gu Immortals. Wu Shuai sat at the main seat. The Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens were standing in 2 rows in the hall. On the left were Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest. On the right was the Woodpath Great Expert, Miniman Gu Immortal Xiao Jian, who had just joined them. As for Lady Cold Ash, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and the rest, they were also mixed in. Not long ago, Wu Shuai had summoned Xiao Jian. After the two sides came to an agreement, they quickly set off for Qiju Grotto Heaven. On the other side, Southern Alliance's Wu Yong also knew the principle of speed. He immediately mobilized clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building as well as Wu clan and Luo clan's immortals to immemorial White Heaven. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's speed was much faster than Dragon Palace. Wu Yong arrived first, but Qiju Grotto Heaven could not be casually entered. Just as Wu Yong and the rest were waiting to enter, Wu Shuai arrived with Dragon Palace. Both sides met in White Heaven and immediately confronted each other. Wu Yong. Wu Shuai spoke from within Dragon Palace, his voice reverberating in the battlefield. Qiju's true inheritance is right in front of us. Why don't we each send 3 people? We will win 2 out of 3 rounds. The winner will obtain the true inheritance, while the loser will get the Grotto Heaven. How about that? Wu Shuai, when did you become so wishy-washy? Wu Yong's snicker could be heard from within clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Qiju's true inheritance goes to the fated one. We will fight for it with our own abilities. The moment he said that, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building turned into a green rainbow, entering a certain gap in Qiju Grotto Heaven. Wu Yong waited for a long time. He finally found the opportunity to enter. Even though Wu Yong had brought clear jade dripping wine tiny bamboo building, the Gu Immortals around him were elites from Wu clan and Luo clan. In terms of formation, they could not compare to Wu Shuai's side. Not only in quantity but also in terms of high-level battle strength. If it was really as Wu Shuai said, 2 wins out of 3, Wu Yong would definitely be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight. Furthermore, once Gu Immortals fought intensely, heaven and earth chi would become chaotic and form chi tides. By then, the Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens would be less affected. Their advantage would be even greater. Wu Yong was an ambitious and ruthless person. How could he let his side fall into a disadvantageous position again and again? Lord Alliance Master, this matter should not be delayed. Let's also depart. Xiao Jian urged somewhat anxiously. Wu Shuai focused his attention on the pores of Qiju Grotto Heaven. These pores varied in size, but they were all white in color, formed by the rapid airflow. Just now, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building entered Qiju Grotto Heaven through one of the largest holes. After watching for a while, Wu Shuai saw some mysteries. These holes are of different sizes, they are increasing in number, they are likely the immortal aperture entrances of Qiju Grotto Heaven. Although Fang Yuan's main body and clone had different memories, they shared the same cultivation realm. Wu Shuai also had the main body's chi path attainment level. He could see more deeply than other Gu Immortals. Just this hole made Wu Shuai's eyes brighten. He was moved. Immortal aperture entrances have always been checkpoints, they are used to connect the inside and outside of the immortal aperture. Jianghu Grotto Heaven's entrance has a unique style, it is the one I have seen that can maximize the effect of the entrance's connection. I wonder what kind of gains there will be inside. Thinking of this, Wuxi's curiosity grew, he activated Dragon Palace and slowly moved forward. In Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories, this Jianghu Grotto Heaven self-detonated, it dealt a heavy blow to the allied army of the two heavens, the latter never recovered from this setback. Who knew how many rank 8 Gu immortals died here? Jianghu Grotto Heaven was very dangerous, this was also the reason why Fang Yuan did not explore it before the Fate War. But now that Jianghu Grotto Heaven was exposed, with the temptation of Jianghu's true inheritance and Dragon Palace's protection, Wuxia did not have much time left, he made his move. Dragon Palace passed through the hole and quickly arrived inside Jianghu Grotto Heaven. The immortals saw that the surroundings were filled with air currents, they were milky white in color and howled fiercely. Jianghu Grotto Heaven's structure is quite special, it does not have the scenery of an ordinary immortal aperture, it is filled with milky white qi currents. These qi currents form into many pipes. Countless pipes turn Jianghu Grotto Heaven's interior into a maze, it is like the intestines of a giant. We need to quickly move through these qi currents and find the correct path to enter the center. Jianghu's true inheritance is hidden there. Xiao Hejian explained at an appropriate time. The immortals in the palace listened seriously. Xiao Hejian did not tell them everything, to prevent Wuxia from obtaining the true inheritance. He kept many secrets and made an agreement with Wuxia that he would only reveal them when they arrived at the scene. Dragon Palace moved through the milky white qi currents, it soon reached a fork. The two entrances on the left and right were the same, they were about the same size. How do we find the correct path? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked. Xiao Hejian said, I cannot determine this, I can only try. The only rule is that the closer we get to the center, the higher the grade of the monsters and resources in the qi currents. When we get to the center, the qi harvest fruits there are already ranked 9. What about Luo clan? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked another crucial question. Luo clan does not have a more accurate method, in fact their exploration progress has always been far behind us. But with the appearance of the qi tides, many difficulties and obstacles were swept away, allowing them to quickly reach the center. According to our previous progress, we are already very close to Jianghu's true inheritance, we are only lacking the final 2 obstacles. Xiao Hejian sighed, his tone was filled with unwillingness. The immortals heard this and relaxed slightly. Then it seems that even though the other party entered the Grotto Heaven first, we still have the advantage. Great wisdom Immortal Mother analyzed. We cannot be careless. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building is much faster than us. Wuxia said plainly. He randomly chose a passageway and entered the Dragon Palace. Along the way the qi current passageway gradually became wider and taller. Many qi path living beings lived in the passageway, forming sections of independent and rather special living environments. Suddenly, a group of qi monsters emerged from the deep walls of the tunnel, surrounding Dragon Palace. These qi monsters were of different shapes, there were cows, goats, fish, birds and other strange shapes. But their color was similar, they were all orange. These are qi monsters formed by luck. Xiao Hejian gasped, don't be fooled by their lack of immemorial qi monsters, they are very troublesome. Without luck path methods to protect us, if we kill them casually, our luck will be greatly affected. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. At the next moment, thick smoke spewed out of Dragon Palace. Wherever the thick smoke went, it engulfed the group of lucky qi monsters and pushed them into the depths of the Dragon Palace. Xiao Hejian was shocked, he reacted after a while, saying respectfully, this is a dream path killer move as expected of Dragon Palace. As they continued to move forward, an immemorial qi monster appeared ahead, it was like a black whale, its body was huge like a mountain. Xiao Hejian had a grim expression. Be careful, this is an immemorial qi monster formed from tough qi, but it is currently in slumber. I suggest we go around it, don't? Bam. At the next moment, Dragon Palace sped up and crashed into the immemorial qi monster. Dragon Palace shook intensely, but the immemorial qi monster was pierced through, it retaliated furiously. Dragon Palace crashed again thrice. The immemorial qi monster broke apart, turning into lumps of pitch-black tough qi. Next, Wuxia kept these tough qi into Dragon Palace. Split them. Wuxia kept most of them, the rest were distributed to the other Gu immortals. Alliance leader is mighty. Dragon Palace is mighty. This subordinate thanks Alliance leader. With Lord Alliance leader here, Why would we be afraid of a mere Wu Yong? At once, the immortals expressed their gratitude. Flattery surged like a tidal wave. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled as he looked at Xiao Hejian, saying with deep meaning, "Friend Xiao, don't make a big fuss over nothing, we will lose our prestige for nothing." Xiao Hejian nodded. He was still deeply shocked as he thought. Even though I witnessed the Fate War, I only realized the strength of Dragon Palace after experiencing it myself. Dragon Palace is so strong, what about Duke Long, Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge? At once, Xiao Hejian's emotions became complex. On one hand, Dragon Palace's strength gave him hope, on the other hand he had been an expert for a long time, he felt the gap between them, he saw stronger existences, he felt a sense of loss. Like this, they moved forward, wherever they went, Wu Shuai took everything that could be taken away. Qiju Grotto Heaven was a Qi Path treasure trove, it was known as the Qi Sea of ancient times. Not only was there a huge amount of Qi Path resources here, there were also all kinds of them, it had everything. Wu Shuai purposely displayed his might to intimidate Xiao Hejian. Xiao Hejian also revealed more secrets. According to him, he had even encountered the Qi Aura Peak in the process of exploring. Qiju Grotto Heaven actually had such an extinct Qi Path resource. Regretfully, Xiao Hejian only took a glance and did not have the ability to take Qi Peak. This is the center of Qiju Grotto Heaven? Inside clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Wu Yong had just arrived at his destination. Before he could feel happy, his pupils shrunk. Heh, you are not slow. Dragon Palace quickly appeared behind clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. The center of Qiju Grotto Heaven was like a large hollow ball. There were a large number of Qi pillars inside the ball, they intersected and moved back and forth. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and Dragon Palace entered, they were like mosquitoes flying into a beehive. The Qi pillars continued to move, some were fast while others were slow, they even affected each other. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was carefully moved forward under Wu Yong's control, avoiding these Qi pillars and moving forward in a zigzag manner. These Qi pillars are made of different materials, but they are at least rank 8 immortal materials. We cannot touch them casually, otherwise we will attract unnecessary trouble. Xiao Hejian quickly said. The environment here was not suitable for fighting. Thus, Xiao Hejian had specially set up a battlefield killer move to kill Luo Clan's 3 immortals. In the end, Luo Clan's Gu Immortal Luo Ran was a space path Gu Immortal. He led the other 2 immortals to pass through the battlefield, then used the terrain here to temporarily shake off Xiao Hejian's group and escape. No need to go through so much trouble. Wu Shuai waved his hand. At the next moment, a dragon roar resounded, the evil dragon appeared. Bam bam bam. The evil dragon was rampaging all the way, smashing all the air pillars in its path, directly creating a path for the Dragon Palace behind it. Wu Yong frowned. Chapter 2013. Good. Lord Alliance Leader is mighty. This is the power of our 2 heavens alliance. The morale of the immortals in Dragon Palace soared as they cheered. The evil dragon rampaged in front with incomparable ferocity, while Dragon Palace followed behind leisurely. This dragon man barbarian. Luo tribe's first supreme elder Luo Zu's eyelids twitched as he gritted his teeth. The Gu immortals of the 2 clans in clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building felt immense pressure. The evil dragon chased relentlessly, it was like a rampaging mountain range. Compared to it, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was very small. Most importantly, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had to avoid the Qi pillars continuously, it had to move forward with many twists and turns. Meanwhile, the evil dragon Di Zongxing was moving in a straight line, the distance between the 2 was shrinking rapidly. What do we do now? The Southern Alliance Gu immortals were pale. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Wu Shuai uses strength to suppress others, he is making full use of his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. If I were him, I would definitely do the same. Don't worry, after the Fate War, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was not only repaired, it was even strengthened by me. It is not a problem to resist Di Zongxing for now. Although the other party is strong, we do not need to tangle with them, we just need to seize Qiju's true inheritance. Alliance Leader is right. The immortals nodded in agreement. Every battle had a goal, Wu Yong could see it clearly. There was only one goal in this battle, that was to seize Qiju's true inheritance. Whichever side could achieve this goal would be the winner. Even if he suffered some losses during the fight, what did it matter? After all, the evil dragon was too strong. It had the strongest battle strength among immemorial desolate beasts. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the number of people who could resist the evil dragon head-on could be counted on one hand. There were less than 5 people. Just as Wu Shuai and Wu Yong started their pursuit, the third rank 8 Immortal Gu house quietly arrived outside Qiju Grotto Heaven. It was Demon Judgment Board. Demon Judgment Board was still controlled by Fangjing, but this time not only did Princes Impatience and Baizang Shui come, there was also Che Wei who had just recovered from his injuries, as well as Information Path Great Expert Zhou Xiongxian. Last time, Fangjing took the initiative to attack the two heavens. Even though he was repelled by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, his gains were still huge. Prince's Impatience and Baizang Shui's spoils of war from the first 2 grotto heavens were plentiful. Although Fangjing had been defeated, he had only lost face for the Celestial Court. Originally, the Celestial Court wasn't clear about the matter regarding Qijue Grotto Heaven. After all, Immemorial White Heaven was so vast. Even if the Qi tides revealed traces of Qijue Grotto Heaven, the Celestial Court wouldn't be able to discover it. But don't forget that Wu Shuai's subordinate, the Night Wolf Heavenly Monarch, had secretly surrendered to the Celestial Court. The matter of Xiao Hejian joining the Two Heavens Alliance could not be concealed. The Night Wolf Heavenly Monarch thus learned of the secret of Qijue Grotto Heaven. He immediately informed the Celestial Court. Demon Immortal Qiju was very famous in history. He was a terrifying great expert who fought against limitless demon venerable. Especially when he cultivated Qi Path in the current environment where Qi tides were surging, new Qi Path resources were emerging in large numbers and emerging endlessly. All the major forces in the 5 regions wanted to research more on Qi Dao. The Celestial Court was no exception. Even though the Celestial Court had primordial origins, true inheritance and others, if the Celestial Court snatched Qiju's true inheritance, it would mean that other forces would not be able to obtain it. This way the Celestial Court's advantage would be even greater. Thus, Fangjing did not rest for long. He listened to Qin Dingling's orders and led 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals to attack White Heaven with Demon Judgment Board, arriving here. This should be Qijue Grotto Heaven. What is going on? Fangjing had just arrived when he saw a shocking change. Countless holes appeared, milky white Qi currents surged and rotated continuously. Countless holes appeared, connecting the Grotto Heaven to the outside. More and more of these holes appeared, densely packed together. They were too densely packed, giving off a feeling of terror. More than 10 breaths later, the huge silhouette of Qijue Grotto Heaven appeared. On the surface of the silhouette, there were countless milky white Qi currents. Within the Qi currents, there were countless holes that were constantly moving in and out. The surrounding air was sucked into the Grotto Heaven by a terrifying formless force. As a result, intense whistling sounds filled the ears of the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court. Qiju Grotto Heaven seems to be undergoing a huge change. Wu Shuai, Wu Yong, and the rest are probably already fighting inside the Grotto Heaven. What should we do? Prince's Impatience and the rest looked at Fangjing. This time Fangjing was still the leader. Fangjing felt pressure. The choice in front of him was very difficult. At once he fell into hesitation. What should he do? At the center of Qiju Grotto Heaven. Bam bam bam. The sound of the Qi pillars collapsing could be heard endlessly. Wherever the evil dragon went, it destroyed all obstacles. However, good things didn't last long. After these pillars of air collapsed, they turned into powerful air currents. Countless air currents entangled with each other and covered the evil dragon's body. They constantly pressured it and surrounded it from all directions, trying to kill it. The evil dragon roared, but its momentum continued to slow. The pressure coming from the front was increasing. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Dragon Palace were not having a good time either. These Qi currents were like huge tsunamis. The 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses were like small boats in the raging waves. Huge Qi currents collided with the 2 Immortal Gu houses, causing them to shake intensely, sometimes even causing the Immortal Gu houses to spin on the spot. A deep blue Qi current shot forward. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building quickly dodged. But the deep blue Qi current was too huge and fast. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building had to use all its strength to escape after 3 breaths of time. This is lightning. The Southern Border Gu Immortal exclaimed, I have never seen such huge lightning currents. This quality is enough to be a rank 8 immortal material. Gathering lightning currents had to be done during thunderstorms. It was not difficult to gather lightning currents, but high-rank lightning currents immortal materials were rare. Rank 8 lightning currents were even rarer. If not for the urgency of the situation, the Southern Border Gu Immortals would want to gather these lightning currents. It is all Wu Shuai's fault. Such recklessness has caused Qiju Grotto Heaven to erupt. Luo Zhu gritted his teeth. Wu Yong had a grim expression. Qiju's true inheritance is the most important target. The lightning currents earlier caused clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to lose some goo worms, but Wu Yong quickly replenished them. These immortal materials formed an extreme environment because of the high density of Dao marks. If there were wind path chi current immortal materials, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building would be like a fish in water. Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven's change made the environment extremely vile, but overall Wu Yong's situation was much better. Because clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was affected, but Wu Shuai's side was even more affected. Dragon Palace's speed was much slower than clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Sharp blade chi, pitch black hard chi, dark death chi. All sorts of chi currents were incomparably huge, all of them were rank 8 level. Wu Shuai braced himself and controlled Dragon Palace to forcibly resist them. The evil dragon had already been left behind. Its body was too huge, it was affected by at least a dozen chi currents at the same time, it could no longer be of much use. This is Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven's foundation. Wu Shuai's expression was grim, his eyes were flickering with uncertainty. He was at a disadvantage, but the situation was not decided yet. The two Heaven's immortals in the hall were also shocked speechless. If not for Dragon Palace's protection, who would dare to enter such a dangerous place? Many rank 8 Gu immortals felt their own insignificance and weakness. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju is indeed worthy of being someone who once fought against limitless Demon Venerable. The two rank 8 immortal Gu houses did not give up, they moved towards the center with difficulty, trying to snatch Chi-Ju's true inheritance. Outside the Grotto Heaven, Fangjing no longer needed to hesitate. Let's retreat first and observe the situation. Fangjing ordered. Demon Judgment Board quickly retreated. Prince's impatience and the rest were silent, they approved of this decision. Because of the huge change in the world, chi currents were surging in all directions, chi tides were forming again. Fighting in this chi tide would cause Gu immortals to suffer backlash. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were no exception. It seems that my deduction was not wrong. The heaven and earth chi in our immortal apertures are different from the outside world. Thus, be it opening the immortal aperture or fighting intensely, as long as it reaches a certain level, a new chi tide will appear. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju is a Gu immortal of the 5 regions, he is here now that there are countless holes, it is like a Grotto Heaven has been opened. Furthermore, Wu Shuai and the rest are fighting with the Southern Alliance Gu immortals inside the Grotto Heaven. This huge chi tide has appeared. Let's watch from the sidelines and try to reap the benefits. Celestial Court's Gu immortals conversed as they looked at Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven. Powerful chi tides flowed into Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven through the holes. Wu Yong, Wu Shuai, and the rest felt that it was difficult to move forward, the violent and powerful chi currents became even stronger. Even though rank 8 immortal Gu houses were strong, they could not control themselves against these chi currents, they were often swept away. Thump thump thump. The two immortal Gu houses got closer to the center, the immortals could hear the dull sound of drums. What is going on? What chi currents are making drumming sounds? No, it is a heartbeat. Quickly look. The two immortal Gu houses finally arrived at the center of Chi-Ju Grotto Heaven. All of the Gu immortals saw this scene. At the place where countless chi currents converged, it was like the eye of a tornado. The surroundings were violent, but this place was calm. In this tranquil environment, there was a chi harvest fruit that was extremely small and exquisite. It was constantly absorbing the violent chi currents around it. Countless chi currents, no matter what kind, were absorbed by the chi harvest fruit. They instantly changed in nature, becoming a part of the chi harvest fruit. Different from the previous situation, there was a baby's placenta inside the chi harvest fruit. The chi harvest fruit was like the stomach of a pregnant woman. A human baby was curled up inside, it was growing bigger bit by bit. How can this be? What is going on? This is a monster. It is absorbing rank 8 immortal material chi currents endlessly to strengthen itself. It is about to be born, quickly stop it. The immortal's expressions changed. Wu Shuai was just about to activate Dreamy Light Smoke Killer move, but the chi harvest fruit seemed to sense it, it shook and lightly self-detonated. The baby was born successfully, he had small arms and legs, he seemed to be malnourished. At this time, the phantom image of a crater appeared above his head. This crater was filled with profundity, it was emitting the aura of rank 9. But this aura was far more complete and perfect than the incomplete human sea that Wu Shuai obtained earlier. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The baby suddenly raised his arms, as if he was holding the phantom image of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. He let out a long cry. At the next moment, the surrounding chi currents flowed into the phantom image of the secluded domain of heaven and earth like tired birds returning to their nests. The speed of the qi currents was astonishing. In just a few breaths of time, they were all sucked into the mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth. Wu Shuai, Wu Yong, and the other immortals were no longer surrounded by qi currents. In the sky, only the baby and the 2 rank 8 immortal gu houses were left. We are out again. Luo Zhu found himself in the outside world. No, the whole of Qiju Grotto heaven turned into qi currents and was sucked in by him. Wu Yong could not conceal his shock. This was out of his expectations. He felt like he had been used. This was a trap. Who are you? Wu Shuai's voice resounded from Dragon Palace. The baby had already grown into a boy. He inhaled and inhaled the phantom image of the secluded domain of heaven and earth into his nose. Next, he looked around, looking at Dragon Palace and clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He immediately discovered the hidden demon judgment board. The boy smiled lightly, singing leisurely, ascending the mountain to seek immortality. Every step is dangerous. Floating dust like flowing light, dark goo hidden in the heart. Golden jade like a dream, 10,000 years of loneliness. 5 regions 9 heavens technique, all in one breath. After he finished singing, he said with a young but experienced tone, "Who else can I be? I am Demon Immortal Qiju." Demon Immortal Qiju? The immortals' hearts shook intensely. Wait, if he is Demon Immortal Qiju, is that secluded domain of heaven and earth this she recorded in the Legends of Renzu? Inside Demon Judgment Board, Zhou Xianxia thought of something. The Legends of Renzu had 2 extremely mysterious secluded domains of heaven and earth. There were not many detailed descriptions. Chapter 2014. Demon Immortal Qiju. The mysterious Gu Immortal exposed his identity. Everyone went silent at once. The 3 Gu Immortals were shaken. In history, Demon Immortal Qiju was someone who fought evenly with limitless Demon Venerable. Inside Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai frowned. He suddenly understood a lot. It seems that in the 500 years of my previous life, Demon Immortal Qiju failed to revive. Otherwise, Demon Immortal Qiju would have definitely appeared. There could be 2 reasons for this. One was that Fake Gu was not completely destroyed back then. The second was that Spectral Soul succeeded in refining Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. All the signs show that he had already infiltrated Celestial Court back then and controlled the situation. He would not allow someone like Demon Immortal Qiju to revive. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai snorted coldly. His thoughts flickered. Roar. At the next moment, the evil dragon moved. Earlier, the evil dragon was obstructed by the vast qi currents. It was covered in injuries. But now, the entire Qiju Grotto heaven was absorbed by Demon Immortal Qiju. His methods were unimaginable. The evil dragon regained its freedom. It regrouped and charged at Demon Immortal Qiju. This pounce immediately stirred up the boundless wind and clouds. The giant body of the evil dragon was like a moving mountain range, covering the sky and covering the earth. Not to mention Demon Immortal Qiju's childlike body, even the majestic dragon palace could not compare to the evil dragon's body. Good timing. Demon Immortal Qiju's vision was filled with Zongxing. He was not flustered. He smiled leisurely. He did not dodge. He stretched out a small hand and pressed towards Zongxing. Immortal killer move, great qi capture. With a loud sound, endless milky white qi currents burst out of Demon Immortal Qiju's body, forming into a giant hand with 5 fingers. The giant hand was the size of an immortal gu house at first, but it expanded to the size of a hill. 3 breaths of time later, the entire qi current hand had expanded rapidly. It was on par with the evil dragon's head. But the milky white qi current hand was still growing. Zongxing had already arrived. Bam! The 2 collided, but to everyone's surprise, Demon Immortal Qiju's qi current hand could not withstand a single blow. It was destroyed. Zongxing's speed did not change as he charged towards Demon Immortal Qiju. Demon Immortal Qiju did not dodge. He looked at Immortal Qiju calmly. Zongxing only continued charging for a few breaths of time before its speed plummeted. Then it let out a furious roar as if it was in great pain. My great qi capture move can be gathered and scattered. It could gather energy to move mountains and seas, and disperse energy to invade internal organs. How will you deal with it? Demon Immortal Qiju said proudly. The Jew. Demon Immortal Qiju used one move to suppress Zongxing. This was the true strength of a pseudo-venerable. Emperor Gu King Ju Master. Once Fake Gu is destroyed, the whole world will be in chaos. Demon Immortal Qiju had clearly died 1,000,000 years ago. It is all that Scourge Fang Yuan's fault. He had a chance to revive. In Emperor Ju Demon Hao Gu sealed court, Judgment Guqi of Mu and Chindi King Gu. After the Fate War, righteous path declined and demonic path rose. Duke Long, who was the pillar of celestial court, died. Feng Jioge, whom they had high hopes for, betrayed them. Fang Yuan was the culprit who destroyed fate and was still at large. And now, demon immortal Qiju appeared. Alas, the celestial court's Gu immortals felt. The future of the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions and 2 heavens was bleak. They had never thought of recruiting demon immortal Qiju. Even though he was limitless demon venerable's enemy in history, there was no possibility of him merging with the righteous path. Demon immortal Qiju, just the word, demon, was enough to explain the problem. There were only wrong names but never wrong nicknames. Xiao Jian, what are you trying to do? You actually summoned such a powerful enemy for our 2 heavens alliance. Inside Dragon Palace, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shouted. Xiao Jian could not retort, his expression was pale. He felt lingering fear, but he was also glad. Thankfully, he joined the 2 heavens alliance, otherwise he would have become the sacrificial lamb of demon immortal Qiju's rebirth. This is a trap, I am also a victim. Xiao Jian complained. This is a trap, demon immortal Qiju's arrangement. At the same time, Wu Yong, who was inside Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, sighed. Luo Zhu sighed. Demon immortal Qiju cultivates Qi Path, he could actually predict 1,000,000 years in the future? What kind of attainment level is this? Wu Yong frowned slightly, his gaze pierced through Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, looking at Dragon Palace. He understood demon immortal Qiju's arrangement, but he had a doubt. Did Wu Shuai know about this secret? At this moment, Wu Yong recalled earlier Wu Shuai controlled the evil dragon to charge around. Was he acting recklessly and using strength to suppress others, or was it intentional to destroy demon immortal Qiju's arrangement? Clearly, it was because of the evil dragon's actions that demon immortal Qiju appeared in advance. Wu Yong was a formidable person of the present era. He had a meticulous mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Wu Shuai's actions were fishy. It is possible that Wu Shuai knows about demon immortal Qiju. After all, his relationship with Fang Yuan has always been unclear. It is not strange that Fang Yuan knows about this since he possesses Spring-Autumn Cicada. Wu Yong thought of Fang Yuan. Did Fang Yuan come or not? Inside Demon Judgment Board, the Celestial Court Immortals were also guessing. Fang Yuan was someone who had been reborn. If he knew about the secret of demon immortal Qiju's appearance, he might be hiding at the side, waiting for a chance to attack. Because of this, Demon Judgment Board had been biding its time. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was also observing the situation. But demon immortal Qiju was not willing to let them off. Today is the joyous day of my rebirth. Come, let me see what methods the Gu immortals of the present era have. Demon immortal Qiju had the appearance of a young boy, but his tone was old and experienced. He attacked again. At once, milky white Qi currents surged like a tsunami, enveloping Celestial Court, the Southern Alliance, and Wu Shuai. Old scoundrel Qiju, don't be careless, we are not afraid of you, we are just worried that Fang Yuan is hiding at the side. Wu Yong spoke as he controlled Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building to retreat. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fang Jing transmitted, that's right. Demonic Path Senior, even though you are famous in history, you cannot compare to the #1 demon of the present era, Gu Fang Yuan. This person has already destroyed our Celestial Court's fate Gu. Without him, you would not have been able to rebirth. Fang Yuan? I will remember this name. Demon immortal Qiju stretched out his arms as Qi currents surged. But you will not be able to leave. His entire body was like a bottomless pit, constantly spewing milky white Qi currents. These Qi currents had a unique nature. Ordinary immortal killer moves could not destroy these Qi currents. At once, the 3 rank 8 immortal Gu houses fell into it, their speed fell sharply. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. He controlled Dragon Palace to advance instead of retreating, attacking Demon Immortal Qiju. Demon Immortal Qiju laughed loudly. Very good, you are finally acting up. A trace of light smoke shot out of Dragon Palace. Dream Path Killer Move, Dreamy Light Smoke. Demon Immortal Qiju did not dodge, he was hit by the light smoke and instantly dispersed. Wu Shuai's expression became strange. He was like a fisherman casting a net. He used all his strength to cast the net, but the fish in the net were like bubbles in the water, extinguished upon contact. Demon Immortal Qiju's body appeared again, but this time he was far away. He took a deep look at the Dragon Palace, full of fear. Alright, I'll remember you. He abandoned Dragon Palace and targeted Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Demon Judgment Board. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building burst out with intense winds, while Demon Judgment Board let out a soaring blood-red light, displaying their abilities. Demon Immortal Chiju's moves were simple and imposing. He suppressed the two immortal goo houses one after another. After a dozen or so rounds, his eyes shined with bright light as he cheered, "Good, good, good, to think that the world has already developed Wind Path and Blood Path. This is truly exciting. My arrangements were not in vain, my rebirth in this era was not in vain. Other than you, who else is there in this world?" Demon Immortal Chiju asked again. Wu Yong smiled coldly, "Forget about the others, just Eastern Sea alone has one person. He also cultivates Qi Path, his battle strength is stronger than yours. He possesses Qi Si, he is called Qi Si Ancestor. He is the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path." There is another person who cultivates Qi Path? Back then, Qi Path was already on the decline. To think that it still had such great achievements. Very good, I will definitely meet this person. Demon Immortal Chiju laughed heartily. Wu Yong added, "Other than Qi Si Ancestor, there is also a sound path demonic immortal called Feng Jioga. He also subdued the evil dragon in one move. It was much easier than you. In the battle not long ago, he publicly betrayed the Celestial Court. There are no traces of him now. The Celestial Court also does not dare to pursue him." Feng Jioga? Good, I will remember it. Is there anyone else? Demon Immortal Chiju's eyes shined. Wu Shuai interrupted at this moment. "You will have to get past yours first, old man." The moment he said that, Dragon Palace attacked again. Demon Immortal Chiju smiled lightly. He pointed with a finger. Lower Qi. Milky white Qi currents surged and swept Dragon Palace down. At this time, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building crashed towards Demon Immortal Chiju along with a storm. Demon Immortal Chiju pointed with another finger. Upper Qi. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was immediately swept away by the Qi currents. It flew up uncontrollably. Demon Judgment Board arrived. Demon Immortal Chiju stretched out two fingers and pointed at this building. Gasped for breath. With a boom, the Demon Judgment Board suddenly stopped in midair. The expressions of all the Gu Immortals in the building changed. The immortal essence they injected into Demon Judgment Board became intermittent. This rank 8 immortal Gu house was like an old man on the verge of death. It could not even breathe properly. "Juniors, I will not play with you anymore. Send my message, Feng Yuan, Qi Si Ancestor and Feng Jioga. I want to meet all three of them. They cannot hide, they cannot hide." Demon Immortal Chiju said this before his figure vanished, never to be seen again. The immortals were bewildered and vigilant. After exterminating the milky white Qi currents, they were sure that Demon Immortal Chiju had already left. "Should we give chase?" Someone in Dragon Palace asked. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. "Where? Why don't you tell me?" The Gu Immortal who asked turned pale. He lowered his head and did not dare to speak. "Let's retreat." Wu Yong smiled. He did not forget to boost morale. Even though we did not gain anything this time, to be able to fight with an existence like Demon Immortal Chiju, this trip was not in vain. Chapter 2015. Demon Immortal Chiju was reborn and suppressed the Celestial Court, Southern Border, and the two heavens. This battle quickly swept through the entire Gu Immortal world like a hurricane, shocking everyone in the world. I did not expect Demon Immortal Chiju to revive. This world is really going to be chaotic. I wonder how many almighty beings will be reborn? If Demon Immortal Chiju could revive, then there's no reason the past venerables couldn't, right? Oh my god. No wonder Great Dream Immortal Venerable is the strongest venerable in history. To be able to kill his way out of the encirclement and become a venerable in such a terrifying environment, he's definitely not weak. While countless Gu Immortals were speculating and discussing, the three parties were busy reorganizing themselves. Dragon Palace. I originally thought that I would be able to obtain Chiju's true inheritance. Who would have thought that it was a trap? Now that Demon Immortal Chiju has appeared, we even offended him. What should we do? It's all Xiao Hejian's fault for putting our two heavens alliance in such an awkward situation. Many variant human Gu Immortals looked at Xiao Hejian with hostility. Xiao Hejian snickered internally. He knew that Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was trying to suppress him. He joined the Two Heavens Alliance because of his outstanding strength and reputation. He was already a threat to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch status, thus he was suppressed. Have you all said enough? Wu Shuai snorted coldly from the main seat, looking displeased. At once, the Dragon Palace quietened down and the immortals shut their mouths. Xiao Hejian then pretended to be ashamed and bowed deeply to Wu Shuai. His tone was very sincere. "Lord Alliance Master, this subordinate is guilty." But before he could continue, he was interrupted by Wu Shuai. "Enough, you shut up. Even if Demon Immortal Chiju comes again, we have the evil dragon and Dragon Palace. What is there to fear? The most important thing right now is the Qi harvest fruits in your grotto heavens. Demon Immortal Qiju was revived from this Qi harvest fruit. Clearly, we have not fully explored the mysteries of this Qi harvest fruit. How should I clear the Qi harvest fruits in your grotto heavens? If you don't deal with it in time, I'm afraid your grotto heaven will be in danger. Yeah. You're right, Guild Master. My paradise has already started producing Qi harvest fruits. They absorb the heaven and earth Qi from the paradise, so there's no way to get rid of them directly. This is happening to my paradise as well. Now is not the time to take revenge on the celestial court, nor to guard against demon immortal Qiju. The most important thing is to deal with the Qi harvest fruits in the grotto heaven. For a moment, all the immortals in the palace changed their expressions, and the topic shifted to the Qi harvest fruit. However, the communication between the immortals was completely fruitless, and a panicked atmosphere soon filled the hall. Even Xiao Jian was no exception. Although his grotto heaven had yet to produce a Qi harvest fruit, it was only a matter of time. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch no longer had the mood to suppress Xiao Jian. The Qi harvest fruit in his Ice Crystal heavenly abode was the strongest, and the disaster was especially severe. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord looked distressed. His heavenly grotto heaven did not escape this calamity and produced a Qi harvest fruit. Although the Qi harvest fruit was small, it was growing at an alarming rate. However, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was much less panicked than the others. If the Two Heavens Alliance cannot resolve this, I can go to the Celestial Court to find a way to save it. At this juncture, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord felt that his decision to side with the Celestial Court was a wise one. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had high hopes for the Celestial Court. Because the first Celestial Court's immortal king was primordial origin immortal venerable, he cultivated Qi path. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord secretly informed the Celestial Court about this and asked for help from Celestial Court. The Celestial Court had sent Fangjing and the rest to Qiju Grotto Heaven, but Demon Judgment Board had not even entered Qiju Grotto Heaven. They did not know what was happening inside. After obtaining Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's information, the Celestial Court understood the truth. Regarding Demon Immortal Qiju's revival as well as the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens, Qin Dingling placed great importance on it. Because Celestial Court was no exception, it also produced a Qi harvest fruit. She immediately gathered the immortals to research and discuss countermeasures. The Celestial Court had deep foundations. Even after the Fate War, they were still the #1 superforce in the 5 regions. Especially when they had primordial origins Qi path true inheritance, they had a huge advantage in Qi path. They could be said to be at the top of the world. And most importantly, the Celestial Court's research on Heaven Path had great results. Even Limitless Demon Venerable had made a bet with Star Constellation in the past to obtain this Heaven Path research. Heaven, Earth, and humans all have veins. Humans have human veins, Earth has Earth veins, and Heaven has Heaven veins. The Two Heavens Grotto Heavens are almost always located on Heaven veins, thus they have endless benefits. The Grotto Heavens can be nourished by Heaven veins and produce more resources. But now Heaven and Earth are changing, Qi tides are appearing frequently. The reason for Qi tides is the unification of the 5 regions and the merging of Earth veins. But the truth is, Heaven veins are also showing signs of merging, it is just that it is not obvious yet. The Celestial Court's immortals discovered that Heaven and Earth were merging into one. The 5 regions were just the beginning, the 2 immemorial heavens would merge into one soon. The 5 regions were separated by the 2 heavens, their Heaven and Earth Qi were different. But now that Heaven and Earth Qi had completely merged, Qi tides would appear at the places where they converged intensely. Wherever the Qi tides went, all sorts of rich Qi path immortal materials would be produced. Qi harvest fruits were the essence of them. The reason why the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens had Qi harvest fruits was because they were located on Heaven veins, they were at the heart of the storm. That is to say, as long as we move these Grotto Heavens away from the Heaven vein, we will be able to resolve the Qi harvest fruit disaster? Qin Dingling asked. In theory, yes. At least, once we move them away from the Heaven vein, the Qi harvest fruits in the Grotto Heavens will stop growing. The Celestial Court's immortals replied. Qin Dingling frowned. Once a Grotto Heaven is placed, it is hard to move it. Even if there are special methods to move it, our Celestial Court is too big. But our Heavenly Court is too huge. Over 3 million years ago, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable provided an immortal aperture as the foundation. The successive generations of immortal kings also contributed immortal apertures. During this period, countless members fused their immortal apertures here. How can we move Celestial Court? The Celestial Court's immortals were speechless. They fell into a deathly silence. Maybe? Demon Immortal Qiju has a way? Amidst the silence, Fangjing suddenly spoke. Qin Dingling's eyes shined with bright light. There was indeed such a possibility, and it was very likely. Since Demon Immortal Qiju could use the Qi Harvest Fruit to revive, his understanding of Qi Harvest Fruits was unparalleled in the world. But it was extremely difficult for Celestial Court to cooperate with him. The Demon Immortal Qiju recorded in history would never cooperate with Celestial Court. Rather than hoping for him, we might as well cooperate with Qi Ancestor. That's right, we alone cannot resolve Celestial Court's crisis. To resolve Celestial Court's Qi Harvest Fruit disaster, we need a Qi Path great expert. Duke Long had once given half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance to Qi Ancestor. During the Fate War, Qi Ancestor really did not show up, he remained neutral. We have the foundation to cooperate with him. But Qi Ancestor and Fang Yuan's relationship. In my opinion, this is a small matter. Ever since Qi Ancestor reappeared, we can see his motives from his actions. He wants to become the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path, be it holding the Qi banquet or resisting the Two Heavens alliance, we can see this. His way of doing things was completely different from Fang Yuan. Even if they cooperated before, it is not a big deal. Can't my Celestial Court resolve this matter alone? It is difficult, you know that the Immortal Graveyard is destroyed, Star Constellations has not shown up again. If we can really cooperate with Qi Ancestor, we might even be able to recruit him into Celestial Court. My Celestial Court really needs a pseudo-venerable battle strength. Chapter 2016. Immemorial White Heaven. Colorful aurora danced in the sky, it was a dazzling sight. Eastern Sea Rank 7 Gu Immortal Qing Huizi was flying in the sky of aurora lights, using immortal killer moves to collect these aurora lights. The multicolored light was collected into his hand, and he pinched it into a ball. The balls were then sent into his immortal aperture and buried in cloud soil. After a period of time, these aurora light balls would break out of their shells and sprout, growing into seedlings. With the addition of lightning water and magnetic sound, flowing light fruits would be produced. Flowing light fruits were rank 6 immortal materials, they were formed from dense aurora lights. There were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, all sorts of colors. Qing Huizi did not directly plant flowing light fruits, he had his own unique planting methods. Precisely so, he became one of the 3 main Gu immortals selling flowing light fruits in jewel yellow skies. With the Qi tides attacking the heavenly wind Qi wall, I can also enter immemorial white heaven through the cracks of the Qi wall to search for immortal materials. This is my fortuitous encounter. Qing Huizi sighed to himself. Aurora lights were very common in the Two Heavens, they were produced in great quantities. Qing Huizi took the aurora lights, the success rate of planting flowing light fruits fell greatly, he could earn a lot from this. Qing Huizi collected the aurora lights while paying attention to the heavenly wind Qi wall below. He did not have much strength to survive in immemorial white heaven, he could not even break the heavenly wind Qi wall. Thus, he had to pay attention to time. Once the heavenly wind Qi wall showed signs of mending due to the Qi tides, he would return to Eastern Sea. This was no joke. Once Qing Huizi was careless, he would be trapped in immemorial white heaven. With his strength, he might not even be able to wait for the Qi tides to attack again before dying in the dangerous environment of immemorial white heaven. One could say that Qing Huizi was risking his life to collect these aurora lights. Gu Immortal cultivation was not easy, Qing Huizi was already a rank 7 Gu Immortal, but he still had to plan for his livelihood. Right at this time, Qing Huizi suddenly heard a loud cry. Next, winds and clouds surged. Qing Huizi was shocked to find that the heavenly wind Qi wall below him was being pulled by a terrifying formless force. In just a few breaths of time, the heavenly dipper Qi wall with a circumference of tens of miles had been sucked into the central whirlpool. What's going on? Qing Huizi was scared out of his wits. Could it be an immemorial wild beast? However, I have never heard of such a mighty primordial desolate beast. The heavenly gang Qi wall dissipated completely, revealing a concave secret realm of heaven and earth. Next, this secluded domain of heaven and earth entered the nose of a Gu Immortal who looked like a boy. When Qing Huizi saw this Gu Immortal boy, his body and mind shook, it was like ice was poured on his head, pouring into the depths of his heart. Ah, Demon Immortal Qiju. Qing Huizi fell into despair. Why am I so unlucky? I was just gathering rainbow clouds and I actually encountered Demon Immortal Qiju. Even though the battle at Qijue Paradise hadn't happened for long, it couldn't be hidden at all. The whole world already knew about it. Even though there was no everybody's vision killer move that allowed the world's Gu Immortals to witness the entire battle, Demon Immortal Chiju's appearance and methods were spread far and wide. In the Gu Immortal world, there were several people who were publicly known to not be provoked. They were terrifying existences that should be fled upon meeting. The first was Feng Yuan. This demon had many methods and incredible strength. He acted without any qualms. He was extremely ruthless and ruthless. Even the celestial court could not do anything to him. Wuxia was also on the list. He was the Dragon Man leader. He controlled Dragon Palace and enslaved Xianxia. He had deep hatred towards humans. And Demon Immortal Chiju was a newly added character. As for the celestial court and Qixi ancestor, because they were on the same side, they would not bully the weak. Thus he was not on the list. After Qing Huizi saw Demon Immortal Chiju, he immediately recognized him. He was stunned on the spot. He was like a statue. Demon Immortal Chiju frowned as he looked at his palm. His palm was still small and tender. His body was still that of a boy. Thinking about the scene of his rebirth, Demon Immortal Chiju felt annoyed. If he had more time, he would have been able to rebirth perfectly. He would have the body of an adult. But because of the evil dragon's rampage, he had no choice but to revive prematurely. His body was fixed and his potential was limited. After absorbing this heavenly wind chi wall, he finally made up for the losses from the intense battle earlier. After resting, he was about to set off again. "Junior, come here." Demon Immortal Chiju looked at Qing Huizi as he called out casually. Qing Huizi shuddered. He had a bitter expression. He could only fly towards Demon Immortal Chiju obediently with fear. Demon Immortal Chiju smiled as he flicked his finger. A ghostly chi current flew out. The chi current quickly enveloped Qing Huizi completely. Qing Huizi subconsciously wanted to struggle, but Demon Immortal Chiju's shout resounded in his ears. "Don't move." Qing Huizi gritted his teeth. He did not dare to move recklessly. He gave up on struggling. He allowed the chi currents to enter his body and flow around his soul. After flowing for a while, Demon Immortal Chiju finally absorbed all of the chi currents in Qing Huizi's body into his own body. In an instant, he received a vast amount of information. His understanding of the current era deepened by dozens of times. This is an exciting great era, indeed interesting. Demon Immortal Chiju's eyes shined as he clicked his tongue. Next he ordered Qing Huizi, "Take out all of your goo worms." Qing Huizi's face twitched. For an instant he wanted to resist. But soon, his rationality prevailed. He obediently handed over all of his goo worms to Demon Immortal Chiju. This action made Demon Immortal Chiju re-evaluate him. Demon Immortal Chiju took these goo worms and inspected them one by one. He only looked at Qing Huizi's light path immortal goo for a while. His focus was on the top quality mortal goo. Especially goo worms like Soul Search goo. Demon Immortal Chiju was very interested in them. In the end, he actually returned the light path immortal goo to Qing Huizi. Qing Huizi was very surprised. Demon Immortal Chiju smiled. "Junior, you are very tactful. You did not resist me. Who do you think I am? Why would I covet your measly immortal goo? Get lost." Qing Huizi was in disbelief at first, before becoming overjoyed. "Junior will never forget Senior Chiju's great kindness." "Haha, I searched your soul. What kindness is there to speak of?" Demon Immortal Chiju laughed. "You can hate me all you want, it doesn't matter. Even though this era is good, in the entire world without venerables, there are few who are worthy of my attention. Even though I lack immortal goo, I am not at the stage of snatching light path immortal goo. If I want to snatch them, I want chi path immortal goo." Qing Huizi had a thought. "Senior, you want to go to Qixi?" But at the next moment, Demon Immortal Chiju waved his sleeves impatiently. Qing Huizi was immediately enveloped by a chi current. He could not move. He was sent flying away by the current. Demon Immortal Chiju snorted. He did not even look at Qing Huizi as he flew towards Qixi. "I wonder how strong this Qixi ancestor is. Hehe, I hope his chi path immortal goo will not disappoint me." Demon Immortal Chiju was very confident as he flew towards Qixi. He flew rapidly in the sky of Eastern Sea. His body was surrounded by chi currents. He was extremely fast as he crossed sea areas. He did not conceal his tracks. He created a huge commotion along the way. The might of a demonic path overlord was clearly displayed. Along the way he met several Eastern Sea Goo immortals. These people fled in fear. Along the way, Demon Immortal Chiju suddenly had a shocked expression. He stopped in the sky. He sensed his secluded domain of heaven and earth shaking. "Don't tell me?" Demon Immortal Chiju was slightly dazed before he thought of something. Joy appeared on his face. He temporarily threw his plan to go to Qixi to the back of his mind. He changed his direction and flew towards the southwest direction. After a while he arrived at a sea area. The sky here was filled with white clouds that obscured his vision. He could not see any starlight. Even when the sun was high in the sky, the sunlight could not penetrate the thick clouds, it could only slightly brighten the sky. The sea looked calm on the surface, but there were countless torrents inside. These torrents were of all shapes and sizes, they all had different water qualities. They moved between each other and flowed in this sea area, there was no pattern to them at all. Without immortal defensive methods, mortal corpses would be turned into dregs by the torrents in an instant. It was the turbulent flow sea area. Demon Immortal Qiju inspected it carefully. After a while, joy appeared on his face. Amazing, amazing. There must be a fragment of Shi in this sea area, it created such a chaotic scene. To think that after my rebirth my luck would be so strong. I will take this fragment and fuse it into one first, then I will go and find trouble with that Qi Si ancestor. Chapter 2017. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The disaster was still ongoing, the situation was slowly falling into an abyss. Fang Yuan's losses were huge this time. In order to save the resource points, he had already sent the variant humans and Gu Immortals in his Immortal Aperture to various places, ordering them to pay close attention to the resources and to distribute mortal Gu that could detect providence. Adding on Fang Yuan's time path clone and his main body, he was exterminating the providence that was created. Finally, he managed to preserve the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's resource points. However, as long as the Heaven Path Dao marks were not refined by Fang Yuan, the providence that was created would continue to increase in number. Even though Fang Yuan used his full strength, he could not stop the situation from worsening. He could barely preserve the resource points, but the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was huge, the resource points only occupied a small portion of the space. In most areas, Heaven's Will was produced. It was like a densely packed army, gradually surrounding the resource points of various places. Fang Yuan knew that his clan's situation had reached a crucial moment. He could not clear the providence in his Immortal Aperture in time. To prevent the Grotto Heaven's providence from colluding with the Five Regions' providence, he had no choice but to create a secret space in Qi Si's formation to isolate the providence's detection. In the outside world, Demon Immortal Qiju's revival was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Demon Immortal Qiju said that he wanted to meet Qi Si ancestor and the rest, this was not just for show. Internal and external problems. Next, let's see the effect of this immortal formation. Fang Yuan's attention was placed on a rule path formation. This formation was located in Mini Blue Heaven, it floated in the air, it was modified from the 5 regional limit formation. Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment, he already knew that the situation would develop to this stage, thus he made preparations and started to think of a solution. A long time ago, he had an inspiration and decided to imitate the Qi tides to deal with the providence in his Immortal Aperture. And this rule path formation was the result of his research. A batch of rank 8 Immortal Essence was already stored in the Immortal Formation. With a thought from Fang Yuan, this vast formation that covered over 10 miles of land began to be activated. Hoo hoo hoo, the whistling sound of the wind could be heard from the spell formation, which began to shake heaven and earth. Countless streams of air appeared around the spell formation, filling the air like steam. It was so white that one couldn't even see their outstretched hand. All of a sudden, a mysterious light burst forth from the formation. The mystic light struck the white gas, and it was as if a giant hand had pushed it hard. In the next moment, about 30% of the white steam surged forward. The mystic rays penetrated into the white gas, constantly modifying it, causing the loose white gas to become more and more condensed. Finally, the white gas that was pushed out successfully turned into a wave of gas and began to push towards the southeast. Along the way, the huge wave of Qi was like a huge brush, thoroughly washing away the surrounding Qi of heaven and earth. In terms of power, the Qi tide created by Fang Yuan could not compare to the orthodox one, but it had extraordinary power, it could easily take away the lives of mortal Gu masters. This was also why Fang Yuan set up the formation in Mini Blue Heaven, it was to prevent himself from slaughtering living beings and asking for trouble. This Qi tide moved for an hour, it was moving straight until it almost reached the aperture walls of Mini Blue Heaven. Fang Yuan inspected the results, he found that the providence that he had set up earlier was completely wiped out, there was no trace of it left. Furthermore, along the path that the Qi tide took, the heaven and earth Qi were also in harmony, it was very peaceful. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, the result was good. With this formation he could finally get rid of the huge problem of providence. This was extremely important to him. If he could not get rid of Providence, he would have to stay inside the Qi formation to prevent his identity and location from being exposed to Providence. The mountain-like pressure in Fang Yuan's heart immediately reduced by half. Now that he looked at the Qi tides again, he had a deeper understanding. The origin of Qi tides is the difference in heaven and earth Qi. It is like a cliff with a difference in height. Water will form a waterfall when it flows. The same is true for Qi tides. When the 5 regional walls disappear and the earth veins become unified, the heaven and earth Qi of the 5 regions will fuse and form a Qi tide for a period of time. In the future, when heaven and earth Qi fuse completely, the 5 regions will become one. There will be no more Qi tides. And what are the 5 regional walls? In fact, they are essentially Qi tides. The heaven and earth Qi of the 5 regions were different. Thus, in the areas where the 5 regions were connected, there would be differences in heaven and earth Qi. But at that time, the earth veins were different. Heaven and earth Qi could not fuse like now. They would condense into the 5 regional walls. When Gu Immortals used killer moves in the 5 regional walls, they would suffer backlash. It was the same in the Qi tides. The reason was because of the difference in heaven and earth Qi in the regional walls. And the 5 regional walls that Tao Zhu spent his entire life researching, in other words, were Qi tides. It was just that his research was based on rule path. And one of the main results, 5 restriction profound light Qi. Just from the name of this killer move, it could be seen that it was related to Qi path. Fang Yuan had Tao Zhu's true inheritance and half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance, together with Qi Xiang's foundation and his own Qi path attainment level. With all these accumulations, Fang Yuan was able to achieve great results very quickly. Next, I need to adjust this formation slightly, then set up subformations in different areas to make the Qi tides flow continuously and eliminate Providence. Providence's problem is finally resolved. But the refinement of heaven path Dao marks is still a huge problem. But Fang Yuan could only put this problem aside for now, because he had to guard against demon immortal Qi Ju's arrival. The identity of Qi ancestor was very valuable. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan tried his best to conceal himself. He did not expose any relevant clues. And to maintain his identity as Qi ancestor, Fang Yuan's main obstacle was demon immortal Qi Ju. Fang Yuan activated the formation to quell the internal problems while patiently waiting for demon immortal Qi Ju to challenge him. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, there was a high chance that demon immortal Qi Ju would come to fight during this period of time. After waiting for some time, on this day there was a change in the sky above Qi. White Qi waves appeared in the sky. They were grand and grand. They surged towards Qi like an avalanche. Within the Qi waves, demon immortal Qi Ju's child body could be vaguely seen. His demonic might was overwhelming. Soon, his aged voice reverberated in the world. Junior Qi, I demon immortal Qi Ju have come for you. Qi Ju, why are you here? Fang Yuan slowly appeared. He activated Qi's formation as he stood on the surface of the sea, looking up. Demon immortal Qi Ju chuckled. I have just revived. I do not have any immortal Gu with me. I heard that you are the only remaining peak rank 8 Qi path expert in the current world. I came to borrow Gu from you. Aha, borrow Gu? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He could feel demon immortal Qi Ju's domineering attitude. The immortal Gu is with me, but whether you can borrow it or not will depend on your own ability. Demon immortal Qi Ju raised his head and laughed. His young face was filled with intense battle intent. Awesome. Junior, you are very much to my liking. Come, take this move of mine first. Immortal killer move, Great Qi capture. Immediately, a milky white Qi current hand flew out. It was like a small mountain as it pressed down on Fang Yuan. It was this move that made Di Zongxing cry out in pain. It was not only powerful, it was also very profound. It could gather and disperse energy. Enemy Gu immortals could not deal with it easily. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. His expression was calm. He did not panic. He stretched out his palm and pushed upwards. Rumble. A Qi wall covered the surrounding 100 li. It was like the sky was rising. It had a grand aura. The Qi wall and the hand collided. The hand was forced back. It could not stop the Qi wall from rising. Demon immortal Qi Ju smiled lightly. He pointed with his finger as the Qi current hand disintegrated. It turned into countless tiny Qi currents that tried to enter the Qi wall. But this attempt ended in failure. The Qi wall that Fang Yuan created was not only grand and grand, it was also very tight. Demon immortal Qi Ju could not enter it at all. Demon immortal Qi Ju's expression changed slightly. What a great Qi wall. What is the name of this move? Fang Yuan spoke frankly. I created it hastily for you. I have not named it yet. I wonder if you have any ideas? Demon immortal Qi Ju squinted as bright light shined in his eyes. Qi ancestor created this move hastily. it was much more terrifying than creating it a long time ago. Because this meant that Qi ancestor's Qi path attainment level was very high, he could modify his own Qi path killer move in such a short period of time based on the situation of the battle. But Demon Immortal Qiju did not know that the truth was that Fang Yuan modified the 5 regional limit formation. The Qi Wall killer move was just a supplementary move. Even though Fang Yuan lost Wisdom Gu, he still had plenty of Wisdom Path methods. The Qi Wall continued to rise, pushing back the white Qi currents that covered the sky. When it reached Demon Immortal Qiju, the Qi Wall suddenly changed. 2 hands, one black and one white, attacked him from the left and right. Demon Immortal Qiju did not dodge, he allowed the black and white hands to grab him. The hands started to exert force, but at the next moment, a loud sound came from the palms. She. The 2 black and white hands were immediately absorbed into a concave secluded domain phantom. This time it was Fang Yuan's turn to be shocked. He acutely sensed that this secluded domain of heaven and earth above Demon Immortal Qiju's head was much more complete than before. Demon Immortal Qiju knew that ordinary methods could not work against Qi ancestor. He used his trump card. Secluded domain of heaven and earth. She. Fang Yuan tried to attack. All sorts of Qi path killer moves were swallowed by Shi Land when they reached Demon Immortal Qiju. It was like a bottomless pit. No matter how Fang Yuan tried, he could not fill it up. Demon Immortal Qiju had the upper hand above Shi Land. He was undefeatable. He even started to comment on Fang Yuan's various Qi path killer moves. This black and white hands has a good concept. It should have used yin and yang qi, using the attraction and attrition between the two to increase the power of this move. Your Qi path defense is also pleasing to the eye. Every thread of your clothes is made of astral Qi. Are you trying to imitate the heavenly wind Qi wall? It is a pity, truly a pity. You could still pose a threat to me after my rebirth. Regrettably, I have just dismantled the turbulent flow sea area recently. Shi Land is almost complete. This move of mine counters Qi path in the world. Junior Qi Si, you are no exception. How about it? Do I have the ability to borrow your Immortal Gu? Demon Immortal Qiju was called Qiju. Because of this move, it countered all Qi path in the world. Any Qi path killer move would be swallowed by Shi Land, unless the killer move's power surpassed Shi Land's limit. Regrettably, Demon Immortal Qiju had almost completed Shi Land. His battle strength had a qualitative change. Chapter 2018. Above Qi Si, white Qi shrouded the sky and surged intensely. Demon Immortal Qiju looked down at Qi Si ancestor with a grand demonic might. The Shi Land silhouette above his head was clearly visible. He was in an undefeatable position. Junior Qi Si, with my cultivation level, can I borrow Gu from you? Demon Immortal Qiju spoke again. Fang Yuan had a grim expression. In the previous fight, he had already seen through many of Demon Immortal Qiju's trump cards. Ignoring the killer moves that Demon Immortal Qiju had, his trump card was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Shi Land. Using this secluded domain of heaven and earth, he could counter all Qi path Gu immortals in the world. If it were any other path, Demon Immortal Qiju would not have such a huge advantage. But Qi Si ancestor cultivated Qi path, he was severely restricted. From this, one could see Demon Immortal Qiju's nature. Even though he was domineering, he was not brainless. He knew that he had to use his greatest advantage. Thus, after rebirth, he did not fight the 3 sides, he wisely retreated. Later he perfected Shi Land and raised his battle strength. Now he was in front of Qi Si ancestor to forcefully borrow Immortal Gu. Once he obtained rank 8 Qi path Immortal Gu, his strength would rise greatly, he would truly stand at the peak of the current world. Fang Yuan was not Demon Immortal Qiju's match with just his identity as Qi Si ancestor, but he was not flustered. Fang Yuan liked to plan before taking action. This time, Fang Yuan had already learned of Demon Immortal Qiju's threat. He had already modified the Qi Si formation. As long as he retreated to the Qi Si formation, he could resist for a while. If Demon Immortal Qiju charged into the formation, Fang Yuan could detonate the formation and create a chance to retreat. Speaking of which, this self-detonation method was obtained by Fang Yuan from Fang Dichang. Back then, Fang Dichang purposely schemed against Fang Yuan for Divine Bean Palace. He wanted to sacrifice the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Swan Bujin to detonate the Immortal Gu house inside Divine Bean Palace to break through the bottleneck and refine Divine Bean Palace. Fang Yuan saw through his scheme and captured Fang Dichang. After soul-searching him, he obtained the method to detonate the Immortal Gu house. After modifying it, he placed it in the Qi Si formation. Once they self-destructed, the power would be terrifying. Even if it could not threaten Demon Immortal Qiju's life, it could definitely obstruct him for some time. On this point, Fang Yuan was very confident. However, If Fang Yuan used the formation self-detonation to retreat, his Qi-Si ancestor identity would be much less valuable. To protect this identity, Fang Yuan had intentionally restrained his Qi path methods during the Fate War. He had only used unlimited Qi-Si once. If Fang Yuan retreated, Qi-Si ancestor would be defeated by demon immortal Qiju. From now on, Qi-Si ancestor's reputation would fall, his influence in Eastern Sea would be greatly reduced. Demon immortal Qiju frowned slightly, he shouted twice but Qi-Si ancestor did not respond. This pushed demon immortal Qiju's limited patience to the limit. He snorted coldly and was about to continue attacking when a blood-colored ray of light suddenly pierced through the sky and charged straight at his face. Demon immortal Qiju quickly dodged, then he saw Demon Judgment Board appearing in the horizon. Celestial Court, it's you guys again. Demon immortal Qiju sneered, I did not come to find trouble with you but you came to provoke me. You lost the Fate War, what gives you the confidence to act like this? Celestial Court abides by humanity's righteous path. We do things not because of confidence but because of our beliefs. A reply came from Demon Judgment Board. This was not Guiyue Fangjing's voice, it was a woman's voice. Fang Yuan heard this from the side and had a thought. Qin Dingling came personally? So the external help that appeared in my luck is because of her. Demon Immortal Qiju pointed at the incoming Demon Judgment Board. The air surged and condensed into lumps. In an instant, hundreds of milky white Qi lumps shot towards Demon Judgment Board like meteors, causing explosions. Demon Judgment Board's momentum stopped as it shook intensely from the explosions. Demon Immortal Qiju was about to say something when his expression changed. He quickly retreated and moved away at lightning speed. It turned out that the blood-colored rainbow light that Demon Judgment Board shot earlier had turned around and attacked him. Demon Immortal Qiju flashed past the blood-colored rainbow light, but golden light suddenly shot out of this blood-colored light. The golden light quickly condensed above Demon Immortal Qiju's head and turned into a huge golden scissors. Crack crack. The golden scissors cut at Demon Immortal Qiju's head repeatedly, it seemed to have missed. But Demon Immortal Qiju's expression changed. This is a luck path method. He quickly activated an investigative killer move and felt heartache. Oh no, this golden scissors is reducing my luck. Demon Immortal Qiju placed great importance on maintaining his own luck. He had successfully revived earlier and dismantled the turbulent flow sea area to replenish Xiland. He had already expended a lot of his luck. This time, the golden scissors attack made his situation even worse. Qi-Si, Celestial Court, I will remember this. If there is a chance in the future, I will settle this with you. Demon Immortal Qiju's voice reverberated in the world. After saying this, he immediately drilled into the white airflow that soared into the sky, quickly retreating from the battlefield and disappearing. He retreated just like that? Inside Demon Judgment Board, Guiyue Fangjing was slightly dazed. In contrast, the other members of Celestial Court had solemn expressions. Qin Dingling sighed as she pointed at Fangjing. This is the terrifying aspect of Demon Immortal Qiju. He remains calm at all times and has a clear judgment of the situation. Just us alone will only cause trouble for him, but in the current situation, Qi-Si ancestor will not ignore it. With Demon Immortal Qiju's battle strength, it is not hard for him to resist the alliance of us and Qi-Si. But this way the situation will worsen, his plan to forcefully borrow Qi Path Immortal Gu will have no chance of success. Rather than that, he might as well retreat and conserve his strength. Fangjing was enlightened when he received the hint. I understand. Demon Immortal Qiju is a person from 1,000,000 years ago after all, he had just revived and did not have much contact with new paths. Earlier, when dealing with Demon Judgment Board's Blood Path attacks and Lord Qin's Luck Path Golden Scissors, he mainly dodged them. After he familiarized himself with these paths, he modified his killer moves. It will be even more difficult for us to deal with him now. Indeed. Qin Dingling nodded, come with me, let us have a good talk with Qi-Si ancestor. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals walked out in a line. Qin Dingling led them with a smile on her face. Guiyue Fangjing followed closely behind. Demon Judgment Board was taken away, it showed the sincerity of Celestial Court. Thanks to everyone's help, I survived this tribulation. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh as he said gratefully. Qin Dingling wore a golden cloak, she was tall and had broad shoulders and long legs, she had a heroic aura. But this heroic aura was different from Feng Kim Hong, she had a natural nobility, as if she was born to rule over all living beings. But at this moment, Qin Dingling had a smile on her face, she took the initiative to get closer to Fang Yuan. She spoke, if not for ancestors' injuries, why would Demon Immortal Qiju be so arrogant? Furthermore, Ancestor is calm and collected. You definitely have a backup plan. I hope Ancestor won't blame us for interfering. These words were very polite. Fang Yuan felt like he was bathing in a spring breeze. Celestial Court's situation was very different from the 500 years of his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Celestial Court did not give others a way out. But in this life, the leader of Celestial Court took the initiative to give others a way out. After the Fate War, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals mentality was completely different from before the war. Before the Fate War, Celestial Court controlled Fate Gu, they had a huge advantage. But now that Fate Gu was destroyed, Celestial Court's strength fell greatly, they had to recuperate while also forming alliances. In Celestial Court's eyes, Qi-Si Ancestor was the best partner to cooperate with. If Demon Immortal Qiju wanted to find an expert to spar with, he would naturally look for Qi-Si Ancestor first. After all, be it Fang Yuan or Feng Jioge, they were elusive and hard to find. But Qi-Si Ancestor stayed in Qi-Si, he could easily find him. Since Celestial Court wanted to cooperate with Qi-Si Ancestor, they naturally thought of using Demon Immortal Qiju. After all, adding icing on the cake could never compare to providing timely help. Celestial Court did not help Qi-Si Ancestor repel Demon Immortal Qiju casually, they had planned for a long time. Be it Fang Yuan who was waiting patiently for Demon Immortal Qiju, Celestial Court was the same. Friends, please come in, let me prepare some wine to express my gratitude. Fang Yuan led the Celestial Court's immortals into the Qi-Si formation. He arranged a banquet to entertain the Celestial Court's immortals. During the banquet, he also invited the dying Xia clan immortals to join him. Xia clan's immortals were very grateful to the Celestial Court's members, they were very enthusiastic. Earlier, when Demon Immortal Qiju came to find trouble and fought with Qi-Si Ancestor, they were all worried. Eastern Sea Xia clan's territory was completely taken over by Wuxia, they could only place their hopes on Qi-Si Ancestor. If Qi-Si Ancestor was defeated or died, it would be a huge blow to Xia clan. Thus, when Celestial Court helped Qi-Si Ancestor, it was the same as helping them. When Qin Dingling saw the Xia clan immortals, she immediately expressed her condolences and strongly condemned the Two Heavens alliance. She even promised to take action in the future to resist the largest variant human force in the world. This attitude won Xia clan's goodwill even more. Xia clan's first Supreme Elder's face was flushed with joy. Because this was different from the empty words of the other Eastern Sea super forces, Celestial Court had truly taken action. Earlier, Demon Judgment Board led the three immortals to attack the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens. This was something that all the Gu immortals in the world knew. Qin Dingling continued to ask about the Xia clan Gu immortals' current situation. Xia clan's Gu immortals answered. They were treated very well by Qi-Si Ancestor and Qi-Si, they were very grateful, but they were worried about when they could return home. Qin Dingling understood Qi-Si Ancestor's intentions even more clearly. He is raising his hopes. His ambition is not small. Qin Dingling was happy to see this. As long as Qi-Si Ancestor had plans and ambitions, there would be a basis for cooperation between the two sides. Fang Yuan naturally did not invite Xia clan's Gu immortals to join the banquet for no reason. Through Qin Dingling's attitude towards Xia clan's Gu immortals, Fang Yuan was even more certain of Celestial Court's intentions. At the same time, he asked the local Xia clan Gu immortals to be his witnesses. After all, as Eastern Sea Gu immortals, if they interacted closely with Celestial Court, it would lower Qi-Si Ancestor's authority in Eastern Sea. After 3 rounds of wine, Fang Yuan spoke. Friends from Celestial Court helped me today, I will remember this favor. If the heavenly courts have any trouble in the future, I'm willing to move my old body and do my best for the heavenly courts. This was a clear expression. The Celestial Court's immortals heard this and became energized. Qin Dingling put down the cup in her hand and smiled at Qi-Si Ancestor, finally getting to the point. I will not hide it from Ancestor, Celestial Court is indeed facing some problems now. We are here to ask for your help. Oh, please speak your mind. Fang Yuan pretended to be forthright. Qin Dingling did not mention that Celestial Court produced Qi harvest fruits. She took out an information path Mortal Gu and handed it to Qi-Si Ancestor. Fang Yuan looked into it and was immediately moved. Chapter 2019. When Fang Yuan saw this half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance, the first thought that appeared in his mind was not related to the true inheritance. Should I use this chance to get rid of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals? This was a very tempting thought. Qin Dingling was the temporary leader of the Celestial Court. If they lost her, the Celestial Court would suffer a huge blow. Guiyue Fangjing was arranged by Providence to restrain the otherworldly demon Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan killed him, he would be free from some of the restraints. Prince's Impatience by Zhang Shuai, and the rest were now the pillars of the Celestial Court. Without them, it would be a huge blow to the Celestial Court and Central Continent's righteous path. But Fang Yuan thought about it and gave up on this idea. His current strength was not high because of the Heaven Path Dao marks on him. His battle strength could not be guaranteed. Even though the Celestial Court's immortals were chatting and looking relaxed, how could they not be on guard when they first came to Qi Ancestor? It was just that to show their sincerity and friendliness, they pretended to be defenseless. Even if Fang Yuan activated the Qi formation, the Celestial Court's immortals would be able to take out their immortal Gu houses to defend themselves. If they were to deal with the Celestial Court's immortals now, regardless of victory or defeat, Fang Yuan's identity as Qi Ancestor would be strongly suspected by everyone. To speak the truth, Fang Yuan was very willing to cooperate with the Celestial Court. Even though the Celestial Court tried to make things difficult for Fang Yuan and tried to kill Fang Yuan, they even forced Fang Yuan into a desperate situation. But as long as there were enough benefits to pursuing eternal life, Fang Yuan had no qualms about cooperating with the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court cooperated with Qi Ancestor because there were benefits to be gained. If Fang Yuan cooperated with the Celestial Court, he would also benefit greatly. Ignoring the long-term benefits, Fang Yuan used the power of the Celestial Court to repel demon immortal Qiju. He ensured the value of his identity as Qi Ancestor. At the same time, the Celestial Court took the initiative to send the remaining half of the primordial spirit over. Fang Yuan held this information path mortal Gu as he sighed internally. Back then, in order to obtain this Qi path true inheritance, he had spent a lot of effort. Duke Long was shrewd and experienced. Thieving Heaven's method could reduce his lifespan, but he successfully disguised it, using half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance to stabilize Qi Ancestor. As for the remaining half of the inheritance, Duke Long held it in his hands no matter what. Fang Yuan was unable to obtain it. Fang Yuan had originally given up hope, but he did not expect that after the Fate War, the remaining half of the Premier's true legacy would actually fall into his hands through Qin Ding Ling. In the remaining half of the Premier's true inheritance, the triple Qi retraction killer move that Fang Yuan coveted for a long time was among them. Qin Ding Ling cannot be underestimated. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Before Qin Ding Ling said anything, she directly gave the remaining half of the Premier's true inheritance to Qi Ancestor. This was truly a huge move. Qin Ding Ling and the Celestial Court's sincerity was expressed fully. If Qin Ding Ling knew that I am Fang Yuan, I wonder what expression and thoughts she would have? Duke Long had funded the enemy once, now Qin Ding Ling was doing the same thing again. If Qin Ding Ling knew that this person was the greatest culprit of the Fate War, and that she had given the true inheritance to him, she would probably vomit blood from anger. This old man has truly felt your sincerity. Friend Qin, if there is any trouble, I will definitely do my best to help the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan kept the information path mortal Gu into his immortal aperture. He had some guesses about the Celestial Court's trouble. Qin Ding Ling saw that Qi Ancestor kept the information path mortal Gu and let out a sigh of relief. She was most worried that Qi Ancestor would not help her. After all, Qi Ancestor was a secluded cultivator. He did not care about this matter. He was also moved by the news brought by the reborn Fang Yuan. Qi Ancestor knew that if he continued to cultivate like this, the Celestial Court would find trouble with him. Thus, he changed his way of doing things. Qin Ding Ling did not know how the Celestial Court became enemies with Qi Ancestor. But since Qi Ancestor believed Fang Yuan's words, it meant that Fang Yuan provided enough evidence for Qi Ancestor to believe him. This was a mess. Fate Gu was destroyed now, the future had changed, the Celestial Court could not find anything. Qin Ding Ling could only make deductions based on the current situation. It was normal for Qin Ding Ling to have misgivings. After all, Qi Ancestor and the Celestial Court were enemies, but because of Duke Long's mediation, they became neutral. In order to recruit Qi Ancestor, Qin Ding Ling had to take out something that Qi Ancestor could not reject. After Qi Ancestor accepted Primordial Origin's true inheritance, he immediately expressed his determination to help the Celestial Court. Qin Ding Ling felt very gratified. Of course, this was not all she had planned. Primordial Origin's true inheritance was just a bait. Qi Ancestor needed suitable Qi Path Immortal Gu to activate the killer move. And these Qi Path Immortal Gu were all in the Celestial Court's storage. This was the bargaining chip to entice Qi Ancestor. Maybe I can use Demon Immortal Qiju's pressure to persuade Qi Ancestor to join the Celestial Court. This inspiration flashed in Qin Dingling's mind, but she suppressed it for now. She smiled as she told Fang Yuan about the problem that the celestial court was facing. Fang Yuan stroked his beard, understanding in his heart. As he had guessed, the Qi harvest fruit also appeared in the celestial court. Duke Long died, the immortal graveyard was destroyed, the celestial court no longer had a Qi path expert. It was very difficult to solve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit. Qin Dingling gave primordial origins true inheritance without hesitation. She hoped that this true inheritance could help Qi ancestors solve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit faster. Fang Yuan thought about it before nodding. I will agree to the Qi harvest fruit. But I have no methods now. I need to enter closed cultivation for some time to study primordial origins true inheritance. At this time Xia clan's first supreme elder suddenly spoke. Ancestor, you are injured now, you need to recuperate first. Your safety is not only related to Eastern Sea situation, it also concerns the overall situation of humanity and variant humans. He was a little worried that Qi ancestor would cooperate with the celestial court and put Xia clan's matter aside. Qin Dingling laughed. Xia clan friend, don't worry, I will talk about the Two Heavens Alliance next. Wuxia is a current demon, he is a sinner who invaded the celestial court. The celestial court will not allow him to continue developing. We came here this time to ask for ancestors' help, and also to deal with this variant human force. Saying so, Qin Dingling paused. The celestial court is willing to take out immortal materials to support ancestor and Xia clan friend, to help Xia clan recover their lost land. When war breaks out in the future, the celestial court will definitely send reinforcements to help everyone resist the variant humans. Xia clan's first supreme elder exclaimed in shock. He immediately bowed. The celestial court is righteous, it is indeed the #1 human force. I am extremely grateful, Xia clan is extremely grateful. Qin Dingling had a smile on her face as she chatted with Xia clan's first supreme elder. Their relationship quickly became closer. Even though the celestial court lost in the Fate War, they did not lack resources. What celestial court lacked was manpower. This time, the celestial court came to Eastern Sea to entice Qi ancestor, while also targeting Xia clan's Gu immortals to rope in Eastern Sea's local forces and build a foundation for the 5 regions' chaotic war. This was a long-term plan. Unfortunately, the celestial court and Xia clan's immortals did not know that Wuxia and Qi ancestor were one. This was a huge scam. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he nodded. I will not allow the Two Heavens Alliance to exist in Eastern Sea, I will definitely drive them away in the future, or even exterminate them completely. Qin Dingling stretched out her hand. In my opinion, there are human forces in the Two Heavens Alliance, it is just that the variant humans are firmly controlling the Two Heavens Alliance. These human forces are not different from us, we are all humans, we should be united as one. So to deal with the Two Heavens Alliance, we need to divide them first. Fang Yuan immediately heard the hidden meaning. Don't tell me there are human forces in the Two Heavens Alliance that have joined your side? Qin Dingling shook her head. That is not the case. Instead, we secretly captured a rank 8 Gu immortal earlier. She is called Granny Skeleton. She is the owner of Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven in the Two Heavens. Granny Skeleton was persuaded by Enchong and wanted to join the Two Heavens Alliance, but was ambushed and captured by the Celestial Court. This information was naturally provided by Night Heavenly Wolf Lord. Lady Cold Ash wanted to unite the Two Heavens human forces and fight for authority in the Two Heavens Alliance. She had already recruited Night Heavenly Wolf Lord as one of her supporters. But she did not expect that Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had already joined the Celestial Court. Granny Skeleton? Fang Yuan paused before asking, is this person here? Qin Dingling shook her head. My Celestial Court has always won people over with virtue. After persuading Granny Skeleton, we let her go. Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder heard this and stared with wide eyes, feeling anxious about the Celestial Court's naivety. He wanted to say something but stopped. Fang Yuan, however, looked at Qin Dingling with deep meaning and smiled. It seems that Granny Skeleton is the key person now, and the opportunity to lure her to join us should be the Qi harvest fruit. Qin Dingling laughed and raised her cup, praising, Ancestor is very perceptive, you can see through everything. There is also a problem with the Qi harvest fruit in that Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven. If we can solve this problem, we can rope in Granny Skeleton and other human forces. Great plan. If we rope in these human forces, the Two Heavens Alliance will definitely suffer a huge setback and might even disintegrate. Those who are not of our race definitely have different intentions. The Two Heavens human Gu immortals are of the same clan as us. As long as we show our enthusiasm and sincerity, it should not be difficult to rope them in. Xia clan's immortals discussed, many clapped and laughed, the atmosphere of the banquet became even more lively. Fang Yuan had a smile on his face as he sat on the main seat, looking at the various expressions of the Gu immortals present. If they knew that their plan had been discovered by the enemy before they could even implement it, who knew how they would feel? Fang Yuan's gaze swept around before stopping on Qin Dingling's face. Although this person only cultivates luck path, she is already qualified to lead the celestial court. At her level, she should have reached the level of being able to communicate with other paths. Ordinary wisdom path rank 8s are only at this level. Chapter 2020. Central Continent. This Qi harvest fruit is mine. Get lost. Don't even think about it. The Qi tide had just passed. A group of Central Continent lone immortals were fighting over a dozen Qi harvest fruits. 4 grotto heavens, the Qi harvest fruits that grew inside them were a huge threat. But the Qi harvest fruits that were left behind by the 5 regions and 2 heavens Qi tides were treasures that all Gu immortals desired. The Qi tides had been going on for some time. The 5 regions Gu immortals were fully aware of the effects of the Qi harvest fruits. Gu immortals did not need any Qi path attainment. As long as they obtained the Qi harvest fruit and crushed it in their immortal aperture, they would be able to greatly increase the fusion of heaven and earth Qi and walk ahead of other Gu immortals, gaining freedom of movement in advance. Just as the immortals were fighting, a snow-colored rainbow suddenly pierced through the air. The rainbow was sharp and fierce, directly shooting towards one of the Gu immortals. This Central Continent Gu immortal only had rank 6 cultivation level. Seeing that the rainbow's aura was surging but was only rank 6, he sneered and activated a defensive killer move to resist. Bam! The rainbow pierced through the Central Continent Gu immortal's body. How can this be? The Central Continent Gu immortal stared with wide-opened eyes. His expression before death was filled with disbelief. They were both rank 6, why was the difference so huge? Who is it? Ah, don't tell me it is Snow Demon. The other 2 Central Continent Gu immortals also had rank 6 cultivation level. Seeing that their Gu immortal only lasted for a breath of time before dying on the spot, they were scared out of their wits. The 2 Gu immortals thought of a mysterious demonic path Gu immortal who had appeared recently. He was extremely vicious and merciless, frequently fighting for Qi harvest fruits. The 2 immortals quickly retreated, not daring to fight. That snowy rainbow ignored them. It went straight to the main target, sweeping away all the Qi harvest fruits. After the snowy rainbow succeeded, it immediately retreated. It was extremely vigilant. After traveling for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn and constantly changing routes and concealment methods, this snowy rainbow finally stopped in the depths of a nameless valley. The ice and snow dispersed, revealing the Gu immortal's true appearance. Who else could it be but Bai Ningbing? As it turned out, after the Fate War, Bai Ningbing had been left outside. She was not summoned back by Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing temporarily regained her freedom, but she didn't want to return to Fang Yuan's side, so she chose to cultivate alone. Over this period of time, she had been actively plundering many Qi harvest fruits to use in her immortal aperture. The Qi harvest fruits she harvested had little effect on Fang Yuan's 8 revolutions grotto heaven. But the effect on Bai Ningbing's rank 6 blessed land was very obvious. Bai Ningbing originally had future self. Her battle strength was at the peak of rank 7. But after the Fate War, the downstream of the River of Time became turbulent. Future self also lost its effect. Bai Ningbing's true battle strength returned to rank 6. If I get a few hundred more Qi harvest fruits, I'll be able to fight for an hour. Bai Ningbing used up all the Qi harvest fruits he had snatched. Suddenly her heart jumped, sensing that something was wrong. She immediately shot out from the valley. But it was too late. A purple curtain of light quickly enveloped her and pulled her into an independent space that was separated from the outside world. This is an immortal battlefield killer move. Bai Ningbing frowned. Who is it? Come out. Clap clap clap. Following a series of crisp claps, Fairy Myrtle appeared. She smiled as she looked at Bai Ningbing. My battlefield killer move was just about to be activated when you sensed it, as expected of a talent that Fang Yuan chose. It's you? Bai Ningbing quickly recognized Fairy Myrtle. Her heart sank to rock bottom. The other party was a rank 8 Gu immortal, while she was only rank 6. If she had future self, she might have a chance to resist, but the difference in strength was too great. Bai Ningbing could do nothing. Fairy Myrtle stared at Bai Ningbing, asking with interest, how did you sense it earlier? I clearly did not see you use any special investigative method. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold as ice. She said, I just sensed it. You were lying in ambush, waiting for me to take the bait? Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly. You have been attacking too many times recently with the clues in my hands. It is not hard to deduce when you will attack and where you will retreat to. But you actually sense danger with just your intuition? When my immortal battlefield killer move was activated, there was no aura leaking. At this time, another figure appeared not far behind by Ning Bing. It was Old Man Jing Yuan. Old Man Jing Yuan coughed. Lady Ziwei, this is the stimulation of human qi. Although Bai Ning Bing does not have any unique investigative methods, his human qi is very strong. Since we are here to deal with him, his human qi will definitely surge and he will sense it. Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly, assuming a battle stance. You speak too much nonsense. Come, Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle's smile became even wider. It seems you misunderstood, Bai Ning Bing. We are not representing the Celestial Court, but the Shadow Sect. We are naturally not looking for you to kill you. What? Bai Ning Bing was astonished. You are siding with Fang Yuan? Old Man Jing Yuan chuckled. Junior Fang Yuan stole the position of the Shadow Sect leader. We are representing the true Shadow Sect. Bai Ning Bing's heart shook. She immediately guessed the truth. Spectral Soul has revived? You want to find trouble with Fang Yuan through me? How about it? Join us. Don't you want to deal with Fang Yuan and get rid of the restraints he placed on you? Fairy Myrtle tempted. Bai Ning Bing smiled coldly, looking deeply at Fairy Myrtle. Of course I want freedom. But what's the difference between joining you and siding with Fang Yuan? It's even more restrictive than siding with Fang Yuan. She could see that there was something wrong with Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan. They had clearly been enslaved by Spectral Soul. Standing with Fang Yuan, Bai Ning Bing at least felt like an ally. But if she joined the Shadow Sect, she could only become Spectral Soul's slave. Fairy Myrtle nodded. But you don't have a choice, right? Old Man Jing Yuan added, surrender or die, make your choice. Bai Ning Bing's silence did not last long. After a few breaths of time, she nodded, I will join you. Old Man Jing Yuan walked closer and patted Bai Ning Bing's shoulder. This is a wise choice. Don't worry, we will get rid of the Information Path Alliance agreement on you. But your Dragon Man identity is slightly troublesome. It was Fang Yuan who helped you change your identity. The Dragon Man method he used has likely been greatly modified. It will be very difficult to get rid of this in a short period of time. No matter, I am already used to it. Bai Ning Bing said indifferently. She was either restricted by Fang Yuan, or she joined the Shadow Sect and was controlled by Old Man Inkstone. Later she joined Fang Yuan and became a new Dragon Man. Now she was being held back by Fairy Myrtle and the rest. Bai Ning Bing was right, she was already used to it. Almost at the same time, in Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven. And this is the soul core I recently obtained. It is very strange, please take a look at it. And Sun bowed respectfully and presented a soul core with both hands. Lady Cold Ash took the soul core and carefully examined it, her expression becoming more and more strange. She had seen countless soul cores, but this soul core gave her a feeling she had never felt before. Just the dark light flowing on the surface of the soul core was extraordinary. Suddenly, the soul core turned into a pitch-black lightning bolt that struck Lady Cold Ash's face and quickly seeped into her body, instantly restraining her soul. Lady Cold Ash's body tensed up, she reacted, she was plotted against by a relative. And Sun. Lady Cold Ash took good care of her nephew and Sun and promoted him many times. She did not expect to be betrayed by a relative this time. Lady Cold Ash wanted to resist, she suddenly stood up. And Sun jumped in fright and quickly took a big step back. But at the next moment, Lady Cold Ash's strength dissipated and she fell back to her seat. She let out a groan, black light spread in her eyes and quickly filled her eyeballs. Soon she stopped struggling and stood up silently. And Sun knelt on the ground, greetings to Master. Lady Cold Ash spoke in Spectral Soul's voice, this body is not bad, I will use it like this for now, get close to Wu Shuai. Spectral Soul did not have guts goo, he could only devour the soul core and slowly digest it. After this period of time he had already recovered some strength, he immediately attacked Lady Cold Ash. Chapter 2021. Roar. A huge immemorial soul beast with 2 legs on its head and a body like a mountain let out a deafening roar. But it was not being aggressive, it was struggling intensely, trying its best to escape. Its tail was grabbed by an ordinary hand. Next, a terrifying suction force came from the hand. Hong long long, like the sound of a hurricane, in just a few breaths of time, the entire immemorial soul beast was completely devoured by the palm. The owner of the hand burped. It was the owner of rank 8 soul path, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, Lady Cold Ash. Right now her eyes were completely black, black chi was coiling around her body. A moment later she stopped using her killer move, the black chi around her vanished as well. From the outside there was nothing wrong with her. But the truth was, Spectral Soul had already taken over her body and devoured her soul. Spectral Soul sighed, "I'm full again." With the identity of Lady Cold Ash, he had much more freedom now. During this period of time, he had been devouring immemorial soul beasts. His strength rose rapidly and recovered rapidly. But Spectral Soul was not satisfied. Devouring immemorial soul beasts was not guts goo, Spectral Soul needed to digest them first. Otherwise, the immemorial soul beasts would contaminate his soul and make him lose his rationality, turning into a deformed soul beast monster. The first choice to strengthen his soul was guts goo on Danghun Mountain. It did not need to be digested, it could be absorbed almost instantly. The more Spectral Soul missed Danghun Mountain, the more he wanted to find Fang Yuan and kill him. Where did that scoundrel Fang Yuan go? When Spectral Soul thought of Fang Yuan, he could not help but narrow his eyes. Fairy Myrtle had already informed Spectral Soul that she had recruited by Ning Bing. This was good news to Spectral Soul. Fairy Myrtle had already found clues to Wuxia. As long as she gathered these subordinates of Fang Yuan, she would be able to obtain enough clues to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Fang Yuan obtained so many Heaven Path Dao marks, but he is still nowhere to be found after the Fate War. His situation must be terrible. This is the best time to capture him. Spectral Soul was once a venerable. He knew that even at his peak, it would be a difficult task to refine so many Heaven Path Dao marks. Not to mention the current Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan was strong, he was not a venerable. He had limited understanding of Heaven Path Dao marks. But the methods I left in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture cannot be used anymore. Spectral Soul understood that Heaven Path Dao marks would evolve naturally. The methods he left behind were Dao marks in essence. They would definitely be changed by the Heaven Path Dao marks. Once they were changed, his methods would be ineffective. If it was effective, why would Spectral Soul go through so much trouble to find Fang Yuan's old subordinates? He would have attacked Fang Yuan long ago. After half a month, I will be able to devour immemorial soul beasts again. It will help me recover my strength. Spectral Soul was planning when he suddenly received a message. In half a month, I will be able to devour immemorial soul beasts again to recover my strength. Spectral Soul was planning when he received a message. Spectral Soul was overjoyed. Wuxia is gathering the rank 8 Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance to discuss important matters. Lady Cold Ash is among them. Good, Wuxia and Fang Yuan have a close relationship. He might really be Fang Yuan's clone. Spectral Soul immediately moved. Using Lady Cold Ash's identity, he left Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven and traveled to Eastern Sea's Xia clan headquarters. Spectral Soul moved. Using Lady Cold Ash's identity, he left Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven and went to Eastern Sea's Xia clan headquarters. In the public blessed land, he smoothly entered Dragon Palace and met with Wuxia. On the left was Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. On the right was the recently joined rank 8 expert Xiao Hejian. On the left was Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. On the right was the recently joined rank 8 expert Xiao Hejian. Below them were the leaders of the variant human Gu Immortals. For example, Lady Cold Ash's position was close to the entrance of Dragon Palace. From this position, the political situation of the Two Heavens Alliance could be seen. The variant humans were clearly the majority. They held the majority of the authority. Meanwhile, the human Gu Immortals were at a disadvantage. They tried to resist, but there was nothing they could do. After all, Wuxia was a variant dragon man. It was natural for him to be close to other variant humans. If I kill all of them, how much of my strength can I recover? Spectral Soul looked around as killing intent rose in her heart. Sensing her gaze, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, who was standing opposite Lady Cold Ash, nodded at her, showing goodwill. Spectral Soul had already obtained all of Lady Cold Ash's memories. She had a thought. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, maybe I can make a move against him. A human rank 8 Gu Immortal soul is more suitable for me to recover. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was thinking. This Lady Cold Ash can be used. Granny Skeleton's contribution earlier came from her. After this discussion, I might as well find her for tea and probe her intentions. If I can rope her in for the Celestial Court, my contribution will be even greater. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's thoughts were normal. In his opinion, Lady Cold Ash did not lose hope. She wanted to ally with the other human forces to resist the Alliance and raise the status of the human forces in the Alliance. But now, her method was completely useless. Granny Skeleton did not come at all. Moreover, the Celestial Court had already informed them of their next strategy, which was to divide the entire Two Heavens Alliance. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord saw a lot of merit in this. Just as Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and Lady Cold Ash were scheming against each other, Wuxia spoke from the main seat. I'm sure everyone knows why I gathered everyone here today. That's right, it is the Qi Harvest Fruit disaster. Most of you here have already produced Qi Harvest Fruits in your Grotto Heavens. These Qi Harvest Fruits are absorbing the heaven and earth Qi of the Grotto Heavens to grow. They are directly threatening the foundation of the Grotto Heavens. But ordinary methods cannot directly destroy these Qi Harvest Fruits. If we act rashly, we will be destroying the foundation of the Grotto Heavens and destroying our own homes. Now, I will gather everyone together to brainstorm and come up with a good solution. After Wu Shuai's speech, the Immortals offered their suggestions. During this period of time, many of them had racked their brains over this matter and were deeply troubled by it. These Gu Immortals might lack experience in battle attainment, but their foundations were very solid. Thus, they proposed a large number of methods. However, even though there were many methods, which one would be effective? Nobody could guarantee it, nobody could say for sure. None of them cultivated Qi Path. The Two Heavens Alliance did have some Qi Path Gu Immortals, but their Qi Path attainment levels were low, they could not be counted on. There are many methods, if we try them one by one there should be a solution. Thus, what we need to do is to keep trying. Who is willing to try it first? Wu Shuai concluded and asked. Dragon Palace's main hall fell into silence. Nobody was willing to be a guinea pig. After all, clearing the Qi Harvest Fruits was extremely important to the Grotto Heavens. It was like performing surgery on their hearts. If there was any mistake, the Grotto Heaven would be destroyed. Even if they were lucky and the Grotto Heaven survived, its foundation would be greatly damaged and it would suffer huge losses. These Gu Immortals are so pitiful. Thankfully, I joined the Celestial Court long ago. Even though Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord looked anxious and worried, he was very calm on the inside. He had already learned from the Celestial Court that the Celestial Court had already found a way to resolve the problem of the Qi Harvest Fruits. Thus, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was not flustered. But the truth was, Qin Dingling was only trying to stabilize Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and make him more loyal. To resolve the Qi Harvest Fruits, it is neither hard nor easy. Spectral Soul knew some methods but he would not contribute them. Right now he was thinking about how to deal with Wu Shuai. There were many people here he could not attack. But how could he find a chance to be alone with Wu Shuai? The biggest obstacle is still this palace. Spectral Soul felt some wariness. Dragon Palace was an enslavement path immortal Gu house in essence. Spectral Soul was not afraid of this. He was worried about the dream path methods that Dragon Palace had. Spectral Soul had to be very vigilant against this. If he was caught by dreamy light smoke, he would lose immediately. Wu Shuai saw that the Immortals were silent for a long time. He knew what they were thinking. He smiled lightly. Since none of you are willing to try, we will find someone else to try. There are many Grotto Heavens in these two heavens. There are still people who have not joined us. Their intentions are unfathomable. The eyes of the Gu Immortals in the hall shined. They felt that Alliance leader's idea was simply brilliant. Thus, the Immortals agreed. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and others even flattered Wu Shuai. Which Grotto Heaven do you think is more suitable? Wu Shuai asked. At the next moment, everyone had their own opinions. Many targets were proposed. Among them, the one that was mentioned the most was Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Chapter 2022. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Xiaobai, let's see you off here. On the mountain path, Teacher Jiang stopped his horse and said to Li Xiaobai beside him. Li Xiaobai had a melancholic expression as he showed deep reluctance to leave. This student was able to survive in the capital all thanks to teacher's guidance and help. This student will remember this kindness for the rest of his life. I will never forget it. But after this farewell, I do not know when I will be able to see teacher again. Teacher Jiang sighed lightly. He patted Li Xiaobai's shoulder and encouraged him. Even though you failed in the world poetry competition this time, your fame has spread far and wide. Everyone knows that your talent is worthy of the title of one of the 10 great scholars. Moreover, Su Qihan has returned. The capital will be the stage for you to display your talent. Go back, I look forward to your performance. Li Xiaobai held back his tears as he bid farewell to Teacher Jiang. Riding his horse, Li Xiaobai walked on the shaded mountain path as he started to ponder about his future. He had failed in the world poetry competition, even though his performance was outstanding in the early stages. However, just as he had expected, he bumped into Mr. Jiang from behind. This caused Li Xiaobai to fall into an awkward situation. If he won against his teacher, he would be criticized for his morals and character. He would be criticized badly. Li Xiaobai had wanted to use the next opportunity to continue challenging the rounds. In the end he bumped into his teacher again and again. Teacher Jiang was very helpless. In fact, he did not want to succeed by stepping on his student. But he had to grasp every opportunity, because he had also found out about the significance of the World Poetry Competition. Li Xiaobai bumped into Teacher Jiang again and again, causing him to be restrained and eventually fail. Even though he felt regret, Li Xiaobai also felt fortunate. My performance was too outstanding earlier, it was already too much. If I really succeeded like this, I would definitely be investigated. Even if I pass the investigation because I have no background and am not a famous person, I might be plotted against. Countless people are eyeing this opportunity to become an immortal. How can it fall into the hands of a minor character? The World Poetry Competition seemed to be extremely fair, but where there were people, there were dark veils and interests. Just by looking at the name list of those who had passed the selection of the World Poetry Meet, they were either nobles or celebrities. Even the so-called dark horses had extraordinary foundations and backgrounds. I didn't make it to the World Poetry Competition this time, but it doesn't matter. There will probably be a second selection in the future. Even if there's no second World Poetry Competition, can't I just rely on myself to climb up and become an immortal? What's this smell? It smells so good. While Li Xiaobai was thinking, he was interrupted by a wave of fragrance. This delicate fragrance was very pleasant. It smelled like the ink of a book. Li Xiaobai immediately became curious. How could there be such a fragrance in this forest? He urged his horse to gallop lightly, following the fragrance to trace its source. After walking for a while, there were dense shrubs blocking the way. Li Xiaobai had no choice but to dismount and walk on foot. As he moved through the forest, Li Xiaobai smelled the fragrance and knew that he was heading in the right direction. He was getting closer to the source of the fragrance. Finally, he pushed aside a patch of forest leaves and found a pine tree. The pine tree was full of pine cones, and it was these pine cones that emitted the rich scent of books. And on the branches of the pine tree, there was a small and unique brown treehouse. Could it be that someone lives here? Is it a hermit from the mountains? Li Xiaobai carefully got closer and shouted. Student Li Xiaobai accidentally passed by a treasured land and took the liberty to pay a visit. Please forgive me, sage of the mountains. But there was no sound coming from the treehouse. Li Xiaobai shouted a few more times and found that there was no one in the treehouse. He walked towards the pine tree. When he got to the bottom of the pine tree, Li Xiaobai made a new discovery. It turned out that this treehouse was not built on the pine tree, it was one with the pine tree as if it grew out of it. Li Xiaobai wanted to enter the treehouse to investigate, but after going around the tree he found that the treehouse was one with only windows and no doors. What should I do? Li Xiaobai thought as he subconsciously placed his hand on the tree trunk. Suddenly the tree bark started to crack and change. In an instant, a spiral staircase appeared and went around the tree trunk, leading to the treehouse. A door also appeared on the treehouse. Li Xiaobai only hesitated for a moment before walking up the staircase and entering the treehouse. There were 3 rows of bookcases in the treehouse. They were erected along the 3 walls. There were many goo worms in the shelves of the bookcases. The fragrance of books pervades the world, the reputation of talented scholars. The bookhouse inheritance awaits the fated one. At this time, a piece of information appeared in Li Xiaobai's mind. Li Xiaobai inspected it and became joyful. So this is an information path inheritance. Even though it is only a goo master level inheritance and has no immortal goo, there are many rank 4 and 5 goo worms. There is also detailed cultivation information. It forms a complete system. It suits me. Speaking of which, my luck has been rising recently. It seems that my main body has already stabilized the situation. This was a top-level goo master inheritance. Not only did it have many goo worms, the pine tree itself was an exceptional mortal goo house. Bookhouse. Li Xiaobai stored the bookhouse and returned the way he came. He successfully found his horse and rode it down the mountain, heading towards the capital city. At the peak of the mountain there were 2 figures. An immortal and a mortal. The immortal was Hua Song, while the mortal was the rank 5 goo master teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang had witnessed the entire process of Li Xiaobai obtaining the inheritance. He said gratefully, "Teacher, thank you for promoting my student." As it turned out, Teacher Jiang's teacher was Hua Song. Hua Song smiled. "He is your student. According to our relationship, he is my grand disciple. He is a member of our faction. How could I ignore him? When the World Poetry Competition started, I already noticed him. He clearly had the strength to pass the round, but because he met you, he had to hide his abilities. I had hoped that the 2 of you could pass the round together. But his luck was bad. He kept meeting you at the crucial moment and was eventually eliminated. I am ashamed." Teacher Jiang lowered his head. "Ah." Hua Song patted Teacher Jiang's shoulder. You are very good, you can teach such an outstanding student. If this Li Xiaobai really disregards his teacher and defeats you in front of everyone in order to become famous, I will definitely punish him in secret. But Li Xiaobai respects his teacher and has a good nature, even though he failed this time, so what? It is this kid's fortune to be able to enter teacher's eyes. But teacher, why didn't you? Teacher Jiang's tone was hesitant. Hua Song sighed. Even though I am the host of the World Poetry Competition, if I abuse my authority, I will be criticized by other Gu immortals, I will lose face in front of Lord Huayu. Moreover, Li Xiaobai is still too young, he lacks tempering, suddenly promoting him to an immortal might lead to a disaster. It is better to let him walk more paths in the mortal world, an unpolished jade is worthless. Teacher is right, I was too shallow. Teacher Jiang submitted and said gratefully, I understand teacher's painstaking efforts. You did not want me to feel guilty, so you gave Li Xiaobai such an important inheritance, right? It's good that you know. Hua Song smiled. You are my student, after this selection, you will be heavily nurtured to become an immortal. Next, you need to focus and not be distracted by other matters, cultivate wholeheartedly, don't embarrass me. Yes, teacher, I will do my best. Teacher Jiang cupped his fists, showing a solemn expression. Even though profound literature Grotto Heaven adhered to neutrality and did not want to participate in any conflict between forces, they understood that chaotic times were coming, so they did not hold back in nurturing their own Gu immortals. Teacher Jiang and the others were quickly settled down, they had abundant resources and many Gu immortals were personally teaching them. Teacher Jiang trained diligently every day, his life was extremely fulfilling. Even though he did his best to learn and perform, he was only ranked in the middle or lower tier. This showed the attainment and talent of these Gu masters. Even the Gu immortals teaching them were secretly satisfied. These people were the essence of profound literature Grotto Heaven, they were excellent seeds of Gu immortals. Half a month passed, Teacher Jiang and the others were about to welcome the most crucial moment of their lives, immortal ascension. With so many teachers protecting me, the success rate of my immortal ascension is very high. Once I become an immortal, my life will be completely subverted. Teacher Jiang was looking forward to it, he studied even harder. However, right when the first person among them was about to undergo immortal ascension, there was a loud explosion, the whole of profound literature Grotto Heaven shook fiercely. Next, an evil dragon that was like a mountain tore through the aperture wall and descended, filling the sky of profound literature Grotto Heaven. Large numbers of enemy Gu immortals appeared all over profound literature Grotto Heaven, they attacked at the same time and ignited the flames of battle. Teacher Jiang's side was the target of special attention. Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace to suppress them. It is the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, it cannot be blocked. Retreat. The Gu immortals defending this place paled in fright, they had no choice but to retreat. Rumble. After a series of tremors, smoke and dust surged, rocks were sent flying. This meticulously arranged learning palace was completely destroyed. Teacher Jiang and the others could not dodge in time, they were crushed into flesh and bones, dying on the spot. The Gu immortals teaching them felt their hearts bleeding at this sight. Their many days of teaching were about to bear fruit, but the greatest future potential of profound literature Grotto Heaven was destroyed in this one attack. Completely destroyed. Wu Shuai, my profound literature Grotto Heaven adheres to neutrality, we have never made things difficult for you. But today you actually attacked our territory and slaughtered the innocent, you are truly unreasonable, you have committed heinous sins. Old immortal Huayu was alarmed, his face was flushed red from anger, his furious voice resounded throughout the world. Chapter 2023. Kill. Wu Shuai's roar shook the surroundings, resounding throughout the Grotto Heaven. Many of profound literature Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals had a change of expression, they felt Wu Shuai's powerful might, they could not help but feel worried. Profound literature Grotto Heaven had been peaceful for too long, it had never experienced such a thing. Even the current Grotto Heaven's owner, old immortal Huayu, was extremely surprised. Because profound literature Grotto Heaven was an information path Grotto Heaven, it was best at gathering information and clues. Once there was an invasion, it would be discovered first. However, Wu Shuai's attack did not just leave old immortal Huayu and the rest in the dark. Wu Shuai's sudden invasion could be said to be a huge move, he could actually teleport Gu immortals to different areas of the Grotto Heaven and launch a storm of attacks against the Gu immortals of profound literature Grotto Heaven. It could be said that this sudden attack was extremely successful. Profound literature Grotto Heaven's losses were severe, not mentioning Teacher Jiang's carefully selected group of future potential experts, even most of the Gu immortals and profound literature Grotto Heaven were killed. Persevere, this is our home, we cannot lose it. I have already contacted reinforcements, we cannot let these shameless thugs succeed. Old Immortal Huayu shouted, stabilizing the morale of the troops. Next he opened his mouth and moved his tongue, spitting out words one after another. These words were like a storm, they carried a chilling aura as they shrouded Dragon Palace. Immortal killer move, cold words. Dragon Palace was hit by this move, its surface was covered in layers of frost, its speed was greatly reduced. More and more frost formed in the blink of an eye, it was already the height of an adult's calf. At this rate, the whole of Dragon Palace would be sealed in ice. Wu Shuai snorted coldly, activating a killer move to defend. The frost on the surface of Dragon Palace started to melt, the layers thinned as its power rose, rays of orange light shot out. The orange light shot towards Old Immortal Huayu. Old Immortal Huayu mouthed and used another movement technique. Immortal killer move, quick words. At the next moment his speed rose, he dodged the orange light with ease. Immortal killer move, vicious words. Old Immortal Huayu spat out a wave of words again. These purple-black words were like poisonous arrows that exploded on Dragon Palace. Rumble. The continuous explosions forced the Dragon Palace to retreat continuously. At the same time, a large amount of poisonous fog seeped into the Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai sat on the main seat. Seeing this, he remained calm in the face of danger and immediately activated his defensive means to resolve this crisis. Old deity Huayu's reputation was well-deserved. He was indeed an expert with some skills. He was actually on par with the Dragon Palace, and each of his moves was evenly matched. Of course, this was also because Dragon Palace was an enslavement path immortal goo house. It specialized in enslavement. As for Wu Shuai, in order to preserve his trump cards, even though the 4 great dragon generals had been completed, he did not take them out. They often used the evil dragon, which had become a trademark of the Dragon Palace. The evil dragon was wreaking havoc. The 2 Heavens Alliance's goo immortals were looting and killing. Wu Shuai was not anxious at all because the situation was too favorable to him. Old Immortal Huayu grew more anxious as he fought. He knew that he was entangled by the Dragon Palace. If he wanted to save Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, he could only rely on external forces. But could reinforcements really arrive in time? Although Old Immortal Huayu was looking forward to it, he knew that he didn't have much hope. Even though he had a great reputation and Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was in close contact with the surrounding Grotto Heavens, to get these people to help him resist such a strong enemy? Old Immortal Huayu put himself in their shoes. If the surrounding Grotto Heavens encountered enemies and asked for help from him, and the enemy was the 2 Heavens Alliance, he would also hesitate. The 2 Heavens Alliance's goo immortals continued to wreak havoc. Smoke rose everywhere, living beings were plunged into misery and suffering. Old Immortal Huayu, what other trump cards do you have? Quickly use them. If you don't use them now, you won't be able to save your Grotto Heaven. Ah. Wu Shuai laughed wildly. Old Immortal Huayu was silent, his expression was dark. The 2's battle sent shockwaves into the world, the Grotto Heaven's aperture walls were damaged everywhere. Suddenly Wu Shuai's laughter stopped as he shouted in anger, "Old scoundrel Qi Si!" The moment he said that, endless Qi currents surged in from outside Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, gathering into a giant hand. The giant hand was like a mountain, it slammed into Dragon Palace and sent it flying far away. Next, a majestic figure appeared at the top of the Grotto Heaven's sky, looking down at Dragon Palace. It's Qi Si ancestor. Old Immortal Huayu raised his head, joy and surprise were written all over his face. Qi Si ancestor's appearance was unexpected, but thinking about it, he felt that it was natural. Qi Si ancestor was Wu Shuai's greatest enemy, he would not let Wu Shuai do as he pleased to the 2 Heavens forces. Roar. Dragon Palace retreated, the evil dragon took its place. Qi Si ancestor, however, had his hands behind his back, he had no intention of attacking. Wu Shuai, stop, I can let your goo immortals retreat. Otherwise, if we really fight, your 2 Heavens Alliance will cease to exist. You. Wu Shuai's exasperated voice came from Dragon Palace. Qi Si ancestor. The evil dragon's charge stopped, Wu Shuai seemed to be considering. Old Immortal Huayu let out a sigh of relief, he looked at Qi Si ancestor with an extremely grateful gaze. Qi Si ancestor's action was to preserve Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's vitality, he did not want it to turn into ruins. This was not easy. Right now, the 2 Heavens Alliance's goo immortals were scattered. Qi Si ancestor could use this chance to attack them one by one and deal a heavy blow to the 2 Heavens Alliance. But Qi Si ancestor did not do this, he was concerned about profound literature grotto heaven. And before this, old immortal Huayu had never interacted with Qi ancestor. For an outsider like me, Qi ancestor can actually do such a thing. He is truly a famous expert of the 5 regions, the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path. Old immortal Huayu sighed internally. But at the next moment the evil dragon attacked. Dragon Palace followed closely behind. Qi ancestor, it has been too long since that battle. Take this move from me again. Wu Shuai shouted. Despicable. Old immortal Huayu saw Wu Shuai's sneak attack and cursed internally. But Qi ancestor smiled lightly. He seemed to be prepared for this. He said calmly, good timing. Boom. In the next moment, the evil dragon and the Dragon Palace collided with a solid wall of air. The Qi wall collapsed, but the evil dragon and Dragon Palace's momentum was also expended. Old scoundrel Qi, I am relieved that you are so energetic. Let's fight another day. Wu Shuai saw that he could not gain any advantage. He retreated slowly. Dragon Palace and the evil dragon left the battlefield and went out of the grotto heaven. The 2 heavens alliance's Gu immortals quickly retreated. They did not dare to stay for long. They were afraid that Dragon Palace would leave them behind in this dangerous place. Wu Shuai and the rest came quickly and left just as quickly. They left behind a chaotic profound literature grotto heaven. Old immortal Huayu did not rush to save the people or stabilize the situation. He flew to Qi ancestor and bowed deeply. Ancestor, thanks to your help today we were able to defeat the enemies. The entire profound literature grotto heaven is grateful to you for saving our lives. Qi ancestor laughed heartily. He grabbed old immortal Huayu's hands and lifted him up. You and I are both humans. We should help each other and resist the variant humans together. That is what we should do. Old immortal Huayu said hatefully, Wu Shuai is perverse. He is trying to overturn the situation of humanity. He is deranged and despicable. My profound literature grotto heaven will definitely be enemies with him. We will not rest until he is dead. Qi ancestor nodded. In the current world, chaotic war is coming. Who can stay out of it? It is good that you understand this. Old immortal Huayu cupped his fists again. I have observed all the immortals in the world. Only ancestor's prestige has spread far and wide. Your virtue is worthy of respect. From now on, Huayu grotto heaven is willing to follow ancestor everywhere. We will listen to your orders. Chapter 2024. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. A tea party was currently being held. Old immortal Huayu only sat at the side. He gave the main seat to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used his identity as Qi ancestor to talk to many Gu immortals. He obtained first-hand information about Eastern Sea's White Heaven. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals were not the only ones participating in the tea party. After Qi ancestor repelled Wu Shuai's army, Gu immortals came to reinforce him. These Gu immortals came from the surrounding forces of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. They were late to reinforce Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, but they were all invited by old immortal Huayu to participate in this tea party. Fang Yuan acted as Qi ancestor. He told the immortals. He had already formed an alliance with the Celestial Court. He was recruiting the human forces of the 2 heavens to resist Wu Shuai's variant human alliance. He wanted to uphold the righteous path of humanity. Old immortal Huayu was the first to respond. The other forces also responded enthusiastically. Many Gu immortals expressed their willingness to join Qi ancestor's side to resist the tyrannical Wu Shuai alliance. Even if some Gu immortals were hesitant, they could not make the decision themselves. They needed to report to their superiors to make a decision. After the tea party ended, Fang Yuan was very satisfied with the result. He wanted to move the 2 heavens grotto heaven forces. The first step was very important. With Wu Shuai's active cooperation, almost all the Gu immortals of the 2 heavens recognized Wu Shuai's threat. Everyone was in danger. Everyone knew that no one could avoid this calamity, because even a powerful force like old immortal Huayu was almost exterminated. If not for Qi ancestor's righteous actions, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven would have already been wiped out. The great chaos was coming. No one could remain unscathed. Only by stepping into the waves could they survive and grow stronger. One tea party allowed Qi ancestor to subdue 5 grotto heaven forces effortlessly. Of course, to unify them he needed some time. Important details like the distribution of benefits were not settled yet. Even so, Qi ancestor's actions had already caused a huge change in the situation of the 2 heavens forces, and even the situation of humanity and variant humans. Fang Yuan naturally would not conceal this news. The moment the tea party ended, he announced it in jewel yellow skies. At once, the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions was shaken. Some sighed at the changing times and the impending chaos, some praised Qi Si ancestors' righteous path actions, feeling that he had a sense of responsibility as a human. Some guessed Wuxia's next move, while others thought about Eastern Sea's political situation. Qi Si ancestor was publicly recognized as the #1 battle strength in Eastern Sea. Now that he was so close to the Celestial Court, how would the other Eastern Sea righteous path superforces deal with this relationship? The 5 regional walls had disappeared, and the originally independent 5 regions had merged into one. Any change in one region would cause the 5 regions to change as a whole. For an expert of Qi Si ancestor's status and identity, his every action would deeply influence the entire world. The Xin family of Donghai. Is there still no clue as to ancestor Xinxiang's whereabouts? Xin Songxing sighed. I don't blame you. After all, the Qi tide is sweeping the world and happening everywhere. And the Divine Emperor City is a place closely protected by the Jianghu state. A Shen clan Gu Immortal asked, First Supreme Elder, Qi Si ancestor has already allied with Celestial Court. Celestial Court is even offering the latter half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance as a reward. What should we do? Shen Songxing said solemnly, I have already discussed this with Song Qiyuan, Hua Kaiyun, and the other First Supreme Elders. Qi Si ancestor is an expert of Eastern Sea. We cannot allow him to be roped in by Celestial Court. We will activate the clan's treasury. Each clan will take out a portion of resources and gather them into a huge gift to befriend ancestor. Shen clan's Gu Immortals nodded, they had no objections. Qi Si ancestor was the most worthy person to rope in. Other than his battle strength, it was also because he cultivated Qi Path. Right now, all of Eastern Sea super forces wanted to exert their strength in Qi Path. If they could borrow Qi Si ancestor's strength in this aspect, it would be much easier. Especially after Fang Yuan's earlier performance, everyone in the Gu Immortal world felt that Qi Si ancestor liked to guide juniors. This made Eastern Sea super forces feel that there was a lot of potential in this matter. Western Desert, Fang Clan. Fang Gong's expression was grim. We offered such a high price but Celestial Court still refuses to release Fang Dichang? The reporting Fang Clan Gu Immortal lowered his head. First Supreme Elder, in my opinion, Celestial Court is not sincere enough. They are only trying to stall for time and keep us hanging. Fang Gong clenched his right fist and slammed it on the table. He was very angry but there was nothing he could do. In the Fate War, Fang Clan suffered the greatest losses. Not only did they lose Divine Bean Palace, even Fang Clan strategist Fang Dichang was captured. There was no news of him until now. Fang Clan naturally thought that Fang Dichang was captured by Celestial Court. Thus, they secretly contacted them wanting to pay a huge price to exchange for Fang Dichang. But Celestial Court was only delaying and acting perfunctorily. Fang Dichang was too important to Fang Clan. Without him, Fang Clan would lack a brain. After Fang Clan refined Divine Bean Palace, they had the possibility of becoming the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. But the loss of Divine Bean Palace and Fang Dichang made Fang Clan's dream of becoming the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. Fang Gong was in a bad mood, especially after hearing about Qi Si ancestor's actions. Qi Si ancestor is already leading Eastern Sea, but what about me and Fang Clan? We are stuck at a standstill. Fang Gong felt helpless. The only thing that made him happy was that Fang Dichang had already prepared for this. He gave Fang Clan's wisdom path inheritance to Fang Yun in advance. Since Celestial Court is not willing to release Fang Dichang, we can only nurture Fang Yun first. Fang Gong made a decision. He could not wait any longer. Time waits for no man. Nurturing a Gu Immortal, a capable wisdom path Gu Immortal, required a lot of time. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Qin Dingling looked at the information in her hands as she smiled, muttering to herself, Fang Clan is actually willing to pay such a huge price to redeem Fang Dichang. If they knew that Fang Dichang has already been replaced and is actually Fang Yuan's clone, I wonder what they would think? Celestial Court already knew of Fang Dichang's identity. Right now, Divine Emperor City was guarded by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's will. He had already informed Qin Dingling about this. Even though Fang Dichang was sealed in Divine Bean Palace's painting, he still had a portion of authority. He had been resisting stubbornly. Even Genesis Lotus will could not do anything to him. But soon. Qin Dingling smiled. The batch of Gu Immortal seeds we sent earlier has developed extremely well. They already have the strength to attack Fang Dichang. As long as we capture this person and use his close connection with Fang Yuan, we can find the location of Fang Yuan's main body. Spectral Soul was secretly searching for Fang Yuan's main body. Celestial Court was even more so. Qin Dingling knew that Fang Yuan was at a low point now. It was the best time to kill Fang Yuan. If they could kill Fang Yuan, not only would they restore Celestial Court's prestige, they would also gain huge battle gains. Be it Fang Yuan's various inheritances, his goo worms, his sovereign immortal aperture, secluded domains of heaven and earth, and others, they were all things that Celestial Court wanted. Qin Dingling replaced Fairy Myrtle to guard Celestial Court. Even though she was only a luck path goo immortal, she did her best and worked tirelessly. There were indeed results. Internally, Celestial Court controlled the 10 great ancient sects. It actively nurtured talents and recuperated. Externally, Celestial Court cooperated in Eastern Sea. They only had to pay half a primordial origin true inheritance to use Qi ancestor as a tool. Capturing Fang Dichang was just around the corner. The hope of killing Fang Yuan's main body was even greater than Spectral Soul's side. Everything will be fine. Chapter 2025. Divine Emperor City. Inside the painting, Fang Dichang waved his hand. A large amount of white sand scattered. The white sand landed on the ground and melted, forming a puddle of milk. Gudong gudong. Bubbles immediately appeared on the ground, and the beans buried under the ground swallowed the milk in large mouthfuls, growing continuously. In a few minutes, Fang Dichang used up the few rank 8 immortal material milk sand he had. The originally barren land was now abnormally fertile. Green bean sprouts sprouted from the ground. Again. Fang Dichang took out another portion of Lightning Path immortal material. The immortal material was digested by Divine Emperor City when it was thrown into the air, turning into tiny arcs of lightning that enveloped the entire bean field. The tender bean sprouts were stimulated by the arcs of lightning. They grew stronger at a visible rate. Continue. After the arcs of lightning dissipated, Fang Dichang took out a third portion of immortal material. Time continued to pass. After 3 days and 3 nights, Fang Dichang finally stopped his actions. He looked at the field. The beans in this field had already grown into divine bean soldiers. They were closely arranged next to each other. They were as silent as stone statues, waiting for Fang Dichang's orders. Fang Dichang sighed, thinking, "This is the last batch of divine bean soldiers. I have basically used up all the immortal materials I have." As one of Fang Yuan's clones, Fang Dichang had been trapped in the painting ever since he was plotted against by Genesis Lotus Will. During this period of time after the fated war, while waiting for his main body to rescue him, he was also doing his best to accumulate troops. Even now, the main body did not come to save him. Fang Dichang could only prepare to save himself. He was now trapped in the painting and could not contact the main body. He could not even communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. But he had refined Divine Bean Palace earlier. He still had a portion of authority. This was the reason why Genesis Lotus Will could not do anything to him in the short term. Fang Dichang used this authority to borrow Divine Bean Palace's power to nurture Divine Bean soldiers again. He kept accumulating Divine Bean soldiers. The current scale of his military force had already reached a considerable level. "It is time, let's go and occupy all the murals." Fang Dichang ordered without hesitation. The Divine Bean soldier army started their journey. They split up and rushed to the edge of the mural, breaking into other mural worlds. There were large tracts of farmland outside the monarch city. The autumn wind blew, and many farmers were harvesting wheat. This year is a bumper harvest. Yeah, every family has a good harvest. What's that sound? The farmers were chatting merrily when a strange noise suddenly sounded, causing everyone to be bewildered. A group of Divine Bean soldiers, more than 300 people, barged into this mural time. When they realized that these farmers were like sharks that had smelled blood, they became violent and their movements became extremely fast. They trampled on the farmland and killed anyone they saw. "Run. There's a monster, let's go. Spare my life, please." Pooh. Blood splattered everywhere. The last farmer was beheaded and fell into a pool of blood. The Divine Bean soldiers successfully killed all the humans and occupied this painting world. The other mural was still outside Emperor City. It was spring at this time. The scenery was bright and beautiful. Large groups of scholars and young ladies came out of the city for a walk. While they were talking and laughing, 3 to 5 Divine Bean soldiers suddenly appeared, causing the women to scream in unison. They actually dared to attack women. What are these things? The scholars looked at them curiously, while the guards directly surrounded them. The Divine Bean soldiers started to attack. The guards were already vigilant and were in a stalemate for a while. These strange things have evil intentions. Where did these things come from? Forget it, let's kill them first. The scholars cooperated with the Academy Guardian Gu masters and killed these Divine Bean soldiers without much effort. But soon, thousands of Divine Bean soldiers arrived in this painting world. This time, the guards and scholars were unable to resist. After most of them resisted, their corpses were mercilessly stepped on by the Bean deity army in the mud, and a small portion of them retreated out of the painting world, luckily surviving. Divine Bean soldiers had extraordinary strength, at least at Desolate Beast level. But in the painting world they had to follow the rules inside. There was a very small difference between immortal and mortal. Moreover, when Divine Bean soldiers entered other paintings, they were randomly teleported and of different sizes. Fang Di Chang attacked with a heavy fist, but the Divine Bean army scattered randomly and started to invade on the spot. Thus, some Divine Bean soldiers had good progress, while some encountered intense resistance, and some were directly destroyed by the Gu masters in the painting world. Even so, Fang Di Chang soon showed a satisfied smile. My previous guess was not wrong. Divine Bean Palace's paintings are connected to Emperor City's paintings. Although I am sealed here, Divine Bean soldiers originate from Divine Bean Palace. They are of the same origin as Divine Emperor City, thus they can leave. The more painting worlds these Divine Bean soldiers occupy, the higher my control over Divine Emperor City. After reaching a certain level, I can even advance further and suppress Genesis Lotus Will, becoming the Lord of Divine Emperor City. Fang Di Chang's large-scale attack made the Gu immortal seeds that Celestial Court had placed in Divine Emperor City's painting world gather and discuss countermeasures. What is going on with these Divine Bean soldiers? Qin de Jiang frowned. Sun Yao's eyes were bloodshot. I don't know either. After these monsters appeared, they slaughtered wantonly. They are extremely vicious and vicious. Those pitiful beggars and refugees were all killed by these monsters. Maybe this is our fortuitous encounter or a test. Tang Ruqi guessed. Ying Xingji frowned. I have killed many Divine Bean soldiers, but so far I have not gained any benefits. Wei Wuxiang analyzed calmly. Divine Bean soldiers are from Divine Bean Palace. According to rumors, Gu immortals can plant these wood path soldiers on a large scale in Divine Bean Palace. When it is time for battle, the Gu immortal will release them to fight against the enemy. Previously, when Divine Bean soldiers landed in Western Desert, they also scattered a large number of Divine Bean soldiers to fight against our central continent's 10 great ancient sections. Then what is the reason for the sudden appearance of these Divine Bean soldiers? Zhao Shuyi asked. Wei Wuxiang shook his head. I don't know either. Although we have been here for some time, this painting world is too vast and profound. We don't know many of its secrets and profundities. What are these reasons for? Right at this time, Xiao Qixing walked over. It's Brother Xiao. What information do you have? Or do you know the truth? These Gu immortal seeds asked one after another. They valued Xiao Qixing greatly because among them Xiao Qixing was doing the best. He had infiltrated the military camp and continued to rise in rank. He was already a minor officer now. Xiao Qixing said, I don't care about the reason for the appearance of Divine Bean soldiers. I only know that the higher-ups have already issued a military order to mobilize the army to encircle these Divine Bean soldiers. I am leading the army alone this time and need helpers. We can work together and slaughter these Divine Bean soldiers. After the battle, we will definitely be rewarded according to our contributions. I have no objections. These monsters should be punished severely, Qin de Jiang said. Sun Yao nodded. These Divine Bean soldiers are too excessive. They don't even treat humans as humans. I want to take revenge for those pitiful refugees. Count me in. Zhao Shuyi also expressed her stance. Soon, these Gu immortal seeds of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects agreed and temporarily joined Xiao Qixing. Chapter 2026. Divine Emperor City Painting World. On the spacious square, Xiao Qixing's group was confronting a group of Divine Bean soldiers. The scale of this group of Divine Bean soldiers was even larger than Xiao Qixing's group. How do we fight? Sun Yuanhua had just asked when the Divine Bean soldiers had already started their assault. Xiao Qixing stopped the people who were preparing to attack and smiled. Everyone, please act as reinforcements and watch me deal with them. Xiao Qixing finished speaking and flicked his fingers repeatedly. A large number of Gu worms flew out of his aperture. These Gu worms landed on the ground and quickly turned into human shapes. Most of them were ordinary soldiers, a small number were clearly elites, and an extremely small number were even sturdier and more valiant. These are Soldier Gu, Sergeant Gu, and Sergeant Gu? Gu Ting squinted his eyes slightly. It should be. Wei Wuxiang roughly counted. There are about 500 people. It seems that Xiao Qixing is doing quite well in the military camp. he has actually accumulated so many human path goo worms. Formation. Xiao Qixing shouted and activated the arrow army formation goo in his aperture. The soldiers under his control immediately gathered. The centurion led the sergeant led the sergeant, and the sergeant was surrounded by soldiers. The entire army was like a huge arrow. Without dodging or evading, they directly charged towards the divine bean soldiers that were charging towards them. Kill. The army led by Xiao Qixing let out a deafening battle cry, but the divine bean soldiers were deathly silent. The two sides were like huge waves colliding, and after colliding, they began to infiltrate each other. Xiao Qixing's eyes were like lightning, shooting out starlight as he concentrated on controlling his own troops. In the chaotic battle, the troops under his control were always united into small groups, maintaining the most basic military formation. In contrast, the divine bean soldiers were scattered and disorganized. After the initial stalemate, the situation gradually fell into Xiao Qixing's control. Once he gained an advantage in a certain area, this advantage snowballed and continued to grow. Soon, the partial advantage turned into an overall advantage. Eventually, Xiao Qixing's side obtained a complete victory. The divine bean soldiers were all killed. How is it? Xiao Qixing returned victorious. He looked at the other Gu immortal seeds with an excited expression, showing off his pride. Zhao Shuyi rolled her eyes and ignored him. Brother Xiao is indeed amazing. Qin Dajiang gave a thumbs up. Ah. Xiao Qixing laughed heartily and said to Qin Dajiang, if you had followed me back then, you would also have such achievements today. Let's continue forward. It's just a mural, Wei Wuxiang said. Don't be careless. These soldiers are just soybean soldiers, the most basic of the divine bean soldiers, Gu Ting said. The group continued to move forward, continuously conquering the divine bean soldiers. A moment later, they arrived at the busiest street of Divine Emperor City. The divine bean soldiers were slaughtering the citizens in the city. It was a mess. When Sun Yao saw this, she was so angry that her eyes spat fire. The first time she entered this place, she came to this street and experienced the flourishing scenery. Who would have thought that such a beautiful scene would be completely destroyed by the divine bean soldiers? There were corpses and blood everywhere. I'll have to rely on you all to make a move. Xiao Qixing said with rare modesty, the terrain here is narrow and the field of vision is not clear. My men and horses can't pass through. The other Gu immortal seeds naturally had no objections. They rushed to the front lines and attacked together. Xiao Qixing stayed at the back, controlling the soldiers around him to move forward slowly while observing carefully. He knew in his heart, since he came here to compete for Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, these Gu masters around him were his greatest competitors. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. Now was the best time for him to understand these people. These elite Gu masters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were truly extraordinary when they attacked. Xiao Qixing had a lot of accumulation, but these Gu masters were not inferior. Ing Shengji continuously took out Dr. Gu and turned into human form, saving the wounded and dying everywhere. Qin Dajiang, on the other hand, was surrounded by a group of constables. He also held a blade and a chain, participating in the front lines battle. Sun Yao, on the other hand, made Xiao Qixing look at her in a new light. She was surrounded by 3 dancers. Their long sleeves fluttered as they weakened the divine bean soldiers. At the same time, Sun Yao also possessed the human path killer move, joy in helping others. This move was very effective in strengthening her allies. As for Wei Wuxiang, he was flickering in and out of sight. His figure was like a fish in water in the chaotic battlefield. This guy has already grasped Thief Gu. Xiao Qixing realized. These elites of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects showed their brilliance once they attacked. Xiao Qixing also felt heavy pressure and became vigilant. I really can't underestimate these people. This chaotic battle lasted for the time it took to brew half a cup of tea before the entire street was cleared. Without stopping, Xiao Qixing and the rest advanced towards other painting worlds. The divine bean soldiers were exterminated by them one after another. Of course, they were not the only ones retaliating. The natives of the painting world also organized many teams and fought back with all their might, trying their best to kill the divine bean soldiers. Yi Fan and Hong Yi mixed in with the other teams and conversed secretly. These divine bean soldiers are really amazing. There are so many types of them, it is an eye-opener. These people from the 10 great ancient sects have also matured. We need to conceal ourselves carefully and not be discovered by them. They were the earliest people to enter the painting world. Right now, their accumulation surpassed Central Continent's people by a large margin, but Yi Fan and Hong Yi could only act in secret. After all, the outside world of the 5 regions was the main body. once they were discovered by the Celestial Court, the situation would be terrible. The counterattacking teams killed faster and faster, their efficiency constantly increased, and their casualties rapidly decreased. After they had sufficient experience, they completely understood the types of Divine Bean soldiers. Yellow Bean soldiers were only cannon fodder, Green Bean soldiers could shoot flying arrows, Red Bean soldiers had to be careful of their self-destruction, Black Bean soldiers had the toughest bodies, and so on. After understanding the characteristics of different Divine Bean soldiers, they launched targeted attacks. These Divine Bean soldiers were far weaker than they looked. The counterattacking teams kept winning and regaining more and more territory. Finally, they gathered at one place and came to the city wall of Divine Emperor City. Outside the city wall was a vast sea of Divine Bean soldiers. Xianxia saw this scene and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The enemy was too powerful, it was not something his team could handle, only by joining forces with other teams could they defend the city. The Divine Bean soldiers surged forward without any formation, they were a mess as they charged forward. Xianxia and the rest occupied the city wall and looked down from above, constantly killing. The Divine Bean soldiers were like ants, they started to climb the city wall. The defending side resisted with all their might, not retreating a single step. The entire battlefield was like a huge meat grinder, a large number of lives were lost every second. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Eventually Xianxia fell on his butt, he had no strength left in his body. His snow-white military robe was already dyed red with blood. Continuous cheers came from the surroundings. They had won, this largest group of Divine Bean soldiers had been completely annihilated. The outcome was decided. Next, it was time to clean up the remaining small groups of Divine Bean soldiers in the paintings. Wait a moment, we seem to be able to leave Divine Emperor City. Following the Divine Bean soldiers' route of invasion, we can counterattack their nest. During the process of cleaning up, everyone made a huge discovery. The army gathered again and finally reached Fang Dichang. In this painting world, Fang Dichang's strength was greatly reduced, but he still had a group of Divine Bean soldiers with him. So you are the mastermind, the main culprit. You will pay the price for your sins. Why did you slaughter the innocent? What grudge do you have with them? The crowd was furious, but Xianxia and the rest secretly glanced at each other before moving towards the back without leaving a trace. So the source of the Divine Bean soldier calamity is actually him. He is Fang Clan's Gu Immortal Fang Dichang, he had once refined Divine Bean Palace. To think that he is still alive, and is even stirring up trouble in the painting world. Don't tell me the sect sent us here to eliminate him? Strange, why didn't the Celestial Court directly kill Fang Dichang? Maybe this is a test purposely left for us, or maybe we have to follow the rules of the painting world to deal with him. Xianxia and the rest conversed quickly, their expressions were extremely solemn. They were already the focus of their sect's nurturing targets, thus they knew a lot about the Gu Immortal world, especially the participants of the Fate War, they knew a lot about them. Go. Take revenge for our friends and family. I want to tear him to pieces. The Gu masters in the painting world attacked Fang Dichang. A bunch of dregs. Fang Dichang sat at the center and commanded calmly, the Divine Bean soldiers around him changed their formation smoothly like flowing water. Especially when all kinds of soldiers cooperated with each other with great tacit understanding. The natives of the painting world suffered heavy losses. Xianxia and the rest were also very shocked. There are clearly not many soldiers, how can they fight to this state? This is a Gu Immortal commanding them, the difference is like heaven and earth. What should we do? Fight or retreat? Fight. We have the advantage in numbers, even though Fang Dichang is strong, the gap between us is not that of an immortal. We have a lot of hope. Slaughter Immortal. Someone shouted this slogan, but Xianxia and the rest were extremely excited. Once they made a move, the Gu masters fighting at the front immediately felt a strong sense of support. In fact, not just them, Yi Fan and Hong Yi were also mixed in the battlefield, contributing secretly. Fang Dichang snorted coldly, the Divine Bean soldiers kept changing their formation under his command, defending as firmly as Mount Tai. Xianxia and the rest fought bitterly for a long time, but to their shock they found a terrifying gap between the enemy and their side. The Divine Bean soldiers around Fang Dichang were almost non-existent. What should we do? An immortal is an immortal after all. Not to mention that Fang Dichang is a wisdom path Gu Immortal. Xianxia and the rest condition fell to rock bottom, their fighting spirit faded and they had thoughts of retreating, not daring to compete with Fang Dichang. But right at this time Fang Dichang's body suddenly shook and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He snorted coldly, looking at the sky as he sneered, Genesis Lotus Will, you finally couldn't help but make a move. Fang Dichang was suppressed by Genesis Lotus Will, he could no longer control the Divine Bean soldiers as freely as before. Xiao Qixing and the rest immediately felt the pressure on them decrease. They were pleasantly surprised as they charged forward. The Divine Bean soldiers around Fang Dichang continued to shrink until they were all slaughtered. Fang Dichang had no choice but to personally take action. He slaughtered his way through the army, no one could match him. Good times did not last long, his condition continued to decline and he started to get injured. After some time, Fang Dichang's body was bathed in blood as he staggered. To think that I, Fang Dichang, would actually die here. Fang Dichang gave a sorrowful cry as he self-detonated. Boom. The Gu masters surrounding him were all blown to smithereens, not even their corpses remained. After a short moment of shock, the surviving Gu masters cheered and cheered. We won. We finally killed the demon. Sob sob sob. Father, mother, I have taken revenge for you. Chapter 2027. Xiao Qixing and the rest strolled on the street. The battle had just ended, the originally bustling street was bleak and desolate, there were few pedestrians. Even if there were, most of them were injured. Fang Dichang was unworthy of Western Desert's righteous path. He slaughtered the innocent and caused so many casualties. Letting him die like this was really letting him off easy. Qin Jiang said hatefully. Ing Xingji sighed and added, that's right, this was once such a lively place. You guys are really funny. Wei Wuxiang laughed. This is only a painting world, it is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move. The people here are also not real existences. No matter how many casualties there are, it will return to its former state after a few years. That's right. Compared to this, I am more curious about what kind of reward the sect will give us this time. Gu Ting said. Xiao Qixing's eyes brightened. We succeeded in slaughtering immortals as mortals and also got rid of the internal threat of Divine Emperor City. With such a huge contribution, not only the sect, even the Celestial Court will personally reward us. Ah. Xiao Qixing laughed heartily, feeling proud of himself. This time, in quelling the Divine Bean weapon calamity and getting rid of Fang Dichang, he had the best performance and contributed the most. In terms of rewards, he was the first. At the entrance of the alley that everyone passed, 2 beggars were sitting cross-legged in a corner, coldly observing their surroundings. The speech and actions of these 10 great ancient sects' Gu immortal seeds were naturally seen by these 2 beggars. It is all thanks to you this time, Brother Xin. One of the beggars transmitted secretly. The beggar-like Xianxia smiled. Should I call you Fang Yuan or Fang Dichang? The beggar beside him replied, I am just a clone. Strictly speaking, I cannot even be considered a clone now, I am only a remnant will. So, don't call me Fang Yuan. As for Fang Dichang, he is already dead, he died from self-detonation. I have no name now, I am just a beggar. Xianxia's eyes shined with brilliance. You are too humble. Even without me, fellow immortal has already planned to escape with your life. The beggar nodded and did not deny it. My previous plan was to use the Divine Bean soldiers to invade and seize the painting world, that would be the best. But this possibility was not high. In order to consider victory, I had to consider defeat first. Naturally, I had to prepare a foolproof plan. My self-detonation caused my body and soul to completely disappear, but this will still remains. After a short pause, Fang Yuan's will continued, I do have to thank you for your help. If I rely on my own methods, there is a high chance of being discovered by Genesis Lotus Will. But with you covering for me, that's completely different. Fellow immortal Xianxia, your attainments in the Tao are getting deeper and deeper. Xianxia chuckled, indeed. Ever since the Fate War, after I unraveled the Venerable's human path killer move, my human path attainment has improved greatly. Now that he had come to this world of murals, he had to pretend to be a beggar all day, carefully observing and concentrating on comprehending. His harvest was quite plentiful. There are benefits to being a beggar. Beggars are people of the lowest level, they can look at the world as bystanders, they can experience kindness and harshness, they can feel hunger and thirst, warmth and coldness. Saying so, Xianxia changed the topic, asking, what are your plans now? Are you going to leave this place or continue to stay? Fang Yuan's will did not hesitate. I cannot leave this place. Even though I only have a will left now, I can only temporarily escape the attention of Genesis Lotus Will, I do not have a way to leave this place. What about you, Xianxia? Xianxia also shook his head. I also cannot find a way to leave this place. I have already secretly investigated those Gu immortal seeds of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. They came and went because they obtained the approval of Genesis Lotus Will. But I believe that as long as I continue to hide and research, my human path attainment will continue to accumulate, there will be a qualitative change. At that time, I will be able to find a way to leave this place. Fang Yuan's took a deep look at Xianxia. He could tell that Xianxia was enjoying this place. But thinking about it, it was not strange. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's investment was truly huge. He created a world to deduce human path. In this place, human path was supreme, other paths were just supplementary. Human path had the greatest development, the other paths were very weak. At the same time, this place followed the rules of the mortal world. The gap between immortals and mortals was very small. It was beneficial to the development of human path. There was also the isolation of inside and outside. Outsiders who entered this place would be isolated from the 5 regions. They would not even be able to communicate with jewel yellow skies. This prevented the spread of information and the contamination of information. Thus, this secluded human path paradise was created. Xianxia cultivated human path. Coming here was like a glutton encountering a peerless delicacy. He was like a fish in water. He was deeply attached to this place. Fang Yuan's was currently residing in one of Xianxia's beggar gu. There were only 2 paths in front of him. One was to wait for the main body to rescue him, the other was to follow Xianxia and cultivate, using Xianxia's strength to escape. Information regarding the divine bean soldier calamity was gathered in Qin Dingling's hands. Fang Dichang self-detonated? Qin Dingling frowned slightly. This result made Qin Dingling slightly disappointed. She had been hoping to capture this Fang Yuan clone alive. Then, through him she could deduce the location of Fang Yuan's main body. To think that Fang Yuan's clone would actually commit suicide, but this is in line with Fang Yuan's ruthless nature. Qin Dingling did not have many suspicions. It would be great if we could capture him alive. In the painting world, the gap between immortals and mortals is not big. It is a pity that these gu immortal seeds have not matured enough. They could not grasp this opportunity. Qin Dingling sighed inwardly. Xiao Qixing and the rest thought that it was a huge contribution to slaying the immortal, but in Qin Dingling's heart, it was a bad evaluation. But even so, Qin Dingling decided to heavily reward these gu immortal seeds. They were all important targets for nurturing. After settling the matter of rewards, Qin Dingling placed her attention on the battle in Eastern Sea. The battle in Eastern Sea was the battle between humans and variant humans. Both sides were led by Qixi Ancestor and Wuxia. They fought in the immemorial 2 heavens and Eastern Sea. The battle was getting more intense. After Qixi Ancestor sacrificed himself to save profound literature Grotto Heaven, he took the opportunity to unite several Grotto Heaven forces in the 2 heavens. Even though Wuxia lost, he did not show weakness. On one hand, he gathered the 2 heavens to his side, on the other hand, he launched sneak attacks and invasions on those Grotto Heaven forces that were observing from the sidelines. Wuxia's strategy was very clear and straightforward. Before attacking the 5 regions, he had to cleanse the 2 heavens and stabilize the rear. On one hand, this was because the distance between the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens was short. They could send troops to each other. If Wuxia did not do anything when his army was outside, the Grotto Heavens would only need to pretend to attack to make Wuxia's army lose their footing. On the other hand, many of Wuxia's Grotto Heavens produced qi harvest fruits of various sizes. Every time Wuxia attacked a Grotto Heaven, he would use the method that variant human gu immortals thought of to try and get rid of the qi harvest fruits. Wuxia's side needed such experiments. Under Wuxia's radical strategy, more and more human forces in the 2 heavens sought Qixi Ancestor's protection. Qixi Ancestor defended the Grotto Heavens while consolidating his forces. But overall he was still at a disadvantage. Wuxia's 2 heavens alliance grew much faster than Qixi Ancestor. He actively protected the interests of variant humans. More and more variant human Grotto Heavens joined him. In the 2 heavens, variant human Grotto Heavens outnumbered human Grotto Heavens by a lot. The final batch of variant human forces that were observing from the sidelines joined Wuxia. On one hand, they had no choice in the situation. On the other hand, if they did not join, there would be no hope of resolving the problem of the qi harvest fruits in the Grotto Heavens. Wuxia's reputation soared, but the problem of the qi harvest fruits was still troubling him. The 2 heavens alliance tried many methods, but they all failed to get rid of the qi harvest fruits. Qixi Ancestor's progress in researching the profundity of the qi harvest fruits was also slow. Wuxia and Qixi Ancestor fought. Even though there were frequent conflicts, there were not many casualties. That was because the focus of both sides was not to eliminate the other, but to get rid of the problem of the qi harvest fruits. In this world, the person who knows the profundity of the qi harvest fruits the most is probably Demon Immortal Qiju. It is a pity that I am not strong enough to deal with him. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He had already resolved the problem in Providence, but Fang Yuan still had no idea how to refine the heaven path Dao marks. Demon Immortal Qiju, who Fang Yuan was talking about, had arrived at Western Desert. He should be nearby. Demon Immortal Qiju flew at a low altitude, searching around. He could not borrow Gu from Qi Si ancestor, so he used Qi Path investigative methods to search for other Qi Path Immortal Gu. In the end, along the way he found several Qi Path Immortal Gu. These Qi Path Immortal Gu were mostly wild Immortal Gu. They were naturally produced after the Qi tides. A small portion were snatched by Demon Immortal Qiju from other Gu Immortals. Demon Immortal Qiju was not ruthless. As long as he obtained the Qi Path Immortal Gu, he would let the Gu Immortal leave. Along the way, Demon Immortal Qiju gradually left Eastern Sea and arrived at Western Desert. I deduced that a Qi Path Immortal Gu should be nearby. Demon Immortal Qiju was thinking when a Gu Immortal suddenly appeared in his investigative range. Chapter 2028. Demon Immortal Qiju saw that this Gu Immortal had a headband on his head. He wore a green robe and had a tall and handsome posture. He had a thought. The Qi Path Immortal Gu that I deduced, is it on this person? With this thought, Demon Immortal Qiju attacked. With a loud rumble, a huge white air current giant hand grabbed towards Red Heart Traveler. Almost at the same time Demon Immortal Qiju discovered Red Heart Traveler, Red Heart Traveler also discovered Demon Immortal Qiju. Demon Immortal Qiju did not recognize Red Heart Traveler, but Red Heart Traveler already had first-hand information about Demon Immortal Qiju from the Celestial Court. Seeing the white gas hand flying towards him, Scarlet Heart Traveler's heart jumped and he quickly dodged and retreated. Red Heart Traveler was a Gu Immortal of Celestial Court, a former Board Lord of Demon Judgment Board. He had great battle strength. During the Fated War, he came to the Western Desert and disguised himself as a fiendish immortal of the Blood Path. He attracted the attention of many super forces of the Western Desert's righteous path and held back a large number of hostile forces for the Central Continent. In Western Desert's Gu Immortal world, Red Heart Traveler had the confidence to fight against almost all Western Desert Gu Immortals. But his current opponent was Demon Immortal Qiju, one of the strongest Gu Immortals in the current world. Red Heart Traveler was very clear that he was not Demon Immortal Qiju's match. The difference between him and the enemy was too great. The loser of this battle would definitely be him. Hence, Red Heart Traveler's retreat was very straightforward. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Qiju saw a blood-colored halo rise behind Red Heart Traveler's head. The latter's speed suddenly increased and he easily dodged his Qi current hand. Demon Immortal Qiju exclaimed lightly, muttering to himself, "Blood Path again?" In the current world, the Blood Path seems to be very popular. Demon Immortal Qiju was naturally not willing to let Red Heart Traveler off so easily. He chased after him. The two immortals, one chasing and the other fleeing, quickly traversed thousands of miles. Demon Immortal Qiju was shocked to find that his main movement method could not catch up to Red Heart Traveler. Of course he did not widen the gap. I've already improved my movement technique, but I didn't expect that I still wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Who was this person? A rank 8 Blood Path Gu Immortal. Demon Immortal Qiju searched through his memories and slowly found some clues. He had searched Qing Huizi's soul and obtained a lot of information. Red Heart Traveler's true identity had not been exposed, but he had wreaked havoc in Western Desert and had such a sensitive identity of rank 8 Blood Path. Information regarding him had already spread to Jewel Yellow Skies, and all the Gu Immortals in the world had heard of him. After chasing for a while, Demon Immortal Qiju suddenly roared, "Where are you running to?" After he finished preparing, he activated a killer move. Red Heart Traveler suddenly felt the airflow around his body roll up, seriously affecting his speed. He sighed internally. He could only turn around and fight Demon Immortal Qiju. Demon Immortal Qiju's moves were vast and majestic. Milky white Qi currents surged. It was like a tsunami with unstoppable might. The moment they truly exchanged blows, Red Heart Traveler fell into a disadvantageous position without any surprise. However, his methods weren't weak either. Bloody light pervaded the air and flowers of blood bloomed. There was no evil energy at all. Instead, it was warm and righteous, standing firm. Red Heart Traveler struggled with all his might. After a few rounds, his whole body was drenched in sweat. He sighed internally, "This Demon Immortal Qiju is indeed a famous old monster. He is truly too strong." Red Heart Traveler felt that he was like a small boat. Under Demon Immortal Qiju's frenzied attacks, he could only dodge with all his strength and stall for time. After several rounds, Red Heart Traveler was already in a perilous situation. At this time he suddenly heard a beast roar. An immemorial desolate beast drilled out from under the desert and attacked Demon Immortal Chiju's back. Demon Immortal Chiju was caught unprepared, but he was not flustered in the face of danger. He stretched out his hand and a mountainous chi-current hand slammed towards the immemorial desolate beast. But just as this immemorial desolate beast was about to be slammed by the hand, its body suddenly shone with bright light. It turned into an immemorial swallow and shot towards Demon Immortal Chiju like a sharp black arrow. So it is a transformation path Gu Immortal. Ah, interesting. Demon Immortal Chiju was slightly startled. He had to stop and deal with it while praising generously. The one who came to help was naturally Nine Spiritual Fairy. She and Red Heart Traveler came to Western Desert together. They were helping each other. With her help, Red Heart Traveler's situation immediately turned for the better. He was finally saved from the brink of death. We can't fight for long. This old demon is too powerful. We are not his match. The reason why we can resist him now is because he is not familiar with our methods. Red Heart Traveler hurriedly transmitted. He fought with Demon Immortal Chiju and thoroughly felt the terror of a peak expert in the present age. The reason why Demon Immortal Chiju did not kill him was because he had just been reborn and had not completely adapted to it. If they really fought, the two immortals of Celestial Court would be killed by Demon Immortal Chiju sooner or later. I have a way, follow me. Nine Spiritual Fairy transmitted, retreating while fighting. Demon Immortal Chiju chased after the two immortals of Celestial Court. He went through many twists and turns until he reached a desert. Nine Spiritual Fairy suddenly turned into an immemorial desolate beast. She held Red Heart Traveler in her mouth and plunged into the desert. Demon Immortal Chiju snorted coldly. You think you are smart. He clapped his hands with a loud sound. Heaven and earth shook. Milky white chi currents crashed onto the surface of the desert like a tsunami, causing the surrounding 100 li of desert to sink by over 100 feet. Nine Spiritual Fairy gave a muffled grunt, suffering heavy injuries. Red Heart Traveler quickly healed her injuries. Nine Spiritual Fairy did not dare to turn around to fight. She focused on moving underground. Demon Immortal Chiju was about to dive into the sand and continue his pursuit when he heard a beast roar. At the next moment, a huge immemorial soul beast emerged from the bottom of the desert. Seeing this immemorial soul beast, Demon Immortal Chiju's pupils shrunk. This immemorial soul beast had a strange shape. It had a sinister appearance. It had a tortoise shell for tiger claws, a dragon tail, a snake neck, and a human head. Its hair was disheveled. Its eyes were filled with anger and ferocity. This was a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It even had many immortal goo. Ah, you found Xianxia. Seeing that Demon Immortal Chiju was entangled by the immemorial soul beast, Red Heart Traveler cried out in shock. This immemorial soul beast was Xianxia. After Divine Bean Palace was seized by Fang clan, Xianxia left Divine Bean Palace and hid in a corner. There was no news of it. But during the Fate War, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City merged into one. Genesis Lotus will came out to control the situation. After the Fate War, Genesis Lotus will naturally handed all kinds of information to Celestial Court. Qin Dingling not only knew Fang Di Chang's true identity, she even obtained information about Xianxia. Divine Bean Palace had imprisoned Xianxia for so many years. Genesis Lotus will understood it too well. It had a secret method to search for it. After Qin Dingling obtained this secret method, she secretly ordered 9 Spiritual Fairy to search for Xianxia and subdue it. Xianxia was a legendary immemorial beast. Not only did it have outstanding battle strength, it also had an innate ability to discern everything about spectral soul. If Celestial Court obtained it, not only could they deal with Fang Yuan, they could also deal with spectral soul. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 9 Spiritual Fairy had found Xianxia's location not long ago, but she did not have enough strength. She had no confidence in forcefully attacking it. Now that Red Heart Traveler encountered Demon Immortal Chiju, she came up with a plan to lure Demon Immortal Chiju into a fight with Xianxia. This is great. At this rate we can watch from the sidelines and reap the rewards. Red Heart Traveler laughed. Xianxia is not Demon Immortal Chiju's match. We can only act according to the situation. 9 Spiritual Fairy conversed while using all her strength to move deeper underground. The further away from the battlefield, the better. However, contrary to Celestial Court's expectations, Demon Immortal Chiju soon sensed something amiss. He opened his mouth and breathed out endless chi currents that filled the surroundings. He threw himself into it and quickly vanished. Xianxia had no opponent. It also chose to leave the battlefield and escape into the sky. Deep underground, Celestial Court's 2 immortals looked at each other. Red Heart Traveler suddenly said, "Oh no! We can't keep that blood sea true inheritance." Nine Spiritual Fairy was dazed for a moment before reacting. You really found that blood path true inheritance? Red Heart Traveler nodded and sighed. Celestial Court's clues were not wrong. The crucial thing was that the Chi Tides exposed some clues about the Blood Sea true inheritance. I searched for half a month before finally arriving at the final location. But there, I encountered Demon Immortal Chiju. Nine Spiritual Fairy was silent. On the other side, Demon Immortal Chiju returned to his original location. It is indeed here. He inspected for a while and found that the Chi was still here, it had not moved. After trying for a while, he successfully obtained this Blood Sea true inheritance. Blood Sea Ancestor had set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance secret areas in Central Continent, Southern Border and other places. Among them there were only 9 true inheritances. Right now this one was already in Demon Immortal Chiju's hands. Blood Path True Inheritance. Amazing, with this true inheritance it will be several times easier for me to deal with Blood Path Gu Immortals. And this Blood Chi Immortal Gu is also suitable for me. Ah. Demon Immortal Chiju laughed loudly. When he used killer moves earlier he almost always expended immortal material Chi. Now every time he obtained a Chi Path Immortal Gu, his strength would rise by a level. Chapter 2029. Western Desert. Strong winds blew and sand surged. A caravan was moving with difficulty in the desolate desert. Oh heavens, we are finally returning to Sand Wolf City. In the caravan, Pengda had an exhausted expression as he sighed. Gu Master Amoli was sitting on a camel beside him. He looked at Pengda and teased, "Lad, your thinking is different from the first time we set off." Pengda's face blushed. When Amoli first organized the caravan he was very excited, he thought the adventure would be very exciting. But after several caravan trips, Pengda had already realized how naive he had been. In this world, caravan was not only difficult and risky, it was also very tiring and difficult to move forward. If one was careless they would lose their lives in the vast and merciless desert. But Pengda's sigh resonated with the other Gu masters in the caravan. Yes, we are going home again. Although we did not encounter any danger during this caravan trip, we are really tired. After we return I want to take a good bath. I can't help but want to go to a tavern to drink, haha. Amoli smiled, he thought of his wife and son who had changed greatly recently. His son was chosen and heavily nurtured. He could be said to be a prodigal son who had turned over a new leaf. All of these beautiful things gave Amoli new hope and motivation to live. No matter how difficult caravan was, he could enjoy it. Wait, there is a situation. The Gu master in charge of scouting at the front of the caravan suddenly shouted a warning. Pengda immediately tensed up but also felt strange. Logically speaking, this was near Sand Wolf City, there should be no danger here. But why was there a warning? Amoli immediately activated his investigative Gu, his body stiffened as he shouted, "There is a strange situation, everyone move forward at full speed." Pengda and the rest did not know the reason, but seeing Amoli leading the way, they trusted the caravan leader and quickly followed. As they got closer to Sand Wolf City, even without using Gu worms, they discovered the abnormality. Several plumes of gray smoke could be seen rising into the air. There was also the smell of burning and fire coming from the direction of Sand Wolf City. Everyone in the caravan felt a strong sense of foreboding, and they quickened their pace. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of Sand Wolf City. This is impossible. What's going on? Heavens, this is a dream, it must be a dream. Some of the members of the caravan directly knelt on the sand, some broke down and cried, even the usually steady leader Mali was stunned on the spot. Pengda's eyes widened, looking at the scene before him in disbelief. The once bustling Sand Wolf City was now in ruins. There were corpses everywhere, broken walls, burning flames and smoke everywhere. The scene was too horrible to look at. Amoli muttered and suddenly ran into the city as if he was electrocuted. His action woke up many people, the Gu masters quickly ran back to their homes. Pengda did not have a home, so he quickly urged the camel to follow Uncle Amoli. Amoli's speed was extremely fast. He was extremely anxious and directly left Pengda far behind. Fortunately, Pengda had returned to Sand Wolf City a few times and had already figured out the route. He knew where Uncle Amoli's house was. When Pengda arrived at Mali's house, he saw a ruin. Amoli, on the other hand, knelt on the ruins and looked at his wife's corpse that he had just dug out in silence. From Uncle Amoli's silence, Pengda could feel the mountain-like weight on his back. How could this be? What happened here? Pengda was sorrowful but also very confused. In his opinion, Sand Wolf City was such a huge city with so many Gu masters stationed inside, but it was actually destroyed and turned into a dead city. What kind of force could destroy Sand Wolf City? Was it a chi-tide calamity? The traces left at the scene did not seem like it at all. This world is really too dangerous. People are living in constant danger, even Gu masters are the same. There is no such thing as a safe place. Peng De felt increasingly insignificant in his heart. He looked at Mo Li, who was kneeling on the ground like a stone statue. He opened his mouth several times before finally saying, "Uncle, we need to pull ourselves together. Don't forget that you still have a son." These words shook Missouri Li slightly. His eyes shined with the light of hope again. "Peng De, thank you for your reminder. My son is still in the inner city. He is a Gu immortal seed and is being nurtured heavily. He is definitely fine. He is definitely well protected. Let's go and find him." Mo Li brought his wife's corpse and hurriedly went to the inner city with Peng De. The whole inner city had turned into a huge crater. The inner city was gone. Several caravan members stood at the edge of the crater, looking at it blankly. Mo Li came to their side and looked at the huge crater. His lips trembled and his face was extremely pale. He could not speak. Peng De secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. He could see that this huge crater was completely the footprint of a wild beast. Such a huge footprint, the size of this wild beast was simply unimaginable. This is not man-made. A beast calamity? A huge beast as big as a mountain attacked Sand Wolf City and killed everyone. The caravan members analyzed and gradually started crying. Mo Li fell into a deathly silence. Peng De could not persuade him. Uncle Mo Li once had such a beautiful family, but suddenly, everything was gone, only he was left. Fate was so cruel to Mo Li and all the surviving members of the caravan. Boom. Right at this time, the air above everyone's head suddenly surged, emitting a sonic boom. This sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Did the huge beast not leave? Peng De quickly raised his head and saw two figures floating in the sky. Gu Immortals. The other Gu masters shouted. This place is also in trouble. The Gu Immortals in the sky conversed. Their voices were transmitted down without any intention of concealing it. This damned beast caused our Mo clan to suffer such heavy losses. When we catch it, we will tear out its tendons and skin it alive to vent our anger. Another Gu Immortal replied furiously. Let's go, we are about to catch up. The two Gu Immortals flew away, leaving this place. The Gu masters on the ground were silent for a while before someone suddenly started crying loudly. "Father, mother, you died so miserably. I cannot take revenge for you, but there are immortals who can uphold justice for you." Peng De was silent, his mood was very heavy. At this moment he suddenly realized, even if he became a Gu master, even if he became a rank 5 Gu master, what was the use? Only by becoming a Gu immortal could he control a bit of his own fate in this world. "I want to go take a look." Mo Li suddenly spoke with a resolute expression. "Leader, are you crazy?" The surrounding Gu masters quickly urged. Mo Li's attitude, however, was firm. "I am useless. I cannot take revenge for my wife and children, but I will do my best to see the culprit punished with my own eyes, by a Gu immortal. If I don't even grasp this chance, even if I survive, I will regret it for the rest of my life." These words resonated with the other Gu masters. They responded and expressed that they wanted to go with Mo Li to witness justice. "Uncle, I want to go with you," Peng De said. "Stay behind, lad." Mo Li looked at Peng De, his expression softening. Peng De smiled bitterly. "Uncle, you have saved me time and time again. You are the closest person to me in this world. Since I am following you, I will not separate from you at this crucial moment. Let me continue to follow you, uncle." Mo Li looked at Peng De deeply for a while before nodding and saying in a hoarse voice, "Lad, follow me." The group of Gu masters followed the direction the Gu immortal flew in, leaving Sand Wolf City ruins. Along the way, the giant beast footprints on the sand were very obvious, allowing them to maintain the most correct path. They traveled like this for a day and a night, when they suddenly heard thunder from the horizon. This is not lightning, it is the Gu immortal fighting the giant beast. Listen, there are beast roars coming from the wind. The Gu masters were very excited, they increased their speed and wanted to get closer. But right at this time, a pitch-black chi current shot out like a rainbow, tearing through the sky. A trace of the chi current scattered and landed near a Gu master. One trace of the black chi curled up and brushed past the Gu master's shoulder. That Gu master suddenly cried out in fear. His skin and flesh started to rot and he quickly turned into a skeleton. Everyone was shocked by this change, they quickly scattered in all directions. Fortunately, that trace of black chi went with the wind and did not linger around. It is too dangerous to continue moving forward. This is only the aftermath of the Gu immortal fighting the giant beast, we have no way of resisting it. If we continue to get closer, we will be throwing away our lives. Most of the Gu masters wanted to retreat, turning around and leaving. I still want to try again. All of you can leave. All of you can leave. Emoli was the only Gu master left. Peng De still wanted to follow him, but this time, Emoli's attitude was very firm. He chased Peng De away. Emoli trudged for some distance alone. When he climbed up a sand dune, the scene in front of him made him take in a deep breath of cold air. Far away in the horizon, there was a huge black fog. This fog was clearly the pitch-black chi current from earlier. In this rumbling black fog, Emoli could vaguely see a mountain-like beast silhouette and flickering lightning. Emoli breathed in deeply and was about to move forward when he was suddenly hugged from behind. "Uncle, do you want to die? Don't move forward, you will die." Peng De shouted. "Brat, why haven't you left yet?" Emoli was anxious. Peng Da's face was full of eagerness and sincerity. "Uncle, you're my savior. How could I be ungrateful and watch you throw your life away? I know you want to die, but your condition is not right. With my strength, you could not even sense me when I followed you all the way. Uncle, live on, don't throw away your life." But Emoli did not listen. "Brat, scram? I won't scram." "Scram? This has nothing to do with you, you still have your youth. Don't throw away your life here." "Uncle, I want to save you. I don't need you to save me. Even if I die, I will take revenge. Even if it is just an insignificant attack, as long as it lands on that damned beast, I will be satisfied." Rumble. Just as the two were entangled, a hurricane came from the battlefield in the horizon. The hurricane was like a wall, supporting the sky as it rapidly swept towards the two of them. Oh no! Peng De and Emoli had no time to dodge. They were quickly engulfed by the hurricane. Chapter 2030. Western Desert. Dark clouds covered the sky, thunder rumbled, Mo Clan's Gu Immortals and the mysterious giant beast were still fighting intensely. "Bastard, die. I will skin you alive and tear out your tendons to compensate for our losses." The two Mo Clan Gu Immortals were furious. Mo Clan had suffered huge losses because of this giant beast. These two were in charge of the most important area. "You want me to die?" During the intense battle, the mysterious giant beast suddenly spoke. The two Mo Clan Immortals were shocked, their hearts jumped. At this moment, the giant beast suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a purple-red tongue. The tongue pierced through a Mo Clan Gu Immortal's body at lightning speed. Almost instantly, this Mo Clan Gu Immortal was completely corroded by the intense poison. He turned into nothingness. Only his immortal aperture turned into a faint speck of light that fell towards the ground. "You are a legendary immemorial beast." The remaining Mo Clan Gu Immortals were shocked. They quickly retreated. But it was too late. The mysterious giant beast was Xianxia. It snickered as ghostly chi surged out of its body. The ghostly chi turned into ghostly shadows that easily blocked the Mo Clan Gu Immortals. Xianxia's main body got closer. "Didn't you want to kill me and tear out my tendons?" The Mo Clan Gu Immortal shouted in fear. "Let me go, I am a Mo Clan Gu Immortal. If you let me go, Mo Clan will not pursue this matter." "Pursue this matter?" Anger flashed across Xiao's face when it heard this. "You two fools, you don't even know that you were used. Go and die." The Mo Clan Gu Immortal screamed as the ghostly shadows pounced on him. He died on the spot. After killing these two Gu Immortals, Xianxia looked towards the desert. Sand flew wildly on the ground, turning into a giant monster. It was the immemorial sand monster. This was the helper that the Mo Clan Gu Immortals brought. They relied on it to restrain Xianxia earlier. But the Mo Clan Gu Immortals did not expect Xianxia to be a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It had extraordinary intelligence. Xianxia used this to disguise itself as an ordinary immemorial desolate beast, causing the two Mo Clan Immortals to lower their guard. In the end, Xianxia suddenly attacked, and the two Mo Clan Immortals suffered grievances. The two Mo Immortals were already dead. This immemorial sand monster no longer had a master. Its movements gradually slowed down as it stood on the ground and looked up at Xianxia. Xianxia glared at the immemorial sand monster. Scram! The primordial sand monster shivered in fright. It suddenly turned around and dived into the desert to escape. Xianxia ordered the enemy to retreat, but the ghost aura around it became denser. It looked at a certain place in the sky and sneered, "Two shameless insects still not coming out?" Saying so, Celestial Court's two immortals, 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler, appeared. They floated side by side in the sky, looking down at Xianxia. So previously, when Red Heart Traveler wanted to find Blood Sea Ancestors' true inheritance, he was disrupted by Demon Immortal Qiju. Realizing demon immortal Chiju's goal, Red Heart Traveler decisively gave up on the Blood Sea true inheritance and continued to pursue Qingqiu with 9 spiritual fairy. After all, Qingqiu's matter was related to the Celestial Court's plans. And even if he obtained the Blood Sea true inheritance, it would only increase the strength of Scarlet Heart Traveler alone. Which was more important was clear at a glance. 9 spiritual fairy and Red Heart Traveler possessed Celestial Court's secret method. They chased and soon found Qingqiu again. But the two did not dare to make a move. This was Western Desert, enemies were everywhere, it was not the territory of Celestial Court's 2 immortals. If they rashly fought against a legendary immemorial desolate beast, once the battle entered a stalemate, Western Desert's native Gu immortals would interfere, there would be too many variables. 9 spiritual fairy and Red Heart Traveler discussed for a while. 9 spiritual fairy would transform into an immemorial desolate beast and wreak havoc on the surrounding resource points, attracting Western Desert's Mo clan Gu immortals. In the end, Mo clan's 2 immortals brought an immemorial sand monster, but they did not expend much of Qingqiu's battle strength. Instead, Qingqiu discovered the traces of Celestial Court's 2 immortals. Celestial Court's 2 immortals' plan failed and Qingqiu discovered their traces. They directly showed up and attacked at the same time. Bam bam bam. Celestial Court's 2 immortals were rank 8. They were extraordinary indeed. Each of their moves were fierce and their attacks were like raging waves. Qingqiu was suppressed for a moment. But Qingqiu was an immemorial desolate beast. It had thick skin and flesh. Even if it was hit by a few rank 8 killer moves, it was fine. After dozens of rounds, it became familiar with the Celestial Court's 2 immortals' moves. It gradually regained control of the situation. But good times did not last. Qi tides started to form. The reason was that the immortal apertures of the Western Desert immortals had opened and started to absorb heaven and earth qi to stabilize themselves. These 2 immortal apertures had different heaven and earth qi from the outside world. Together with the accumulated influence of the Gu immortals fighting Qingqiu, a huge qi tide soon formed. In the qi tide, Qingqiu was greatly restricted. Its strength fell by a lot. In contrast, Celestial Court's 2 immortals had already contributed their immortal apertures. They only had phantom apertures. They were not affected much by the qi tide. Qingqiu roared furiously. It used all its strength but to no avail. It realized at this point that Celestial Court's 2 immortals had another layer of scheme. They did not just use the Western Desert immortals, they even schemed against their immortal apertures. Just as Qingqiu was in a tough battle, Pengde opened his eyes shakily. Where am I? He was in a daze for a while before he found that he was being carried by Uncle Imoli. They were moving on a huge sand dune. Uncle, you saved me again. Pengde sighed. You're awake. Uncle Imoli smiled. Pengde, Uncle put me down. But Uncle Imoli shook his head. Your injuries are severe. Even though I saved you, you should not move for the time being. Pengde smiled bitterly. I have troubled you again. Where is this? Imoli replied, Sai, we were swept away by the hurricane for over 10,000 li. We are rushing back now. Imoli had lived in the desert for many years. He naturally had a method to determine his location. Pengde heard Imoli's words and became anxious. Uncle, why are you going back? Are you going to die? Imoli was silent for a while before saying in a deep and resolute voice, I know it is dangerous to go back, but if I cannot even see the true appearance of the murderer of my wife and child, I will not be satisfied. Uncle. Pengde did not know how to persuade him. He understood Imoli's pain and hatred at this moment. Precisely because of this, he could not persuade him. Imoli continued, Brat, Uncle owes you a favor. After we travel a bit further, Uncle will put you down and leave you enough food and water. With your strength, it won't be a problem for you to cross the desert alone and reach the nearest town. Uncle, I won't go. I cannot leave you alone. Stop fooling around. I am not fooling around. You are the one fooling around, Uncle. Just as the two were arguing, the sand under Imoli's feet moved, forming a huge whirlpool that swept the two towards the center. Imoli quickly activated his goo worms, but it was useless. Imoli was pale with fright. What is going on? My goo worms are all useless. Pengde also tried to no avail. His face was extremely pale. Is this quicksand? We are going to be swallowed. This piece of quicksand was too strange. Neither of their methods had any effect. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the center of the quicksand whirlpool, their bodies were gradually sinking into the sand. Their expressions were ashen. Am I going to die? Pengde muttered. Imoli sighed deeply. I have dragged you down, Pengde. I do not blame Uncle. This is all my own choice. Peng De only felt his heart beating wildly, his mouth was dry, he did not know what to say. The feeling before death was truly terrible. But soon, Peng Da's attention was attracted by another matter. He found that the usually strong Uncle Immortal was actually shedding tears. Immortal started sobbing in an extremely rare manner. I am going to die, but I have not taken revenge yet. In fact, I have not even seen my enemy's true appearance. My strength is too weak, too weak. I do not even have the qualifications to approach my enemy. The difference between immortal and mortal is too great. I am only a mortal, I am like an ant. Peng De opened his mouth wanting to comfort Immortal, but did not know what to say. At the next moment hot sand poured into his mouth. Peng De quickly shut up. Next, his whole body was engulfed, his vision turned dark. Am I going to die? I am going to die like this. So pitiful, I did not expect my journey to another world to end like this. I really do not want to die, I really do not want to die. In his dark vision, specks of starlight suddenly lit up. I'm not dead? Peng De sat up, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He was now at the bottom of a dry well. There was a quicksand whirlpool at the mouth of the well, but strangely the quicksand did not fall down. There was a mysterious force here that stopped the quicksand, only allowing Peng De and Immortal to fall in. Uncle? Peng De immediately noticed Immortal and called out twice before Immortal reacted. Lat, you are awake? This is the immortal world, we are rich. Immortal turned around with an excited and shocked expression. This is likely an inheritance left behind by a Gu immortal. Uncle, are you sure? Peng De opened his eyes wide in disbelief. This was all too surreal, the ups and downs of life were too sudden. He was not a rash person who had just transmigrated. The current Peng De and Immortal had traveled many times. They had a rough understanding of the Gu world. The existence of Gu immortals and Gu immortal inheritances had always been the topic of discussion for Gu masters when they were free. To think that such an unreachable thing would appear in front of them at this moment. Damn it. Why is it not reacting? Immortal tried many methods, getting increasingly anxious, but the starlight in front of him did not react at all. Uncle, this is probably not a Gu immortal inheritance, right? I think you are thinking too much. At this time, Peng De finally had the strength to stand up and walk towards Immortal. Immortal did not retort, he was also starting to doubt his previous judgment. But at this time, the starlight in front of him suddenly moved like a tide, directly passing through Immortal and entering Peng Da's body. The two were shocked. This happened very quickly, the starlight soon entered Peng Da's body. Without starlight, the bottom of the well fell into darkness again. Immortal activated a Gu worm. A lump of fire rose from his palm and brought light to the bottom of the well. Peng De was still standing on the spot blankly. His eyes were wide open like a statue. Immortal quickly walked towards him. Peng De, how are you? Peng De reacted. Uncle, you are right, this is really a Gu immortal inheritance. Moreover, it is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance. What, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable? Immortal was extremely shocked. They had learned a lot about the existence of venerables, and thanks to the current situation, this common knowledge of the Gu immortal world was no longer a secret of the mortal world. Immortal's gaze became slightly complex. This means, Peng De, you are an otherworldly demon? No wonder the inheritance did not react to me. Peng De had an awkward expression. Uncle, I did not hide it from you on purpose. All right. Immortal waved his hand. So what if you are an otherworldly demon? You are still Peng De, the Peng De I know, right? These words made Peng De extremely moved. He nodded fiercely. Yes. Uncle, thank you for your understanding. Immortal waved his hand. All right, you rascal, you really struck it rich this time. Since you have inherited the Demon Venerable's true inheritance, then hurry up and let us leave this place. Normal methods are useless here. Peng De was extremely embarrassed. It is like this, Uncle, even though I have many Gu worms, I cannot use them yet. This is the first time I have seen these Gu worms, I need to practice more. And according to the inheritance, I need to learn one of the killer moves before I can leave this place. Then let's practice quickly. If you have anything you don't understand, Uncle will guide you. Thank you, Uncle. There is no need to thank me between us. Immortal smiled. Let's practice quickly, we do not have much food and water left. As the inheritor of the true inheritance, Peng De did not need to eat or drink at the bottom of the well, but Immortal could not. For the next few days Peng De trained hard. He was only a mortal, he was only practicing mortal Gu. This was the first time he had come into contact with these Gu worms. Even though there were detailed instructions in the inheritance, he still needed to practice to master these Gu worms. Emoli helped Pengda study them, and once there was a result, Pengda would lend the Gu worms to Emoli to demonstrate and guide him. Emoli was an experienced Gu master after all, even though he did not have the qualifications to inherit Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. He was much more efficient at figuring out the usage of these Gu worms than Pengda. Finally, Pengda grasped the usage of each Gu worm with great difficulty. He found the threshold of using killer moves. Go Pengda, try to succeed in one go. Emoli encouraged Pengda, uncle watch me. Pengda did not succeed in using his killer move for the first time. The killer move failed and he suffered a backlash. He spat out blood and fell to the ground on the spot. Pengda, how are you? Emoli quickly went to inspect Pengda's body. Pengda spoke with difficulty, uncle, I have disappointed you. But don't worry, next time I will definitely, ugh. Suddenly he widened his eyes. Next he looked at his chest in disbelief. His chest had already been pierced by Emoli's hand. His heart was destroyed by this sneak attack. Uncle. More blood gushed out of Pengda's mouth. Emoli slowly raised his head, his eyes were filled with tears, but his face was extremely distorted. It was unfamiliar and terrifying to the point that Pengda's heart shuddered. Emoli's voice was extremely hoarse. I want revenge. But the true inheritance chose you, I have no choice. Pengda. You are too young, you have practiced for so long but you can't even grasp a killer move. I can't wait, I can't count on you. Emoli said this as he retracted his hand. Pengda fell to the ground powerlessly, his eyes staring helplessly at the well. He was dead. But Emoli did not stop, he activated his Gu worms and captured Pengda's soul. Chapter 2031. Central Continent, an ordinary nameless mountain peak. 4 Gu immortals stealthily arrived at the foot of the mountain. He Lulan is on this mountain. Wuxia looked at the mountain peak as he spoke. Beside him were Fairy Myrtle, Old Man Jingyuan, and Bai Ningbing. After Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jingyuan forced Bai Ningbing to surrender, they obtained Wuxia's whereabouts. Wuxia was Spectral Soul's clone. He had always taken the responsibility of rescuing the main body. But due to his own strength and Fang Yuan's arrangements, Wuxia could not enter Celestial Court. After the Fate War, Fate Gu was destroyed, Fang Yuan escaped, Wuxia wandered around Central Continent. He even resented Fang Yuan for not saving Spectral Soul's main body. After Fairy Myrtle showed sufficient evidence, Wuxia learned that the main body was no longer in Celestial Court. He had escaped on his own. Wuxia was overjoyed. He left Fang Yuan and met up with Fairy Myrtle and the rest. From Wuxia, Fairy Myrtle and the rest learned that he had just parted ways with He Lulan. Thus, the 4 immortals secretly came here again. Wuxia said in a low voice, He Lulan is a formidable character. Even though her cultivation level is low and future self has lost its effect, she lacks battle strength, she is tenacious and has great ambitions, we cannot underestimate her. Wuxia did not doubt their strength, but what he was most worried about was whether He Lulan would join him and betray Fang Yuan. In this aspect, Fairy Myrtle was very confident. She smiled. I have complete confidence in persuading He Lulan to surrender. This woman has a complicated relationship with Fang Yuan, but it is not firm. He Lulan wants to kill her father for revenge. This is her greatest wish. And Fang Yuan captured He Cheng because his strength surpasses He Lulan. He can control her. If we want to persuade her to surrender, we can start from there. Know thyself, know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Back then, Fairy Myrtle tried all ways to deduce Fang Yuan's location, but Fang Yuan was extremely crafty. His wisdom path attainment was to guard against deductions. Fairy Myrtle could not do anything to Fang Yuan, but she investigated Fang Yuan's subordinates. But back then, even if she wanted to use these methods to find Fang Yuan's location, she would fail. But now, Fairy Myrtle wanted to deal with He Lulan. Immediately, Fairy Ziwei made arrangements calmly. This time, Wuxia, stay behind by Ningbing, get close to He Lulan. Yun Tian Immortal Liao and Ling of Sect. When you get close to He Lulan, you will ambush her and seal her in ice. After that, I will persuade her to surrender. Why don't I go with you? Wuxia was not assured. Bai Ningbing glanced at him before flying out. Wuxia quickly looked at Fairy Myrtle, but Fairy Myrtle shook her head. We will stay here and observe. Bai Ningbing flew into the sky like a white rainbow, looking at the mountain peak as she shouted, Is He Lulan here? After a while, He Lulan appeared from the cave, looking at Bai Ningbing with a frown. It's you. Bai Ningbing chuckled as she pointed at He Lulan. I have joined Spectral Soul now, I am here to capture you. He Lulan, if you know what's good for you, just surrender. He Lulan stared with wide eyes. Are you serious? At the foot of the mountain, Wuxia almost stomped his feet in anger. I knew that Bai Ningbing would ruin things. She has an eccentric personality. She prioritizes having fun. She is purposely trying to ruin things. She definitely thinks this will be fun. As expected, Bai Ningbing laughed loudly. Of course it's true. Saying so, she turned into a white rainbow as she pounced at He Lulan. He Lulan had already been preparing in secret. At this moment, he gave a low shout and raised both hands, sending out a sky full of flames to meet the white rainbow. Bai Ningbing was caught off guard. She was forced back to the sky. But she showed even more excitement on her face. Fire path method? You actually cultivated this path? Haha, interesting. I have been wanting to fight you for a long time. But how long can you resist me? Immortal killer move, by Xiang. Bai Ningbing activated her trump card method. She was no longer in human form as frost energy enveloped the mountain peak. He Lulan entered the cave, but Bai Ningbing did not fear the ambush. She directly charged in. The two of them fought in the cave, causing thunderous explosions and the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. After a few rounds, He Lulan fell into a disadvantage. Her situation was not good. He Lulan's aptitude, temperament and talent were the best, but her luck was not good. She met Fang Yuan too early. Fang Yuan was above her. He used He Qing to control He Lulan. This greatly affected He Lulan's cultivation. He Lulan originally had Strength Qi Immortal Gu, Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu and Self-Strength Immortal Gu, but they all became Fang Yuan's. Slavery Immortal Gu was also borrowed by Fang Yuan. It was directly used up. Divert Disaster Immortal Gu was destroyed during her tribulation. During the Fate formation, He Lulan was almost completely relying on Future Self. Once Future Self was broken, He Lulan returned to her original form. Fang Yuan did not summon her back. He Lulan had ambitions. She did not want to be controlled by Fang Yuan. She tried to find a way to escape. She had First Ant's true inheritance. After thinking about it, she decided to cultivate Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path. But unfortunately, before she had much success, Fairy Myrtle found out, and now she was being chased by Bai Ningbing. He Lulan was filled with bitterness. She wanted to retreat, but Bai Ningbing chased after her relentlessly. Just as she gradually lost the strength to retaliate and was about to be captured, a white light suddenly shot down from the sky. This white light seemed slow but was extremely fast. Bai Ningbing's Bai Xiang could not dodge in time. She was hit. In an instant, Bai Xiang stopped moving in the air. He Lulan has helpers? Seeing this, Wuxia was shocked. They are not helpers, they should be members of Longevity Heaven. Fairy Myrtle replied with a smile. Wuxia realized now, it turned out that Fairy Myrtle had already calculated Bai Ningbing's personality. Her main motive was to use Bai Ningbing to lure Longevity Heaven into an ambush. The reason why she did not send Wuxia was to protect him. After all, Wuxia was Spectral Soul's clone. He was truly one of them. And Bai Ningbing, who had Bai Xiang, was the best candidate to probe him. This is a time path killer move, is it Fang Yuan? He Lulan had a complex expression. She looked at the sky through the shattered rocks. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the center of the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with a strong light that shone on the immobilized Bai Ningbing. Even though Bai Xiang was powerful, Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 Immortal Gu House created by Giant Sun Immortal. If Bai Ningbing was hit by it, she would die for sure. Fairy Myrtle quickly made a move, sending out a purple aurora that covered Bai Ningbing's body, blocking Calamity Luck Altar's strong light. I was wondering who it was? So it is the defeated general of Celestial Court. Bing Sichuan's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, flying into the sky with Old Man Jing Yuan. We have already sided with Lord Spectral Soul. We are no longer in Celestial Court's camp. Bing Sichuan sneered. I don't care which side you are on. He Lulan is a descendant of my Longevity Heaven. She is a member of Northern Plains. Don't even think of touching her. Fairy Myrtle retorted. The 5 regions have been unified. The regional walls have vanished. How can there be a Northern Plains? We need to fight for He Lulan's ownership. Bing Sichuan did not waste any words. He directly controlled Calamity Luck Altar to ram towards Fairy Myrtle. A huge battle erupted. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing were both restrained, unable to move. He Lulan's expression was ashen. She knew clearly that be it Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven, they were trying to snatch her because they wanted to search for clues to find Fang Yuan. This was the result of having low cultivation level. She became a target for both sides. Nobody came to ask her if she was willing or not. This battle did not last long. both sides restrained themselves. First, Fairy Myrtle stopped. "No need to fight, I can give He Lulan to you." Bing Sichuan had the Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar, but Fairy Myrtle did not have Star Constellation chessboard. She was at a disadvantage. The reason why Fairy Myrtle fought was because she wanted to attract the Chi Tides after some time, using the power of the Chi Tides to determine their victory. But Bing Sichuan knew about Fairy Myrtle's plan. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward with great power. Fairy Myrtle saw that the battle was intense. They would need to use all their strength to hold on until the Chi Tides arrived. She stopped. "You and I have a common goal. It doesn't matter which side He Lulan is on. Fang Yuan is at his weakest now. If we miss this opportunity, it will be too late when Fang Yuan recovers. Why don't we work together? What do you think, Bing Sichuan?" Fairy Myrtle invited. Next, she showed evidence to prove her current faction. "To think that we would work together one day." Bing Sichuan was silent for a while before sighing. Chapter 2032. Deep within a certain earth trench in central continent. Calamity Luck Altar quietly floated in the air. There were tall and steep cliffs on both sides. Below it was a bottomless abyss. Calamity Luck Altar gave off a faint light. Its aura was not concealed at all. Any beast that tried to invade it would be chased away by it. And in the cliffs, there was a huge cave that Fairy Myrtle and the rest had created. Purple light flickered in the cave. A wisdom path formation was set up. Fairy Myrtle sat in the center, while Old Man Jing Yuan sat in a supporting position. On one hand, he used human path methods to cooperate with Fairy Myrtle. On the other hand, he had control over a portion of the Immortal formation to guard against Bing Sichuan. After all, this was the first time these two sides were cooperating. They could not be too careful. At the periphery of the formation there were also several formation cores. Bai Ning Bing He Lulan and Ing Wuxia were in the formation cores. They were the most crucial clues. Purple light flickered, rising and falling like tides. After a long while, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes, stopping this wisdom path immortal formation. The overflowing purple aurora gradually dissipated. "How is it?" Bing Sichuan's question came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, sighing. "There is still some way to go. But this method is definitely effective. These three have signed an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan. They are the closest. As long as we capture more similar Gu Immortals, we will be able to deduce Fang Yuan's exact location." The formation was dismantled. The Gu worms flew back into Fairy Myrtle's immortal aperture. Ing Wuxia and the rest stood up. Bai Ning Bing smiled lightly. "This is not difficult. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan did not just send us, he also sent a large number of transformation path Gu Immortals." He Lulan added. "According to what I know, these transformation path Gu Immortals were recruited by Fang Yuan after he annexed an immemorial Grotto Heaven. After the Destiny formation, Fang Yuan disappeared, and his whereabouts are unknown. These people are now scattered all over the Jianghu state." Ing Wuxia shook his head. "But these transformation path Gu Immortals do not have a close relationship with Fang Yuan. We should find Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin. These two are crucial people second only to us." Fairy Myrtle had finally collected all the Gu worms used to set up the formation. She did not have formation flag Gu or similar methods. Every time she collected the formation she would have to dismantle the formation. It was quite troublesome. She looked at Calamity Luck Altar that had been guarding at the side. "Then why don't we split into two groups and search for White Rabbit and Miao Yin? If you encounter Fang Yuan's transformation path Gu Immortals along the way, you can act accordingly." Bing Sichuan's reply came from Calamity Luck Altar. "Sure. We still need to communicate more about our future cooperation." Fairy Myrtle nodded. "Of course. Even though this cooperation was small in scale and took a short time, it had a huge significance. Both sides started to trust each other. Thus, Calamity Luck Altar took away He Lulan, while Bai Ning Bing and Ing Wuxia stayed with Fairy Myrtle. The two sides continued to move separately. Immemorial Two Heavens. Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Fairy Crescent Moon, are you not surrendering even in death? Xiao Jian, Lady Cold Ash, and the rest looked down at the dying Gu Immortal in the ruins. Fairy Crescent Moon had rank 8 cultivation level. She was the owner of Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. She had the terrain advantage, but she could not fight against so many enemies. She was on her last breath now. She spat, her face filled with hatred. "You bunch of bandits, my Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven stands aloof from worldly affairs. We did not provoke you at all, nor do we have any grand ambitions. I will not surrender to you. Then go and die." Lady Cold Ash was already impatient. She pointed with her finger as a gray rainbow shot out, piercing through Fairy Crescent Moon. Lady Cold Ash hooked her sleeves. Fairy Crescent Moon's soul flew into her hands along with the gray rainbow. This is a rank 8 Gu Immortal soul. Devouring her is much more effective than devouring the soul core. It is also easier to absorb. Lady Cold Ash was Spectral Soul, but he had deceived the entire Wuxia alliance. Xiao Hejian looked at her plainly. Lady Cold Ash, you were the vanguard in this battle. You slaughtered countless people and collected a vast number of mortal souls as well as many Gu Immortal souls. These are your spoils of war, but this rank 8 soul was specially taken care of by Lord Alliance Leader. You cannot keep it for yourself. Spectral Soul was slightly stunned. He smiled as he handed this rank 8 soul to Xiao Hejian. Since Alliance Leader wants it, how can I dare to keep it? He snorted coldly in his mind. I will give this to you for now. In the future, I will settle all our debts with you. Xiao Hejian nodded in satisfaction. He received Fairy Crescent Moon's soul and consoled Lady Cold Ash. Let's go, let the others clean this place. Follow me to meet Alliance Leader and report the entire battle situation. I can finally get close to Wuxia. This is a good chance. Spectral Soul heard this and his heart shook. However, when the two immortals arrived at Dragon Palace, they only saw Wu Shuai's sitting on the main seat. After Wu Shuai's heard the report, he praised, Lady Cold Ash contributed the most in this attack on Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Not bad, work hard. It is our duty to work for Alliance Leader. Lady Cold Ash was very disappointed, but she had a smile on her face. Alright, all of you can leave now. In the future you will be rewarded according to your contributions. Wu Shuai's waved his hand. The two left Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul was still unresigned. It is such a pity that I could not see Alliance Leader in person. Xiao Hejian glanced at her, feeling some disdain for Lady Cold Ash's character. She was still trying to flatter Alliance Leader when he was not present. He said plainly, do you think Lord Alliance Leader is someone you can meet whenever you want? To resolve the crisis of the Qi Harvest Fruit, he has been in closed cultivation in Dragon Palace. We only need to follow Alliance Leader's orders. Yes. Xiao Hejian's expression eased. He patted Lady Cold Ash's shoulder. Do your job well and follow me. One day, you will be able to climb up and play an important role in the Alliance. I will need to rely on Lord's guidance for all of this. Spectral Soul put on a show, but internally he was planning when he could secretly capture this Xiao Hejian as well. It's good that you understand. Xiao Hejian smiled as he walked ahead. He joined the Alliance because of Qi Ju's true inheritance. He was alone and was constantly suppressed by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the others. But Xiao Hejian's strength surpassed ordinary rank 8s. He gradually gained a foothold in the Alliance and slowly gained some Gu Immortals as his subordinates. Lady Cold Ash's performance in the recent battles was very outstanding. She displayed incredible battle strength. Even though she was a pure human, Xiao Hejian wanted to recruit her. On the other side, Granny Skeleton requests an audience. The doorman shouted. Granny Skeleton walked into the hall and saw Qi Ancestor on the main seat. She cupped her fists and said directly, Skeleton Grotto Heaven is willing to be under Qi Ancestor's command. Qi Ancestor nodded. Ha, Skeleton, you are a wise person. Join us, you will not regret it in the future. Granny Skeleton sighed and asked, I wonder when Lord Ancestor can get rid of the problem of the Qi Harvest Fruit? I have already made some progress, don't worry. Fang Yuan said as he changed the topic. But Skeleton Grotto Heaven is the closest to Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Now that Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven has fallen to Wu Shuai's side, I intend to send some Gu Immortals to defend Skeleton Grotto Heaven. I hope you can cooperate with me. Granny Skeleton sighed. Even though Fang Yuan did not show the ability to resolve the Qi Harvest Fruit problem, due to the situation outside, Granny Skeleton could only lower her head and join Wu Shuai's side. In this situation I really have no choice. Right now there are almost no scattered Grotto Heavens in the immemorial 2 heavens. If they do not join Wu Shuai's side, they will be recruited by Qi Ancestor. So I wonder what the future will be like. Granny Skeleton did not get the answer she wanted. She left with a heavy heart. Fang Yuan's pressure was also increasing. Just now, a wisdom path great expert deduced about me. She is really powerful. Like Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle deduced about Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan naturally sensed it. This was equivalent to 2 people using wisdom path methods to fight across space. From my own luck, the situation is not good. The danger is coming, there is only a trace of hope. Even though Fang Yuan's cooking luck pot was only rank 7, he could see a portion of his luck, he could see a large part of it. Fang Yuan had already made some progress regarding the Qi Harvest Fruit. But as for how to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks, Fang Yuan was still at a loss. He was very clear that this trace of hope was in the Heaven Path Dao marks. Only by refining the Heaven Path Dao marks and recovering his strength could he break out of the danger in the near future. If he could not refine it or did not do it in time, it would be very dangerous. Chapter 2033. Western Desert. The intense battle between rank 8s was still continuing. Xianxia roared furiously, its tongue shot out at lightning speed. Bam bam bam. The blood-red figures surrounding Xianxia were easily pierced by its tongue, collapsing and exploding. Every time a blood-red figure exploded, Red Heart Traveler's face would turn paler. But his brows were tightly furrowed and his teeth were clenched. His fighting spirit did not decrease as he maintained the battlefield killer move with all his strength. At this rate, Red Heart Traveler will not be able to hold on for long. 9 Spiritual Fairy, who was fighting with Xianxia, had been paying attention to Red Heart Traveler's condition. They had spent much effort to restrain Xianxia, allowing Red Heart Traveler to maintain the battlefield killer move and trap this legendary immemorial desolate beast temporarily. However, Xianxia possessed intelligence that was not inferior to humans. After it realized that it could not break this battlefield killer move, it focused its attacks on Red Heart Traveler in an attempt to break through. Once Red Heart Traveler could not hold on and the battlefield dissipated, Xianxia would definitely leave. With this experience, it would definitely be extremely vigilant. It would be extremely difficult to capture it again in a short period of time. Forget it. I can only use this move. 9 Spiritual Fairy gritted her teeth, making an important decision. Immortal killer move, 9 spiritual transformations. Her body suddenly shook, and she returned to her human form from her beast form. She was a transformation path great expert. According to common sense, her battle strength should be higher after transformation. But now that she was in human form, her aura surged and was even stronger than before. 9 rays of light shot out of her immortal aperture, forming a huge 9-colored light barrier. The light barrier was divided into 9 layers, each layer was brightly colored. Xianxia had been paying attention to Red Heart Traveler. 9 Spiritual Fairy's sudden eruption shocked it. It quickly diverted its firepower. But at this stage, 9 spiritual transformations could be considered to have completed its preparation. There were no more flaws. 9 Spiritual Fairy shouted. The 9-colored light barrier shook as the 9 layers of light fused into one, becoming extremely dazzling. Next, the mixed-colored light sphere transformed into a rhinoceros with a large head and small body. Its body was covered in colorful lights as it charged at Xianxia. Xianxia gave a strange cry. It temporarily gave up on Red Heart Traveler and charged at this rhinoceros without dodging. With a loud bang, the earth shook and the mountains shook. After the 2 enormous beings collided, it was actually Xianxia that took a small step back, while the big-headed rhinoceros remained in place. Xianxia was shocked and furious. It didn't expect this rhinoceros to be so powerful. In its view, this rainbow-colored rhinoceros was translucent. It could even see 9 Spiritual Fairy at the center. It did not give off the feeling of having a solid body. But after this clash, Xianxia understood that this rainbow rhinoceros could only be stronger than its previous physical form. Xianxia is at a disadvantage. This is the first time since the battle started. 9 Spirits transformation is indeed worthy of being a legendary transformation path killer move. Red Heart Traveler was both happy and worried when he saw this scene. The price of using 9 Spirit transformation was very high. After a Gu Immortal cultivates it, they could only use it 9 times in their lifetime. 9 Spiritual Fairy chose to use one of such a precious killer move on Xianxia. It showed her determination to obtain it. Xianxia roared. Its ferocious nature was stimulated as it attacked 9 Spiritual Fairy again. But the mixed-colored light ball around 9 Spiritual Fairy suddenly changed from the big-headed rhinoceros to the southern Ming Fire Sparrow. The Fire Sparrow flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Xianxia pounced on empty air. It had no time to raise its head and directly activated its defensive method. Sure enough, at the next moment, Xianxia heard the sharp cry of the Fire Sparrow and its back was hit. With a whoosh, it was engulfed by the flames in the sky. Xianxia's hurried defensive method only lasted for a few breaths of time before it was instantly broken. Xianxia retaliated fiercely. Beast roars and bird cries contended with each other. The 2 sides were locked in a stalemate. Red Heart Traveler finally had a chance to catch his breath. He quickly adjusted his condition. He adjusted his breathing as he watched the battle, feeling worried. This Xianxia is really thick-skinned, although it is at a disadvantage and the battle rhythm is firmly controlled by 9 Spiritual Fairy, it has sufficient stamina. In contrast, although 9 Spiritual Fairy has the upper hand and is in control of the battle situation, it cannot last for long. If there is no external help, it will definitely die from exhaustion if this drags on. Red Heart Traveler thought of this and decided to take a risk. He waited patiently, secretly accumulating strength. After waiting for a full 2 hours, he finally saw a chance to fight. There was only an instant of opportunity. Red Heart Traveler suddenly attacked. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood had a fragrant smell. It flew into the air and spun like a miniature blood sun. It shot out endless blood light as it charged at Xianxia. Although Xianxia was fighting 9 spiritual fairy, it had never let go of its guard against Red Heart Traveler. However, when it used a killer move to block this small blood lump, it was useless. The blood lump seemed to be illusory. It passed through the obstructions and landed on Xianxia's head, turning into a red sun insignia. Xianxia's expression changed. It found that each of its movements would involve the red sun insignia. This was an extremely powerful seal. It started to show its might, restraining its movements, interfering with its killer moves and lowering its fighting spirit. Damn it, damn it. Xianxia roared angrily, unleashing a frenzied wave of attacks. 9 spiritual fairy fought with all her strength, but she was forced to retreat again and again. With a loud sound, Xianxia finally broke Red Heart Traveler's battlefield killer move. However, a victorious smile appeared on Red Heart Traveler's face. Xianxia's whole body was bound by blood threads. The source of these countless blood threads was the blood sun insignia at the center of its forehead. Success. Cough, cough, cough. Red Heart Traveler coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale as paper. 9 spiritual fairy quickly suppressed Xianxia, which was becoming slower and slower, while transmitting her voice. Red Heart Traveler, do you need my help? Red Heart Traveler shook his head, activating his killer move with difficulty. He endured the intense pain and started healing his injuries. 9 spiritual fairy spent a lot of effort to finally suppress Xianxia. Looking at Xianxia that was bound like a dumpling by the blood threads, 9 spiritual fairy praised. What method is this? You actually managed to capture Xianxia. Red Heart Traveler barely managed to catch his breath, replying, This is a method I created on the spot. I have not named it yet. 9 spiritual fairy looked at Red Heart Traveler and could not help but stare at him. You are truly impressive. Red Heart Traveler shook his head, smiling bitterly. Don't overestimate me. I discovered that Xianxia's vital immortal goo is rank 8 hatred goo. That's why I created this move. If it were any other legendary immemorial, this would be a joke. The reason I was able to use this move was thanks to you disregarding the price and activating the killer move 9 spiritual transformation, giving me the chance to launch a sneak attack. 9 spiritual fairy also shook her head. Capturing Xianxia is related to the plan to kill Fang Yuan. This is for the celestial court and the people of the world. Why would I care about paying such a small price? But this hatred goo, is it the one recorded in the legends of Renzu? Yes. Red Heart Traveler nodded. 9 spiritual fairy sighed. This makes sense. Why can Xianxia distinguish its enemies? Unfortunately, it did not use its killer move completely. We will capture it and use hatred goo with the celestial court's killer move. We will definitely be able to find the exact location of Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul, and the other demons. Red Heart Traveler restrained his aura. Let's go, we cannot stay here for long. They had been fighting here for a long time, even though they used the battlefield killer move to save a lot of time and even concealed most of the traces of the battle. Gu Immortals would definitely rush here to investigate. Not to mention other forces, Mo Clan's large group might be arriving soon. 9 spiritual fairy and Red Heart Traveler had been fighting for a long time. Their conditions were not good. They immediately brought Xianxia to Central Continent. Sure enough, after they left for a while, several Gu Immortals from Mo Clan arrived in an immortal Gu house with a fierce aura. There was an intense battle here. Even though there are few traces, we can see that it was a battle between rank 8s. No wonder our clan's Gu Immortals died so quickly. Quickly chase, we have an immortal Gu house, they can't have escaped far. Mo Clan's group followed the traces and chased after the 2 immortals of Celestial Court. Several days passed. Amidst the rumbling sandstorm, a Gu master moved with difficulty. He came to the center of the battlefield and saw that the pit was already half buried by the sandstorm. He roared towards the sky. This person was the one who killed Pingda and seized thieving heaven's true inheritance, Mo Li. He had gone through untold hardships to come here, wanting to see the true appearance of the murderer of his wife and child, but he was too late. I will definitely find you and tear you to shreds. No matter who you are, what kind of monster you are, I want you to die. Mo Li knelt in the desert and roared towards the sky. And beside him, Pengda's soul was floating. Pengda sneered, you are a mere mortal, you want to take revenge on an immortal beast? So what if it is an immortal beast? Emoli's eyes were blood red. He stared at Peng Da's soul with a malevolent expression. I have thieving heaven's true inheritance. I have thieving heaven's true inheritance. I will definitely become a Gu immortal and take revenge. Peng Da laughed. There is another possibility. This immortal beast has already been killed by the Gu immortals. You have no target to take revenge on. Emoli was stunned. He was silent like a rock. After a while, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the throat of Peng Da's soul, acting like a madman. No. It will not die. I will not allow it to die. It will definitely die in my hands. Emoli continued to shout. I want to become a Gu immortal. I have thieving heaven's true inheritance. I will definitely take revenge. I will definitely take revenge. Speak, quickly explain to me how to use the next Gu worm. Emoli grabbed Peng Da's soul and activated his Gu worm at the same time. Traces of white smoke quickly appeared at the place where Emoli's palm touched Peng Da's soul, producing a sizzling sound. Peng Da's soul immediately let out a sharp scream. He was in great pain. I'll speak, this is called Circuit Gu. Circuit Gu? What in the world is that? Peng Da's soul hesitated. How do I explain this thing? You are not an otherworldly demon, you cannot understand what circuit is. Simply put, it is a path that lightning walks on. Emoli immediately scoffed. What is so hard to understand about this? It is not like I haven't read The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu clearly recorded that in order to find a way out, Lightning Gu chose to cooperate with Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance and eventually walked out of immemorial blue heaven. This should be the true meaning of circuit. Peng Da's soul was stunned. Emoli praised, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is truly worthy of being a venerable. He actually had such a wondrous idea. He must have obtained inspiration from The Legends of Renzu to create Circuit Gu. Chapter 2034. Forest Thunder Grotto Heaven. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, you betrayed the Two Heavens Alliance and colluded with Qi Ancestor. Your sins cannot be forgiven. Today will be the day you die. Xiao Jian looked down from the sky. Behind him were a large number of Gu immortals from the Two Heavens Alliance. They were all standing there expressionlessly, showing their strength in numbers. In contrast, the Forest Thunder Grotto Lord was alone. Facing the enemy troops alone, he was very powerless. The Forest Lightning Grotto Master let out a bitter laugh. Since I've been discovered by you, I won't refute anything. At that time, do you think I was willing to collude with the enemy? The Alliance wants to use my Forest Thunder Grotto Heaven's Qi Harvest Fruit as an experiment. Before this, the Alliance had tried several times, but none of them had succeeded. The Grotto Heavens that they had experimented with had all been destroyed. I joined the Two Heavens Alliance to protect myself. But now, I have to sacrifice my home. Since that's the case, I might as well surrender to the enemy. Perhaps there will be a new hope. Xiao Jian frowned and snorted discontentedly. You have too little confidence in our Two Heavens Alliance and our Alliance Master Wu Shuai. Maybe you'll succeed this time. The Forest Lightning Grotto Master chuckled. If Alliance Chief Wu Shuai handles things fairly, I have nothing to say either. However, he was obviously protecting the mutants and sacrificing the humans. The Grotto Heavens used by the Alliance for testing are all human Grotto Heavens. Wu Shuai is a dragon man after all. I've seen through this alliance. All the human Gu immortals present, watch carefully. Today I will be your ending. After me it will be your turn. Hearing this, the expressions of the human Gu immortals present changed slightly. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had undoubtedly spoken of their worries. Wu Shuai and Qi Ancestor were part of the same body. They had a tacit understanding. They were opposing each other on the surface, but they were actually peacefully dividing the forces of the Two Heavens. By now, there were no longer any neutral Grotto Heavens in the Two Heavens. All Grotto Heavens in the Two Heavens were either destroyed or submitted to Wu Shuai or Qi Ancestor. After the two major forces divided the fruit for 2 days, both sides stopped fighting and kept exploring ways to solve the problem of the Qi Harvest Fruit. Compared to Qi Ancestor, who was in closed cultivation, Wu Shuai's Qi path attainment was much weaker. Therefore, Wu Shuai's 2-day alliance could only keep experimenting. In order to pursue efficiency, their actions were very rough. The experiment of eradicating the Qi Harvest Fruit failed many times, and many Grotto Heavens self-destructed. When it was Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven's turn, Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven Lord was not willing to let his own Grotto Heaven become a gambling stake. He wanted to protect himself and to survive. He secretly contacted Qi Ancestor. He was truly an unlucky child. He did not know that Qi Ancestor and Wu Shuai were one body. Qi Ancestor was Fang Yuan's main body. He directly informed Wu Shuai. Wuxia thus ordered Xianxia to gather a group of Gu immortals and punish the traitors severely. Looking at the Forest Thunder Cave Master, Xianxia sneered coldly and said impatiently, "Who will take down this criminal for me?" Lady Cold Ash stepped forward. "Let me do it." She had the attitude of a vanguard. Xianxia nodded, "Very good." Seeing Lady Cold Ash charging towards Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, Xianxia was overjoyed, thinking, "This Cold Ash is indeed perceptive and quite capable. My hard work in roping her in was not in vain." Lady Cold Ash and Forest Lightning Grotto Lord fought. Both were rank 8s. For a while they were locked in a stalemate. The other Gu immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance were watching the battle from the clouds. When Gu immortals fought as a group, cooperation was very important. Different paths had conflicting Dao marks. If there was no exquisite cooperation, there would be huge internal friction instead. The losses would outweigh the gains. Of course, this did not prevent the spectating Gu immortals from accumulating strength and launching sneak attacks when there was an opening. But the Gu immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance did not find a good opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Lady Cold Ash gradually gained the upper hand and gained control. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord saw that the situation was bad and immediately escaped underground. Lady Cold Ash was Spectral Soul in disguise. How could Forest Lightning Grotto Lord resist her? The intense battle earlier was all a facade. It was just a performance by Spectral Soul. Xianxia saw Forest Lightning Grotto Lord escaping and laughed loudly, waving his hand. "Chase!" The immortals surged forward. They did not care about the huge Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven. They only targeted Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. As long as they got rid of this one rank 8, the other resistance would not be a problem. They would even take the initiative to protect Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven's safety. After all, this Grotto Heaven was used as an experiment. If the resources inside were to be divided, they would have a share. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord continued to drill deep underground. Lady Cold Ash did not chase him, she stayed beside Xianxia. Soon, the first wave of Gu immortals who went deep underground returned with dejected expressions. Xianxia was slightly stunned after hearing their report. "There is such a thing? There is a lightning forest deep underground?" The returning Gu immortals naturally brought back evidence. Using methods like Image Gu, the immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance saw a vast lightning forest. In the pitch-black depths of the underground, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled at every moment. Lightning flashed time and time again, forming huge silver-white trees. The giant trees only existed for an instant, but the great thunder sound leaves, the forked silver lightning branches and so on were condensed into solid forms, tempting the immortals present. Amazing, these are all invaluable lightning path rank 8 immortal materials. This is only the surface wealth of the lightning forest. According to the Legends of Renzu, the source of the lightning forest is lightning Gu. A lightning forest of this scale is enough to prove that there is a rank 8 lightning Gu here. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord wants to use lightning Gu to resist. This is wishful thinking. How can a mere rank 8 immortal Gu resist our Two Heavens Alliance? The immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance discussed, but no one took the initiative to go. After all, the lightning forest was a dangerous area. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had a huge geographical advantage here. Rashly invading was likely to be a thankless task. Xianxia frowned. "Who can go down and capture Forest Lightning Grotto Lord?" Lady Cold Ash did not hesitate, she stood up again. Xianxia revealed a satisfied smile. "Cold Ash, if you win, you will have the greatest contribution in this battle." "Thank you, Lord." Lady Cold Ash was about to move. Wait. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also walked out. "The lightning forest is a dangerous place. Let me accompany immortal friend Cold Ash there. If there are any accidents, I can assist you." "Let's do that." Xianxia agreed to Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's request. Thus, the two immortals charged underground while the other Gu immortals and Xianxia stayed in the air, watching the battle while waiting patiently. Lady Cold Ash charged underground, arriving in front of the lightning forest. She opened her immortal aperture's entrance and let out countless soul beasts. The soul beasts charged into the lightning forest like a surging tide. Rumble, lightning continued to strike down, explosions occurred continuously. The soul beasts suffered heavy losses, using countless lives to forcefully open up a path. Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord successfully charged into the depths of the lightning forest. I did not expect Lady Cold Ash to unravel the lightning forest like this. She really disregarded the cost. She is determined to curry favor with Xianxia. There have been many rumors recently. It seems that Lord Alliance Leader wants to make Xianxia the Vice Alliance Leader? Our alliance only has one Vice Alliance Leader, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Lord Wuxia wants to balance his subordinates. It is not strange for him to make such an arrangement. Even though Lady Cold Ash is a human goo immortal, she does not want to end up like Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Thus, she wholeheartedly wants to enter the Alliance's higher-ups and protect her grotto heaven. She has put in a lot of effort. The goo immortals watched the battle while conversing secretly. After a while, Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord reached the center of the Lightning Forest and saw Forest Lightning Grotto Lord again. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was refining rank 8 lightning goo. Seeing the two immortals, he quickly stopped the goo refinement and shouted furiously, "Stop! If you take another step forward, I will destroy this lightning goo." Seeing this, the immortals could not help but be surprised. So this lightning goo is still a wild immortal goo. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord did not refine it? What is going on? Ah, I understand. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's ambition is not small. Oh, what do you mean? If I'm not wrong, this lightning forest was originally just an ordinary lightning path resource point. But at some point, a wild lightning goo was produced. Because of this lightning goo, the original lightning path resource point gradually turned into a small lightning forest. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord did not refine this wild lightning goo, but added bricks and tiles to this lightning forest to help it grow and expand. As the scale of the lightning forest grows, its source lightning goo also continues to grow. Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven continuously invested in it and finally made this wild lightning goo advance to rank 8. The goo immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance conversed and quickly understood the truth of Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's ambition. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was a lightning path goo immortal and was not proficient in refinement path. But this lightning forest was a natural evolution of the heavenly path. Nature was refining goo. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord ingeniously used the power of nature to continuously add fuel to the flames on the original foundation. His goal was to raise lightning goo to the level of rank 9. And during this process, once he refined this wild immortal goo, the heaven path goo refinement process would be interrupted and could no longer be restored. Thus, Forest Lightning Grotto Lord kept this wild lightning goo and did not refine it. Seizing other people's goo worms was an extremely difficult matter. But a wild immortal goo was different. A rank 8 wild immortal goo, and most importantly, it even had the possibility of advancing to rank 9. This discovery was extremely huge. Xianxia and the rest could not help but open their eyes wide, revealing expressions of greed and wariness. This is an important matter, we cannot be rash. Xianxia quickly transmitted to Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord. Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord paused their attacks. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord stated conditions. As long as you let me and Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven go, I can contribute this lightning goo to you. Xianxia quickly contacted Wuxia and reported this matter. Chapter 2035. I have been in seclusion for a week, and I am very grateful to everyone for recommending various articles. I skimmed through these articles. They were all good articles. But among them, there are only 3 stories in the 3-body problem that are similar to my Goo Dao Master. The similarity is that they are both fables, but the difference is that mine, The Legends of Renzuch, is slightly longer and can be used as a complete single story. In the previous week I had learned a lot. When they saw something good, they would open their mouths wide and stuff it down their necks. Only then did he finally finish the new chapter of The Legends of Renzuch. Tearful. I dug this hole myself and now I can only bury it myself. Even if I have to bury myself in it, I have to fill the hole. Looking at the sky with tears in my eyes, I discovered that I had many shortcomings. For example, he always liked to make optimistic estimates, such as the plan to finish the book in May. How embarrassing. Covering face with tears? Another example was that he did not have a strong foundation in writing. If I had sufficient foundations, would I not be able to write The Legends of Renzuch? Recently, this feeling has become more and more intense. I feel more and more weak. There are so many things that I need to study and learn about writing. There are too many books worth reading, too many examples worth learning from. A week of seclusion was really too short. There wasn't much to learn. Previously, he said that he would not be able to repay the debt of double updates in April. I can't say for June, I really can't guarantee it. He was terrified and uneasy. Perhaps the updates would stabilize, but it was very possible that they would suddenly be stuck on The Legends of Renzuch, unable to continue. The main text wouldn't get stuck. But The Legends of Renzuch was definitely going to be stuck. It was definitely going to depend on one's state and inspiration. However, The Legends of Renzuch definitely had to be written well, and it had to be similar to the previous chapters. It had to be interspersed throughout the entire article, and it had to complement each other. Otherwise this venomous Gu Daoist would lose its grade. He had done so well in the beginning. If he couldn't do it well in the later stages, it would be such a pity. Not to mention, you guys, I won't let myself go. Because of a moment of laziness and comfort, I gave up on this part of my hard work. I will definitely regret it in the future. This is my recent writing experience and I would like to share it with everyone. I would also like to report my writing status, current progress and so on. Chapter 2036. According to The Legends of Renzu, Hatred Gu and Lightning Gu can form an extremely terrifying killer move that can destroy immemorial blue heaven? Fang Yuan looked at it carefully and thought, doesn't this mean that these two Gu worms can counter Heaven Path? Where are the Heaven Path Dao marks most concentrated? It is undoubtedly the immemorial 9 heavens. Other than that, it is Fang Yuan's body. This seems to be a way to resolve my current predicament. Fang Yuan thought, but Lightning Gu is here, without Hatred Gu it won't work. Where is this Gu worm? Is there such an immortal Gu? If not, how can I refine it? If there is, it will be even more troublesome. I will have to go and snatch it. In fact, even if I have these 2 core immortal Gu, how to form the killer move is still a mystery. The Legends of Renzu is too vague. Right at this time, Qin Dingling personally sent a letter from Celestial Court through jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan opened it and saw that the letter Gu directly described the matter of Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven. Qin Dingling was very enthusiastic about Lightning Gu. She even asked Xianxia to stop researching the Qi harvest fruit and lead his subordinates to cooperate with Celestial Court to obtain Lightning Gu. Why is Celestial Court in such a hurry? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Also, they obtained this information too quickly. It seems that they have placed a pawn on Wu Shuai's clone's side. Qin Dingling was not Fairy Myrtle after all. She was slightly impatient in her actions and allowed Fang Yuan, who had deep wisdom path attainment, to deduce some possibilities. In that case, Fang Yuan sneered. Celestial Court's urgent letter made him make up his mind. Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven. Xiao Hejian's expression changed slightly. He had received Wu Shuai's order a moment ago. His gaze turned cold as he shouted, Alliance leader has ordered, kill Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, don't worry about Lightning Gu. Losing a mere wild rank 8 immortal Gu was nothing. They had to kill all the Gu immortals in Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven, and then try to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. Don't accept any resources from the Grotto Heaven. Do your best and complete the mission in the shortest time possible. What? Hearing this, be it Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, Lady Cold Ash, or Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, they were extremely shocked. This was a future rank 9 immortal Gu. Wu Shuai gave it up just like that? For a moment, the 3 immortals did not make a move. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was originally a spy in the Celestial Court, so he naturally wanted to protect Forest Thunder Grotto Lord and cause trouble for Wu Shuai's alliance. And Lady Cold Ash was actually Spectral Soul. He wanted to preserve this conflict and trigger an intense battle between Wu Shuai and Xianxia. As long as there was a chaotic battle, it would bring him many good opportunities. Forest Lightning Grotto Master suddenly cried out in alarm. Xiao Hejian, you are extremely daring, you actually passed on a false life. Wu Shuai needed to expand his strength. How could he give up on a future rank 9 immortal Gu? You really joined halfway and have wild ambitions. After being falsely accused by Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, Xiao Hejian's expression turned cold. He did not retort, instead he stared at Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord with a sharp gaze. This is Alliance Leader's order. Do you believe a traitor or me? Quickly attack. Saying so, Xiao Hejian did not wait for them and attacked first. Bam bam bam, killer moves erupted, causing a large area of the lightning forest to collapse. Kill. The Alliance Immortals who were originally in the air also received Xiao Hejian's order and flew over, attacking this lightning forest together. With the situation like this, no matter what schemes Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had, they could only sigh helplessly and follow the tide. Wu Shuai, you are so vicious. You are so narrow-minded, you will definitely die a horrible death. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord knew that his death was near. He cursed viciously while exerting strength to destroy this lightning Gu. Wishful thinking. At the next moment, Lady Cold Ash suddenly appeared behind him. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord suddenly stiffened. Lady Cold Ash took the chance to snatch the lightning Gu from his hands in front of everyone. What method is this? The immortals were shocked. Although Spectral Soul's attainment level had fallen greatly, he still had many methods. The foundation of a venerable was not something ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals could estimate. Well done. Xiao Jian was overjoyed. He did not have any hope of seizing Lightning Gu, but to think that he actually succeeded. This was Lady Cold Ash's contribution. It was also his contribution. At this point, his position as Vice Alliance leader was already half done. The other half was to complete all of Wu Shuai's missions. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord counterattacked frantically. In order to protect Lightning Gu, Lady Cold Ash had to endure many of his attacks and was injured on the spot. Quickly retreat and protect Lightning Gu. Xiao Jian quickly came to Lady Cold Ash's aid and blocked Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. To prevent any disturbances, the Immortals started to watch Xiao Jian fight Forest Lightning Grotto Lord alone. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had already fought with Lady Cold Ash earlier. He was not in a good state and almost all of his methods were exposed. And in terms of battle strength, Xiao Jian was even higher than Lady Cold Ash. There was no suspense in this battle. Soon Xiao Jian defeated Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was not resigned to his defeat and still wanted to escape. But the surrounding Gu Immortals had already seen this and did not let Forest Lightning Grotto Lord escape from their encirclement. After Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's death, Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven was quickly destroyed. Wu Shuai's alliance's attempt to target the Qi Harvest Fruit also did not succeed. Moreover, because Wu Shuai wanted to race against time, most of the resources in Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven were destroyed. The Gu Immortals who participated in the battle obtained very little. The biggest gain was that rank 8 Wild Lightning Gu. But it was obvious that this had to be handed over to Alliance leader Wu Shuai. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before finally deciding to cut the Gordian knot and directly eradicate Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven, not allowing the conflict to escalate. Wu Shuai's thunderous action not only shocked the Alliance Immortals, it also caused Celestial Court's plan to fail. On Celestial Court's side, after Qin Dingling obtained first-hand information from Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, she immediately sent a message to Qi Ancestor. Fang Yuan received the letter in which Qin Dingling still advocated snatching Lightning Gu. Even if Lightning Gu was already in Wu Shuai's alliance's hands. Even if they could not snatch Lightning Gu, they had to destroy it. It seems that Celestial Court is determined to obtain Lightning Gu. Celestial Court should have Lightning Gu's Immortal Gu recipe. After destroying this Immortal Gu, Celestial Court can refine it themselves. Fang Yuan was even more curious. Why did Celestial Court urgently need Lightning Gu? Why did the huge Celestial Court need this Immortal Gu so urgently? Lightning Gu was not fake Gu. Fang Yuan did not know about Celestial Court's plan, but Qin Dingling's attitude caused Fang Yuan's plan to fail. The reason why Fang Yuan ordered Wu Shuai to destroy Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven, disregarding Lightning Gu's safety, was to eliminate the conflict in advance and prevent a war between the two sides. But now that Celestial Court had such an attitude and was eager to fight, Fang Yuan could not refuse openly. After all, Qi Ancestor was in an alliance with Celestial Court. Chapter 2037. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Capital City, Su Clan. In the courtyard of a certain guest room there was a bookhouse. This bookhouse was a Mortal Gu house. It was shaped like a treehouse with lush green leaves and branches. At this moment, Li Xiaobai was sitting cross-legged in the house. A beautiful girl was standing in front of him. It was Su Qihan. Su Qihan's expression turned solemn. Darling, have you really thought it through? Vital Gu cannot be changed casually. Li Xiaobai nodded with a smile. Qihan, don't worry. I have thought it through. I am most interested in composing poems. Thus, to me, Poem Heart Gu is the most suitable Vital Gu. It is just that I did not have the conditions to change Vital Gu casually. But since the power of this study room is extraordinary and has the function of assisting in the replacement of Vital Gu, how can I let go of such an opportunity? Su Qihan sighed. Since you have decided, I will not persuade you anymore. I'll stand guard outside the house. Li Xiaobai did not stand on ceremony. He closed his eyes. Ever since he obtained the bookhouse inheritance, he returned to the capital city and reunited with Su Qihan. Even though Li Xiaobai did not make it to the poetry competition, he had already proven himself. Su Qihan invited him to stay in Su Clan for the time being. Nobody objected to it. It became a good topic for a while. Li Xiaobai was not stingy. After staying in Su Clan, he shared the bookhouse inheritance with Su Qihan. The two spent almost all their time in the bookhouse, cultivating and researching as they interacted with each other. Even though the two became husband and wife due to a fortuitous encounter, they did not have much feelings for each other. Su Qihan's actions earlier were mostly due to her own character. But after these days of interaction, Su Qihan admired Li Xiaobai's talent even more. She liked him even more. Li Xiaobai obtained this fortuitous encounter. He did not hide it from Su Qihan, he shared it with her. From this, Su Qihan could see Li Xiaobai's pure and kind nature. He was willing to sacrifice for her. He was not a heartless scholar. Even though the two were not officially engaged, Su Qihan had already treated Li Xiaobai as her only husband in this life. Su Qihan walked out of the bookhouse. She was still worried. Darling, this bookhouse has a high value. It contains many information path categories like poems and songs. However, these paths were limited to Gu Master Cultivation. There was no path to Gu Immortal Advancement. I have hinted to Li Lang many times that as long as he marries into our Su clan, he will be able to obtain the cultivation method of our Su clan's book Immortal. Unfortunately, Li Lang did not like calligraphy and wholeheartedly wanted to focus on poetry. Alas, since he likes it so much, there's nothing I can do to stop him. If he achieves nothing in the future and becomes a Gu Master, I will work hard to become a Gu Immortal and become an official of the Imperial Court. I will raise and protect him for the rest of my life. Watching him compose and recite poems, as long as he's happy, I'm happy. In profound literature paradise, there was a unified Imperial Court. The officials of the Imperial Court were all Gu Immortals. Su Qihan was Su family's beloved daughter, the pearl of their palm. Her talent and talents were astonishing, so she naturally had access to Su family's cultivation method. Eldest miss, you should go and rest. It's tiring to stand. With us here, great scholarly will definitely be safe. The guards and servants came forward to persuade Su Qihan. Su Qihan shook her head. All of you stand outside the courtyard and guard the door. I'll personally take care of Li Lang. The study room shook more and more. A faint light was emitted from inside that shone out of the window. 15 minutes later, the study room quieted down. The leaves and branches no longer shook. In the study room, Li Xiaobai slowly opened his eyes. The process of replacing his vital Gu was very smooth. Li Xiaobai opened his internal vision and saw that there was a Gu worm in his aperture that looked like a heart. It had the texture of red jade and was covered in a layer of faint golden light. It was the rank 5 Gu worm that he had just replaced, Poem Heart. Poem Heart Gu was an information path Gu. It was a side path among the entire information path cultivation methods. Most of the information path cultivation methods were alliance oaths, like Sea Oath Gu, Mountain Pledge Gu, Promise Gu, Black and White Paper Gu. Next were communication Gu like Swan Goose Gu, Paper Crane Gu, Butterfly Letter Gu, Flying Sword Letter Gu, Flying Pigeon Letter Gu and others. Next were reading, listening, reading and writing. For example, Water Word Gu was a writing type Gu. Beast Language Gu was related to reading and speaking. Poems, songs and so on were not mainstream. Li Xiaobai made such a choice. It was no wonder that Su Qihan was worried about his future. But she did not know Li Xiaobai's true intentions. This Grotto Heaven's environment is special. It has the killer move help literary talent. As long as I create a good poem, I will be rewarded and advance rapidly. The 5 regions chaotic war is coming. This method of rapidly raising one's strength without any repercussions is the most precious. Although Su Qihan can come into contact with Gu Immortal methods, she does not know the situation in the outside world. After changing to Poem Heart Gu, next is to practice Poetry Gu and Emotion Poetry Gu, using Gather Poem Gu to collect poems from the outside world and raise Poem Wall Gu. I also need to practice Poetry Realm Gu. This is a Gu worm similar to a battlefield killer move. It is very outstanding. Just as Li Xiaobai was thinking, the door of the study room was pushed open. Su Qihan walked into the room with a concerned gaze. Darling Li, Su Qihan called out softly. Li Xiaobai smiled lightly, nodding at her. Everything is going smoothly. Su Qihan's expression brightened, her watery eyes showed gentleness. That's good. Boom. Just as they spoke, the sky shook, a loud sound echoed throughout the world. What's going on? Li Xiaobai and Su Qihan were alarmed. They quickly walked out of the room and saw that the sky was clear and blue. A gust of wind blew past them. The wind only lasted for a short period of time. After that, there was no other change. The mortals, Gu Masters, and even Gu Immortals living in the capital city felt this sudden and rapid change. Most people were baffled. Only a small portion of Gu Immortal officials knew the inside story. They were overjoyed. Success. Somewhere in profound literature Grotto Heaven, old Immortal Hua Yu had an excited expression. He bowed deeply to Qi Si Ancestor. Congratulations Ancestor, you have unraveled the Qi harvest fruit. Ancestor saved profound literature Grotto Heaven. You have given me a new lease on life. From now on, if you need my help, I will do my best without any hesitation. Feng Yuan, who was acting as Qi Si Ancestor, laughed heartily as he helped old Immortal Hua Yu up. No need to be so polite. The immortals at the side were overjoyed. Ancestor is mighty. Wu Shuai's experiments have destroyed many grotto heavens. Ancestor's first attempt was a huge success. Wu Shuai cannot compare to him. I wonder when Ancestor can resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit for us? That's right, the Qi harvest fruits in our grotto heavens are already extremely huge. We are getting closer to self-detonation. The situation is very dangerous. The Gu immortals praised loudly as they urged Fang Yuan to take action again. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Even though this experiment succeeded, I sensed a flaw in it. I only need to cultivate for 3 more days to modify it. At that time, I will get rid of the problem for everyone. Wouldn't that be even better? The immortals were overjoyed. They said in unison, "We will listen to Ancestor's arrangements." Fang Yuan smiled, bright light flashing in his eyes. Celestial Court. Soon Qin Dingling received the news. She showed joy on her face. Good, good. Back then, I chose to cooperate with Qi Si Ancestor. It was the right decision. Qi Si Ancestor did not disappoint them. Not only did he create a method to resolve the Qi harvest fruit, he even succeeded in one attempt. According to the information, not only had profound literature's abode safely eradicated the energy harvest fruit, but the explosion of the fruit had formed a harmless Qi tide that swiftly swept through the entire abode, increasing the resources of the abode by a great deal. Qin Dingling was in a good mood. During this period of time, Celestial Court had already walked out of the shadow of the Fate War. After Qin Dingling and the other Celestial Court immortals worked hard and planned, good news came one after another. First, the Varian human forces were restrained, then Qingqiu was captured, and now, the problem of the Qi harvest fruit was about to be eliminated. But now, should we get rid of the Qi harvest fruit in Celestial Court or snatch Lightning Gu? Qin Dingling could not make a decision alone. She gathered the Celestial Court immortals for a discussion. Qi Si Ancestor is truly a Qi Path great expert. With this method, his force is undefeatable. Wu Shuai's alliance is still experimenting with this method. Their Qi Path attainment is very low. As long as Qi Si Ancestor can stall for time, there might be no need to fight. Wu Shuai's alliance might collapse on its own. Qin Dingling heard this optimistic evaluation and shook her head. Wu Shuai is a formidable person. Even a rabbit will bite when forced, not to mention this dragon man. Once he gets news of this, he might immediately start a war with Qi Si Ancestor. That's right, Qi Si Ancestor can safely get rid of the Qi harvest fruit, but Wu Shuai cannot. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for Wu Shuai. It is very likely that Wu Shuai will attack. If that is the case, we need to act earlier and let Qi Si Ancestor take action to resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit for Celestial Court. You are right. Once the battle starts, Qi Si Ancestor will not be able to split himself. He will definitely face Wu Shuai's full-strength attacks. Right now, the situation is like water and fire. Once they fight, it will not end easily. A life-and-death battle might really occur. As they discussed this, Qin Dingling looked at 9 Spiritual Fairy. How is the refinement of Hatred Gu going? 9 Spiritual Fairy shook her head. I just had a breakthrough. Hatred Gu is in a strange state. It has already fused with Qingqiu. We found a way to refine Hatred Gu not long ago. If we want to refine Hatred Gu, it will take a long time. But the good news is that if we succeed, Qingqiu will be useful to us. Qin Dingling nodded. Since we have not obtained Hatred Gu yet, we are not in a hurry to snatch Lightning Gu. I intend to conceal this information and invite Qi Si Ancestor to come to Celestial Court in secret, to resolve the problem of Celestial Court. After that, we will start a war with Wu Shuai. The immortals heard this and had no objections. But how are we going to repay Qi Si Ancestor? A Gu immortal asked. This is not hard. Qi Si Ancestor is very interested in the Qi Path immortal Gu of our Celestial Court. In the letters we exchanged earlier, he has been asking to borrow these Qi Path immortal Gu, but I did not agree to it and kept pushing it away. Qin Dingling smiled. Another Gu immortal added, we need to be wary of another person, that is demon immortal Qi Ju. Qin Dingling nodded. I have considered that too. This demon is also a Qi Path great expert. If he cooperates with Wu Shuai, it will balance out the situation of both sides. He is a huge threat. Demon immortal Qi Ju is hard to track. We do not know where he is now. He has just been reborn. He is not familiar with the current major paths. Right now, he has been selling Qi Path immortal materials in jewel yellow skies, exchanging for inheritances of all paths. Even Gu Master inheritances are not spared. Wu Shuai has a bargaining chip to transact with him. Chapter 2038. Inside Dragon Palace, the atmosphere was heavy. The current situation is like this. What do you all think? Wu Shuai was the only one seated. He first gathered the Alliance Immortals and described Qi ancestors' actions in profound literature Grotto Heaven. Celestial Court tried to conceal this information, but almost at the same time, Wu Shuai informed all the Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance. When the Immortals heard this news, they had a huge reaction. Their expressions changed. Is this information true? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately asked, but he soon reacted as his face turned pale. I am not suspecting Lord Alliance Leader, but this situation is simply too sudden. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. Do I need to lie to you? This is not good. Xiao Hejian had a solemn expression. Qi ancestor is a Qi path great expert. Since Demon Immortal Qi Ju could use the Qi harvest fruit to revive, it is possible for Qi ancestor to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. But now that he has the method to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit, he is in an invincible position. Indeed. What do we do now? The Qi harvest fruit in our clan's Grotto Heaven has already expanded to its limit. If we do not get rid of it, it will really self-detonate. But our experiments have not succeeded yet. A lot of Grotto Heavens have been destroyed. It is impossible to negotiate with Qi ancestor. We need to be wary of him taking the chance to attack. The Immortals discussed. Their tones were filled with panic. Spectral Soul, who was acting as Lady Cold Ash, was among them, cheering inwardly. He wanted a huge battle to happen. Once the situation turned chaotic, he would have a good opportunity. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord looked like the others, but he was very happy internally. He secretly defected to the Heavenly Court. Once this happened, it would be very beneficial to him. Why are you panicking like this? Gu Tribe's leader suddenly shouted. The Immortals turned to look at him. Even though Gu Tribe's leader joined the Two Heavens Alliance, he had always been quiet. But the Immortals here knew that this person was Wu Shuai's trusted aide. In terms of trust, he far surpassed the two Vice Alliance leaders, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. The leader of the Gu family suddenly spoke. Xiao Hejian's heart skipped a beat as he understood something. But before he spoke, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke first. With Lord Alliance Leader here, there is no need for us to panic. At this critical moment of life and death, this subordinate is willing to follow the Alliance Leader closely and follow your lead. Xiao Hejian cursed under his breath and followed closely behind. This subordinate will listen to Alliance Master's decision. Wu Shuai nodded slightly and grunted through his nose. The current situation is so critical. If we sit still and wait for death, we will definitely be defeated. There is no other possibility. Only by fighting with all their might and taking the initiative to attack would there be hope. The enemy was able to get rid of the Qi harvest fruits because of Qi ancestor's methods. As long as we fight and kill Qi ancestor, it will be our victory. Even if we cannot kill Qi ancestor, as long as we heavily injure him, the situation will be greatly alleviated. Just as Wu Shuai finished speaking, the Gu family head immediately responded, Alliance Master is wise. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. These two Vice Alliance leaders spoke in unison. Alliance Leader is wise. This is a brilliant plan. What are your thoughts? If you have any better suggestions, tell us. Wu Shuai purposely asked the other Gu Immortals. How could these people have any good ideas? The truth was, Wu Shuai was forced to attack because he had no other choice. But other than this, were they really going to surrender to Qi ancestor? It was not that the Immortals did not have such thoughts, but they did not have the guts to do so. The Forest Thunder Grotto Heaven was the best example. Who among the Immortals present did not know about his miserable end? Who did not know about it? Since everyone has agreed, let us discuss how to send troops. We need to use every second we have to catch the enemy off guard. Wu Shuai spoke decisively. Gu family head continued, Lord Alliance Leader is right. Every breath of time we drag on now is a breath of time for the enemy to gain a new advantage. Immediately, the Immortals started to discuss their battle plan. This discussion lasted for the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn before they came up with a more complete plan. Wu Shuai opened the door of Dragon Palace and ordered the Immortals to make preparations. They would attack 7 days later. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord returned to Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. On one hand, he mobilized his troops and gathered troops. On the other hand, he quickly informed the Celestial Court of this important information. Qin Ding Ling received this information and gathered the Immortals of the Celestial Court overnight. The situation has changed. It seems that Wu Shuai also placed a spy around Qi ancestor. I said before, we cannot underestimate Wu Shuai. Since Wu Shuai's side wants to attack, we might as well play along and take him down. That will be difficult. The enemy has Dragon Palace and Di Zongxing to protect him. Unless we awaken all the Immortals in the Immortal Graveyard, we will not have the strength to make such arrangements. Time is too tight, we only have 7 days and it is far away in Eastern Sea. Then we can only inform Qixi ancestor and let him be on guard secretly while pretending not to know anything. When Wu Shuai attacks, he will definitely suffer a huge loss. Did you forget the spy that Wu Shuai placed around Qixi ancestor? If Qixi ancestor learns about it from us, Wu Shuai might know about it immediately. Prince's impatience suddenly spoke. Why do we need to inform Qixi ancestor? The discussions paused for a moment. Qixi ancestor is our ally. If he finds out that we do not report about it, it will be disadvantageous to the alliance. Prince's impatience shook his head and smiled. As long as we do not say anything, how will Qixi ancestor know that we know about it in advance? Our spy in the Two Heavens alliance has always been secretive. If we speak about it, we might be exposed. We formed an alliance with Qixi ancestor because we want to borrow his strength to resolve the problem of Heavenly Court's Qi harvest fruits. Secondly, we want to use him as a chess piece to gather a group of external forces to help us restrict the growth of variant human forces. Prince's impatience continued to speak. Thirdly, if possible, we can recruit Qixi ancestor as a member of our celestial court. Qin Dingling looked at Prince's impatience. Then in your opinion, what should we do? Prince's impatience breathed in deeply. In my humble opinion, we should feign ignorance and proceed according to the original plan. Right now, Qixi ancestor has already moved secretly. He will definitely come to our celestial court in 3 days. At that time, we will let him help us get rid of the Qi harvest fruit problem. Celestial court is huge and has a deep foundation. The Qi harvest fruit it forms is also the largest in the world. Qixi ancestor suggested that we set up a Qi path immortal formation. We will need at least 6 days to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. We can purposely delay the formation and let Wu Shuai's sneak attack succeed. Qixi ancestor's forces will suffer heavy losses. Qixi ancestor will definitely be anxious and want to go back to help, but he needs to maintain the formation at all times and cannot leave. Without a leader, Qixi ancestor's subordinates will definitely not be Wu Shuai's match. But so what if they are all destroyed? Our strength will not be affected at all. Qixi ancestor will also be alone now. He secretly came to our celestial court and caused his subordinates to all die. His reputation will definitely fall to rock bottom. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world's opinion of him will also plummet. Who would respect a Gu Immortal who went missing in battle and secretly helped another region? At this point, Qixi ancestor will definitely understand that his status in Eastern Sea will not return to before. At that time, we will have nothing to worry about. We can send people to help him take revenge. During this process, we can use reason and emotion to persuade him, as well as lure him with benefits. I believe there is a high chance of recruiting Qixi ancestor. The immortals were silent. They looked at each other for a while before looking at Prince's impatience. But at this moment, the immortals' gazes were completely different from before. Prince's impatience's strategy made the celestial court's immortals look at him in a new light. Prince's impatience had his arms behind his back. He did not speak. He had a slight smile on his face. This plan was very sinister. The Gu immortals present did not think of it, but he was the first to suggest it. It was completely related to his personal experiences. Prince's impatience came from Spirit Affinity House. He was treated as a spy and went to Northern Plains to develop. Many years later, he reached rank 8 and became the son-in-law of Northern Plains Gong tribe. He was the highest spy that Central Continent had in Northern Plains. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals had been overlords for too long. They were already used to it. But the immortals here were all rank 8 elites. They quickly understood. Prince's impatience's plan was indeed the most beneficial to Celestial Court. Even if Wu Shuai's force won, so what? They would only lose Grotto Heavens and the Two Heavens. Even if the flames of war spread to Eastern Sea, it would not shake its foundation. Even if Eastern Sea's righteous path was toppled, it was just one region. Humans were still the overlords of this world. Chapter 2039. Celestial Court was filled with light all along. Feng Yuan, who was disguised as Qixi ancestor, was already inside Celestial Court. He floated in the air, looking at the Qi harvest fruit in front of him. The energy harvest fruits produced in the Heavenly Court were huge beyond common sense. They were like towering mountains, towering to the extreme. Such a huge Qi harvest fruit would not be able to fit in an ordinary rank 8 Grotto Heaven. It would break through the sky. Only Celestial Court has such a deep foundation and had previously fused in a large number of Zhangxianzi space path fruits. It has enough space to hold the Qi harvest fruit. Feng Yuan sighed internally. The last time he came to Celestial Court, He had participated in the Fate War with his true appearance and caused Celestial Court to suffer a crushing defeat. This time he was disguised as an ally of Celestial Court. He wanted to help Celestial Court resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit. The situation was constantly changing, it was hard to predict. How is it? Qin Dingling was standing beside Fang Yuan, asking. Fang Yuan nodded. This is the first time I have seen a Qi harvest fruit of such a scale. I can see that your foundation is unfathomable. You are truly the #1 sect in the world. After pausing for a while, Fang Yuan continued. After some investigation, even though my previous method worked, this Qi harvest fruit is too huge. It is best to set up an immortal formation. The larger the Qi path immortal formation, the more time we can save. Qin Dingling was slightly surprised. To think that ancestor could even design an immortal formation. Fang Yuan shook his head. Not so. The Qi path immortal formation can only amplify my Qi path killer moves. The true method to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit is still my Qi path killer moves. Qin Dingling nodded. This was reasonable. She smiled as she took out a Qi path rank 8 immortal goo. Celestial Court does not lack Qi path immortal goo. To resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit, Celestial Court is willing to use all their Qi path resources to achieve this. Ancestor, please take a look at this immortal goo. Fang Yuan's gaze was immediately attracted by this immortal goo. Is this human Qi immortal goo? Fang Yuan's pupils dilated, his expression changed slightly. Human Qi immortal goo was shaped like a bee. It only had the size of a thumb. It flapped its wings and floated above Qin Dingling's palm, emitting a dense aura. Qin Dingling handed human Qi immortal goo to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan opened his palm and caught it. He stared at it and praised. Good goo, good goo. This goo is closely related to human path. It has huge potential. Qin Dingling smiled, taking out a second immortal goo and handing it to Fang Yuan. This was Earth Qi immortal goo. It was like a butterfly. It was brown in color and emitted dense Qi. Fang Yuan held human Qi immortal goo in his left hand and Earth Qi immortal goo in his right. He looked around with great interest. Amazing, amazing. This is Heaven Qi immortal goo. Qin Dingling said as she handed a third rank 8 immortal goo to Fang Yuan. Heaven Qi immortal goo was like a dragonfly. It was dark green in color and had 8 thin light blue wings. When it flapped, its body would emit a translucent aura. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. This Heaven Qi immortal goo is closely related to the heavenly path. To speak the truth, I created the method to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit because I comprehended a trace of the profundity of the heavenly path. If I had this goo, I would have been able to come out of closed cultivation earlier. Among the goo cultivation paths, heavenly path and human path are the most unique. Ancestor, you have almost reached the end of the path of Qi path, thus you are able to comprehend the true meaning of other paths by analogy. Qin Dingling praised before changing the topic. These 3 Qi immortal goo are the cores of triple Qi retraction. They are the true treasures of the Celestial Court. Only members of the Celestial Court can possess them. Qin Dingling saw Fang Yuan's expression and was very happy. She hinted to Qi Si ancestor that if he wanted these goo worms, he would have to join the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan heard this and showed a trace of hesitation on his face, but he laughed internally. His expression just now was just an act. If he truly cultivated Qi path, the temptation of these 3 Qi immortal goo would be unparalleled. Fang Yuan had tried many times before. These 3 Qi immortal goo were the cores of triple Qi retraction. They were irreplaceable. If he forcefully used other Qi path immortal goo to replace them, even if he managed to modify triple Qi retraction, it would lose its value in battle. Thus, even though Fang Yuan had obtained the complete primordial origin Qi path true inheritance, he did not gain much from it. Furthermore, Qi Si ancestor was only one of Fang Yuan's identities. Moreover, Fang Yuan did not lack rank 8 immortal goo. Attitude goo, mutation goo, wisdom sword goo, years flow like water, soul beast token, regret goo, spring, summer, big Qi, realm, addition, steel life, water refinement, advanced refinement, dream token. There were simply too many of them. In Fang Yuan's eyes, only rank 9 immortal goo could make him excited. Rank 9 immortal goo were too rare. He originally had 1 wisdom goo. Unfortunately, this immortal goo was tampered with by Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan had no choice but to sacrifice it in the Fate War. Qin Dingling borrowed 3 Qi immortal goo to let Qi Si ancestor familiarize himself with it. She arranged for several goo immortals to modify the Qi path immortal formation with Qi Si ancestor. With the help of the immortals, the Qi path immortal formation was completed in a few days. Fang Yuan and the Celestial Court immortals started to set up the formation. The main person in charge of this Qi path formation was naturally Fang Yuan. But the other formation cores were guarded by Celestial Court Gu Immortals. On one hand, Celestial Court was helping Fang Yuan, on the other hand they were there to supervise him. Qi Si Ancestor was an outsider after all. Even though he had an alliance agreement, he was still a member of Celestial Court. How could Celestial Court not take precautions? In fact, it was not just the supporting Gu Immortals who took precautions. The core immortal Gu of this Qi Path formation, Heaven Qi, Earth Qi and Human Qi, were also temporarily lent to Fang Yuan by Qin Dingling. Once there were any changes, Celestial Court could immediately retrieve them and make Fang Yuan lose control of the entire Qi Path formation. And this Qi Path formation's modification process involved several Celestial Court Gu Immortals. Even if these Gu Immortals had low Qi Path attainment, they had good insight, it was very difficult to hide it from them. In fact, Fang Yuan did not hide anything in this Qi Path formation. There was absolutely no problem with the formation. Earth Qi Gu Go. Fang Yuan threw out Earth Qi Immortal Gu and instilled Immortal Essence. Earth Qi Immortal Gu quickly flew out and drilled into the ground at the bottom of the Qi Harvest Fruit. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud sound as the ground below the Qi Harvest Fruit started to shake intensely. Countless amounts of Earth Qi rose up like thick smoke. Fang Yuan started to collect these Earth Qi. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals beside him also took action. Some assisted in collecting the Earth Qi, while others started to set up small formations around the entrance of the cave where the Earth Qi was rising up. While Fang Yuan was setting up the formation at the other end of the Celestial Court, there was a huge underground square. Qing Chao's mountain-like body was motionless in the depths of the underground square, like a stone statue. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound could be heard from afar. The underground square shook slightly, cracks appeared on the floor tiles. But Red Heart Traveler, who was guarding this place, was not flustered. He immediately took action and stabilized the situation. The cracks on the floor tiles were disappearing at an observable speed. What's the commotion? Qing Cho suddenly spoke, but strangely, its voice was 9 spiritual fairies. 9 spiritual fairy had actually entered Qing Chao's body and forcefully refined hatred Gu. Looking at this commotion, Qi Si Ancestor should be setting up the formation. He used Earth Qi Immortal Gu as the first foundation of the formation, so the Earth vein was affected. And this place is one of the main Earth veins, so it can affect us. Red Heart Traveler replied, "You were at a crucial moment earlier, so I did not inform you about this. Don't worry, this level of influence cannot affect us." 9 spiritual fairy immediately put her mind at ease. Then let's hurry up and try to refine hatred Gu while we get rid of the Qi Harvest Fruit, to make Celestial Court even happier. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals had already recovered from the shadow of defeat in the Fate War. They worked even harder than before and were filled with fighting spirit. Several days later, the Qi Path formation was successfully set up. Fang Yuan was in charge of the formation and activated his methods to get rid of the Qi Harvest Fruit. The Qi Harvest Fruit was continuously whittled down by Fang Yuan's killer moves. But this Qi Harvest Fruit of Celestial Court was too huge, it would take some time to completely get rid of it. After several days, the Qi Harvest Fruit was whittled down by a little more than 10%. Qin Dingling hurriedly came to Fang Yuan with a solemn expression. "Ancestor, there is a change in Eastern Sea, the situation is not good." Fang Yuan was shocked. What happened? Marshal Wu's alliance suddenly launched a large-scale attack. They split into 3 groups and attacked the Grotto Heaven forces that submitted to us. We were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Qin Dingling said. The news of my secret arrival should have been sealed. How could this be? Marshal Wu found out so quickly? Fang Yuan's expression changed, his tone was filled with anxiety. Ancestor, you want to return to Eastern Sea? Qin Dingling asked purposely. That is what I was thinking. Fang Yuan frowned, but this method of mine has to be completely successful. If I give up halfway, there might be undesirable changes. Qin Dingling bowed deeply at Fang Yuan. Ancestor, please think of the big picture. Marshal Wu reacted so quickly, it was out of everyone's expectations. But if Ancestor returns now, it will be fulfilling Marshal Wu's wish. Only when we completely get rid of the Qi Harvest Fruit can we have a safe rear. At that time, Ancestor, you can lead our Celestial Court's immortals back to Eastern Sea. You can say that you came to our Celestial Court to ask for reinforcements. You did not want Marshal Wu to launch a sneak attack that will shut their mouths. After that, we can combine our strength and kill Marshal Wu, completely getting rid of the Two Heavens Alliance. That is the way to victory. Fang Yuan did not speak, he only looked at Qin Dingling deeply. After a long while, he spoke with a heavy tone. Marshal Wu's side has definitely prepared for a long time for this large-scale attack. Does the Celestial Court know anything about their plans? Absolutely not. Qin Dingling shook her head, her attitude firm. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He struggled for a while before sighing helplessly. Forget it, I will stay here to control the formation until the Qi harvest fruit is completely eradicated. But during this period of time, I will need your Celestial Court to send reinforcements to support Eastern Sea. Qin Dingling also sighed. We will do our best in this matter. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, saying, once the Qi harvest fruit is completely eradicated, I will immediately return to reinforce it. But if I control the formation without rest, my battle strength will definitely fall. I hope the Celestial Court can give me 3 Qi Immortal Gu to help me kill the enemy. Qin Dingling's expression changed slightly. Although Fang Yuan was asking for compensation in a tactful tone, his appetite was too huge, it greatly exceeded Qin Dingling's bottom line. She shook her head and refused. 3 Qi Immortal Gu are the treasures of the Celestial Court, only members of the Celestial Court can. Before she finished, Fang Yuan interrupted. The Eastern Sea Immortals are also my subordinates. Qin Dingling still shook her head. I will remember ancestors' sacrifice, but even though I am the leader of the Celestial Court, I cannot give you 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu. At most, I can only offer one of them as compensation. How can one compare to all the living beings in the Grotto Heaven? Fang Yuan was slightly furious. Boom. Just as the two were haggling, there was a loud sound in the sky. A rank 8 Immortal Gu house directly charged in with a ferocious momentum. The immortals of the Celestial Court were all shocked. Because the Immortal Gu house that invaded the Celestial Court was Dragon Palace. How can this be? Qin Dingling could no longer discuss with Fang Yuan. She flew out of the formation and faced the enemy. The door of Dragon Palace opened. Wuxia sat on his throne as he looked out from deep within Dragon Palace. Qin Dingling, we meet again. Wuxia, why are you here? Qin Dingling shouted. Several Gu immortals had gathered behind her. Wuxia sneered and kicked off a head beside his feet. This head rolled down the stairs below the throne, all the way to the center of the hall. His eyes were wide open. It was Night Heavenly Wolf Lord. That old scoundrel Qi Si can get rid of the Qi harvest fruit? Your Celestial Court wants to hide the news and secretly resolve the internal problem? Hee, wishful thinking. I came here to destroy your Celestial Court and kill that old scoundrel Qi Si. Let's see who can stop me in this world. Wu Shuai said this as he stood up and waved his hand, shouting, Kill! Chapter 2040. Central Continent, deep within a certain earth trench. Fairy Myrtle was controlling the Wisdom Path formation. Purple light shrouded the formation without leaking out. In the formation core, other than Bai Ning Bing He Lulan, and Ing Wuxia, there were also Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit and several other Gu Immortals. After the Fate War, these Gu Immortals were left behind by Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle and the rest cooperated with Bing Sichuan, capturing these people one by one. As the purple light faded, the formation stopped. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was uncertain while Lady White Rabbit was furious. They were both immobilized. You two still don't want to surrender? Ing Wuxia sneered. Humph, you traitor. Lady White Rabbit shouted angrily. Bai Ning Bing also rushed over, her gaze was emotionless and cold. I urge you to reconsider, after all your greatest value has been lost. Fairy Miao Yin heard this and her expression became even more hesitant. Fairy Myrtle stopped the formation and stood up. Her aura was weak, she had expended a lot of energy in this deduction. But she showed clear joy on her face. It seems we succeeded. Bing Sichuan was already waiting outside the formation, he smiled lightly. He Lulan walked past Fairy Myrtle, stopping behind Bing Sichuan. Fairy Myrtle nodded with a smile. There are enough clues, we finally succeeded. I have already deduced Fang Yuan's current location. Take a guess. Where is this crafty demon hiding? Bing Sichuan raised his eyebrows. Now that you asked, it is a clear hint. What, is this scoundrel Fang Yuan hiding in Celestial Court all along? Fairy Myrtle nodded. According to my deduction, he is indeed in Celestial Court. The immortals heard this and showed strange expressions. Ing Wuxia gritted his teeth. He is truly crafty, he escaped from Celestial Court earlier. It was just a disguise, he has probably been hiding in Celestial Court all along. Old man Jing Yuan sighed. No wonder we could not find his true body. Bai Ning Bing laughed loudly, praising, Amazing! This is Fang Yuan's style indeed. Bing Sichuan frowned. But how can he hide until now without being discovered by the Celestial Court Gu Immortals? Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with bright light. I can only deduce that Fang Yuan is in Celestial Court now, but I cannot be sure that he has been hiding in Celestial Court. But in terms of ability, this demon Fang Yuan is the most difficult to estimate. Bing Sichuan sighed. Fang Yuan is hiding in Heavenly Court now, what do we do? Were they going to attack the Celestial Court again? If we directly report this information to the Celestial Court, and the Celestial Court kills Fang Yuan, wouldn't they obtain all of his inheritance? Bing Sichuan represented Giant Sun Immortal. He represented the benefits of Northern Plains longevity heaven. Of course, he did not want to see the Celestial Court grow stronger again. Moreover, the information regarding Fang Yuan's location was something that they had painstakingly deduced. If they were to inform the Celestial Court just like that, it would be too easy for them. Elder Jing Yuan reminded, no matter what, we still have to tell the Master about this precious information first. Fairy Myrtle replied, I've already reported it to Master as soon as I retracted the formation. Celestial Court. A fierce battle had broken out. Boom. Lady Cold Ash's figure flickered as she dodged the explosion of a killer move. She was actually Spectral Soul in disguise. Spectral Soul had just received Fairy Myrtle's information, but he was not in a good mood. Fang Yuan is in the Celestial Court now? Of course I already knew this. A memory flashed in Spectral Soul's mind. It was the scene that happened several days ago. The Gu Immortals were gathered in Dragon Palace again. Wu Shuai used the excuse of discussing the details of attacking Qi Si Ancestor's side. But halfway through the discussion, Wu Shuai suddenly attacked. Dragon Palace rumbled. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was caught off guard and was hit by the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke. He was easily taken down without any resistance. Everyone, don't panic, this person is a spy of our alliance, he is the mastermind of the Celestial Court. Wu Shuai consoled the Immortals as he took out evidence. In front of such concrete evidence, the Immortals were shocked and furious. They condemned Night Wolf Grotto Heaven and wanted them to pay the price. Wu Shuai shook his head. We will definitely punish Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, but the urgent matter now is not this. The big picture is the most important thing. Gu Tribe's leader frowned deeply. Lord Alliance leader, because of this traitor, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, our sneak attack plan has been exposed. If we carry it out again, we might not be able to catch them off guard. Wu Shuai smiled coldly. There is still an important piece of information that I have not told everyone yet. Qi Si Ancestor is no longer in Eastern Sea. He has entered Central Continent many days ago and is heading to the Celestial Court. This is good news. Many Gu Immortals heard this and were overjoyed. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a grim expression. What's so good about it? The reason why we attacked Qi Si Ancestor's side was to target him personally, to stop him from resolving the Qi harvest fruits in the other grotto heavens. Now that Qi Si Ancestor is not here, what is the point of continuing our attack? The Gu Immortals who were cheering earlier were stunned. After reacting, the atmosphere in Dragon Palace became even heavier. Everyone, don't panic. Wu Shuai spoke. All the Gu Immortals' gazes landed on him. He continued, it is actually very simple to resolve our current predicament. Since Qi Si Ancestor is heading to Central Continent's Celestial Court, we will give up on the Grotto Heavens and directly attack the Celestial Court to kill Qi Si Ancestor. What? This? The Gu Immortals in the hall hesitated. It is not easy to attack the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court is the #1 force of humanity. Even if they lost the Fate War, we cannot take them lightly. Many Gu Immortals wanted to retreat. Wu Shuai snorted coldly, you fools. He scolded them on the spot. His imposing aura caused the hall to turn silent. The Gu Immortals kept quiet out of fear. Why don't you think about why the Celestial Court would suddenly invite Qi Si Ancestor over? Wu Shuai asked with a stern expression. Xiao Hejian's eyes shined as he said, don't tell me the Celestial Court is also facing the Qi harvest fruit problem. Wu Shuai chuckled, all of your grotto heavens are facing the Qi harvest fruit problem. The Celestial Court is also a grotto heaven. It is located in immemorial White Heaven. Why is the Celestial Court not facing the Qi harvest fruit problem? Hearing this, the Immortals realized at once. This was just a facade. In their hearts, the Celestial Court had always been supreme. Even though they lost the Fate War, the Celestial Court displayed terrifying strength and foundation. Even though the Celestial Court lost, it lost to enemies like Fang Yuan and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. To the variant human Gu Immortals, this was a reasonable loss. It did not affect their impression of the strength of the Celestial Court. Precisely because of this impression, the variant human Gu Immortals subconsciously thought, even if the Celestial Court was facing the Qi harvest fruit problem, it could resolve it by itself. After all, The creator of the celestial court was primordial origin immortal venerable who became a venerable through Qi path. Alliance leader is wise. Ice crystal immortal monarch slapped his forehead. The celestial court invited Qi ancestor to resolve the Qi harvest fruit problem. Even though the celestial court has a Qi path inheritance, it does not have any Qi path Gu immortals. Also, why did the celestial court ally with Qi ancestor? Other than obstructing our alliance, it is likely to be for the sake of their own safety. Precisely. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with an appreciative gaze. You guys are not too stupid after all. The celestial court is at its weakest now. Qi ancestor is going to resolve the Qi harvest fruit problem of the celestial court. As long as we attack the celestial court while he is busy, we will be able to catch them off guard and obtain shocking results. If we attack the celestial court now before Qi ancestor makes a move on the Qi harvest fruit, we will attack the Qi harvest fruit and force the celestial court Gu immortals to defend themselves. That way we will have the initiative and be able to advance or retreat freely. If we attack the celestial court and Qi ancestor uses his killer move to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit, that would be even better. If we interfere with him with our full strength, Qi ancestor's killer move might fail and he would suffer a backlash. If we fight with all our strength we might be able to kill him on the spot. Wu Shuai said calmly. But what if we attack the celestial court and Qi ancestor has already gotten rid of the Qi harvest fruit? A Gu immortal asked carefully. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. The celestial court has a deep foundation. The Qi harvest fruit is definitely extraordinary. If Qi ancestor gets rid of the Qi harvest fruit, his battle condition will be affected. Of course, this is the worst case scenario, but we are already at a dead end. We can only fight with all our strength to have hope in the future. Tell me, other than this method, what other methods do we have? Facing Wu Shuai's question, the immortals were silent. With the current situation, the immortals were forced to follow Wu Shuai to attack the celestial court. But the Gu immortals present were still hesitant, including the two vice alliance leaders, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiaohe Jian. Maybe if we continue experimenting, we can find the correct method to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit? A Gu immortal said softly. Wu Shuai's expression turned grim. He scolded internally. These variant human Gu immortals have been cowards for too long. They do not have any fighting spirit at all. But Wu Shuai had already expected this. He laughed loudly. Lord Alliance leader, why are you laughing? Gu tribe's leader asked. Wu Shuai stopped laughing. To speak the truth, I am also worried about bringing you idiots to attack the celestial court. But this time, I invited a strong reinforcement. Because of him, I learned of Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's betrayal. Ah? Who is it? The immortals were curious. Lady Cold Ash's gaze flickered. She already had a guess. Right at this moment, from the shadows behind Wu Shuai, a Gu immortal walked out. This Gu immortal wore a white robe. He had long black hair that reached his waist. His face was white as jade. His eyes were shining with cold light. Fang Yuan, it's him, it really is him. The immortals' pupils shrunk, their expressions changed, they were all shaken. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan spoke slowly, his voice was cold as ice. The celestial court bullied me. Now that I have recovered my strength, I am going to attack the celestial court. Duke Long is not here, who can stop me? His voice resounded in the hall. Nobody dared to make a sound. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest felt their hearts pounding. With a strong reinforcement like Fang Yuan leading the way, they immediately regained their morale and fighting spirit. Fang Yuan was someone who had defeated the celestial court. His battle strength was clear to everyone in the world. Chapter 2041. Roar. The evil dragon's roar shook heaven and earth, causing winds and clouds to gather. Its mountain-like body charged at the front, followed by the immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance and finally Dragon Palace. Primordial Qi Wall. This was a method left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. It appeared again when Celestial Court was attacked, but it could not stop Di Zongxing's charge. The 5 regions merged. This evil dragon has become even stronger. Furthermore, ever since the Fate War, the Primordial Qi Wall was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Even though it recovered, it is much weaker than before. Qin Ding Ling frowned, quickly determining the situation. The Qi Wall could only delay for a while. It could not stop the evil dragon. Lord Qin, do you need me to fight? At this time, 9 spiritual fairy transmitted. The former transformation path great experts of Celestial Court, Zhang Fei Xiong and Flesh Whip Immortal, had died long ago. Only 9 spiritual fairy was left among the transformation path experts. No, Qin Chao's taming is only one step away. continue to refine hatred goo. Qin Ding Ling immediately transmitted, shouting, Shabi 95 Ruandan, are you still not going to fight? A tiger's roar and a crane's cry resounded at the same time, two legendary immemorial desolate beasts blocked in front of Di Zongxin. The three legendary primordial wild beasts clashed, causing the earth to shake and the sky to tremble. In just a few rounds, Shabi 95 and Ruandan were forced to retreat. They were in a miserable state, they were not Di Zongxing's match in close combat. Thus they started to activate their killer moves. Instantly, gray chi shot out like blades, pill lights burst out. Di Zongxing roared, purple gold light appeared on his body, blocking all the killer moves. Next, the purple gold light dissipated. Di Zongxing's dragon whiskers grew rapidly, shooting out like countless snakes coming out of their caves. They were extremely powerful. Shabi 95 and Ruandan could not block the attacks, they could only retreat temporarily. This evil dragon actually has an immortal goo, it can use killer moves now. Qin Ding Ling's heart sank, she took a deep look at Dragon Palace. Di Zongxing was a legendary immemorial beast to begin with, he had outstanding intelligence and could use goo worms to activate killer moves. But during the Fate War, it was enslaved by Dragon Palace in a hurry, it did not have time to equip itself with goo worms. Therefore, in the Fate War, it only relied on its own physical strength to fight. Therefore, he was unable to resist Feng Jioga's Song of Destiny and was instantly controlled. When he encountered other killer moves, he could only use his physical body to resist. After the Fate War, Wu Shuai had already started to consider equipping Di Zongxing with goo worms. But Wu Shuai was tight on money back then, he did not have any extra immortal goo. Although the main body had many immortal goo, firstly Fang Yuan's main body was moving around Western Desert, he did not meet up with Wu Shuai immediately. Secondly, the extra immortal goo might not be suitable for Di Zongxing. However, Wu Shuai's luck was good. He grasped the opportunity and successfully became the leader of the Two Heavens Alliance. With resources on hand, Wu Shuai started to equip Di Zongxing. Up until now, Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan's main body had split the Two Heavens forces. He used the excuse of trying to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit to destroy several grotto heavens, and made forceful transactions with the Alliance's goo immortals. Finally, Di Zongxing had a certain number of goo worms and several basic killer moves. Di Zongxing suppressed Ruandan and Shabi 95, forcing them to retreat to one side as he charged forward ferociously. Qin Ding Ling screamed as she flew up and entered the immortal goo house. Several immortal goo houses flew towards Di Zongxing, forming layers of defense. Di Zongxing's charge stopped for a moment, but Shabi 95 and Ruandan also joined in. I finally blocked it for now. Qin Ding Ling had just calmed down when she moved Dragon Palace in an arc towards the Qi harvest fruit. Celestial Court's Qi harvest fruit was too huge, it was too eye-catching. Wu Shuai was even more ruthless, he attacked the enemy's weakness. Qin Ding Ling's expression changed as she hurriedly commanded the immortal goo houses to split a portion of their forces to block Dragon Palace. The situation is very dangerous. Once the Qi harvest fruit is destroyed, the whole of Celestial Court will be destroyed. Quickly awaken the immortals in the immortal graveyard. Zhou Xianxian urged. How about we ask 9 spiritual fairy and red heart traveler to reinforce us? Bai Zong Shui suggested. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth, deciding, awaken the immortals in the immortal graveyard. Celestial Court's immortal graveyard was already mostly destroyed, there were only a few goo immortals sleeping inside. But after this force awakened, they were a new force, they shared a lot of the pressure. The defensive line was still in danger, but it was barely stabilized. Go and attack the Qi harvest fruit. Wu Shuai ordered the Alliance goo immortals. These goo immortals had already split up, they were like loose sand, drilling through the Qi walls and approaching the Qi harvest fruit. Seeing this, Qin Ding Ling was extremely anxious, she gritted her teeth and said furiously, I will destroy these variant humans and exterminate them all. Even though the Two Heavens Alliance's goo immortals were not strong, they had the advantage in numbers, they were the weakness of Celestial Court's side. Don't worry, these variant human goo immortals look like they have a lot of numbers, but they are actually cowards. As long as we send one person to surround the Qi harvest fruit and kill a few of them, these goo immortals will definitely hesitate, their morale will be greatly weakened. Prince's impatience suggested. Who can take on this task? Qin Ding Ling quickly asked. Che Wei responded with his actions. He flew out of the immortal goo house like a ray of light, charging towards the Qi harvest fruit on the ground. Die. He pounced like an eagle, using a killer move that was extremely powerful and unstoppable. Ah. What killer move is this? Of the 2 variant human goo immortals, one was heavily injured while the other was killed on the spot. Che Wei's display of battle strength at the crucial moment was extremely shocking. Both sides were shocked. After all, the two variant human goo immortals he defeated had rank 8 cultivation level. His killer move seems to be of a completely new path? Too terrifying. Before I figure out his background, if I rush forward, I'll definitely be cut in half by him. I should wait for Fang Yuan to attack. The two Heavens Alliance's goo immortals hesitated, their charge slowed down. These trash. In the depths of Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai frowned, showing deep anger on his face. At the crucial moment, these variant human goo immortals were useless, they could not even serve as cannon fodder. But Wu Shuai was prepared, he waved his hand, "It's your turn." 4 figures flew out of Dragon Palace. They were the 4 dragon generals, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, as well as Old Man Bei Feng who replaced Shi Miao. These 4 rank 8 goo immortals were enslaved by Dragon Palace. They were loyal and did not fear death. They split into 4 groups and charged forward. Even though Che Wei was strong, he could only block one person. "Protect me." Qi Si Ancestor transmitted to Qin Ding Ling. "This is the crucial moment. If we stop now, the consequences will be unimaginable." Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth, seeing that the 3 dragon generals were very close to the Qi harvest fruit. She could only take the risk of mobilizing an immortal goo house to block them. At the same time, 2 goo immortals flew out of the immortal goo house, blocking the dragon generals with all their strength. Roar. Just as Celestial Court's side blocked the 4 dragon generals, Dragon Palace took the chance to block Ruan Dan. Di Zongxing used this chance to knock down Shabi 95, charging all the way until he got close to the Qi harvest fruit. Di Zongxing abruptly opened its mouth and spat out a green gas current. The green Qi destroyed the immortal formation and hit the Qi harvest fruit. The Qi harvest fruit shook intensely. Qi Si Ancestor's expression changed as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His killer move was stopped. He seemed to have suffered a heavy backlash. Oh no. The Celestial Court's immortals had a change of expression. "We succeeded." Wu Shuai's subordinates cheered, their morale rose. The Qi harvest fruit was damaged, Celestial Court was affected. The ground in Celestial Court was torn apart, earth trenches appeared, earth Qi rumbled, heaven and earth shook, the sky was in chaos, countless winds and clouds were raging. Crack crack. The aperture walls of Celestial Court started to crack. Large pieces of the aperture walls fell off, forming a huge hole that connected the inside and outside. Even the Fate Formation could not deal such a heavy blow to Celestial Court. The appearance of the Qi harvest fruit gave Celestial Court a fatal weakness. Che Wei was furious, his left hand was like a blade while his right hand was like a spear. He attacked with both hands, 2 gold-and-silver lights pierced through Yang Zihe. Yang Zihe died. Wu Shuai laughed loudly, shouting, "Today is the day of your Celestial Court's destruction." Qin Ding Ling's eyelids twitched. Even though Wu Shuai's side suffered many losses, he was right. The Qi harvest fruit's weakness was too huge. Wu Shuai had the complete initiative. Celestial Court is in danger, what should we do? Even someone like Qin Ding Ling was at a loss. Amidst the loss, there was a trace of fear. Is Celestial Court going to be destroyed by me, Qin Ding Ling? Right at this time, Qi Si Ancestor transmitted again. "Qin Ding Ling, the situation is dire, we can only take a risk." Qin Ding Ling subconsciously asked, "How do we take a risk? Earlier, my Qi Path Immortal Goo was destroyed, I can no longer use the method to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. But I created a killer move, even though it is not complete, it can temporarily shrink the Qi harvest fruit." Qi Si Ancestor said. Qin Ding Ling's eyes shined, she saw hope in this desperate situation. She quickly said, "Ancestor, please use it. As long as we survive this, Celestial Court will not mistreat you." Celestial Court's current problem was the Qi harvest fruit. Celestial Court's Qi harvest fruit was too big, it was like a mountain, it was the best target for killer moves. But if it shrunk, the difficulty of defending it would be much lower. "We need to be fast, this killer move is not complete, I can only hold on for a while." Qi Si Ancestor said as he flew towards the Qi harvest fruit. When he was about to crash, he turned into a human-shaped Qi current and fused into the Qi harvest fruit. The Qi harvest fruit shook intensely, it started to shrink rapidly. In a few breaths of time, it shrunk from the size of a mountain to the size of a horse carriage. This change made Celestial Court's Goo Immortals surprised and joyful. An immortal Goo house flew down and floated above the Qi harvest fruit, shooting out a grand pillar of light that enveloped the Qi harvest fruit. Wu Shuai's side's killer moves rained down like a storm, but they could not shake the pillar of light at all. Di Zongxing and Dragon Palace charged over again. "Block them." Qin Ding Ling shouted. But they were too passive, they were forced to retreat. The Qi harvest fruit shrunk again, it turned from a horse carriage to an ordinary gourd. Seeing that they were about to fall into the abyss of defeat again, Qin Ding Ling quickly asked, "Ancestor, can you move the Qi harvest fruit?" Qi Si Ancestor replied weakly, "This is my limit. I researched Demon Immortal Qi Ju's revival method, I can only shrink it, I cannot move it at all. This method is just a preliminary creation, it is not complete. Quickly think of a way." Qin Ding Ling was out of ideas, she had already sent reinforcements to the 10 great ancient sects at the start of the battle. Originally, Celestial Court had Central Heaven Gate, they could send reinforcements quickly, but it was destroyed by Fairy Myrtle during the Fate War. But at the next moment, the primordial Qi wall collapsed, countless Qi currents landed on Di Zongxing's body. Di Zongxing's battle strength fell sharply, his threat was greatly reduced. This was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's follow-up method. It landed on Fang Yuan during the Fate War. Fang Yuan was trapped and could not break free, but Limitless Demon Venerable's figure helped him resist the power of these Qi currents. But now the chess game was over, the two Venerable silhouettes had vanished completely, they could no longer help Di Zongxing. In the blink of an eye, Di Zongxing was suppressed by Shabi 95. Celestial Court's dangerous situation was alleviated. Wu Shuai's side lost their most important battle force. Dragon Palace had no choice but to step up and use Dreamy Light Smoke Killer move. Heavenly Court still did not have a way to resist it head-on. Dragon Palace showed off its demonic might. We can't go on like this. In the end, my Celestial Court still lacks peak battle strength. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth. If Duke Long was here, how could the other side be so arrogant? Qi Si Ancestor also has peak battle strength, but his killer move was stopped and he suffered a backlash. Furthermore, he is not a member of Celestial Court. Why would he risk his life for Celestial Court? Just as Qin Ding Ling was thinking about this, Qi Si Ancestor transmitted again. Qin Ding Ling, to resolve today's crisis, the most important thing is to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. As long as we get rid of the Qi harvest fruit, we can switch from defense to offense, our greatest worry will be gone. We have not lost hope yet, my killer move only lacks one final piece to complete it. There is a high chance of success. Qin Ding Ling's heart shook. What do you need me to do? Chapter 2042. Hearing that Qi Si Ancestor was seeking Heaven Path true meaning, Qin Ding Ling smiled bitterly. Even though Celestial Court has deep foundation, it does not have Heaven Path true meaning. Why is that? Qi Si Ancestor asked. It is because no one can cultivate Heaven Path. If we could, why would Celestial Court create Heaven Overseeing Tower to make use of Fate Gu? Qin Ding Ling's tone was filled with deep regret. No Gu Immortals could cultivate Heaven Path. This was the root cause of Heaven Path true meaning. It was not easy for Gu Immortals to leave behind their true meaning. To leave behind true meaning, Wisdom Path and Rule Path had the greatest advantage. Other paths could only leave behind true meaning if they could comprehend other paths by analogy. For example, Longhair's Refinement Path true meaning or Reckless Savage's Transformation Path true meaning. Hearing Qin Ding Ling's answer, Fang Yuan was not dejected. He was mentally prepared. His earlier request was more to probe Celestial Court's foundation. Maybe it really had? Celestial Court did not have Heaven Path true meaning, it was not out of his expectations. Longhair Ancestor, Fang Yuan, sighed heavily, transmitting to Qin Ding Ling. This means there is no hope. I can only let go for now and fight alongside Celestial Court to kill these variant humans. Qin Ding Ling immediately became anxious. The Qi harvest fruit became Celestial Court's weakness, it was a fatal weakness. The reason why the battle was in a deadlock now was because Qi Si Ancestor was shrinking the Qi harvest fruit. Once Fang Yuan let go, the Qi harvest fruit would shrink to its original size, Celestial Court would have a hard time defending, they would be in a passive situation. Qin Ding Ling was facing huge pressure now. This pressure was not only from the external enemies, but also from her inner heart. After the Fate War, the Immortal Graveyard was heavily damaged, Celestial Court's foundation fell. Qin Ding Ling had no choice but to take charge of all the matters of Celestial Court in this precarious situation. She was conscientious and worked hard to build the Celestial Court. It could be said that she had done her best to bring the Celestial Court back to its former glory. Just like the other members of the Celestial Court, Qin Ding Ling had a strong sense of belonging to the Celestial Court. But now, a strong enemy had come and it was extremely sudden. What was worse was that they had the fatal weakness of the Qi harvest fruit, causing Qin Ding Ling to feel a great sense of danger. Is the Celestial Court going to be destroyed in this battle? Am I the sinner who caused the destruction of the celestial court due to a lapse in defense? Rumble. The fierce battle continued and the Dragon Palace continued to move about. Qin Dingling stayed in the command center. She paid attention to the battlefield and made emergency arrangements while also communicating with Qi ancestor. The internal and external troubles and the heavy pressure forced her to choose to take a gamble. Immortal friend Qi, don't let go. Although the celestial court doesn't have any Heaven Dao true intent, it has abundant Heaven Dao research results. I'll give it to you right now. Qin Dingling was very straightforward. She directly sent an information path Immortal Gu to Qi ancestor. My plan succeeded. Fang Yuan received this information path Immortal Gu and sighed internally. He quickly sent his consciousness inside to inspect it. Amazing. 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 Fang Yuan only saw a small part of it, but his eyes shined with bright light. He praised internally. The celestial court had risen to become the #1 force in the world for 3 million years. In these 3 million years, from complying with Providence at the start, to keeping it in check in the dark, to altering Providence, they had all interacted with the Heaven Dao. The Heaven Dao research results were extremely abundant. It was the best in the world. It was truly worthy of its name. Fate Gu was a heaven path Immortal Gu. It could not be used by humans. The celestial court forcibly constructed heaven overseeing tower and used a portion of Fate Gu's power. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, why did Spectral Soul secretly infiltrate the celestial court? A large part of the reason was because he wanted to obtain this Heaven Dao research results. As for why Limitless Demon Venerable made a bet with star constellations back then, wasn't it because he wanted to use the celestial court's Heaven Dao research results to raise his crazed demon cave? And now this research result was in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan continued to read and his heart shook. 2 killer moves appeared in front of him. One was called Heaven Man Sensation, the other was called Workers of Heaven's Work. They were created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Heaven Man Sensation could allow a Gu Immortal's will to interact with the Heaven Dao will and fuse with it. And Workers of Heaven's Work killer move was built on the basis of Heaven Man Sensation. It could allow a Gu Immortal to replace Providence to a certain extent. Because of these 2 killer moves, star constellations could interfere with and influence Providence. She could even replace Providence in controlling Fate Gu, thus allowing the celestial court to have a smooth life and reign for over 3 million years. This is my way out. Fang Yuan immediately sensed acutely that these 2 killer moves were the key to breaking out of his current predicament. This time he took the risk to come to the heavenly court and set up this trap to deceive Qin Dingling. In the end he achieved his goal. Qi, I wonder if this research result can help you complete your killer move? Qin Dingling asked in the midst of an intense battle. Fang Yuan coughed. This Heaven Dao research results have indeed benefited me greatly. But modifying a killer move now is extremely risky. I need you to stall for time for me, the more the better. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Ancestor, you need to hurry, we can only do our best. If not, we can only abandon the celestial court and preserve the Gu Immortals. She had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. Fang Yuan continued to read. Behind the 2 killer moves, star constellation Immortal Venerable's ideology was recorded in detail. Fang Yuan was enlightened and came to a realization. My will is Providence, Providence is my will. So that's it. Fang Yuan did not move for now. He pondered over this profound meaning as his clone Wuxia led the 2 Heavens Alliance to fight against the celestial court. Because Di Zongxing was hit by primordial origins method, he was no longer as powerful as before. He was suppressed by Ruan Dan. As for Shabi 95, it had already returned to the defensive line, becoming the main force against Dragon Palace. Under Wu Shuai's control, Dragon Palace rampaged through the battlefield. Displaying its power, the celestial court side suffered greatly. But in other aspects, the 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals were at a disadvantage. They were not the match of the celestial court's Gu Immortals. Compared to the celestial court's members, they were still lacking in strength. There were only 2 people who were on par with them, the 2 Vice Alliance leaders Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. As for Spectral Soul, who was disguised as Lady Cold Ash, he continued to disguise himself. He fought with all his might but was unable to do so. This is a great opportunity. Fairy Myrtle, bring your men and join the battle in Celestial Court. Spectral Soul ordered. Fang Yuan is in Celestial Court, I want to kill him as well as Celestial Court, Qi Ancestor, and the rest. Fairy Myrtle received the order and asked, should we include Longevity Heaven's forces? What if we tell Celestial Court situation? Fairy Myrtle deduced Fang Yuan's location. Bing Sichuan knew about it too. But Bing Sichuan's side did not know that Celestial Court was in such a situation. They only thought that Celestial Court was heavily guarded. Since that was the case, Bing Sichuan could only conceal Fang Yuan's location for now. Even though he wanted to make use of others to kill him, if Celestial Court really killed Fang Yuan, wouldn't all of Fang Yuan's inheritances and immortal goo go to Celestial Court? Thus, Bing Sichuan wanted to continue contacting Spectral Soul's side. He wanted the two sides to work together and attack Celestial Court in the future. Spectral Soul thought about Giant Sun's attack during the Fate War. He snorted coldly and said without hesitation, "No need to tell them, we will hide it from them, come here." Fairy Myrtle concealed the truth and left with Bing Sichuan's group, rushing to Celestial Court. Celestial Court was damaged now. There were many holes in the aperture walls. They were connected to the outside world. Fairy Myrtle's group could easily and quickly attack. Fairy Myrtle's force cannot turn the situation around. Only when both sides are heavily injured will she have the greatest impact. Spectral Soul thought to himself. To him, the best situation was for Wuxia to fight against Celestial Court. They would lose a lot of battle strength. At that time, if he attacked, he would have huge gains. But why is that scoundrel Fang Yuan not attacking yet? Spectral Soul looked at Dragon Palace at the same time. An immortal goo house from Celestial Court attacked him. Spectral Soul held back his killing intent, abandoning a group of soul beasts as he retreated. In order to act weak, he decided to endure it. But this immortal goo house charged forward and used a killer move. A ray of profound light shot out towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's heart shook, he hesitated. He had the strength to dodge, but Lady Cold Ash did not. Without a choice, he could only abandon some soul beasts to block the immortal goo house and stall for time for him. Die. Che Wei suddenly appeared beside Lady Cold Ash. His body was shining with golden light. His aura was sharp like a blade. You really think I'm a pushover? Spectral Soul was furious, but he decided to maintain his disguise. Boom. Che Wei's attack landed on Lady Cold Ash's body. She fell down as a large amount of blood splattered in the air. Lady Cold Ash's aura weakened rapidly, until it was completely gone. Dead. Another one killed. Che Wei did not find Spectral Soul's weakness. He flew away with the immortal goo house towards other battlefields. Spectral Soul fell to the ground like a broken sack. He did not move, he was pretending to be dead. Boom boom boom. Not long after he fell to the ground, a series of immortal killer moves turned into dazzling lightning that landed on Spectral Soul's body twice. Lady Cold Ash's body was charred black. Most of her body was roasted. She emitted the fragrance of meat. I'll endure it. Spectral Soul gritted his teeth. Bam. With a loud sound, Xianxia also fell down, pressing down on Spectral Soul. Next, Ruan Dan flew to Xianxia's body, shouting as she fought, I'll fight 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 fight. Bam bam bam, the ground shook intensely. Spectral Soul's bones and tendons were all crushed. I'll endure it. Xianxia and Ruan Dan flew away, but soon an immortal goo house flew over. It was Dragon Palace. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. Wu Shui activated a dream path killer move as he chased after Qin Ding Ling relentlessly. Qin Ding Ling dodged quickly. The smoke-like killer move could not change direction in time. It was about to land on Spectral Soul's body. Spectral Soul, I can't take it anymore. At the next moment he burst out, waving his hand as black chi spread across the entire battlefield. Chapter 2043. What is going on? Black chi shook as Xiao Hejian was forced to retreat. His face was filled with shock. He had seen Lady Cold Ash get killed by Che Wei and felt some regret. To think that not long after, Lady Cold Ash actually revived. Did she fake her death earlier? But her luck was not good and she was about to be hit by a Dream Path killer move, so she had to fight again? But how can Lady Cold Ash have such battle strength? Not only was Xiao Hejian bewildered, the other Gu Immortals also had the same doubts. But compared to Celestial Court's side, the Two Heavens Alliance was not only shocked but also joyful. After all, Lady Cold Ash had concealed herself so deeply, she was still one of them. That attack earlier had Duke Long's style. Is Lady Cold Ash a person on the same level as Duke Long? I don't believe it. Another Gu Immortal charged out from Celestial Court's side. It was none other than Che Wei, who had displayed his might in this battle. Che Wei pounced at Lady Cold Ash. All sorts of signs and information showed that attack earlier was Lady Cold Ash's trump card. She could not use it often. Kill? Che Wei's body shined with golden light. He crashed towards Lady Cold Ash like a meteor. At the same time, far from the battlefield, underground, the two generals of Celestial Court were still forcefully refining hatred Gu. Red Heart Traveler controlled the formation while Xianxia was motionless like a statue. 9 Spiritual Fairy's voice came from the statue. It's about time. In a few more minutes, we will be able to completely refine hatred goo. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia's dim and lifeless eyes suddenly opened wide, and a crimson-red light shot out explosively from its eyes. What's going on? 9 Spiritual Fairy exclaimed in shock. What happened? Red Heart Traveler asked while injecting Immortal essence to increase the Immortal formation's power. But Xianxia's body shook more and more violently. It's hatred goo, oh no! 9 Spiritual Fairy suddenly cried out in shock. She was forced out of Xianxia's body like a ray of light. Roar! Xianxia regained its freedom, it roared towards the sky, its voice shook the heavens like thunder. Boom! At the next moment, Xianxia charged out of the formation, leaving behind a damaged formation and 2 shocked Celestial Court rank 8 goo immortals. Red Heart Traveler was in charge of the formation and suffered a lot of backlash. He quickly helped up 9 Spiritual Fairy who had fallen to the ground. Xianxia flew to the battlefield. What happened? 9 Spiritual Fairy's gaze was still dull, her tone uncertain. Maybe I saw wrongly. At that instant earlier, the rank 8 hatred goo burst out with terrifying power. It actually had a trace of the aura of a rank 9 immortal goo. At this time, the battlefield attention had shifted from Dragon Palace and the Qi on to goo. Cho attack goo cho on goo cho. Cho. On goo goo on. Go. Cho. Cho. Goo. Lady. Goo. Goo cho on cho. Cho. Demon to say. Chen on cho dynasty Chen demon goo. Demon Chen. To Spectral Soul's thought was direct. Since Fang Yuan is not coming out, I will force him to come out. Today was different from the past. During the Fate War, Spectral Soul was very weak. He could only rely on Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan to escape and recuperate. But now he had recovered most of his strength. He was no longer weak. What is going on? The Immortals were even more shocked. Gu Cho gave up on Cho Dynasty and targeted Dragon Palace. Internal conflict? Cho Dynasty's momentum slowed. Let's observe the situation first. Maybe it is a trap. Qin Dingling wanted stability. She gathered her subordinates. Wu Shuai frowned. He controlled Dragon Palace to retreat. But Gu Cho was faster. She pressed her palm on the roof of Dragon Palace. The seemingly light palm caused Dragon Palace to be sent flying like a ball. At the same time, phantoms of immemorial soul beasts appeared on the surface of Dragon Palace. Roar, roar, roar. Every immemorial soul beast phantoms flashed by, Dragon Palace would suffer a heavy blow. Dozens of immemorial soul beast phantoms flashed by, a huge hole appeared on Dragon Palace's roof, the pillars were broken, tiles were sent flying, it was a pathetic sight. Cho Dynasty broke out in cold sweat. He had experienced Dragon Palace's strength firsthand, but now, Gu Cho only used one palm to force Dragon Palace to this state. So Gu Cho is so strong. I attacked earlier. I was courting death. Cho Dynasty's direction suddenly changed. He returned to the back. Gu Cho, what are you doing? Xiao He Jian shouted. What soul path killer move is this? It is so powerful. Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was furious on the surface, he was feeling a chill in his heart. Dragon Palace continued to retreat. You think you can escape? Gu Cho sneered. She was about to attack again when a huge shadow shrouded her body. Gu Cho turned around. She saw that the mountain-like Xianxia had gotten close to her at some point. It opened its mouth and was about to devour Gu Cho. Seeing this, Gu Cho was also stunned. Spectral Soul knew about Xianxia's existence. But he never expected that he would run into Xianxia at this moment. Seeing that Gu Cho was about to be devoured, her body suddenly turned into black smoke. She floated and dodged Xianxia's attack. Beast scram! Gu Cho shouted. She stretched out her palm again and pressed it on Xianxia's head. The scene from earlier happened again. Phantoms of immemorial soul beasts surrounded Xianxia, flickering continuously. Bam bam bam. Each time the phantom appeared, there would be a loud sound of thunder. Xianxia's flesh was soon torn apart, but it did not retreat. Spectral Soul was about to chase after Dragon Palace when Xianxia blocked his path. Spectral Soul, I will kill you, I will kill you. Xianxia roared as it pounced at Gu Cho. Spectral Soul was furious. I have no time to waste on you. He used Gu Cho's body to prepare a terrifying killer move. Traces of black smoke started to come out of Gu Cho's orifices. Her aura rose rapidly. The black smoke gathered and enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia activated an offensive killer move that crashed into the black smoke. After a breath of time, the black smoke dissipated. Xianxia's killer move landed on Gu Chao's body without losing any momentum. Shock flashed across Gu Chao's face. She was sent flying as she was caught off guard. Rank 9 Immortal Gu? No, it is only a half-finished product. Gu Chou swallowed a mouthful of blood. She squinted as she sized up Qing Chou, her expression turning solemn. 9 Spiritual Fairy had just arrived at the battlefield. Her pupils shrunk. My senses were right. The rank 8 Hatred Gu is about to advance to rank 9. Qing Chao's origin is from the aggrieved souls that spectral soul demon Venerable slaughtered. The core immortal Gu that formed Qing Chou is Hatred Gu, but the relationship between Hatred Gu and Qing Chou is not simple. Not only did Hatred Gu create Qing Chou is also nurturing and refining Hatred Gu. Maybe at the start Hatred Gu was only rank 6 or even rank 4 or 5. But as Qing Chou grew, its endless hatred caused Hatred Gu to advance. Until now Hatred Gu is advancing from rank 8 to rank 9. Chapter 2044. What situation was this? Seeing that Lady Cold Ash was sent flying by Qing Chou, the immortals were stunned. The aura of a rank 9 immortal Gu could not be faked, but this aura was too weak and it was mainly the aura of a rank 8 immortal Gu. This was the first time something like this had happened. An incomplete rank 9 immortal Gu? The immortals felt that it was inconceivable. Gu refinement had always been a very careful process, be it human Gu refinement methods or hairy man Gu refinement methods. They were extremely meticulous. Fang Yuan was like this, long-hair ancestor was also like this. They had never heard of a Gu worm that could still be used during the Gu refinement process. But the truth was right in front of them, the immortals had to admit it. What refinement method is this? Many Gu immortals were very excited. This is definitely a new chapter in refinement path. Spectral soul? Qing Chou has Hatred Gu, it should not be wrong. To think that Lady Cold Ash was actually spectral soul in disguise. From Spectral Soul's words, it seems that Fang Yuan is also here. Is he hiding in Dragon Palace? The immortals were shocked and uncertain. There were too many accidents in this battle. Celestial Court, the two heavens, Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan, and others had their own arrangements. None of them knew the overall situation. Even though Fang Yuan had been reborn, it was the same. Spectral Soul's identity was exposed. He felt a trace of joy. Dragon Palace retreated even faster. Wuxia immediately called back the 3 dragon generals. He also ordered the other 2 Heavens Alliance Gu immortals to defend Dragon Palace and deal with Spectral Soul. Wuxia did not dare to rashly bring the other 2 Heavens Alliance Gu immortals into Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul's identity was exposed. They were also very suspicious. I can't wait any longer. Qi Si ancestor Fang Yuan gritted his teeth as he secretly made a move. He had planned to disguise himself for a while, but with Spectral Soul's exposure and Qing Chao's participation, he knew that he had lost control of the situation. He had to act quickly. Fang Yuan contacted Qin Dingling. The modification has results. Protect me, it will be very crucial next. Understood. A hint of joy flashed across Qin Dingling's face. This was the best news she had heard since the start of the battle. Celestial Court's Gu immortals retreated and formed a tight defense line. They were very wary of Spectral Soul and Dragon Palace's Wuxia. Qing Chou charged towards Frost Ash Immortal Gu. Hatred Gu's rank 9 aura became denser. It was as if Spectral Soul's appearance had triggered the deepest hatred in Qing Chao's heart. This intense hatred was rapidly refining Hatred Immortal Gu. When Hatred Immortal Gu was activated, it amplified Qing Chou in all aspects. Especially the offensive killer moves, their power rose sharply, they were terrifying. As Spectral Soul fought against Qing Chou, he was suppressed for some time. The hostility on his face intensified. After a few rounds, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black gas. The black gas was small and dim, seemingly unremarkable, but when it flew onto Qing Chao's body, Qing Chao's movements became sluggish, and its attacks became disjointed. Spectral Soul's body shook. He turned into countless clones that surrounded Qing Chou. Qing Chou had Hatred Gu, it should be able to identify the real one. But against the countless Spectral Souls, it showed a confused expression. It lost its target. Spectral Soul's true body suddenly appeared on Qing Chao's back. He stretched out his hand as his palm and forearm pierced deeply into Qing Chao's body. Qing Chao's body shook intensely. It was in extreme pain. It roared at the sky. Qing Chou unleashed immortal killer moves repeatedly. Disregarding its own safety, it attacked Spectral Soul who was on its back. Spectral Soul took the attacks head-on. He had to maintain his current method. Qing Chou fell to the ground with a loud sound. Heaven and earth shook. A huge pit was created. Qing Chou rolled on the ground, but it could not shake off Spectral Soul. Oh no, he is refining Qingqiu. Qin Dingling saw something, her heart jumped. She was about to order the other Gu immortals to disturb Spectral Soul. However, Wu Shuai was one step faster. Dragon Palace activated dreamy light smoke again. Pink smoke floated towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was not afraid of other methods, but he was wary of Dream Path killer moves. He had no choice but to stop his methods and retreat. Qingqiu broke free and regained its freedom, but it was dispirited, it almost fell to the ground. In contrast, after Spectral Soul flew into the sky, his aura rose by a huge amount. Evidently, the method used against Qingqiu earlier was not just enslavement, it also had the ability to extract its strength. Seeing this, almost all of the Gu immortals' hearts sank. Qingqiu had quasi-rank 9 Hatred Gu, its battle strength soared. It was already at the level of Fang Yuan, Duke Long and Feng Jioge during the Fate War, but it could not do much against Spectral Soul. Other than an accident when it attacked Spectral Soul at the start. When Spectral Soul regained his footing, Qingqiu was completely countered by Spectral Soul. In the end, Qingqiu was an immemorial soul beast. And immemorial soul beasts were too familiar to Spectral Soul, who cultivated Soul Path as his main path. Spectral Soul had many methods to counter immemorial soul beasts. Speaking of which, the reason why soul beasts could appear in form was because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is a pity I was so close to enslaving this legendary desolate beast. Fang Yuan, you are courting death. Spectral Soul's plan was foiled, he had a cold expression, killing intent surged as he charged towards Dragon Palace again. Both sides fought again. Wu Shuai fought with all his might, but he could not resist Spectral Soul's methods, he was forced to retreat. Spectral Soul's demonic might was vast, he rampaged in the battlefield, unstoppable. Dragon Palace, which had been showing off its might earlier, could not resist his unparalleled might. His killer moves were endless, they were either powerful or strange, they could not be defended against. Spectral Soul had recovered, even though he was not as strong as when he was refining Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu on Etian Mountain, he had already recovered. Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace to fight against Spectral Soul, Qingqiu and the rest interfered, but he was still at a disadvantage, the situation was getting more dangerous. After more than 10 rounds, Dragon Palace was in ruins, the 3 dragon generals also died at Spectral Soul's hands. Thankfully, Dreamy Light Smoke was a killer move that made Spectral Soul wary. The 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu immortals could not be counted on, they all retreated to the side. Spectral Soul was too terrifying, whoever went up would die. It's about time. Wu Shuai finally received a secret transmission from his main body. He let out a breath of air, he quickly controlled Dragon Palace to charge towards the Qi Harvest Fruit. Qin Dingling and the rest formed a defensive line, they were like cats that had their fur blown up, they shined with endless light. Wu Shuai shouted, Celestial Court, if you don't act now when Spectral Soul kills me, you will all die. Qin Dingling shouted coldly, Stop, no matter who comes, we will attack them with all our might. Ever since Spectral Soul fought with Dragon Palace, Celestial Court had been watching from the sidelines, they rarely made a move. Qin Dingling and the rest were watching. If Fang Yuan did not make a move, they would not dare to attack. Who knew what schemes this demon Fang Yuan had up his sleeves? Wu Shuai ignored them, he controlled Dragon Palace to get close to Celestial Court's defensive line. Behind him, Spectral Soul was following closely. Qin Dingling's expression was grim, she ordered, Destroy Dragon Palace, force it back. Rumble. All sorts of killer moves landed on Dragon Palace, the sky was filled with dazzling lights and shadows. The Dragon Palace was like a broken ship, going against the current in the raging waves. A large number of Gu worms died, including Immortal Gu. After this battle, Dragon Palace was heavily damaged, the cost of repairing it was very high. Oh no, it really came. Seeing that Dragon Palace was about to shake Celestial Court's defensive line, at the crucial moment, Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan stood up and blocked Dragon Palace. But soon, Spectral Soul arrived, a chaotic battle ensued. Die. Spectral Soul's killing intent surged, he quickly gained the upper hand. Celestial Court's defensive line was on the verge of collapse. Right at this time, Qi ancestors' laughter could be heard. Swish swish swish. The Qi harvest fruit that had shrunk to its limit exploded, vast Qi currents surged like a tsunami, shaking heaven and earth, causing winds and clouds to gather, covering the entire battlefield in an instant, spreading to the surrounding 10,000 li. At once, the Gu immortals lost their sense of direction, all they could see was white Qi, they could not even see their own fingers. At the center of the Qi currents condensed into the shape of a baby, continuously absorbing the white Qi. In a few breaths of time the baby grew and turned old. It had the appearance of Qi ancestor, rank 8 cultivation level. Fang Yuan's main body flashed. He waved his sleeves as a split soul that was prepared flew out, bringing along many goo worms and immortal essence as it entered Qi ancestor's body. After obtaining the soul, the Qi clone opened his eyes. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's main body took the chance to enter Dragon Palace. Chapter 2045. Fang Yuan had always planned before taking action. This trip to Celestial Court was indeed risky, but he had made ample preparations. He refined the Celestial Court Qi Harvest Fruit into a Qi Path clone, while his main body entered Dragon Palace in an instant. There were many goo immortals in the battlefield, but none of them discovered the truth. Fang Yuan's Qi Path clone inhaled, absorbing the remaining white Qi into his body. Next he pushed with both palms with a loud sound. A huge Qi wall condensed and pressed down on Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul with an overwhelming force. Spectral Soul's eyes shined with bright light. Black smoke burst out of his body and collided with the Qi wall, creating a sizzling sound. The Qi wall melted, but the surrounding Qi walls quickly filled up the gap. Spectral Soul made use of this momentary gap to turn into black light, passing through at lightning speed. Spectral Soul left a portion of his attention on Qi ancestor. Most of his attention was still on Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was huge. This Qi wall was not easy to pass. Once Dragon Palace's Qi wall showed a weakness, Spectral Soul would immediately attack, using Qi ancestor's killer move to deal a heavy blow to Dragon Palace. Right when the Qi wall was about to hit Dragon Palace, the door of Dragon Palace opened. Fang Yuan's body was straight like a spear, appearing in front of the Immortals. Immortal killer move, unlimited Qi. Fang Yuan had already prepared his move. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the Qi wall. The huge Qi wall shook and collapsed, turning into countless Qi currents that were swept away by a formless force, entering Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan is here after all. This move again. During the Fate War he used this move to break the primordial Qi wall. The Immortals saw Fang Yuan in front of them. Their hearts shook intensely. The Celestial Court's goo immortals had ashen expressions. They lost the Fate War. Fang Yuan had already turned into a huge shadow that shrouded their hearts. The two Heavens Alliance's goo immortals were shocked and joyful. After all, according to Fang Yuan's current behavior, he should be standing on their side. Spectral Soul's pupils shrunk. Fang Yuan's performance made him slightly bewildered. Previously, Fang Yuan had been strengthened by the heavenly Dao marks, so how could he still have such powerful battle prowess? The entire battlefield fell into a strange silence. Fang Yuan and Qi ancestor appeared at almost the same time. The entire situation of the battlefield changed. Celestial Court was heavily guarded by Qi ancestor. Spectral Soul was alone, and Fang Yuan was at the entrance of Dragon Palace. The three strongest goo immortals faced each other. In the goo world, experts were respected. The following battle would depend on these three's competition. To think that there would be a day when my Celestial Court could no longer control the situation. Qin Ding Ling sighed internally as she transmitted to Qi ancestor, asking about his situation. Qi ancestor immediately replied, "Even though the Qi harvest fruits were cleared, I suffered heavy injuries. As for how to survive this tribulation, I will need everyone in Celestial Court to work together." Qin Ding Ling continued, "This time, it was all thanks to Ancestor that Celestial Court's crisis was resolved. After repelling the enemies, Celestial Court will definitely give Ancestor a satisfactory reward." Qin Ding Ling tried to recruit Qi ancestor. At this time, Dragon Palace suddenly moved, flying into the sky like an orange-gold meteor. Celestial Court had experienced this tribulation. It was already filled with holes. The Dragon Palace followed the loophole and easily left the Heavenly Court, heading to the primordial White Heaven. The remaining Immortals looked at Dragon Palace in a daze. Even though Fang Yuan appeared and cooperated with Wuxia, these two actually escaped. Was this still the #1 demon of the current era? It seems that Fang Yuan has not replied yet. Even though his attack earlier was powerful and broke Qi ancestor's Qi wall killer move, he is probably at the end of his tether. Should we give chase? This demon Fang Yuan is very crafty. I am afraid that this is just his plan to lure the enemies. He might even be setting up an immortal formation outside, waiting for us to fall into his trap. The Celestial Court goo immortals hesitated, while the two Heavens Alliance goo immortals were already cursing internally. Their morale, the powerhouses and great experts that they had pinned their hopes on, had actually fled. They had fled even faster than them. Meanwhile, the two Heavens Alliance goo immortals were left in Celestial Court. they were abandoned. Fang Yuan, where do you think you can escape to? Since you are here, die here. Spectral Soul snickered, carrying Lady Cold Ash's body. He also charged out of Celestial Court, chasing after Dragon Palace. Roar. Qingqiu roared. It had already recovered most of its lost strength. Even though the rank 9 aura of hatred goo was not complete, it was several times denser than before. Spectral Soul, I want you to die. Harboring an irreconcilable hatred, Qingqiu did not hesitate. It chased after Spectral Soul. Thus, only the Celestial Court Goo Immortals, Qi Ancestor, and the two Heavens Alliance Goo Immortals were left in the battlefield. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian looked at each other. The two Heavens Alliance Goo Immortals were in an awkward situation. Let's chase. Protect Dragon Palace. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian worked together for the first time. They shouted a slogan that even they did not believe in as they charged out of Celestial Court. The remaining two Heavens Alliance Goo Immortals shouted as well, following the two Vice Alliance leaders as they left the battlefield of Celestial Court. Are we going to kill these variant human Goo Immortals? Prince's Impatience asked Qin Dingling. Qin Dingling looked at Qi Ancestor. She thought about it before saying resolutely, no. These variant human Goo Immortals are only a small problem. The most important thing is Fang Yuan. Two of you will stay behind to clean up the battlefield. The rest will follow me. We will hunt down Fang Yuan with all our strength. Fang Yuan was not in a good state now. This was the best time to get rid of him. Once they killed Fang Yuan, if they were lucky, the loot they obtained would satisfy the entire Celestial Court. Fang Yuan had too many good things on him. He had countless immortal goo and an extremely outstanding inheritance. Even without these things, as long as they could capture Fang Yuan's soul and search for his memories before his rebirth, it would be extremely valuable to the Celestial Court. Even if they killed Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court would not gain anything substantial. But as long as Fang Yuan died at the hands of the Celestial Court, the Celestial Court would regain their morale and get rid of the shadow of defeat in the Fate War. They would be able to look down on the world with their heads held high. Even if we cannot kill Fang Yuan, we cannot let Spectral Soul kill Fang Yuan. On the other hand, Qin Dingling was also wary of the old demon Spectral Soul. Ancestor. Qin Dingling was about to speak when Qi Ancestor interrupted her. Don't say anything else, be it Fang Yuan or Spectral Soul. They are both demons. Everyone in the righteous path has the right to kill them. Time is pressing, the opportunity is fleeting, we need to chase after them. At the crucial moment, Qi Ancestor displayed his righteous path's responsibility. This attitude made the Celestial Court's immortals have a good impression of him. Qin Dingling nodded heavily. If not for Qi Ancestor, they would not be able to chase after them. The main body situation is bad, I need to take care of him. The Celestial Court's Goo Immortals are more useful than the two Heavens Alliance's cannon fodder. Qi Ancestor had a scheme in his mind. He led the Celestial Court's Immortals to join the chase. This way Dragon Palace was flying at the front, while Spectral Soul was closing the distance between them. Next was Qingqiu. Next was Qi Ancestor and the Celestial Court's Immortals. As for the two Vice Alliance leaders of the two Heavens Alliance and the other variant human Goo Immortals, after leaving the battlefield of the Celestial Court, they had already scattered. They only wanted to escape. They did not dare to get involved in this mess. At this time, Dragon Palace's door was already shut. Fang Yuan sat on the ground, actively modifying the killer moves Heaven Human Sensation and replacement of workers with Heaven. Fang Yuan lacked most of the goo worms needed for these two killer moves. Fang Yuan could only modify them and replace the goo worms needed to make these two killer moves work for him. Immortal goo were unique. These two killer moves had just been obtained. Fang Yuan's difficulty in modifying them increased greatly. After experimenting for a while, Fang Yuan changed his strategy. He gave up on the Goo Immortal level and started with Mortal Killer moves. Fang Yuan communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and quickly gathered the corresponding Mortal Goo Worms. With the Goo Worms, modifying killer moves would drop from an Immortal Killer move to a Mortal Killer move. The difficulty would plummet to rock bottom. With these two Mortal Killer moves, Fang Yuan stopped the formation in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He stopped using Qi Tides to cleanse the 9 heavens and 5 earths in the Immortal Aperture. Soon, Providence was created. Fang Yuan first sent a will to Providence. Next, he activated Heaven Human Sensation. Fang Yuan's will fused into Providence. After that, he used Heaven's Worker's Substitute Killer move. After a while, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with shocking light. I sensed a certain Heaven Path Dao mark. If the word sense was used instead, Fang Yuan would use another word, capture. Originally, with the Heaven Path Dao mark on him, even though Fang Yuan knew about it, he could only ignore it. But this time was different. When Fang Yuan sensed it, it meant that this Heaven Path Dao mark was temporarily under his control. Chapter 2046. Rumble. With a loud sound, Dragon Palace suffered a heavy blow. It shook intensely, a large number of tiles on the roof broke and fell. The moment they fell to the air, these tiles turned into goo worm fragments. They were blown away by the intense winds in the sky. Spectral Soul had caught up. He was extremely fast. Even when Wuxia pushed Dragon Palace to its maximum speed, it could not match Spectral Soul's speed. Spectral Soul's body was covered in a layer of pitch-black fog. Every time he attacked, Dragon Palace would suffer heavy damage. Wuxia had to focus on repairing it, but thankfully he had many goo worms. He was well prepared. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. His expression was grim. He came to the Celestial Court with the identity of Qi ancestor. His goal was to resolve the Heaven Path Dao marks on him. When he achieved his goal, he immediately chose to escape. Who cared about the title of the #1 demon? Fang Yuan never cared about it. However, Fang Yuan's goal was achieved now, but he needed time. What he lacked now was time. Next, Spectral Soul will chase after me relentlessly. The Celestial Court will probably do the same. They will not let me escape easily. It will be very difficult for me to escape this time. Fang Yuan's movement methods had been improving. Long ago, his strongest teleportation method was to transform into an ancient sword dragon and use sword escape killer move. After that was omnidirectional travel, followed by fixed immortal travel, as well as a killer move that used fixed immortal travel as the core. But among these methods, even omnidirectional travel could not match Spectral Soul's speed. Fixed immortal travel might have a chance of escaping, but Fang Yuan was very weak now. He was constantly being interfered with by the Heaven Path Dao marks. If Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of this interference and completely refine these Heaven Path Dao marks, he would need a long time. Fang Yuan thought about it from another perspective. Be it Spectral Soul or the Celestial Court, they wanted Fang Yuan to die. The former expended almost all of his wealth to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo, but Fang Yuan intercepted him. The latter's base was ravaged by Fang Yuan and the spiritual pillar of fate goo was destroyed by Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court was the leader of the righteous path, and they cared about their reputation the most. In the end, during the Fate War, the Celestial Court's reputation was beaten swollen by Fang Yuan. In the past, the Celestial Court could not deal with them because they could not find Fang Yuan. In the future they might not be able to deal with Fang Yuan. Once Fang Yuan regained his strength, the Celestial Court would have a hard time dealing with him. Now that the Celestial Court has found Fang Yuan, of course they will kill you. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to find it again. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fang Yuan was very clear about his situation. Thoughts collided in his mind as he actively tried to think of a way out. However, his expression immediately changed. It turned out that the Heaven Path Dao marks in his body had changed again. They started to stir up trouble. Their interference towards Fang Yuan had increased by several times. When Fang Yuan dealt with the Qi wall earlier, he made a huge commotion, but a large part of it was because of Qi ancestor's secret cooperation. He could not use his true battle strength. But even at this level, Fang Yuan had secretly used human path methods to resist the interference of the Heaven Path Dao marks with all his strength. He could only reach his limit. Outside, Spectral Soul was attacking Dragon Palace in a frenzy. The outer walls were filled with cracks, tiles were flying everywhere. There were Heaven Path Dao marks inside that restricted Fang Yuan's movements. The situation was very dangerous. It was even more dangerous than the Fate War. After all, during the Fate War, Fang Yuan could still use Spring-Autumn Cicada. But now, his greatest trump card had lost its effect. Fang Yuan had no chance to redo it. If he made any mistakes, he would die a pitiful death. Spectral Soul's killing intent penetrated Dragon Palace and caused Fang Yuan's hair to stand on end. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. He had already thought it through. Go to Crazed Demon Cave. The Heaven Path Dao marks were interfering with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not use his killer moves easily. Even if he could, the effect would be very poor. Fang Yuan could only get out of this predicament with the help of external forces. As for the other dangerous areas, they were not of much help to Fang Yuan. After all, Dragon Palace was the fleeing party. It was at the front. If they barged into a dangerous area, Dragon Palace would be the first to suffer the retaliation. Instead, they would be at a disadvantage. Spectral Soul would have the advantage. But Crazed Demon Cave was different. In a certain layer of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan could use the sovereign immortal body to enter the next layer, while the other goo immortals would be blocked. As for whether Spectral Soul could pass, Fang Yuan did not know. But he could take a gamble. After all, Spectral Soul was not in his complete state when he was alive. And most importantly, Spectral Soul did not have the sovereign immortal body. Even if Spectral Soul uses a forceful force to pass, he would expend a lot of strength. Furthermore, the next layer is extremely vast and profound. I can continue to fight against Spectral Soul inside. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He activated Dragon Palace and changed directions, heading towards the north. As for Wu Shuai, he was in charge of repairing Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul saw that Dragon Palace was escaping. He breathed in deeply as he got closer. He stretched out his hand and attacked Dragon Palace. At the next moment, countless immemorial soul beast phantoms appeared. Each time they appeared, Dragon Palace's outer wall would crumble. After the soul beast phantoms flashed for an entire round, several pillars at the top of Dragon Palace started to show cracks. Wu Shuai had a grim expression. Oh no, this killer move is very powerful. It actually attacked the Immortal Goo house from inside out. Many of Dragon Palace's core Immortal Goo were damaged. Fang Yuan's main body squinted. The door of Dragon Palace was shut, but his vision was not obstructed. He could see the situation outside Dragon Palace clearly. Fang Yuan said solemnly, Spectral Soul has used this Soul Path killer move before, but it is clearly more effective this time. Evidently, Spectral Soul modified it at the last minute. This was truly terrifying. Spectral Soul was extremely strong. Even though he was no longer rank 9, he had battle strength on par with Duke Long. Even though most of his attainment level was stripped away, his Soul Path attainment level did not fall by much. Even though Spectral Soul had not fought Dragon Palace for a long time, he had already deduced many of Dragon Palace's weaknesses. Thus, the modified Soul Path killer move was becoming more and more threatening. Furthermore, Spectral Soul had rich battle experience. He was even more experienced than Fang Yuan in this aspect. After all, he had slaughtered all over the world back then. After a few more rounds, Dragon Palace could not resist Spectral Soul at all. Fang Yuan sighed. He could only send other Immortal Goo houses. A silver-white flying ship with a long and narrow body flew out like a flying sword, shining with silver light as it flew towards Spectral Soul. It was Myriad Year Flying Warship. Spectral Soul's figure flickered, dodging it. Myriad Year Flying Warship quickly turned around, activating a killer move to attack Spectral Soul from afar. At once, Dragon Palace fought while retreating. Myriad Year Flying Warship supported it from the side, doing its best to protect it. Spectral Soul chased them all the way. His demonic aura caused countless winds and clouds to change. Fang Yuan's main body was affected by the Heaven Path Dao marks, but the Immortal Goo house left his body to fight alone. It was free from this fatal restriction. As long as Fang Yuan's will and immortal essence reserves were not exhausted inside the Immortal Goo house, Myriad Year Flying Warship had the strength to fight. But Spectral Soul had incredible strength. He used all sorts of killer moves that were either powerful and hard to defend against, or extremely peculiar. He easily nullified all of Fang Yuan's efforts. He had complete control over the entire battle. Even with the combined strength of 2 rank 8 Immortal Goo houses, they were not Spectral Soul's match. Most importantly, during the Fate War, 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation was completely destroyed. Otherwise, Myriad Year Flying Warship and 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation would have been enough to cause trouble for Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan considered the situation. He did not change his previous decision. He still focused on escaping. After obtaining the Celestial Court's Heaven Path research results, Fang Yuan had the advantage of time. As long as he avoided this danger, when Fang Yuan completely dealt with the problem of the Heaven Path Dao marks, he would be able to hold his head high. Spectral Soul attacked with all his might. In his opinion, this was the best time to get rid of Fang Yuan and take back the Sovereign Immortal Body. Not just the Sovereign Immortal Body, but also the dream realms that Fang Yuan plundered. Spectral Soul could regain his attainment level after regaining the dream realms. In this world, what could allow Spectral Soul to recover his strength so quickly? Fang Yuan was the undisputed number 1. In Spectral Soul's eyes, Fang Yuan was a human-shaped moving treasure vault. Yuan, go to hell. I want you dead. Qianxia was covered in wind and lightning as it approached. Dragon Palace, Myriad Year Flying Warship, and Spectral Soul fought as they moved. Their speed was greatly reduced. This allowed Qianxia to catch up. Qianxia's eyes were bloodshot, its face was twisted and terrifying. It only had Spectral Soul in its eyes. In just a short period of time, the rank 9 aura of hatred goo on its body had doubled. It was shocking. Qianxia was even stronger now. It roared as a lightning ball with a human face shot out from its throat. The lightning ball was extremely fast. It was greenish-black in color. It was eerie and cold. It flew quickly but silently. Spectral Soul waved his hand as a black whip formed, wanting to send the lightning ball flying. But the human face on the lightning ball smiled sinisterly. It increased its speed and dodged the whip, getting close to Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was about to use another killer move, but the lightning ball had already self-detonated. Rumble. The lightning ball's self-detonation was terrifying. Spectral Soul was sent flying far away. The range of the explosion was huge. Fang Yuan's Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying warship were not spared, they were both affected. Qing Chou endured the shockwaves of the explosion as it charged towards Spectral Soul without any regard for its own safety. You beast. After being disrupted time and time again, Spectral Soul was extremely furious. Fang Yuan took the chance to escape. Spectral Soul saw Dragon Palace's movement and became even more furious. Little beast, don't think of escaping. Dragon Palace's speed fell as expected. Black fog rose from the destroyed area of Dragon Palace. It was severely slowing down. What killer move is this? When did Spectral Soul use it? Fang Yuan was shocked. He instantly had the thought of moving into myriad-year flying warship. But unfortunately, myriad-year flying warship was also emitting black fog. Its speed was slow. The black fog soon dispersed, but Spectral Soul seized the opportunity. He defeated Qing Chou and approached Dragon Palace. At once, the three sides engaged in a chaotic battle. Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of Spectral Soul, but Qing Chou was already overwhelmed by hatred. It had no intention to cooperate. Qing Chou only wanted to deal with Spectral Soul, but it did not care about Fang Yuan. It used all sorts of killer moves against Dragon Palace. To protect himself, Fang Yuan had to deal with Qing Chou at times. After a few rounds, Spectral Soul gained the upper hand again. Even though he was only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable Soul, he was extremely strong. His battle style was different from Duke Long's dominance. He was more ruthless and crafty. His killing intent was bone-chilling. He was ruthless and crazy. But he had a terrifying understanding of the situation. He often attacked and made use of Fang Yuan's and Qing Chou's strength to exhaust each other. The number of times Spectral Soul attacked was decreasing, but in the chaotic battle between the three sides, his advantage was becoming firmer. Chapter 2047. In terms of battle experience, I cannot compare to Spectral Soul. In the three-way battle, Fang Yuan clearly sensed the difference between them. Even though Fang Yuan had been reborn many times in terms of overall battle foundation, he could not compare to Venerables. But the main reason is that Qing Chou has lost its rationality. Even though it attacks ferociously and disregards its own safety, Spectral Soul is still making use of it. If Qing Chou had a clear mind, it would not end up like this. Fang Yuan felt some regret. Even though Hatred Gu was advancing towards rank 9 and Qing Chou's battle strength was getting stronger, it lacked intelligence. No matter how strong it would only be used by Spectral Soul. Even after using Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying warship, Fang Yuan still felt weak. This was something that had never happened before. Fang Yuan was still retreating. He fought as he retreated. Even though he was at a disadvantage, as long as Spectral Soul could not use a battlefield killer move to trap Fang Yuan would be free. Dragon Palace broke through the heavenly wind chi wall first, descending towards Central Continent. Myriad-year flying warship did its best to protect it. Spectral Soul's body turned into black smoke as he chased after it, unable to get rid of it. Finally, Qing Chou's mountain-like body broke through the chi wall and left immemorial white heaven, arriving in Central Continent. Qi ancestor, Qin Dingling and the rest left Celestial Court and chased after them. When they found out that Fang Yuan and the rest had landed in Central Continent, Celestial Court's immortals became anxious. This scoundrel Fang Yuan, he did not escape from the huge immemorial white heaven. He chose to come to Central Continent. He is not having a good time. He still wants to implicate the innocent. He truly deserves to die. Qi ancestor also snorted coldly. Fang Yuan has been causing trouble for too long. If we can kill him this time, it will be a blessing to the world. While saying that, he secretly used a method to inform the main body, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan immediately understood. Celestial Court's pursuers would soon catch up. But he had no choice. His speed was greatly hindered by Spectral Soul. When the Celestial Court's people caught up, they found that Spectral Soul was suppressing Fang Yuan and Qing Chou. Qin Dingling frowned. She hesitated for a moment before saying to Qi ancestor, "Ancestor, please attack Fang Yuan first and kill him." "How could Qi ancestor attack the main body?" he said after some hesitation. "In this situation, Fang Yuan is weak while Spectral Soul is strong. Both are overlords of the demonic path. If we deal with Fang Yuan and suffer his final counterattack, Spectral Soul might succeed in the end." Qin Dingling shook her head. Ancestor, you still don't know Fang Yuan very well. He was too cunning and sinister. He definitely had a backup plan. Perhaps the current battle situation was just a layer of his disguise. We must kill him and not give him a chance. Qi Ancestor, Celestial Court had suffered too many losses at the hands of Fang Yuan. Qin Dingling's hatred towards Fang Yuan was so deep that it surpassed Spectral Soul's. But thinking about it, back when Spectral Soul was invincible in the world, he did not cause as much damage to Celestial Court as Fang Yuan. Qin Dingling's thoughts were easy to understand. Qi Ancestor could only ask the main body secretly, what should they do next? If there was no other choice, Qi Ancestor could only attack Spectral Soul and help Fang Yuan's main body escape. Fang Yuan replied, "Don't be in a hurry, let me try first." Dragon Palace's door suddenly opened. A pure dream reality seeker physique body flew out. The pure dream reality seeker physique body flew towards Spectral Soul. The latter's pupils shrunk as he retreated. Bam! The pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, turning into a lump of dream realm that floated in the air, forming a temporary barrier. Dragon Palace and myriad year flying warship used this chance to pull away. Spectral Soul went around the dream realm and chased after it again. But Qingqiu lost its rationality, it fell into the dream realm. Roar! The aura of hatred goo on Qingqiu's body erupted. It actually broke out of the dream realm and attacked. This is... Qingqiu actually charged into the dream realm, it was not trapped? It is hatred goo. The legends of Renzu had a vague description of it. Hatred has no dreams. Fang Yuan was also shocked by this. Qingqiu clearly did not have any dream path methods. It actually used hatred goo to break out. Dream path was ahead of the entire era. It could be said to be invincible, but it could not counter hatred goo. Hatred has no dreams? Or rather, against the rank 9 hatred goo, the scale of the dream realm earlier was not enough? Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. Like the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke, if it hit Spectral Soul, it could only trap him for a while, he would break out later and cause Dragon Palace to collapse. Dreamy Light Smoke's level was still lower than Spectral Soul's. If it was raised to rank 9, it would be a different situation. Even so, whenever Spectral Soul encountered Dreamy Light Smoke killer move, he mainly dodged, he was extremely calm. He was extremely fast, moving like a phantom, it was like teleportation in short distances. It was extremely difficult for Dreamy Light Smoke to hit him. However, what made Fang Yuan happy was that Spectral Soul could not deal with dream realms. I obtained the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies from Shadow Sect. Spectral Soul definitely has them. But he probably lacks the corresponding immortal goo, he cannot use the killer move. After Fang Yuan sensed this, he immediately condensed a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and self-detonated. Bam 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 bam. In the blink of an eye, Dragon Palace and myriad year flying warship were surrounded by dream realms, there was no gap left. Spectral Soul snorted coldly, stopping his attacks. This Fang Yuan. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan's method of self-defense was too shameless, even the Celestial Court Immortals could not deal with it. Be careful of Spectral Soul. Qi Ancestor reminded. Fang Yuan watched from the sidelines, the Celestial Court Immortals were in an awkward situation. Spectral Soul looked at them coldly, Qi Ancestor stood at the front without hesitation. Qingqiu roared angrily as it continued to attack Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul said in displeasure, "Beast? Since you want to die, I will kill you first." His body suddenly vanished, appearing on Qingqiu's back at the next moment. But right when Spectral Soul was about to attack Qingqiu, a Qi Path killer move attacked him. Spectral Soul had to block it. Qingqiu used the chance to turn around and spat out a green-black lightning ball, escaping from danger. Spectral Soul looked at Qi Ancestor with a cold gaze. The one who interrupted him earlier was Qi Ancestor. Qi Ancestor looked at Spectral Soul with a vigilant expression. He explained to Qin Dingling, "We cannot let Spectral Soul succeed again. He seems to be able to absorb the strength of immemorial soul beasts to strengthen himself. Can the Celestial Court continue to attack and enslave Qingqiu?" Qin Dingling sighed, "We have already lost our best chance. Qingqiu's strength has increased, we need to wait for a good opportunity to refine hatred goo." The Celestial Court Goo Immortals did not blame Qi Ancestor for attacking recklessly. In fact, it was reasonable for Qi Ancestor to attack. From the perspective of the Celestial Court Immortals, Fang Yuan was trapped in a dream realm. Qi Ancestor helped Qingqiu and did not want Spectral Soul to grow stronger, it was for the sake of the Celestial Court. At the next moment, Spectral Soul charged towards the Celestial Court Immortals. Xianxia followed closely. It was another chaotic three-way battle, but this time the Celestial Court took away Fang Yuan's role. Fang Yuan was safe for now, the only thing he had to take care of was the moving dream realms. To form a tight defense line, he needed to detonate pure dream reality seeker physique bodies frequently to fill the gaps in the defense line. Immortal killer move, Yin-Yang great killer move. Rumble. With the sound of explosions, two giant hands, one black and one white, appeared from the left and right. The two giant hands covered the sky, they flew in a mystical trajectory and grabbed Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul suddenly screamed. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Xianxia. At the center of the Yin-Yang hands, Spectral Soul's original position was replaced by an immemorial soul beast. Spectral Soul breathed out a trail of black smoke that struck Xianxia. Immortal killer move, Heavenly Astral Battle Cloak. Xianxia flew back, the Heavenly Astral Battle Cloak melted in the black smoke, but he managed to block this strange attack. Even though Xianxia was a newly created Qi Path cloned by Fang Yuan, he had incredible strength. He was formed from the Qi harvest fruit of the Celestial Court. With the accompanying immortal goo, his battle strength did not decrease at all. But even so, Xianxia was suppressed by Spectral Soul, he was in a passive state. Qin Dingling led the Celestial Court Immortals to help Xianxia while sending orders to Spirit Affinity House to summon Feng Kim Hong to join the battle. Feng Kim Hong had Dream Path immortal goo that could fight pure dream reality seeker transformation. He could easily break through Fang Yuan's defense line. Qin Dingling had always treated Fang Yuan as the main target of elimination. Fang Yuan's main body was inside Dragon Palace. He watched the battle while refining Heaven Path Dao marks as quickly as possible. Master, we are here. In the chaotic battle, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan led a small group and joined the battle. Before the Celestial Court Goo Immortals could react, someone flew over from the horizon. Let me join in the fun. Chapter 2048. In the chaotic three-way battle, Fairy Myrtle's group and Demon Immortal Qiju suddenly joined the battle. The situation became even more complicated. Go block the Celestial Court. Spectral Soul ordered. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan attacked. Killer moves were like waves of light that swept towards Qin Dingling and the rest. Other than Xianxia, Qin Dingling and the rest were inside the Immortal Goo House. They were not afraid of Spectral Soul's reinforcements. But the Celestial Court's Immortals were furious. They were not angry at Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan's betrayal, but at Spectral Soul's enslavement method. Towards Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan's loyalty, the Celestial Court trusted them greatly. The Celestial Court's Immortals knew why these two betrayed them. It was because of Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul chuckled. How does it feel to fight your own people? Whether we can save them or not will depend on your methods. If we miss this chance today, we might not get it again in the future. The Celestial Court's Immortals heard this and their attacks froze. Qin Dingling's brows were sharp like swords. She frowned as she ordered, Spectral Soul wants us to hold back, he wants to stall for time. He does not need to care about Ziwei and Jing Yuan's lives. If we kill them, we will be able to free them. At the crucial moment, Qin Dingling displayed the foresight of a leader. She was decisive and resolute. Spectral Soul heard this and raised his brows slightly. His movements became faster as he pounced at Xianxia again. Xianxia quickly fell into a disadvantage in the battle. Stop him. Seeing that Spectral Soul was going to use the same trick again to extract strength from Xianxia, Qin Dingling quickly asked for help. Ancestor, please help. Even without her reminder, Xianxia had already pounced at Spectral Soul. But at the next moment, a Qi current surged out like a heavenly river, obstructing Xianxia. Xianxia stopped his movements as he looked at the attacker. Qiju. Demon Immortal Qiju smiled as he blocked the path. Qi, you were disrupted by the Celestial Court in the previous battle. You are still not satisfied. This time let us have a fair duel. The hearts of the Immortals of the Celestial Court sank. At the crucial moment, Demon Immortal Qiju was actually Spectral Soul's help. What kind of agreement did the two parties reach? Fairy Myrtle was also overjoyed. Demon Immortal Qiju was definitely an unexpectedly strong reinforcement. Purple light flashed in her eyes. She had an epiphany. A long time ago, Demon Immortal Qiju started to wantonly purchase inheritances in jewel yellow skies, involving all paths. He was a character from the olden antiquity era. He was reborn after Fate Gu was destroyed. With the help of these inheritances, he can quickly catch up to the current great era. The reason why Qiju is helping us is most likely because his lord has made a deal with Qiju and sold a large amount of inheritance to him. Fairy Myrtle's guess was spot on. Even though demon immortal Qiju did not expose his identity in jewel yellow skies, he did not conceal himself, his actions and intentions were clear. If the Celestial Court could discover demon immortal Qiju's actions, how could Spectral Soul not? Because of historical reasons, demon immortal Qiju and the Celestial Court could not cooperate. But Spectral Soul was also a demonic path cultivator, he had a vast number of inheritances, he was the most ideal transaction partner for demon immortal Qiju. Fang Yuan, you cannot escape today. Spectral Soul smiled coldly. He got onto Qing Chao's back again. At the next moment he attacked. Qing Chou roared, but its strength was rapidly absorbed by Spectral Soul again. As an immemorial soul beast, even with the quasi-rank 9 hatred Gu, Qing Chou was completely countered by Spectral Soul. Qing Chao's aura fell rapidly while Spectral Soul was energized. After he was done sucking, he kicked Qing Chou and sent it flying down. Next he charged at Fang Yuan at lightning speed. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. The dream realms surrounding Dragon Palace suddenly lost a huge chunk. They turned into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that flew into Spectral Soul's immortal aperture. Spectral Soul actually had enough immortal goo to activate the killer move Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He had intentionally let Fang Yuan go earlier, he did not use his methods immediately. This time he got rid of Qing Chou. He used reinforcements to block the Celestial Court and Qixi Ancestors group. He attacked Fang Yuan again. The Immortals were moved. The entire battle seemed to be under Spectral Soul's control from start to finish. In history, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was famous for his bloodthirst, but that did not mean he only had one way to solve problems: kill. He was also cold, crafty, and sinister. It was just that when he was alive he did not need to use any methods, he could use his own strength to kill anyone who did not submit to him. Right now, Spectral Soul's strength was not much weaker than his enemies. Thus, he used all sorts of methods to increase his strength. At once, a large number of dream realms were absorbed and taken back by Spectral Soul. Fairy Myrtle and the rest fought against the Celestial Court, while Qixi Ancestor fought against Demon Immortal Qiju. He was at a disadvantage. Demon Immortal Qiju had the secluded domain of heaven and earth, it countered Qixi Ancestor, who was of the same path as him. The situation was dangerous. Fang Yuan could not use dream realms to block the enemies. The door of Dragon Palace suddenly opened, several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies flew out, breaking through the defense of the dream realms and attacking Spectral Soul. Bam bam bam. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, turning into dream realms that spread in the air. Spectral Soul quickly dodged. He was not enveloped by the dream realms. But using this chance, Wuxia activated Dragon Palace and entered the other side of the dream realms. Myriad Year Flying Warship followed closely behind. The two immortal goo houses' intention of escaping was clear. Where do you think you are going? Spectral Soul shouted coldly. He quickly bypassed the dream realms and got closer. Fang Yuan was his main target. He had to kill him. This was a rare opportunity. Wherever Fang Yuan escaped to, Spectral Soul would chase after him. Spectral Soul stared at Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship. His eyes flickered with killing intent that was determined to kill them. At the next moment, Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship split up, retreating in two different directions. Spectral Soul was stunned. What should he do? Myriad Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace were hidden in the dream realms, isolated from the outside. The current Spectral Soul did not know which immortal goo house Fang Yuan was hiding in. Spectral Soul was only one person, he could not chase after two immortal goo houses at the same time. But Spectral Soul made a decision almost instantly. He shouted, "Demon Immortal Qiju, chase after Myriad Year Flying Warship. After this is done, I will reward you handsomely." Demon Immortal Qiju snickered as he used Qilan to absorb Qixi Ancestor's killer move. He easily escaped and chased after Myriad Year Flying Warship. Meanwhile, Spectral Soul was still in charge of Dragon Palace. Fairy Myrtle also received the order and slowly retreated. What do we do? The Celestial Court's Goo Immortals asked Qin Dingling. Qin Dingling looked at Fairy Myrtle and the rest. She said without hesitation, "Kill Fang Yuan first." But the problem that troubled Spectral Soul earlier was also troubling Celestial Court's group. Which immortal goo house was Fang Yuan in? Just guess, gamble on luck? Qin Dingling frowned. Even though she did not want to do this, Celestial Court lacked wisdom path goo immortals, they could only do this. "I can help you." Fairy Myrtle suddenly stopped retreating. I have a method to deduce Fang Yuan's location. The Celestial Court's immortals were stunned. What method? How long will it take? Qi ancestor asked. With our help, it will only take a moment. Bing Sichuan's voice resounded. The immortals turned around and saw that Calamity Luck Altar was flying towards them. They finally arrived. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air. These people from Longevity Heaven were naturally summoned by her. Earlier, Fairy Myrtle and the rest had received orders from Spectral Soul to conceal Longevity Heaven and sneak an attack on Celestial Court. But the situation changed too quickly. Fairy Myrtle analyzed the situation on the way and made plans to borrow the power of Longevity Heaven. After obtaining Spectral Soul's permission, Fairy Myrtle immediately contacted Longevity Heaven. Calamity Luck Altar flew closer as Bing Sichuan said, "My master said that we do not need too many chess players in this world." The immortal's heart shook. Bing Sichuan's master was naturally Giant Sun Immortal. All sorts of signs showed that this venerable had deep plans. He still had a deep will and strength left in the world. Currently, Fang Yuan was the one with the highest chance of becoming a venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun naturally did not want this to happen. For the sake of his future plans, he had to eliminate Fang Yuan before he became strong enough. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth. She fell into a difficult decision. Cooperate with Spectral Soul and Longevity Heaven? The former was a demonic path cultivator while the latter was a strong enemy in the Fate War. They were both involved in the destruction of Fate Gu. Cooperate with these people? Qin Ding Ling only thought for a few breaths of time before saying through gritted teeth, "Okay." Chapter 2049. I'm very sorry. Recently, my updates have been very unstable and I've taken leave every few days. In fact, I understand everyone's pain very well. Because I'm not only an author but also a reader. When I read a certain web novel and take leave every few days, my reading experience will be very uncomfortable. I'll be disappointed, I'll be angry, and sometimes I'll even curse in my heart. This author is really an idiot. However, the truth is very cruel. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say regarding the issue of the recent updates, I'm that idiot author. I really want to update steadily or even add chapters or explode chapters. Therefore, I've made a greater promise than before. Which author doesn't want to update steadily and frequently? For web novels, frequent updates means popularity and income. Which author doesn't want to make life difficult for their wallet? I'm a mortal, I'm a layman, of course I also want to earn more money. But the cruel truth tells me, I'm not capable enough. I'm really not capable enough. I can't update steadily or add chapters. I can only take leave frequently, think hard, and then write it out bit by bit. Some readers will ask, didn't you update steadily in the past? Then I can only answer these readers with a bitter smile. Yes, I used to update steadily and even add chapters or explode chapters. But that was in the early and middle stages of novel writing. Novel writing gets harder as it goes on. In the early stages it's like drawing on a blank piece of paper. In the middle stages the clues are scattered and you follow them patiently. In the late stages it's the most difficult because you have to collect all the scattered clues, fill in all the holes, and let all the characters have their own ending. To this extent, the later stages of the novel are truly qualified for the later stages. The later stages of a novel with 1,000,000 words are difficult. The later stages of a novel with 2,000,000 words are very difficult. And the later stages of a novel with 3,000,000 words are even more difficult. Our novel has more than 6,000,000 words, so you can imagine the difficulty. The novel Venomous Goo Master is different from most web novels. Usually, the plot of web novels is linear and it goes on for a very, very long time. The map is constantly changing many times. Almost all the characters in the early and middle stages, except for the main supporting characters, almost disappear in the later stages of the novel. As for Venomous Goo Master, it's more like a stage, a big stage. No matter what kind of characters, they have a chance to appear in the later stages. I won't mention important supporting characters like Bai Ning Bing and He Lulan. Let me give you an example, Qing Huizi. This person encountered Demon Immortal Qiju and fell into a dangerous situation, but thankfully Demon Immortal Qiju did not take his life. In fact, Qing Huizi is a minor character in the middle of this book and I've mentioned him briefly. Another example was Mo Clan's Plump Lady. This character appeared during Fang Yuan's Immortal Zombie period. At the end of the book, she appeared again. Moreover, her appearance affected Mo Li. And Mo Li and Ping Da's encounters would affect other characters. Every character had their own thoughts, their own joys and sorrows. Their every action, whether intentional or unintentional, would cause the lives of other characters to change. I think that only such a novel world can be called spiritual. Therefore, Venerable Gu's plot design was very complicated and difficult. Especially in the later stages, the 5 regions and 2 heavens stage. So many people. Every time I put pen to paper I was very cautious. If I'm not careful I'll eat my settings, my character will collapse or my logic will be wrong. And this was only the difficulty of the main text. There was another part of the novel that was several times more difficult than the main text. Needless to say, everyone knew, that was The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu was very difficult. Not only did I have to create a legend, I also had to create a legend that surpassed Pengu's creation of heaven and earth, Nuwa's creation of man and Adam and Eve's level. Because the latter did not involve philosophy, but The Legends of Renzu contained philosophy, it was deeper and could be read in detail. Because the dialogues and plots I designed had to follow a certain path. Let's give an example. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance killed Hatred Gu, but found out that Hatred Gu could not be killed. This plot was very simple, but it contained a very simple path. Revenge breeds revenge, hatred cannot be used to extinguish hatred. To get rid of hatred, other methods were needed. Another example. Renzu refined Wealth Gu, he used Hardship Gu, Worry Gu and Sorrow Gu. Next, Stupidity Gu was deceived and died. Wisdom Gu was also deceived, but it escaped in the end. Eventually Renzu lost both his hands and refined Wealth Gu. This plot was a description of wealth. Earning wealth was very difficult, maintaining wealth required a sense of hardship, and losing wealth would cause sorrow. Foolish people would die in excess of wealth, while wise people would often be blinded by wealth, but truly wise people would eventually see through this point. Finally, wealth was created by the hands of humans. There were many more examples like this. I felt that The Legends of Renzu was much more difficult than normal web novels. It also got harder as it progressed. Because I had to write about Renzu's 10 children, how to destroy the 9 heavens, and some foreshadowing Qianxia crystal wall, in the later stages. The main text was difficult, but The Legends of Renzu was even more difficult. And what I had to do was to skillfully combine the two. This was an extremely difficult task. At least to me it was extremely difficult. I had to write The Legends of Renzu chapter by chapter, and then skillfully insert them into the main text, adding the finishing touch to the main text. And the order of these chapters could not be messed up, they could not be reversed. To speak the truth, my pressure was immense. Especially recently, I often could not sleep, I could only barely fall asleep at 3 or 4 in the morning. Thinking about the plot, thinking about The Legends of Renzu, made my head feel like it was burning. I remembered that a few days ago I made an appointment with an old Chinese doctor. But the night before, I was anxious and could not sleep. I organized the outline and slept at 2 or 3 in the morning. But the next day, I did not even have breakfast and rushed to the hospital. There was a traffic jam causing the appointment to be missed, and I had to wait until the afternoon to register again. I might as well make another appointment, but that would have to wait until next week. Right now, China's medical resources were getting more and more scarce. I usually would not say such things, it was not because of my reputation, but because I felt that as a man, I would not act pitifully to gain sympathy. I was only saying it now to express reality. I hope everyone can understand my current writing state. Actually, there were many times when I was thinking, should I give up on The Legends of Renzu? Or should I just write it casually? I would be able to get stable updates every day. It was fine if the quality of the article was bad, but at least the readers would not be too disgusted. With updates every day I would get paid every day, why not? But when I thought about it again, I could not. There were many readers who had been following me for many years, reading until now. At the later stages, I had to write such a dry and insincere article to brush them off? That was not possible. My original intention in writing this book was to write about a different demon, regardless of anything else, it was just a pure desire to write. Whether it sold well or not was secondary, whether my wallet was full or not was secondary, whether I could eat well or not is secondary. So, could I just be sloppy towards the later stages of the book? That was not possible. If I did that, I would be letting down my years of hard work and blood. I would be letting down my initial ambition and initial intention. What I wanted to see was that the later stages of the book were good, up to my standards and above average. Everyone was reading along now, 1 chapter a day, but it was actually hard to tell if it was good or bad. Because the vision was limited. Only after reading a large portion of the book at a fast speed could one realize the standard of the novel. I did not want to see similar comments. Gu Dao Master was good in the first and middle stages, but it collapsed in the later stages. There were a bunch of logical errors, the author just ate random settings. The Legends of Renzu was written like dog shit. It was really disappointing. This was a very crucial period for the book. It was very difficult. Not only did I feel unprecedented difficulty in writing, but every time my ideas failed, I would feel small and insignificant, a deep sense of defeat. But I would not give up, I would rather focus on quality, putting aside quantity and remuneration. I hope that everyone can be more understanding and more tolerant. If you really can't understand, I suggest that everyone put it aside. Because to be honest, reading along like this would indeed affect the reading experience. I suggest that everyone wait until the book is completed before reading again. If there is a genuine subscription support, then thank you very much for your support. I really spent too much effort on this book. Finally, I am very sorry there was still no update today. The results of the ideas these 2 days were still too poor, so I rejected it. I decided to make some changes to the outline. The plot of Feng Yuan being chased is very complicated, because I will use a different writing method. I still need to think about the characters involved in it before I can write it with confidence. I will make an appointment with everyone. In the future, as long as there was no update between 8 p.m. and 8:10 p.m., it meant that there was no update for that day. Everyone please stop reading and wait for the update. In the later stages of the book, the updates are not very optimistic. I reckon that it will not be able to continue. It is very difficult to stabilize the updates. I suggest that everyone put it aside and look at other outstanding web novels. If you really want to read this book, you can start from the beginning. Many readers are reading it 5 or 6 times. I am confident that Venomous Goo can be read over and over again. Recently, there are many readers reading this book again, and there are also a few kind-hearted people who contact me through WeChat or QQ if they see any typos or mistakes. I will correct these mistakes as long as I see them. I am preparing to do a large-scale revision of this book during this period of time. I am using the Pinyin input method, and there are many typos. I did not do a good job in this aspect. I will correct it. I am very embarrassed after saying so much. Of course, I would rather use the time I used to write this manuscript to write The Legends of Renzuch. But after reading so many reviews, I feel that there is a need to communicate with everyone. Thank you for your support all this while. Venomous Goo thanks you. If everyone does not support me, I can understand. Please have a safe journey. Good people live a peaceful life. Thank you for your support. Because this is indeed because I did not do it well, I am not capable enough. In the later stages, even though I want to, I am unable to steadily update. I can only write like this to write a novel that meets my standards. I might let down some of my readers by doing this. But I feel that as an author, I must first not let down my own work. Venomous Goo is like my child. I have raised it up step by step. I can't mess up this work when it's almost done. Chapter 2050. Recently, quite a number of friends have given me many valuable suggestions. Someone said, Daoist, we can first finish writing the main text, then add on The Legends of Renzu. Thank you for your suggestion, but it is actually very difficult to implement. The main text and The Legends of Renzu complement each other. If the main text is written, it will be like a large building and then stuffing a small house inside, The Legends of Renzu. In the end, it will look very awkward and it will destroy the space and beauty of the layout. This is a good idea and I have actually thought of it before. But if we really implement it this way, the quality of The Legends of Renzu will be very bad. Because building a house inside a completed building will have very little room for improvement. Although I won't accept this suggestion, I still sincerely thank you. There is also another suggestion that I have accepted. A reader friend said, Daoist, why don't you write some side chapters while you are thinking about it? These side chapters are also very interesting. I thought about it and this suggestion is really good. Although these side chapters also have to test the setting and logic, the difficulty of thinking about it and writing it is much easier than the main text and The Legends of Renzu. Thus, today I added on the second chapter of The Legends of Reckless Barbaric. Everyone can go to Chidien Daoist Goo and read about it. This side chapter is free and I won't take any money. Everyone can read it for free, and it can also be considered as my apology to everyone for this period of time. Also, today I corrected many typos. Specifically, in the first chapter there are 2, 3, 8, 9, 15, 16, 17, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 42, 44, 45, 47, 48, 50. Chapter 2051. Winds howled in the desert, warm winds blew in Qing province. Sandstones piled up into mountains, steam rose. Under the sandstones was a tranquil lake, there were lush trees, the leaves rustled in the evening breeze, creating a scene of western desert paradise. The headquarters of the Western Desert's Qing clan's blessed land was located in this oasis known as the Green Province. Almost all of Qing clan's Gu immortals were gathered here. On the cold floor tiles of the hall, there were several Gu worm fragments. They attracted the gazes of Qing clan's Gu immortals. Qing Heng's life tablet Gu shattered? How can this be? Qing Heng sacrificed himself. He left the clan to deal with southern borders Gu immortal Mingyu. Did he really die at Mingyu's hands? Qing Heng was a rank 7 expert of Qing clan. Since he was sent to deal with Mingyu, he was naturally favored by the clan. Recently, for some reason, the secret of Qing clan obtaining Divine Bean Palace had spread. Other super forces were probing them. Qing Heng's death made Qing clan suspect the truth. Was this a probe from Western Desert's forces? Report. There are accurate battle reports. Mingyu killed Qing Heng. This person has incredible strength. He is ruthless and cruel. Qing clan's Gu immortals were furious. Outer region Gu immortals are going too far. Kill this Mingyu, turn his bones into ashes. Let the other Western Desert forces see the consequences of offending our Qing clan. Before killing him, we should capture Mingyu alive and invite other Western Desert Gu immortals to attend the ceremony. Only by tearing out Mingyu's tendons and torturing him in front of everyone, until he dies, will I be able to vent my anger. Kill him. A mere outer region Gu immortal came to our Western Desert alone and dared to kill our clan's Gu immortals. He truly does not know his limits. Even though Mingyu defeated Qing Heng, he only has rank 7 cultivation level. If First Supreme Elder makes a move, we will be overestimating him. Rumors will spread that our Qing clan is bullying the weak. In my opinion, we should send Qing Jing and Qing Hualan together. No, to ensure that nothing goes wrong, we should send Qing Chen as well. With the 3 immortals working together, we can definitely capture that Mingyu. Let him have a good taste of pain and regret. Hurry. Don't let this little bastard escape. Kill Mingyu and raise the prestige of our Qing clan. Mingyu is dead for sure. When our clan completely refines Divine Bean Palace in the future, our Qing clan will ascend to the peak of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. These words echoed in Qing Chao's ears and scenes appeared in Qing Chao's mind. Completely different from the fragmented memories of the past, this time, the memories showed a complete picture. At the same time, the hatred in his heart surged like a raging tide, engulfing Xianxia's body and mind. How hateful. Harboring even more hatred, Qing Chou opened its eyes. Tens of thousands of years had passed. Qing Chao's eyes were red like blood. It soon realized that it was lying on the ground. It immediately recalled that when it fought with Spectral Soul earlier, it was struck down by the ladder and fell from the sky. Brr. Qing Chou shouted as it stood up from the deep pit. Hatred Gu's rank 9 aura became denser. The power of hatred surged out again and spread throughout Qing Chao's body. Mingyu. Spectral Soul. Qing Chou roared at the sky. Its eyes were bloodshot and its hair was disheveled. Even though Spectral Soul was chasing after Dragon Palace, the power of hatred Gu allowed Qing Chou to know Spectral Soul's location clearly. Rumble. Qing Chao's tortoise shell was like a mountain. It had tiger claws and dragon tail. It had a snake neck and a human head. It flew up and created intense wind pressure as it chased after Spectral Soul. It ignored Fairy Myrtle and the rest who were setting up the formation in the sky. Among these Gu immortals, there was an old Gu immortal in a gray robe. His white hair was fluttering in the wind. He was Fang Yuan's Qi-Si clone, Qi-Si ancestor. Qi-Si ancestor saw that Qing Chou flew away as he let out a breath of air. He was relieved of his worries. Back in Western Desert, even though Fang Yuan used familiar face to disguise himself, he was still chased by Qing Chou. Qing Chou had hatred Gu. It was also affected by Karma Divine Tree. It had a strong connection to Spectral Soul as well as his relatives and subordinates. Fang Yuan's main body could not hide from Qing Chou. Qi-Si ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone. With this connection, Qing Chou could sense him as well. But now, Spectral Soul and Fang Yuan were opposing each other. Both wanted the other to die. Thus, Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul became enemies. He was no longer a thorn in Qing Chao's side. Even though Qing Chao's worries are gone, Fairy Myrtle is in quite a bit of trouble. Qi-Si ancestor turned his gaze towards Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was dressed in a purple gold palace dress. Her skin was white as snow and her hair was long like a waterfall. She had a mysterious and graceful figure. She was flying in the sky. Her hands were moving continuously. Her fingers were like butterflies. All sorts of Gu worms flew out and connected with each other. In the sky, an exquisite wisdom path immortal formation was already in its embryonic form. It was starting to take shape. Old man Jing Yuan was helping from the side. Qin Ding Ling, Che Wei, and the other Celestial Court Gu immortals looked at Fairy Myrtle with complex expressions. There was hatred and anger, as well as pity. A three-layered round altar was floating in the sky, almost sticking close to the Wisdom Path formation. White jade railings shined with golden light. It was rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was controlled by Bing Sai Chuan. His gaze was sharp like an eagle. He stared at the Celestial Court Gu immortals and Qi Si ancestor, not daring to relax. Calamity Luck Altar protected Fairy Myrtle and the rest, as well as the Wisdom Path formation. Longevity Heaven, which represented Giant Sun Immortal, had already cooperated with Shadow Sect, which was led by Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan has the potential to become a venerable. We cannot allow him to do as he pleases. Letting a demon like him become a venerable is not beneficial to any of us. Bing Sai Chuan was still transmitting to Qin Ding Ling, Qi Si ancestor, and the rest. He did not know that Qi Si ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone. Qin Ding Ling only listened to the transmission. She did not speak. Strong winds blew in the sky, her cloak fluttered in the wind, her golden armor stuck to her body, making her look even taller and more alluring. She stared at the Wisdom Path formation at times, while looking at the Dream Realm at other times. This Dream Realm was left behind by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had placed his hopes on the Dream Realm to stop the enemy, but he was instead schemed against by Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan had no choice but to leave the battlefield, but this Dream Realm remained on the spot. It was beautiful and moving continuously. Where is Fang Yuan now? I only saw Dragon Palace and myriad year flying warship flying away from the Dream Realm, leaving this battlefield. Thus, there is a third possibility of Fang Yuan's location. He is still hiding in this Dream Realm. Qin Ding Ling thought to herself. Precisely because of this reason she stayed behind to watch over this Dream Realm. Fang Yuan was too crafty. It seemed foolish to stay behind in the Dream Realm, but there was a possibility that Fang Yuan was purposely doing the opposite. Seeing that the Wisdom Path formation was nearing completion, Qi Si ancestor felt immense pressure. I cannot wait any longer. Thoughts moved rapidly in Qi Si ancestor's mind. He continued to think, looking at Fairy Myrtle's situation with Bai Ning Bing Ing Wuxia and the rest as clues. This formation probably has the ability to deduce the main body's location. The main body does not have much attainment in information path. If he has deep information path attainment, he can sever the alliance relationship with Bai Ning Bing and He Lulan. Even if there are 2 or 3 more Fairy Myrtle, it would be useless. Fairy Myrtle and the rest are strong. They are also protected by Calamity Luck Altar. Bing Sai Chuan and the rest are very wary of Celestial Court's immortals. If I suddenly make a move now, I will not be able to destroy the formation. Celestial Court will also get suspicious. The Qi Si clone had the strength, but he could not make the final decision and suppress everyone. The crucial person was still Qin Ding Ling. Qi Si ancestor listened to Bing Sai Chuan's persuasion while secretly asking Qin Ding Ling. Looking at this situation, Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven are very confident in the Wisdom Path formation. But can we trust them? Regardless of whether Fairy Myrtle can deduce the result or not, the formation is still under her control. If she gives an answer, how will we know if it is right or wrong? Or is Fairy Myrtle hiding it from us? The Qi Si clone started to sow discord. He could not let Bing Sai Chuan win over the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. If that was the case, the main body would be pursued by Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Celestial Court. The pressure would be too great. If it was the Celestial Court from the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, it would be extremely arrogant. It would not cooperate with other forces. But Fate Gu was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Celestial Court's spiritual banner was destroyed. They were attacked several times. Celestial Court suffered huge losses and their reputation fell. It could be said that the number one force of humanity only existed in name now. It was widely doubted. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were all elites. They learned from their mistakes and started to change. Celestial Court, led by Qin Ding Ling, started to cooperate with them. They lowered their pride. Earlier, Qin Ding Ling took the initiative to help Qi Si ancestor chase away demon immortal Qiju. This was proof. Thus, the possibility of Celestial Court working together with Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven was not low. The Qi Si clone's words hit the nail on the head. Celestial Court and Fairy Myrtle lacked the most basic trust. This way, whether Fairy Myrtle's deductions succeeded or not, what difference did it make? Qin Ding Ling was silent for a while before transmitting to Qi Si ancestor. Qi Si ancestor, please go and chase after Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul. Qi Si ancestor was slightly stunned. Do you already know Fang Yuan's location? I don't know. Qin Ding Ling smiled at Qi Si ancestor. The Qi clone looked at Qin Dingling deeply before coming to a realization. Qin Dingling knew what was going on. She had never trusted Fairy Myrtle, who joined Shadow Sect. Longevity Heaven was also jackals of the same tribe. It would be foolish to trust them. The reason why she stayed here was to supervise the Dream Realm and also to reorganize the situation. Celestial Court lacked peak rank 8 battle strength. If they chased after them from Celestial Court, they would lose their terrain advantage. They seemed to be acting aggressively, but if they were careless they would suffer huge losses. Celestial Court was already at a stage where they could not afford to lose. Qin Dingling naturally had to restrain herself and be steady. Right now, Spectral Soul chased after Dragon Palace, Qin Cho chased after Spectral Soul, while Demon Immortal Qiju chased after Myriad Year Flying Warship. Qin Dingling knew that Demon Immortal Qiju who had Xilan countered Xianxia too much. Even if Myriad Year Flying Warship had Fang Yuan, Xianxia could not do anything to Demon Immortal Qiju. Instead, if Xianxia chased after Spectral Soul, he could influence the situation. For Celestial Court, Fang Yuan had to be eliminated. Shadow Sect was the same. Longevity Heaven was also not a good person. But Celestial Court's strength was different from before. It was very weak now. Even if Xianxia stood on Celestial Court's side, he was still not a member of Celestial Court. Qin Dingling heaved a deep sigh. Fang Yuan is extremely crafty. This division of troops seems simple, but it actually greatly reduces the pressure on him. We have no choice but to stop and stop temporarily. Spectral Soul is stronger than Demon Immortal Qiju. If he kills Fang Yuan and obtains the spoils of war, the former Demon Venerable will rise again. Xianxia, please make a plan for the sake of the people. It is best to let these two demons exhaust each other and let our righteous path become the final winner. Chapter 2052. Go. Fairy Z Wei grunted as her fingers created a series of afterimages. The killer move activated, 1,000 goo worms flew out, turning into a lump of hazy purple shadows that filled up the biggest gap in the Wisdom Path formation. The surrounding immortals could be said to be first-rate goo immortals of the 5 regions. Seeing this, they had to admit that Fairy Myrtle's method was brilliant. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air. Sweat appeared on her forehead. She stared at the formation in front of her. After this step, the next step was to decorate the core immortal goo. This formation was set up in a special situation. Fairy Myrtle was setting up the formation in front of many strong enemies. Who knows, during the process of setting up the formation, goo immortals might suddenly attack. Thus, Fairy Myrtle used a rare method. She first placed the mortal goo and created the framework, before decorating the immortal goo at the final moment. Fairy Myrtle took a short breather. She stopped her movements temporarily. She looked at Qin Dingling and the rest before looking at Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was shining brightly. Bing Sichuan, who was controlling the immortal goo house, understood Fairy Myrtle's worries. He transmitted at the right time. With me guarding, please be at ease and quickly set up the formation. Fairy Myrtle did not have Fang Yuan's formation flag goo. If she did, she would not need to set up the formation again and again. She knew that time was pressing. After receiving Bing Sichuan's urging, she started to place immortal goo into the formation. Every time an immortal goo was placed, the formation would shake intensely, emitting dazzling purple feathers. It was a beautiful sight, but none of the goo immortals present had the mood to appreciate it. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan stared at the formation, guarding against anyone attacking Fairy Myrtle at all times. He suddenly broke the silence. Hey Lulan, you have been with Fang Yuan for a long time. What do you think of Fang Yuan's current actions? Hey Lulan was standing beside Bing Sichuan. Although she was a woman, her true appearance was well defined, with sword-like eyebrows that reached her temples, sparkling eyes, and a heroic spirit. Hey Lulan's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She said in a low voice, Fang Yuan only has 3 choices. Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship might still be hiding in the dream. Hiding in a dream is too risky for Fang Yuan. Not only did Spectral Soul have the ability to collect dream realms, even the Celestial Court had methods to counter dream realms. If I were Fang Yuan, I wouldn't hide here and wait for death. Of course. Hey Lulan smiled helplessly. We can't rule out this possibility. Therefore, the Celestial Court temporarily stayed behind to guard the dream. With our support, Fairy Myrtle also stayed behind on her own. She set up a formation to calculate and monitor the dream. She is a Wisdom Path great expert. She knows that she cannot interfere in the other 2 paths, but she is needed here the most. Myriad Year Flying Warship is faster than Dragon Palace. This can confuse the enemy, but I don't think Fang Yuan would hide here. This is because Myriad Year Flying Warship's speed cannot match Spectral Soul. and its defense is weaker than Dragon Palace. Back then, if Spectral Soul chose Myriad Year Flying Warship to chase after him, Myriad Year Flying Warship would not last as long as Dragon Palace. He Lulan smiled coldly. In the Fate War, Fang Yuan lost the 12 Zodiac Battle Formation. If this formation was still around, he would have most likely chosen to escape with Myriad Year Flying Warship. I believe that Fang Yuan is most likely hiding in Dragon Palace. He Lulan's gaze was eerie. Spectral Soul probably thinks so too. That's why he chose to chase after Dragon Palace and sent Demon Immortal Chiju to stall Myriad Year Flying Warship. He left behind defensive measures on both sides. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body originates from Spectral Soul. He still has a large number of dream realms on him. They were all once owned by Spectral Soul. If Spectral Soul kills Fang Yuan and takes back his immortal body in dream realms, he will definitely rise up again. Even though we want to kill Fang Yuan, we cannot let Spectral Soul succeed. Shadow Sect cooperated with us, but they have ill intentions. This time, even though Fairy Myrtle deduced that Fang Yuan is in the Celestial Court, she hid it from us and let Spectral Soul personally attack the Celestial Court. When she needs our reinforcements, Fairy Myrtle called for us. Thus, in my opinion, we should watch from the sidelines and control the situation. If possible, it would be best to get rid of Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul, and even the Celestial Court. Ah! Bing Sichuan laughed as he clapped. Good analysis. Very good. Northern Plains He tribe has truly disappointed me, but you have let down Giant Sun's bloodline. I will tell you the truth, ever since I woke up, I have obtained information about you. I have been paying attention to you for a long time. You are an outstanding talent. It is just that your fate was not good. You were first tortured and schemed against by your father, then Fang Yuan suppressed and made use of you. You lack opportunities to develop. If there were, you would not be in your current state. He Lulan was praised, her gaze focused on Bing Sichuan's face. Bing Sichuan was tall and had a gentle expression, but there was an extremely ugly scar that stretched from his right ear to the left side of his mouth. His gaze was cold, but now when he looked at He Lulan, his gaze was filled with gratification and praise. He Lulan's heart jumped, an intense feeling surged in her mind. Bing Sichuan's praise was probably the most precious opportunity in her life. After sensing this, He Lulan did not hesitate. She straightened her body and cupped her fists. I will listen to Lord's orders. Bing Sichuan raised his head and laughed loudly before restraining himself. He looked at He Lulan with an extremely solemn expression. Very good. He Lulan, are you willing to revive Northern Plains He tribe? Northern Plains He tribe had been destroyed long ago. Their headquarters was now occupied by Heavenly Lord Baizu, who was managing Baizu tribe. Some of He tribe's Gu immortals had even become members of Baizu tribe. They were the disgrace of the Huangjin bloodline. He Lulan immediately expressed her willingness. Even if she had to go through fire and water, she would do it. But I am too weak. He Lulan showed a troubled expression as she said hesitantly. Bing Sichuan casually tossed a Gu worm over. He Lulan quickly caught it, only to see that this rank 7 immortal Gu looked like a black gold beetle. It was very heavy. He Lulan could not recognize it. Bing Sichuan explained, He Lulan, you have the great strength true martial physique. You should cultivate strength path. Your future will be bright and dazzling. You have the Huangjin bloodline. You are a natural-born person of Northern Plains longevity heaven. I believe you will not disappoint me. I will definitely provide you with strength path resources in the future. And keep this strong Gu for now. Even though it is rule path, I feel that it suits you very well. Strong Gu. He Lulan's body shook slightly. Alright, Fairy Myrtle has set up the formation. Go in. Bing Sichuan instructed. He Lulan immediately left Calamity Luck Altar and entered the formation. She had an indifferent expression. She had a calm expression, but her heart was in turmoil. The Legends of Renzu recorded strong Gu. It had a mysterious and important connection with the great strength true martial physique. Bing Sichuan gave this legendary immortal Gu to He Lulan. It showed how much anticipation he had in nurturing her. He Lulan had a realization. It seems that my life has reached a huge turning point. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 31 recorded, Renzu lost freedom Gu. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He only recovered after a long time. Renzu asked Cognition Gu in a depressed tone, Oh Cognition Gu, how can I get freedom Gu again? After last time, freedom Gu will definitely not come to me. Cognition Gu answered, Oh human, why do you want freedom Gu so badly? Renzu snappily said, Don't you know the reason behind this? I am seeking freedom. It is to get rid of the restraints of fate. Cognition Gu answered again, Then I have nothing to tell you. Because didn't you already tell Fate Gu the answer to this question? Renzu was stunned, he recalled. That was before he went crazy. He encountered Fate Gu. When he was persecuted by Fate Gu, he shouted to Fate Gu, I will use my strength and my wisdom to obtain freedom, to get rid of Fate's control. Renzu's eyes brightened. Oh Gu, I remember now, thanks to your guidance. I need to rely on myself to get rid of Fate. I already have strength, what I lack now is my own wisdom. I need Self Gu to eat a mouthful of Wisdom Gu just like how it ate Strength Gu. But where is Wisdom Gu? Renzu asked Cognition Gu. Cognition Gu, I don't know. Wisdom exists in many places, its location is not fixed. You can find wisdom in many places. So human, you can only rely on yourself to find it? Renzu nodded, continuing his journey. He walked and walked. One day he saw two Gu worms on the road, one chasing the other. A small and white Gu worm was flying in front, begging in fear, don't chase me, I don't want to be eaten by you. The other Gu was clearly bigger, it had thick armor and spoke in a sonorous voice, I want to eat you, I want to eat you. No matter where you run to, I will eat you. The white and small Gu was about to be caught by the big Gu behind it, but it saw Renzu and quickly hid behind him. Human, I beg you, please save me. Renzu saw how pitiful this Gu worm was, being chased by other Gu worms. He felt like he was looking at himself. In an instant, a heart grew in his chest, the heart of compassion. Renzu opened his arms, blocking the iron armor Great Gu. Stop, don't chase anymore. The iron armor Great Gu shouted, Oh human, are you trying to stop me? No, you can't stop me, you can't stop me either. Why is that? Renzu was curious. The iron armor Great Gu explained, I am a strong Gu, it is a weak Gu. Since ancient times, the strong preys on the weak, that is the law of nature. Thus, the strong eat the weak and the weak are the food of the strong. Renzu sighed, persuading, then why don't you let it go once, look at how pitiful it is. The strong Gu sneered, not even once. In the eyes of the strong there is no place for the weak, they do not have pity for the weak. Because heaven and earth will never pity the weak, they will only marvel at the strong. The weak are born to be conquered, controlled and eaten by the strong. Renzu saw that his persuasion was useless, he had to reject the strong Gu firmly, I have already saved this weak Gu, go eat something else. Chapter 2053. By Ning Bing, Wuxia, and the rest entered the formation. Finally, Fairy Myrtle flew to the center of the formation and activated it. The deductions began. But Qi Ancestor did not move, he remained on the spot. If I attack this formation forcefully, will it help my main body? Qi Ancestor analyzed and estimated the possibility of success. Once the formation was damaged or destroyed, the Gu Immortals inside would be implicated. But Qi Ancestor could not be sure of the outcome. Furthermore, if Qi Ancestor attacked alone, the secret that he was Fang Yuan's clone would be exposed. If I can convince Qin Dingling and the rest to attack together, that would be great. Qi Ancestor sighed internally. Even though Qin Dingling was not a wisdom path grade expert, she was not so easy to fool. Qi Ancestor did not even dare to mention it, he was afraid that Celestial Court would notice something amiss. Ancestor, time is pressing, we need to look at the big picture. Instead, Qin Dingling transmitted secretly, trying to persuade Qi Ancestor. She wanted Qi Ancestor to pursue Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul, but Qi Ancestor raised the issue of compensation. Qi Ancestor sighed, Fairy Qin, it is because of the big picture that I am asking for the 3 Qi Immortal Gu of Heaven, Earth and Human. My methods are already known to the enemies, only with these 3 Qi Immortal Gu can my strength rise and catch them off guard. For the sake of the people of the world, for the righteous path of humanity, please look at the big picture and give me these 3 Immortal Gu. Qin Dingling rolled her eyes internally, this Qi Ancestor was not just thick-skinned, he was simply shameless. At this crucial moment he was asking for compensation. He immediately asked for 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu, the cores of Primordial Origin's true inheritance. His appetite was too huge. But Qin Dingling had many worries now, if she fell out with Qi Ancestor, Celestial Court would lack peak rank 8 battle strength, Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven might attack her while she was down. The Qi clone made use of the current situation to pressure Qin Dingling. Qin Dingling sighed, Qi Ancestor, why must you be so overbearing? Back then, above Eastern Sea, who blocked Demon Immortal Qiju for you? Qi Ancestor continued, speaking of this favor, I'm afraid your side owes me a little. I have already eradicated a major problem for the Celestial Court. Without the Qi Harvest Fruit, the Celestial Court will no longer have any hidden troubles. In this battle this old man has always been the same. I have never relaxed and I am willing to take extraordinary risks. Qin Dingling was silent for a while before nodding, saying solemnly, Heaven Qi and Earth Qi immortal goo can be given to Ancestor, but human Qi immortal goo cannot. This is the bottom line of our celestial court, please forgive us Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor accepted this result. In fact, the Qi Si clone did not have the extravagant hope of obtaining the 3 Qi immortal goo. The 3 Qi immortal goo were all rank 8, they were related to primordial origins true inheritance, their value far exceeded the reward. The celestial court could have used other resources as remuneration. It was just that this time the situation was urgent, so the Qi Si clone made full use of it. On the spot, Qin Dingling directly handed over the 2 Qi Path rank 8 immortal goo to Qi Si Ancestor. Everyone was shocked. Qi Si Ancestor obtained the 2 immortal goo. He cupped his fists and bid farewell to the celestial court's immortals before chasing after Dragon Palace. I finally got rid of this person for now. Qin Dingling was very tired, but she could accept this result. The 3 Qi immortal goo could not be given to Qi Si Ancestor, she had to keep at least one to use as bait to recruit Qi Si in the future. Furthermore, Qi Si Ancestor obtained 2 Qi immortal goo, only human Qi immortal goo was left. Just a little more and Qi Si Ancestor would be able to use triple Qi retraction. This temptation would be even stronger than before. Dragon Palace moved rapidly in the intense winds. In the dream realm earlier, Wuxia had a chance to catch his breath. He repaired it with all his strength. At least from the outside, Dragon Palace looked like it was back to normal. The core immortal goo's damage cannot be resolved in a short period of time. I have already done my best. Wuxia was worried. Not far behind Dragon Palace, a rank 8 soul path female immortal chased after it relentlessly. It was Spectral Soul who was staring at Lady Cold Ash's body. Black Qi spread all over his body, killing intent surged as he locked onto Dragon Palace. He did not show any signs of relaxing or giving up. You cannot escape, Fang Yuan. Even if you escape to the ends of the world, I will definitely kill you. Spectral Soul had just said that when he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Wherever Spectral Soul looked, a pure black smoke that was as black as ink suddenly appeared in front of Dragon Palace. The black smoke expanded rapidly with a loud sound. It turned into a huge spherical whirlpool that released a terrifying suction force. Wuxia controlled Dragon Palace and was caught off guard. Dragon Palace's speed rose as it charged towards the black smoke whirlpool. What killer move is this? Wuxia gritted his teeth, veins bulged on his forehead as he used all his strength to lift Dragon Palace up. Since the start of the battle, Spectral Soul had used countless soul path methods. They were hard to defend against. Especially in the hands of an experienced goo immortal like Spectral Soul, these soul path methods were often able to display effects far beyond their own abilities. Dragon Palace changed its direction with difficulty. It tried to fly above the black smoke whirlpool. Spectral Soul smiled coldly as he pointed with his finger. A black light condensed on his fingertip. It shot out and reached Dragon Palace in the blink of an eye. The bean-sized black light expanded as it turned back into an immemorial soul beast. Seeing that the immemorial soul beast was about to reach Dragon Palace, Wuxia's eyes widened in shock. Once Dragon Palace was hit, its momentum would be obstructed. It would be entangled by the immemorial soul beast and dragged into the black smoke whirlpool. In that case, the precious gap that Fang Yuan had painstakingly gained through deceiving tactics would vanish. At the crucial moment, Wuxia shouted as his eyes shined with divine light. It was hard to look at him directly. The Dragon Palace immediately reacted. The orange-gold radiance suddenly shook, and then a pink mist quickly condensed and flew out, gently rolling the immemorial soul beast into the depths of the Dragon Palace. The great immemorial soul beast could not resist at all. Spectral Soul was not surprised. This was a dream path killer move, dreamy light smoke. Wuxia resolved the immemorial soul beast's entanglement. Dragon Palace was already above the whirlpool. At this time, Spectral Soul's figure suddenly appeared. He looked down at Dragon Palace with a cold gaze. I have been waiting for you for a long time. At the same time, Spectral Soul, who was not far behind Dragon Palace, started to fade away, vanishing without a trace. Spectral Soul's true body slammed down as a soul mountain silhouette appeared, pressing down on Dragon Palace fiercely. This soul mountain towered into the clouds. It was extremely huge. Wuxia looked at it from below. It completely obscured his vision. It covered the sky. Wuxia felt an intense sense of familiarity when he looked at the surface of the Soul Mountain. Isn't this the scene of Danghun Mountain? Wuxia was shocked and uncertain. Rumble. With a loud sound, Danghun Mountain crashed onto Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace's luxurious roof suffered a destructive blow. Countless tiles were crushed, a huge number of goo worms died instantly. Even worse was, Dragon Palace suffered a huge impact. Even though it struggled, it was still pushed into the black smoke whirlpool by the giant Soul Mountain. The whirlpool enveloped the whole of Dragon Palace. An incomparable rotational force was added to Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was tossed around by the whirlpool. It was in a mess. Wuxia had no choice but to fly up from his throne. It was impossible for him to break out of the encirclement in a short period of time. Don't tell me this is Spectral Soul's true strength? Wuxia gritted his teeth. Spectral Soul unleashed several immortal killer moves one after another. Wuxia was exhausted from dealing with them. The great rank 8 immortal goo house Dragon Palace could not resist at all. All sorts of killer moves were used by Spectral Soul. After a series of combinations, Dragon Palace was firmly restricted. Wuxia stared with furious eyes. He could only stall for time. Immortal essence poured out crazily as he repaired the immortal goo house. He only wanted to defend his defense line. Right now the main body's safety depends on me. But how long can I hold on for? Wuxia had no confidence. Fang Yuan's main body was deep inside Dragon Palace. With the Heaven Path Dao marks on him, it was hard for him to attack. Earlier, when he used unlimited Qi to break the primordial Qi wall, he had prepared for a long time and used human path methods to break through the restrictions of the Heaven Path Dao marks. He had some space to attack. But even so, when Fang Yuan broke the Qi wall, the Heaven Path Dao marks reacted and started to interfere with Fang Yuan. Fortunately, Fang Yuan knew when to stop and stop the killer move. Otherwise, with such a strong interference, he would fail to maintain the killer move and suffer intense backlash. Fang Yuan found that the only thing that could resist Heaven Path was Human Path. Maybe Dream Path had some effect, but his Dream Path attainment was not high enough. Ever since he obtained the Celestial Court's Heaven Path research results, Fang Yuan had been researching them with all his might. He was racing against time. Maybe even a minute or a second less would mean the difference between life and death. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven Human Sensation. Immortal Killer Move, Replacement of Heaven's Workers. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan's will was mixed with providence. He sensed traces of Heaven Path Dao marks. Refine them. Immortal Killer Move, Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. This killer move targeted Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan did not hesitate to expend rank 8 Immortal Essence. He quickly refined 3 Heaven Path Dao marks. Wuxia, persevere, I have a huge breakthrough. Fang Yuan had just transmitted to Wuxia when a change occurred in his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's success enraged Providence. The Heaven Path Dao marks were like enraged beasts. They were originally scattered everywhere, but now they gathered at one place. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, dark clouds appeared, intense winds blew. The Heaven Path Dao marks caused a huge change in the weather. In a few blinks of an eye, a tribulation was formed. In an instant, the earth shook, lightning struck down, rocks flew into the sky, and the earth groaned. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Don't tell me forcefully refining the Heaven Path Dao marks will anger the heavenly Dao and cause a tribulation? Or is there a problem with my killer move? Thunder clouds rumbled and spread rapidly. Soon, it expanded from 100 li to several thousand li to 10,000 li, 100,000 li. Millions of lightning bolts flickered endlessly. It was like a vast lightning forest. Myriad tribulation. Myriad destruction lightning forest. It was not an earthly calamity, a heavenly tribulation or a grand tribulation, but a myriad tribulation above them. Only rank 8 Gu immortals could pass a myriad tribulation. Chapter 2054. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. His expression was grim. He did not expect a myriad tribulation to appear. Rank 8 Gu immortals were existences that stood proudly in the immortal world, but for every rank 8 Gu immortal, myriad tribulations were a difficult obstacle. In the current Gu immortal world, most rank 8 Gu immortals had not even passed one myriad tribulation. For example, Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang, even Prince's Impatiens were not exceptions. Why did old ancestor Xuehu try so hard to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu? It was to deal with the first myriad tribulation in his life. Unfortunately, such a huge effort resulted in a huge loss. Not only did old ancestor Xuehu not refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, he even lost his own force, snowy mountain blessed land. Western Desert's 1,000 transformations ancestor had passed one myriad tribulation. After passing this myriad tribulation, he had barely escaped death. He had been recuperating for a long time. During this period, even when his beloved concubine Fairy Chui Bo was killed by Fang Yuan, he only dared to send dancer Hong Yun to investigate. Beast Calamity Immortal died from his first myriad tribulation. He left behind Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Bo Qing was a rank 8 Gu Immortal who had passed 2 myriad tribulations. Duke Long was the same. Both of them were top-notch powerhouses whose combat powers were second only to Venerable Ones. Even though Fang Yuan had been a rank 8 Gu Immortal for a long time and had more than 1,000,000 Dao marks, the truth was that he had used the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's convenience to annex other Grotto Heavens to pass myriad tribulations. In fact, Fang Yuan had not even passed 1 myriad tribulation. To him, myriad tribulations were still a huge obstacle. And more importantly, now was not the time to undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan could not estimate how long Wu Shuai could last. Because Spectral Soul was a terrifying enemy that could not be estimated. I need to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks as soon as possible to deal with Spectral Soul. But to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks, I need to pass myriad tribulations? Fang Yuan felt like a flood was coming. He went up the mountain to avoid the water, but found out that this mountain was a volcano. The moment he went up the mountain, the volcano erupted. There were ghosts on the outside and 10,000 tribulations on the inside. At this moment, Fang Yuan was in the greatest predicament he had ever been in. No, I still have a chance. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan remained calm and did not panic. Meanwhile, on the other side, Myriad Year Flying Warship was fighting with Demon Immortal Qiju. Suddenly, Fang Yuan flew out of Myriad Year Flying Warship and used an Immortal Killer move. The attack was fierce and forced Demon Immortal Qiju to retreat. Demon Immortal Qiju immediately used an investigative killer move. After checking, he transmitted to Spectral Soul without hesitation. Fang Yuan is with me, I can't deal with him alone. Come quickly. If we're late, I'm afraid he'll escape. Spectral Soul heard this news and was stunned. Is Fang Yuan really not in Dragon Palace? Spectral Soul thought rapidly as his attacks slowed down. Even though Dragon Palace was trapped, it was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house after all, it could hold on for some time. Fang Yuan wanted to fight against time, but Spectral Soul also wanted to end the battle quickly. If he fought with Dragon Palace, even if he destroyed Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan would escape while wasting time. Spectral Soul's attack would fail. Because he did not achieve his original goal. Winning each battle was not important, what was important was whether or not he could obtain the benefits he wanted. Fighting was only a method to gain benefits, the glory of victory was not important to Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan has familiar face, he can condense a lump of will and use some immortal essence and immortal goo to create the illusion of his main body for a short period of time. Spectral Soul knew about this information about Fang Yuan, he was quite troubled. Even though he was strong, far surpassing other Gu Immortals, he was the number 1 in the world. But Fang Yuan was crafty and slippery, he was in a difficult spot. Spectral Soul knew that he had to be careful, if he was careless he would end up like the Celestial Court. Because Fang Yuan was simply too good at escaping. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was filled with lightning bolts. Ever since the Myriad Tribulation was formed, it had been exploding endlessly. Many southern borders suffered a huge blow. The Heavenly Tao was in balance. Which part of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was the best to develop? It was undoubtedly Mini Southern Border. Thus, the Myriad Tribulation formed by the Heavenly Tao focused on Mini Southern Border. Myriad Tribulation. Myriad Destruction Lightning Forest. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth as he mobilized with all his strength. He could not care about Spectral Soul in the outside world, he could only rely on Wu Shuai to stall for time. Rumble, Cloud Bamboo Mountain broke apart under the barrage of countless lightning bolts. It broke into countless rocks. 8 desolate beast cloud foxes and 11 desolate plant spear-tip bamboos that lived in the mountain were turned to dust by the attacks. Cloud chi roots, white-hair ginseng, and a vast number of ordinary spear-tip bamboos were destroyed. The 7-colored cloud soil inside the mountain was also affected. It was corroded by the lightning Tao marks, its value plummeted. Cloud Bamboo Mountain was created by Fang Yuan when he plundered southern borders Shen clan's resources. The defensive formation was the weakest, it was the first to be destroyed, the scene was too horrible to look at. Soon the other resource points could not hold on any longer. I need to get rid of this internal threat as soon as possible. Fang Yuan made up his mind, but the might of Myriad Destruction Lightning Forest was too terrifying, he could not do anything about it, his every move was restricted by the Heaven Path Tao marks. Thankfully, there was still a group of Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Among them, Shui Er, Shi Cheng, and Imo Tan Sang were variant human Gu Immortal leaders that Fang Yuan could support. Their cultivation level was too low, getting them to take the blame was pointless, they would simply die. I'm here. At the crucial moment, an old Gu immortal stepped forward, his rank 8 aura surged. Since when did Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture have such an expert hidden in it? This old man was none other than the only rank 8 in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, the current generation Combat Beast King. Ever since Fang Yuan used a trick to peacefully annex Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, the Gu Immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven became his subordinates. Fang Yuan taught them the correct Gu cultivation method. During the Fate War, among them, a large number of rank 7 Gu Immortals were sent out by Fang Yuan. Until now, Fang Yuan did not have the chance to recruit them, they were still roaming around the 5 regions. This was a rare situation for the old Combat Beast King. He had been cultivating in Star Collection City, his strength had increased greatly. This was a method that Fang Yuan left behind to prevent his immortal aperture from being invaded during the Fate War. During the Fate War, such a situation did not occur. But now that the sovereign immortal aperture was experiencing a myriad tribulation, Fang Yuan could not do anything. He could only use the trump card of Combat Beast King. Winds howled, starlight shot out. The rank 8 star sea snail corpse shell was taken out by Fang Yuan and handed to the old Combat Beast King. Combat Beast King did not hesitate. He activated his killer move and turned into a towering giant covered in star armor in the blink of an eye. The giant roared as his body flew up, charging towards the lightning clouds in the sky. Crack. The giant had just flown into the sky when several lightning bolts suddenly merged into one. A blue lightning bolt that was as thick as a heavenly pillar struck the star-armored giant. If it were in the past, Combat Beast King would definitely be defeated by this attack. But after this period of cultivation, he had already grasped an immortal killer move. At this moment, Combat Beast King had already activated his defensive killer move, forcefully resisting the lightning attack. But the giant's momentum was also completely dispelled. The giant landed on the ground, his majestic body trembled slightly. There were still traces of lightning on his body. Combat Beast King's limbs were numb and his movements were greatly restricted. Myriad tribulation is truly terrifying. Combat Beast King was tongue-tied, he was filled with shock. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Earlier, when the lightning bolts merged and attacked Combat Beast King, it was clearly because of Providence. The Heaven Path Dao marks were so dense that when they gathered into a lump, Providence would naturally be created. With Providence's guidance, the terrifying myriad tribulation became even more agile. It made people feel despair. I have Heaven's Will Dissipation killer move, it can even destroy Providence in the dream realm. Unfortunately, I cannot use it now. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. If he wanted to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks, he needed to fight against Providence first, then use Heavenly Human Perception and Heaven's Worker Substitution killer moves to capture the location of the Heaven Path Dao marks. Finally, he could use Unrestrained Heavenly Mark to refine the corresponding Heaven Path Dao marks. Thus, Providence had to exist. Once Fang Yuan destroyed Providence, he would not be able to continue refining the Heaven Path Dao marks. But the gathering of Heaven Path Dao marks and the myriad tribulation will greatly affect my refinement of the Heaven Path Dao marks. The efficiency is less than 1% of before. Originally, the Heaven Path Dao marks were scattered all over the sovereign immortal aperture. They were like scattered soldiers. Fang Yuan broke through them one by one, his refinement plan was very effective. But now that the Heaven Path Dao marks had gathered into a lump and were closely connected, Fang Yuan could not do anything, his refinement plan had almost no progress at all. At this speed, how long would it take for him to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks? Fang Yuan was in a difficult situation. Oh no, I can't hold on anymore. At this time Wuxia shouted he had to ask Fang Yuan for help. This Dragon Man clone situation was also very bad. Veins were bulging on his forehead, he was sweating profusely. Dragon Palace was trapped in the black smoke whirlpool, it was constantly being destroyed. The railings were broken, tiles were flying, Dragon Palace was shrinking rapidly. Wuxia could only repair Dragon Palace with all his strength, but the repair speed could not compare to Spectral Soul's destruction. Seeing that the crucial area was about to be lost, Wuxia had to ask for help. Fang Yuan knew that the clone would not ask for help unless it was necessary. He sighed to himself, diverting his attention to the outside world. After checking the situation, Fang Yuan immediately helped Wuxia repair the palace. They managed to slow down the situation, but it was not enough. Wuxia suddenly exclaimed, "Why did Spectral Soul's attack suddenly slow down?" Fang Yuan immediately understood, he said, "I created the illusion of the main body over at Myriad Year Flying Warship, it seems to have worked." Spectral Soul hesitated, he had been worried that I would retreat. He did not know that Dragon Palace was in danger, He definitely thought that the rank 8 Immortal Gu house could last for some time. If the main body, over at Myriad Year Flying Warship escapes during this period, even if he managed to kill you in Dragon Palace, it would be a huge failure.